My name is William Groach. I used to be a powerful sword immortal in a realm of cultivation, but my previous life ended in a massive battle where I perished alongside my enemies. Now, I have been reborn as William Groach, the only son of a count in a world of magic and knights. Although my immense powers are gone, I still have my memories and a soul that is much stronger than a normal person's. Living as a noble is very different from the thousands of years I spent training. I spend my days lazily fishing by the river, even if my old rod eventually snaps. I often skip my sword practice classes at the academy because the basic lessons feel simple compared to what I once knew. My guard, Syra, gets frustrated with me for being lazy, but I prefer to enjoy the peaceful atmosphere and tease her a bit. I also have a personal maid named Chelsia, who is actually a succubus. I saved her from a market 10 years ago when she was just a frightened child. I have taught her alchemy and helped her grow into a confident woman. She now runs a successful trading company for me in secret. She often visits me at night to report on our business growth, appearing from the shadows. While she looks for my praise and serves me with deep loyalty, I simply watch her progress with interest, wondering what other surprises she will bring. Despite my quiet life as a useless young master, I know there are forces at work beyond my understanding. I remember a woman in white who fought for my soul fragment in the void, and I can feel that my past and this new world are more connected than they seem. For now, I am content playing the role of a relaxed noble while slowly building my own influence through alchemy and trade. I lay asleep in my room, unaware of the visitor entering through the quiet night. My breathing was steady as the moonlight created silver lines across the floor. Chelsia, the maid I saved years ago, slipped inside. In the privacy of the dark, she stopped hiding her true form as a succubus. Her small horns, wings, and restless tail appeared as she knelt beside my bed. She remembered the kindness I showed her when I first bought her from the market, offering her warm milk and a gentle smile instead of cruelty. Because she can see into people's hearts, she knew even then that I only wanted to protect her. Now, her feelings for me have grown into something much deeper. To make sure I didn't wake up, she used a high-level magic spell called dream weaving. This spell drew me into a deep sleep and dulled my sharp senses, giving her the courage to stay by my side. She whispered to me, her voice filled with emotion and longing. She touched my hair and traced the lines of my throat and collarbone with her fingertips. She even let her tail wrap around my wrist, moving my hand to her cheek and lips. Throughout the night, she watched me with a mix of affection and sadness. She wished my heart would beat faster for her and hoped that one day I would hold her of my own free will. As dawn approached, she carefully fixed the buttons on my pajamas and shared a final tender word before leaving. When the sun finally rose, I woke up alone, feeling peaceful and completely unaware of the secret magic and the deep devotion that had filled the room while I slept. When morning arrived, I struggled to leave the warmth of my bed, joking that the comfort was harder to resist than a demon's charm. Chelsia was already there, waiting with my iron school uniform. As we walked toward Ashen Academy, the sound of the morning bell reminded me of the training sessions from my past life. In this world, people grow stronger through 9 levels of magic or martial arts, but I spend most of my time acting like a normal, somewhat lazy student. At school, my friend Jido warned me that my aunt, Miss Lisa, was furious because I had skipped class. I had actually been busy with alchemy, but I knew I was in trouble. When I went to her office, she greeted me sternly, grabbing me by the collar and pulling me inside. She was deeply upset that I seemed to be wasting my potential and skipping my lessons. She ordered me to hold out my hand and struck my palm with a magical vine whip. The pain was sharp and left a strange tingling sensation. However, before she could strike a second time, the room went quiet. I felt warm drops on my hand and realized they weren't from the whip, they were my aunt's tears. Seeing her cry while looking at an old photograph of herself as a young girl completely changed the mood. I felt terrible for causing her such sadness. In my rush to comfort her and apologize, I accidentally knocked over an inkwell, creating a mess on the floor. To make up for my behavior, I promised to practice my sword forms thousands of times. My clumsy attempts to fix the situation eventually made her laugh through her tears, and the tension between us finally broke. After leaving my aunt's office, I met Chelsia, who was waiting for me with quiet concern. She tenderly applied ointment to my reddened palm, and though I tried to act tough by joking about the heat of the sun, I was secretly a bit embarrassed by her care. We headed to class together, where our teacher used magic to show us a famous historical battle. Watching the illusion of war reminded me of the violence in my past life, but it also made me wonder about the connection between my old soul and this new world. Later that afternoon, I decided to skip my remaining basic classes to visit the business district. Even though I'm known as a useless young master at school, I actually created the secret formulas for the Rose Chamber of Commerce. Chelsia officially runs the business, but she makes sure everyone knows I am the true owner. At the guild, I tried on a new set of black and silver robes. Putting them on made me feel a bit more like the powerful sword master I once was. Before heading home, Chelsia helped me pick out an expensive magic book to give to my Aunt Lisa as an apology. We shared a snack in the street, and for a moment, life felt very simple and peaceful. When I arrived at our family estate, my mother, Doreen, greeted me with her usual playfulness. She treated me like a child, ruffling my hair and teasing me about when I would finally bring home a wife. My father, Count North, eventually joined us for dinner. Even though he is a powerful warrior feared by many, he acts like a big kid at home, jokingly competing with me for snacks and acting sweet with my mother. Sitting there at the long dining table, listening to their laughter, I felt lucky to have such a warm family in this second life. William's father, North, was slowly pouring rose wine from their family vineyard into 3 crystal glasses. Was today's class going well? Doreen reached out to brush away a strand of black hair that had fallen over William's forehead. William accepted the glass of wine his father handed him. Everything's fine at the academy. William, there's something we'd like to talk to you about, his father suddenly said. At that moment, Doreen set down her glass and smoothed the folds of her long dress. The small gesture made William realize that the topic might be something serious. Doreen spoke first. We want you to study at the Radiant Academy, the best one on the continent. Oh, that place? I was already planning to go. I heard their library holds many manuscripts from ancient alchemists and even secret texts from different races. Thinking it was something more serious, William let out a quiet sigh of relief. I was planning to apply for the autumn term as a special student anyway. North smiled slightly. I'm glad to hear that. He lifted his glass, but paused as if remembering something. By the way, we found you a fiancé. He said it so calmly that William almost choked on his drink. What? William looked up sharply. A fiancé? I'm only 18. Isn't that a bit early? Standing nearby, the maid Chelsia froze for a moment. Her pink eyes dimmed slightly. Doreen chuckled softly and placed her hand over William's restless fingers. Don't be so quick to refuse. There was a playful glint in her eyes. Your fiancé is little Leah, the girl who used to follow you everywhere when you were small. Remember? When she left, she cried and hugged you, saying she wanted to be your best friend forever. You were the one who finally calmed her down. Of course, William remembered Leah. She was the girl who had come to stay with her father at their home during a vacation. Back then, she seemed to be left out by her own family, so her father, Uncle Maud, had asked William to befriend her. That's how they became friends, long before William met Chelsia. Why are you arranging a fiancé for me now? William frowned, his voice filled with confusion. Norse and Doreen exchanged a meaningful glance. Doreen gently placed her hand on William's and said softly, Little William, we hope she can protect you when we're not by your side. Her gentle voice, however, made William sense that something was wrong. He immediately sat up straight, his eyes moving between his parents. What do you mean by when you're not by my side? Doreen took a deep breath, her fingers brushing lightly over his hand. Your father and I have to go on a long trip. We'll be stationed at some ancient ruins, and we might not be able to contact the outside world for quite some time. She paused for a moment. During these years, we thought, maybe Leah could stay with you in our place. His father, North, skillfully placed a piece of tender lamb on William's plate. Your Uncle Maud and I are lifelong friends. We know each other very well. That girl likes you a lot, and she's quite remarkable now. Already a 4th-level ice mage, far stronger than others her age. North continued, she's also studying at the Radiant Academy. Since students can't bring guards there, she can make sure you're not bullied by those noble kids. William's mouth twitched slightly. Although his soul didn't belong to this world and the worlds will rejected him, making his training progress painfully slow, leaving him barely at the first level. He wasn't completely helpless. Most of his classmates with normal talent had already reached the second level, and even the weakest student, Dodge, had advanced last month. Still, William knew he wasn't someone who couldn't defend himself. Thinking of this, he protested, "I'm not that weak. I can at least take care of myself." Hearing her son's protest, Doreen couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and ruffled his black hair, just like when he was little. "Of course my little William isn't weak," she said proudly. "Your talent just lies elsewhere." But her smile soon faded, and a trace of guilt appeared in her eyes. "William, maybe we've been too strict with you before. All these years, we wanted you to be like us, to protect yourself without relying on anyone." She sighed softly. "But since your heart is set on alchemy, we hope there can be someone trustworthy by your side." She paused for a moment and added, "If you ever face trouble that even Leah can't handle, you can go to Lisa. She may seem strict now, but her care for you hasn't changed." William scratched his head. "Can't I refuse?" Seeing the firm look in his parents' eyes, William could only sigh and give in. "Little William," Doreen blinked playfully and said in an exaggerated tone, trying to ease the tension, "Leah has grown into a lovely young lady. She has so many admirers that they could line up from the east gate of Ash City to the west gate. And you still don't like her?" Norse set down his wine glass. "I'm sorry, William," his voice carried a hint of guilt. "We made this decision without asking you first, and Maud has already agreed to the engagement." William shook his head, twirling the silver fork between his fingers. "It's not about whether Leah is good or not, Mom. I've always seen her as a sister." After a long silence, William looked straight into his mother's eyes. "Mom, if I can prove that I can protect myself, will you let me cancel the engagement? I'll go apologize to Uncle Maud myself." His voice was firm and clear, showing that this was not a rash decision. Doreen looked worried. "William, don't push yourself too hard. You've hardly practiced swordsmanship since you were little, and your magic is." She stopped, not wanting to hurt his pride. William suddenly stood up, knelt beside his mother, and held her hands. "Mom, trust me." He lifted his face, his eyes steady and sincere. "I've never lied to you, have I?" Doreen looked at her son for a long time before slowly nodding. "All right. If you can prove your strength, I'll give you the right to refuse." Then she smiled mischievously. "But you'll have to explain it to Leah yourself." Seeing the determination in William's eyes, Doreen felt a spark of hope. Maybe her son really could surprise her. Satisfied with the outcome, William returned to his seat. "How long will you be away?" "At most a few years, maybe 3, Norse said, tapping the rim of his glass lightly. "I hope we can make it back in time for your graduation ceremony in 4 years." His eyes showed a trace of reluctance. "It will definitely work." The velvet curtains in the restaurant swayed gently in the night breeze. Sasha stood quietly in the shadow of the chandelier. Her once dim pink eyes slowly regained their brightness as she watched William's back. She silently clenched her hands, as if making an important decision. Her gaze grew firm. Late at night, moonlight streamed through the stained glass windows of the Duke's mansion, casting mottled patterns along the corridor. Count North and his wife stood side by side on the balcony, faint sounds of insects drifting from afar. "William still doesn't know Lilia's true identity, does he?" Lady Doreen tapped the railing with her fingertips. North took a sip of his tea. "Judging by his reaction, he really doesn't." Doreen covered her lips with a soft laugh, the night wind brushing through her dark hair. "I'd love to see William's face when he finds out that the crybaby Lilia is actually a princess." Her tone was playful, yet tinged with sadness. "Yes, what a pity," North murmured, looking toward the light still shining in William's room, his voice filled with regret. "I don't want to leave. I want to stay by William's side, to see him grow up, to see him start his own family, to watch him become a mature man. We have to believe that William can take care of himself, even if we can't stay with him." Moonlight broke through the clouds and spilled across the land. William lay on his soft bed, replaying the dinner in his mind. He stared at the shifting shadows of tree branches on the ceiling. A secret realm that needs 2 saints to guard. The silent exchange of glances between his father and mother during dinner. These images kept replaying in his mind, filling him with unease. "In the end, I'm still not strong enough. But soon, it will be done." Unable to understand the source of his anxiety, William stopped thinking about it and began planning his next steps. It would take some time for the Rose Chamber of Commerce to gather news about his parents. He stared at the ceiling. It would take another 8 months for his soul to fully merge with this world through the secret art. Only then would his soul completely align with the world and no longer be rejected by its will. But the entrance exam for the Radiant Academy was only 3 months away. Back when William first realized he was being rejected by the world, his cultivation had slowed to a crawl. He had to change his approach, using every resource he could to strengthen his body and improve his natural talent while his soul slowly adapted. The minimum requirement for Radiant Academy is the 2nd rank, he murmured. As he turned over, the soft bed swayed slightly. Sitting cross-legged, he focused his mind inward, his body faintly glowing with golden light. The first thing he felt was the world's rejection washing over him like a tide. The second was the weakness of his own body. To prove himself, he had to enter Radiant Academy through the combat selection, not as a special recruit. When the morning mist had not yet lifted, William was already standing before Lisa's office door. In his left hand, he carried a red gift box. In his right, a strawberry cake. He knocked on the door. "Come in." William pushed open the carved wooden door with his shoulder and stepped inside, closing it behind him. Lisa was tying her fiery red hair into a high ponytail. Her black silk dress outlined her graceful figure, and the tips of her polished heels gleamed like mirrors. William noticed her slightly tired eyes and faint dark circles. It seemed she had stayed up late last night. "Aunt Lisa, this is a honey cake Mom baked especially for you. And I also brought you a small gift." Smiling, William placed the cake and the gift box on her desk. Lisa picked up a strawberry with her silver fork, tasting it with a satisfied sigh. "Your mother's baking is still as wonderful as ever." After wiping the cream from her lips, she looked at the red box and said, "All right, what is it you want this time?" William gently moved behind her chair and pressed her tense shoulders. "Aunt Lisa, actually, I'd like to take a month off." "A month off?" The silver fork she had just used struck the wall beside his ear with a sharp sound. Lisa's eyes narrowed. "Why not just drop out altogether?" William kept a polite smile, though cold sweat ran down his neck. He quickly explained, "I'm going to the outskirts of the Shadow Mountains for special training. I want to reach the 2nd rank as soon as possible so I can take the entrance exam for Radiant Academy in 3 months. I've already told Mother," he added quickly. "What kind of training needs to be done in the wild?" Lisa suddenly stepped closer, her eyes filled with warning. "Your sister shouldn't let you act recklessly. That's why I want to ask you to come with me. Just to the outer area," William said softly. When she heard that he wanted her to go too, Lisa's anger slowly faded. She sat back down, ready to finish her cake. But then she realized she had thrown her fork away in anger and felt a bit annoyed. Sensing her thoughts, William immediately handed her a new fork and placed it beside the cake. Lisa gave him a sideways glance, then continued to eat her sister's homemade cake gracefully. "Go on, explain everything." Seeing that she wasn't refusing anymore, William quickly shared his plan. "I want to enter Radiant Academy through the combat selection. I need a lot of real battles to strengthen myself, so I plan to hunt magical beasts in the outer area of the Shadow Mountains." Lisa couldn't help but laugh. "Are you out of your mind? Aren't there enough people to spar with at the academy? Do you even know your own limits?" "Aunt, please trust me this once," William said, still smiling politely despite her teasing. "You're really set on going?" The Shadow Mountains are surrounded by dense forests and rough terrain. Ash City doesn't just guard against the Elven Empire to the east. It also watches over that vast mountain range between the two nations. The dangers there are obvious. In the central area, there are even beasts strong enough to rival 7th-rank saints. Lisa warned again. "I'm going. I'll only stay in the outer area, and with your 6th-rank strength, Aunt, it'll be safe enough for me to train freely," William said firmly, no longer smiling. "Fine, I'll go with you," Lisa finally agreed after a moment of silence. "When do you plan to leave?" "Tomorrow." The morning light in the hallway was bright and sharp. As William raised his hand to block it, a faint smile appeared on his face. With a strong bodyguard now by his side, the most troublesome problem was solved. Next, he needed to go with Chelsia to the Rose Chamber of Commerce to buy supplies for their journey. It was such a busy day. Hopefully, Aunt Lisa wouldn't be upset that he missed class today. Standing by the window, Lisa gazed toward the direction of the Count's mansion. Sister, do you really think he can do it? As dusk settled over the mansion, the young man was in the alchemy room, using materials from the Rose Chamber of Commerce to make various healing potions and medicines. The order to gather information had already been sent out, and news should arrive soon. Formations, potions, weapons. William checked his supplies one by one before storing everything in his space ring. When sunlight crept across the workbench, the long sword hung at his waist, a gift from his father on his 8th birthday. Now, it finally seemed ready to show its true power. At the gate of the Count's mansion, William ran his hand over the sword's hilt and refused Chelsia's request to go with him. After saying goodbye to his parents, he followed Lisa's lead, their figures slowly fading into the sunlight. From afar came the faint sound of wind from the Shadow Mountains, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and iron. In the gray world ahead, Lisa's red hair was the only bright color in the misty landscape. She stopped at the mountain's entrance. The young man before her, dressed neatly and ready for battle, was almost unrecognizable from the lazy boy she remembered. "Shadow Mountains, here I come," he said softly, stepping forward. Towering ancient trees burst apart with a loud, scattering wood chips into the air and startling the night birds into flight. William flipped through the air, his black robe fluttering in the wind. The winged serpent's golden eyes flickered, and drops of venom hissed as they hit the ground. "Just finished its 3rd shedding. A 3rd-tier beast, huh?" the young man muttered, tasting the metallic tang in his mouth. His spiritual sense spread out like a web. At the serpent's weak spot, a patch of new, soft pink scales stood out against the rest of its dark, armor-like hide. The serpent's wings stirred up a fierce wind. Using the momentum, William leapt upward, his black robe streaming behind him like a battle flag. The sword pierced the serpent's eye, and with a twist of his wrist, a spray of blood filled the air like crimson rain. The beast roared in pain, its massive tail sweeping through the forest. Trees as thick as 3 men snapped like twigs, but William had already stepped onto a falling branch, launching himself back into the air. At that moment, the black light wrapped around the sword flashed like a comet, slicing through the night and severing the serpent's head. Hot blood splattered like ink, staining the black robe a deep red. 30 minutes and 40 seconds, the boy murmured, keeping track of time as his dagger worked over the serpent's body. When the last venomous fang was stored in his space ring, the distant roars of beasts surged like waves. With a flick of his fingers, he set up a hidden formation around himself. His figure faded into the rising mist, leaving only a few spinning dry leaves behind. Behind the waterfall, the cave glowed amber under the firelight. Lisa lounged lazily on a soft couch covered with fur blankets. Her long red hair flowed like molten lava over her pale shoulders. The strap of her silk nightdress slipped slightly, revealing smooth skin that glowed softly in the candlelight. Resting her chin on one hand, she idly traced the cover of a magic book with the other, her gaze fixed on the boy as he meditated. When she saw William had changed into a clean shirt, she spoke softly. "How was today's hunt?" The boy tossed his blood-stained clothes into a purification array, watching the red fade away under the blue light. Luckily, that creature had just shed its skin. It wasn't at full strength yet. But Lisa wasn't really listening. Her mind was on the cake William had brought back. When he noticed her tapping an empty plate with a silver fork, William sighed. Ever since he had shown his impressive combat skills, Lisa had gone back to treating him like the little nephew she adored. Propping her elbow on the couch, she smiled playfully. "I want my cake." 10 days of training had left a hint of weariness in her eyes, but it only made her charm more natural. "Auntie," William said, rubbing his forehead, "we're supposed to be training." He tried to look away, but his eyes still drifted toward her graceful movements. Lisa pouted, her voice soft and teasing. "You're the one doing all the hard work, not me." She nudged his leg lightly with her foot. "Come on, hand it over. Consider it a protection fee." William reluctantly took out his treasured strawberry cake. The porcelain plate clinked against the stone table with a clear sound. "This is the last piece," he said, pushing the plate just out of her reach on purpose. "Humph, a little trick." Unable to reach the cake, Lisa gave a soft hum and rose gracefully. She moved like a cat, her long legs casting elegant shadows in the firelight. With a silver fork, Lisa picked up the dewy strawberry on top and narrowed her red eyes slightly. Have you made any progress today? She savored the sweet taste of the fruit while sensing the flow of magic within the young man. The same as always, William shrugged. It's like pouring water into a leaking barrel. Lisa's hand holding the fork paused slightly. They fell silent for a long time. William stared at the robe inside the purification circle. Then he suddenly asked, "Aren't you ever curious?" A complex magic pattern glowed faintly at his fingertips. "These aren't things you're familiar with." Lisa placed the last piece of cake into her mouth, the silver fork glinting softly in the firelight. "Do you remember when you were 8? She said suddenly. "You sneaked a bite of the birthday cake your sister made for me." Barefoot, Lisa stepped across the cool stone floor. She knelt before the boy, gently cupping his face in her hands. Her red eyes met his. "Secrets don't change the fact that we're family." William swallowed hard, stunned for a moment. By the time he came to his senses, Lisa had already wrapped herself in a blanket and curled up on the couch. A magic book floated above her palm, its pages turning on their own, reflecting the shimmering light in her red eyes. A faint smile appeared on William's lips. The sound of the waterfall outside suddenly seemed softer. The darkness before dawn was thick and heavy. William sat cross-legged on a stone platform behind the waterfall. The bubbling of the bronze cauldron mixed with the roar of the water. As he stepped into the potion, pale lines raced beneath his skin like streams of light. The refining liquid burned through his body, and he bit his tongue to endure the pain. 3 more times, he muttered, swallowing his cry. His mind spread outward, alert to every movement around him. He saw Lisa in her sleep, her face buried in the blanket. He saw the mist weaving through the forest. He saw the hidden beasts lurking in the shadows. A faint, gentle smile touched his lips. The rising sun did not dispel the gloom of the shadowed mountains. After finishing his potion bath, William was already preparing the recovery elixirs he would need for the day. Lisa stood at the entrance of the cave with her arms crossed, watching the young man throw various materials into a strangely shaped furnace. The odd furnace burned with a ghostly blue flame. A trace of doubt flashed in Lisa's red eyes, but it soon turned into a faint smile on her lips. Today's target is the 2-headed demon wolf. Lisa tossed her long sword into the air. It spun once before landing perfectly in William's hand. The young man caught it, his fingers brushing over the patterns on the scabbard. "No," he said with a slight smile. "It's the cemetery of the east." With that, he leapt into the fading forest. Lisa watched his figure disappear into the distance. She smiled softly, her fingers touching the red gem on her staff. A sudden flash of light burst from the tip, carrying her figure across the sky like a falling star. On the ancient battlefield, the sharp sound of William's boots crushing a skeleton's spine echoed through the silent wasteland. The young man moved lightly, twisting aside as a rusty sword brushed past his nose. In his left hand, he pressed a lightning talisman onto the skeleton's forehead. The talisman burst with a flash, and a pale blue soul stone rolled to his feet. "Southeast, 3 underground," he murmured, sensing the presence of more enemies. He tapped the ground with his sword, sending a silver streak of energy into the cracks below. A muffled sound came from the soil. 3 shield-bearing skeletons had just begun to rise when their skulls were shattered to dust. William sheathed his sword and picked up the soul stones in one smooth motion. This was the 3rd skeleton squad he had cleared today. He swung his sword, scattering bone dust that shimmered like a crescent moon. A small pill rolled in his palm, giving off a faint herbal scent. As he swallowed it, his sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. In this dangerous battlefield, even a moment of carelessness could mean death. He could feel his nearly drained magic slowly returning. Before he could fully recover, the ground began to shake violently. 30 meters away, a dark split open. A skeleton mage in tattered robes slowly rose, its hollow eyes glowing with blue fire. The soul stone on its staff reflected William's tense expression. 3rd rank. William's pupils narrowed. As he slapped a speed talisman onto his leg, 12 bone spears shot toward him. He rolled aside just in time. The spot where he had stood was now filled with sharp white spikes. William quickly threw 3 explosive talismans, making them burst in 3 directions at once. As smoke filled the air, He held his breath and crawled close to the ground, quietly setting up a hidden magic array around himself. Through the blinding flashes that blocked sight and disrupted sensing, the skeletal mage let out a deafening wail, sending bone spears shooting into the red light. William focused his mind completely, tracking every bone spear's path with precision and dodging them one after another. When the firelight finally faded, the battlefield was left in ruins, but William was nowhere to be seen. In truth, he was lying flat not far away, covered by the faint glow of his concealment spell. He could feel the skeletal mage's powerful magical sense sweeping over him like a tide, yet it never found him. Only after the terrifying figure let out an unwilling roar and left did William finally breathe in relief. Keeping low, he carefully avoided the ancient corpses with broken swords and slipped through the ruins, moving quickly into the distance. High above, Lisa sat calmly on her floating staff, her crimson hair flowing like molten fire over her pale robe. With a gentle motion of her slender fingers, a burst of red flame instantly burned a distant third-rank skeletal mage to ashes. Then, a beam of icy blue light shot into the sky and fell into her hand. Watching the young man disappear into the distance, a faint trace of guilt flickered in Lisa's ruby-like eyes. The evening light turned the waterfall golden. 21st-rank soul stones lay scattered on a stone slab, while 3 second-rank ones glowed faintly blue in the firelight. William was carefully turning a grilled fish. The golden skin of the river fish sizzled, and drops of oil fell into the fire, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. The scent of spices mixed with the mist from the waterfall, creating a unique fragrance in the night air. Lisa sat on a soft blanket with her knees drawn up, her red hair spreading out like sunset clouds. In her gem-like eyes, the reflection of the busy young man shimmered softly. "Want to try my cooking?" William said, handing her the fattest fish. "I didn't expect you to cook this well." Lisa accepted it gracefully, carefully tearing off a piece of tender white fish and tasting it. Her calm, gentle manner was completely different from her usual decisive style. "Of course," William smiled. "It's a skill you must have to survive in the wild." When William finished the first fish and picked up the second, Lisa suddenly spoke, her voice so soft it was almost drowned out by the sound of the waterfall. "I'm sorry, William." Lisa's usually straight posture showed a rare hint of weariness. William paused, the fish still in his hand. "Aunt, that doesn't sound like you. Why are you apologizing?" "I used to be too full of myself." Lisa's voice blended with the roar of the waterfall as she absent-mindedly rubbed her pale arm. "And I was too strict with you." William waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Stop. If Mom finds out I made you cry." "William." Lisa interrupted, her red eyes glistening with rare emotion. "Forgive us for not being good enough. With your talent, you should have." "Listen." William put down the fish and looked straight into her eyes, his expression unusually serious. "Lisa, it's not your fault, and it's not my parents' fault either." His gaze was firm yet gentle. "You've all given me more than enough. The resources you poured into me could have trained a top-level fighter. You've already done so much." He scratched his cheek, his eyes turning uncertain. "Besides, I've found a solution." "What? You have a way?" Lisa looked up sharply, her tears replaced by surprise. Avoiding her intense gaze, William scratched his cheek again. "Sorry for keeping it from you. I wanted to wait until everything was solved and then surprise you." His voice grew smaller, like a child caught doing something wrong. The next moment, Lisa dropped her fish and lunged forward, grabbing William's cheeks with her greasy hands and rubbing them hard. "You little rascal. How long were you planning to hide this from us?" Her voice carried both anger and barely hidden joy. "Ow, ow. I'm sorry." William mumbled, his words muffled, but his eyes were full of warmth as he let this sisterly figure punish him. After venting her emotions, Lisa sat back down, picked up a new fish, and regained her usual calm. "Do your sisters know?" Rubbing his reddened cheeks, William continued eating and said with his mouth full, "Not yet. It'll take some time before it's completely solved." "Is the solution related to your secret?" Lisa asked hesitantly, a complex light flickering in her red eyes. William nodded without giving much explanation. Sensing his reluctance, Lisa changed the topic with a teasing smile. "No wonder you never attend swordsmanship classes or take part in combat exams." So you've been hiding skills that even your father would admire. You must think it's beneath you to spar with those beginners. Of course. William's eyes lit up as he patted his chest and said dramatically, "Swordsmanship is my specialty. Those kids aren't even worth me taking seriously." He waved the grilled fish in his hand like a sword, almost flinging it away. Lisa chuckled and asked, "Is this what you've been trying to hide?" "More or less," William replied, his expression turning serious. "My sword skills and formations will have to be revealed since I'm joining the combat selection for the Radiant Academy. Those are easy to explain. But as for other things," he paused, "they're harder to justify, so I'd rather keep them secret. The Rose Chamber of Commerce, for example." Lisa narrowed her eyes. William spread his hands helplessly. "Yes, I knew I couldn't hide it from you." "You never tried to hide it when you were making those training potions," Lisa said, rolling her eyes gracefully, though the gesture somehow made her look even more charming. "If I couldn't recognize the main products of the Rose Chamber, all my experience would be wasted." "Who else knows about this?" she asked curiously. Wiping the oil from his mouth, William said, "The Rose Chamber was founded by my family's young maid, Chelsia. I provide the techniques, and she runs the business. I don't interfere with management, but the chamber supplies me with whatever I need." He paused again. "My parents probably don't know either. You could say it's a force I built in secret." Oh my! Lisa covered her mouth with one hand, her red eyes gleaming with amusement. "Little William, you really know how to keep secrets. None of us knew, yet you trust that young demon girl so much." She drew out her words playfully. "She's not your special friend, is she? You're still young. Don't overwork yourself." "What are you thinking?" William rolled his eyes. "I only asked her to try managing it, that's all. She just knows I'm good at alchemy, nothing more." "Ha ha." As night deepened, the mood between them grew light and cheerful again, their laughter blending with the roar of the waterfall. In the glow of the fire, their unspoken words turned into silent understanding beneath the starlit sky. On this quiet night, they enjoyed a rare moment of peace together. The air in the land of the dead carried a faint stench. Hidden within a magic formation, William moved swiftly along the ground. He passed through the battlefield from the day before, now a scene of ruin. His spiritual sense spread out like fine silver threads in all directions. At last, after some searching, William reached a cave entrance about 30 steps to the southeast. "It can even hide from my spiritual sense," he murmured, standing at the spot where the skeletal mage had appeared, staring into the pitch-black cave in thought. His spiritual sense could only probe 10 meters deep, yet his eyes saw a darkness that seemed endless. "There's a perception interference barrier here," Lisa's voice came from behind him. She tapped the air lightly, and ripples like water waves appeared. "A masterpiece of a formation master," she said. Then Lisa poked William playfully in the side. "Lucky kid, maybe you'll find some treasure inside." William brushed her hand away and looked up at her. "Shall we go in and take a look?" Lisa ruffled his hair. "I can see the excitement in your eyes. But let's be clear, if we run into trouble." She drew out her words until William impatiently pushed her hand away, and then she laughed softly. "That I'll throw you out as bait. And, when that happens, you'll see how good I am at running away." After deciding, William followed behind Lisa, and they both jumped into the cave. Once they entered, the ground above quietly sealed itself, as if the entrance had never existed. Neither of them noticed this strange scene. The tunnel was narrow at first, just wide enough for them to squeeze through sideways. As they went deeper, it gradually widened. The light from the spell on Lisa's staff illuminated the rocky walls around them. Suddenly, William stopped. On the right-hand wall, faint shapes appeared beneath a layer of moss, figures barely visible in the dim light. "Aunt, wait," he called out to Lisa ahead, then brought his fingers together like a blade. Channeling his magic, he carefully scraped the moss away from the ancient mural. As the layers of green paint peeled away, the ancient mural gradually revealed its true form. It depicted a fierce battlefield, the human heavy infantry in complete disarray, while the elven light cavalry swept across the plains like a silver tide. An elf in white gold armor led a small group of soldiers deep into a canyon, unaware that the cliffs around them were covered with explosive runes drawn by humans and guarded by countless powerful warriors. Yet the outcome was unexpected. The elf, wielding his long sword, broke through the storm of fire and escaped, leaving behind a field of fallen soldiers. This mural looks a lot like the Silver Moon War from 10,000 years ago, Lisa murmured, but there are some differences. Her fingertips brushed the edge of the mural. When her gaze fell on the final panel, her breathing quickened. Magic surged wildly within her. Grabbing William, she cast a flight spell and sped back the way they came. As they fled, Lisa explained, records say that during the Silver Moon War, a crowned prince of the elves, nearly at the 8th rank of power, perished here after defeating his enemies. The Empire also lost a mystical jade core that contained its own pocket dimension. Her red eyes narrowed. Whether the records are true or not, this place must be connected to that elven prince. It might even be inside that very jade core. How can you be sure it's related to that war? William asked in confusion. The records never described the prince's appearance, Lisa replied, but they did mention his weapon, a silver sword with a moonstone set in its hilt. The last mural, William suddenly remembered. In it, a silver elven sword was into the ground, surrounded by the bones of countless human soldiers. The hilt was set with a shining gem. An ancient battlefield, a perception-distorting barrier, a hidden underground world. He turned to look at the dark passage behind them. Aunt, do you think the prince might still be alive? I don't know, Lisa admitted, her voice trembling. But I do know this. This place is far beyond what my strength can handle. At the end of the passage, where the exit should have been, stood a massive bronze gate carved in elven style. The narrow tunnel had vanished completely. Lisa and William exchanged a glance, then quickly retreated the way they had come. William, who was held in Lisa's armpit, quickly reached into her embrace and took out 2 talisman papers. These were the reason William had confidence in exploring ruins. Based on a powerful teleportation spell from his past life, combined with materials from this world, he had spent nearly 10 years refining, modifying, and replacing it. Finally, he created a version suitable for this world. As for its effectiveness, there's no need to say more. William immediately handed the talisman papers to Lisa and explained how to use them. Soon after, the two disappeared in a flash of white light. The space, which had fallen silent after William and Lisa's departure, suddenly sounded a dry, old voice. Almost 10,000 years, I won't let you escape. A flash of white light appeared again, and 2 figures materialized in midair, William and Lisa, who had just escaped. Lisa, quick to realize their situation, cast a spell to catch them, slowly lowering them to the ground. Looking around, they found they were above the entrance of the cave they had entered earlier, but the cave itself was gone. Did we only move a short distance? It seems I need to make some adjustments, William thought to himself. This place isn't safe for long. We need to leave quickly, Lisa said. She was about to cast a flying spell to escape with William when suddenly, something unexpected happened. The missing cave reappeared on the ground, its entrance glowing with a mysterious array of emerald-colored runes. A huge thorny vine shot out from it. The vine struck Lisa's protective shield with incredible speed, causing many fine cracks to appear in the shield. Although it didn't hurt Lisa, it pulled her away from William's side. The vine, after striking, quickly coiled toward William, grabbing him before he could dodge. It pulled him toward the mysterious array inside the cave, and William was instantly swallowed by the formation. As William disappeared, the closed again. It took only a few seconds from the vine's emergence to grabbing William. Lisa, who was thrown back, hurriedly returned, leaving the earth behind. No, she shouted, as a crimson magic light burst repeatedly against the ground. Her nails dug into her palms, blood seeping out. Amid flying debris, she frantically searched every inch of the land until dawn, when she finally collapsed to her knees in despair. I promised I would protect you, she cried, pressing her forehead against the scorched earth. There was no secret passage, no huge thorny vines, and no sign of William, nothing at all. All that remained was a large, 100-meter-wide crater and Lisa, repeating the same words over and over. William, where are you? I am right beside you. But still, on the other side, after the dizzy feeling subsided, William found himself lying on a cold marble floor. In front of him was a large circular hall, about the size of a training ground. 12 elegant white jade columns, styled like elves, surrounded the space, with intricate silver carvings winding around them. The ceiling displayed a glowing golden magic circle, shining brightly, and making the whole room look magnificent. In the center of the hall stood a giant golden tree that reached up to the ceiling. In front of the tree, a floating icy crystal coffin was visible, surrounded by cold mist, with a faint outline of a figure inside. Below the coffin, a delicate sword with a moonstone embedded in its handle was stuck into the ice. The thorny vines wrapping around the handle were still lush and green, probably the same sword from the mural. Just as William was about to get up, the coffin suddenly made a grating sound. The lid slowly slid open, revealing a withered hand resting on the edge. An undead woman with white hair sat up slowly. When she opened her eyes, instead of the usual green pupils, there was a pair of blood-red eyes. A powerful pressure swept through the hall like a tidal wave. Magic energy around the room gathered into a swirling vortex, pulling the undead woman's body inward. Under this intense pressure, the young boy's bones creaked, and a metallic taste filled his mouth. A protective jade talisman he had made automatically activated, shielding William. In just 10 seconds, the talisman began to split open, cracks spreading across it. Finally, the talisman shattered with a loud explosion. William was thrown back by the force, crashing hard into the wall. The impact made him cough up blood, and his consciousness started to fade. In his last moments before losing consciousness, he saw a waking female elf stepping barefoot over a ground covered in golden leaves. With each step, her withered skin became slightly more radiant. When she reached William, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Beneath her floating blue-white crown of thorns, her blood-red eyes reflected the young boy's blood-stained face. Her long sword seemed to carry the scent of ancient bloodshed. William's consciousness slowly awoke amid sharp pain. The first sensation he regained was a complex mix of feelings. He was lying face up on a smooth, mirror-like ice surface, the biting cold penetrating his thin clothes straight to his bones. His arms were caught in an incredible softness. Then he felt a sense of restraint. Countless thin, thorn-like vines wrapped around his limbs and torso, with barbed tips lightly piercing his skin. He tried to move his neck and barely lifted his head. The scene before him made his breath catch. He saw a delicate sleeping face very close to him. Her hair was snow-white, spread inside a crystal coffin. Her closed, red eyes seemed still to be sleeping. Her skin was as pure as the finest sheep fat jade. A crown of blue and white thorns floated above her head. A few strands of hair fell softly on William's face, carrying a faint minty scent. Her long blue and white dress spread out like flower petals, outlining her full curves. At this moment, one of her arms was wrapped around William's waist, holding him like a soft pillow, clutching him close. The neckline of her blue and white dress was slightly open, and her white trim moved with her breathing, fitting snugly against William's arm. William felt his cheeks flush. Despite the dangerous situation, he had to admit that this pillow was not uncomfortable, actually quite soft. He slightly complained inwardly, but forced himself to stay calm and analyze the situation. The vines wrapping around his body were clearly not ordinary plants. Each tendril shimmered with faint golden magic patterns. Inside the ice coffin, there were elf runes carved all over. Outside, the giant golden tree radiated magical energy, so intense that even through the coffin lid, it made his heart race. "This is quite an unexpected turn," he muttered quietly. Noticing the movement of the pillow in his arms, the elf's eyelashes fluttered slightly. William held his breath and watched as her eyes slowly opened. Those crimson pupils like frozen blood, strange and dangerous. Just by their gaze meeting, William felt as if an invisible hand clenched his heart, making even swallowing difficult. Her eyes first appeared lazy and hazy, then gradually focused, finally settling on William's face. After a brief silence, "Are you awake?" came her lazy voice. William's body stiffened slightly. The elf princess opened her eyes, her blood-red pupils like two frozen blood moons. Her gaze swept over the young man's reddening ears, and a dangerous smile appeared on her lips. "Humans' habit of spying has never changed. Your Highness, you misunderstand," William said, trying to sound calm. "It was just your enthusiasm while you were sleeping." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at his waist. The female elf's hand seemed to push casually, but William was thrown out of the ice coffin as if struck by a hammer. He helplessly smiled in midair, feeling that this woman had no warning before attacking. Bang! William fell heavily to the ground like a broken kite, rolling several times like a log before finally stopping. He groaned softly, feeling a burning pain in his chest, but luckily, the other person didn't seem to have used full force. She simply knocked him away. As he struggled to get up, the thorny restraints had already disappeared. William slowly stood up, looked up, and saw that the elf princess had left the ice coffin. The vines, alive like creatures, formed a majestic throne, with sharp thorns creating a natural barrier around her. A long sword floated beside the throne. She looked down at William from above, her blue-white long dress hanging loosely, her red pupils filled with a mix of mockery and curiosity. Alice lazily leaned on the throne, twirling a strand of white hair with her fingertips, her gaze flickering over William. This look reminded William of a hunter teasing prey. She chuckled softly, her voice as cold as a glacier. A mere human dares to enter my sleeping place, and, she paused, a strange glint flashing in her eyes. And dares to think of escaping. William brushed dust off his clothes and slowly stood up. Despite the pain all over his body, he kept a calm expression. "Respectful, Your Highness," William said sincerely. "I need to clarify. It's because your door was not properly closed that I was curious enough to explore. Once I realized there was a master here, I was about to leave." The elf princess narrowed her eyes, and her pressure suddenly intensified. The magic in the air seemed to freeze, pressing down so hard that William's knees buckled. But he still straightened his back, a faint smile on his lips. "You're quite clever," she said coldly. "But even an ant is an ant. If you can't withstand my pressure, how dare you break into this place?" William sighed. "Honestly, I was forcibly dragged here. If I could, I'd prefer to go back and have a warm dinner." "Go back?" she sneered, lightly tapping the armrest of the throne with her finger. "Do you think I would let someone who knows I exist leave?" William shrugged. "So what do you plan to do? Kill me? Or keep me as a pillow?" The elf princess's eyes flashed with a hint of danger, but then she suddenly chuckled. "Interesting. You're much more entertaining than those humans who get scared and kneel to beg when they see me." William shrugged again. "Maybe because I'm better at risking my life." The princess stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly waved her hand. Thorns appeared on William's body again and quickly tightened, the sharp points piercing deeper into his skin, blood slowly seeping out. William grunted softly, but his expression remained unchanged. "You guessed I wouldn't kill you," the elf princess said coldly. "Yes," William replied calmly. "With your strength, if you really wanted to kill me, you could have crushed my heart in the ice coffin just now. So I'm saving my energy and thinking about how to survive." The princess raised an eyebrow slightly, and the branches of the golden tree made a harsh scraping sound. She slowly stood up, her long red and white dress flowing like water. Barefoot, she stepped into the air, walking toward William. With each step, the magic in the air grew heavier, as if even space was trembling under her pressure. She stopped in front of William, looking down at him. Her blood-red eyes reflected his calm face. "I like smart people. Tell me your name." "Human, William Groachi." "You can call me William," he said, meeting her gaze with a slight smile. "So, how should I address you? Crown Prince? Or pillow enthusiast?" A flicker of annoyance crossed her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a cold smile. "Alice Freya. You can call me Alice, she whispered. "Remember this name. It will stay with you for the rest of your life." William smiled. "That's quite an honor." The princess stared at him, then suddenly reached out, gripping William's chin tightly to force him to look up. Her face, so close, was breathtakingly beautiful, and her red eyes flickered with dangerous fire. "You are very interesting, William. But interesting humans often die faster." William was forced to look up, but he still struggled to speak. "Can I apply to die a little slower?" Alice was silent for a moment, then released her hand. Her long dress fluttered as she returned to the throne. "Maybe," she said, her voice drifting as she turned her back to him. "I will let you live a little longer." William looked at her back and let out a soft breath. "It seems I am still alive." William stared at the floating ice coffin. Cold mist swirled around, and Alice's figure was faintly visible. He slowly stepped back, making sure there was no movement inside the coffin, then turned to look around the grand hall. 12 white marble pillars surrounded the space. Silver carvings on the pillars told old elf stories. The golden magic circle on the ceiling cast a gentle light, making the whole room look bright and rich. Besides the floating coffin and the moonstone sword, the only other notable thing was the tall golden tree standing in the center of the hall. Golden tree, William whispered, his eyes scanning the magic patterns on the trunk. He carefully approached the tree, sensing with his mind. When he touched the trunk, a vast wave of magic responded. William's pupils shrank. The magic stored in this tree was much more than he expected. His mind explored further and found that the golden tree was constantly feeding magic back into the environment, making the magic in the area richer. It really is a golden tree, just like the records say. But William hesitated, gently touching the trunk with his finger. It's smaller than the descriptions, probably a sapling. He walked around the tree and looked at the sword beneath the coffin. The sword was long, with a moonstone embedded in the hilt. Vines wrapped around it, still green and fresh, as if just picked from a branch. William stared at it for a moment. A weapon with spirit. Better not to cause trouble, he whispered, wisely keeping his distance. After confirming there was nothing else important in the hall, William moved toward the large bronze door carved with elf runes. He looked back at the coffin. Alice was still sleeping peacefully, with no sign of waking. William frowned, lightly tapping his fingertips to set up a secret formation in front of him, then pushed open the door. Behind the door was a wide corridor, dark as a tide rushing in, barely visible to the eye. William took a deep breath and stepped inside. The door closed silently behind him, and the hall fell back into silence. Inside the ice coffin, Alice's lips curled into a faint, mysterious smile. The air in the corridor was damp and cold, with sticky moss covering the walls. William's awareness turned into fine silver threads, exploring ahead. He moved very carefully, afraid to disturb any undead creatures in the corridor. But as he went deeper, his breath caught at what he saw. Far inside the corridor, skeleton soldiers wandered aimlessly, their hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue flames. The weakest were second tier, holding rusty long swords. Further in, third and fourth tier skeleton mages stood still, black mist swirling around their staffs. What shocked William most was that some parts of the corridor even housed 5th and 6th tier skeleton knights, wearing tattered armor, their huge swords shining coldly. 6th tier. William's throat tightened, cold sweat breaking out on his back. What are these doing here? Is this still the outskirts of Shadow Mountain? He carefully bypassed a skeleton mage, the teleportation talisman in his hand now dull and dim. Since re-entering this space, the talisman had lost its power. Even magic couldn't create a ripple in the space. Sure enough, this space is sealed, he sighed, putting the talisman back into his pocket. Looks like escaping with a teleportation talisman is impossible. He paused to think, then decided to return to the hall. If he couldn't break through forcibly, he should first improve his strength and look for other options. Moreover, the Bright Academy's entrance exam was about to start. He needed to reach second tier quickly, or all his efforts would be wasted. But just as he was about to turn around, a chill ran up his spine. A minty scent entered his nose. Why stop trying now? A lazy voice sounded behind him, warm breath brushing past his ear. I thought you'd try harder. William froze completely and slowly turned around. Alice leaned against the rocky wall in the corridor, arms crossed, with a teasing smile on her face. Her long blue and white dress moved gently without wind, and her white forehead was wrapped with a thorny crown that emitted a blue-white glow. Her blood-red eyes watched him with interest, a mocking look flickering in her pupils. Your Highness, William said with a small smile, I was just out for a walk. A walk? Alice chuckled softly, tapping her finger. The secret magic array William set up instantly collapsed. A walk through the territory of several high-level undead. In secret, William spread his hands. If you don't believe me, that's fine. To avoid what happened last time, I would never be unprepared. She snapped her fingers. Vines burst from all directions, like giant snakes, wrapping around William's limbs and tying him up tightly. William was hung upside down in front of Alice. If you don't want me to leave, just say so. Please come and catch me yourself, William said with a painful smile. I'm truly honored. Alice tilted her head slightly, her glowing red eyes flashing with a strange light, and she said something puzzling. Do you know why the golden tree is so small? William was momentarily at a loss for words. She leaned closer, her red lips almost touching his ear. Because it lacks nutrients. Suddenly, a dizzying distortion of space hit him. When William opened his eyes again, he was back in the hall, with vines and throne under the golden tree. Alice was leaning lazily on the throne, playing with a strand of white hair on her finger. Her bare feet lightly tapped the ground, looking both relaxed and dangerous. "Tell me, how do you plan to save your life?" she asked softly, her voice like a flowing stream of ice. William coughed twice, looked up at her, and despite his awkward situation, his eyes remained calm. "Your Highness, at this point, I've given up on escaping. Why don't we just be straightforward and talk?" "Oh," Alice raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest flashing in her blood-red eyes. "How do you want to talk?" "It seems you have a request for me," William said directly, meeting her gaze. "Otherwise, you wouldn't go to so much trouble to tie me up, yet let my companions go." "Go on," she said, tapping her throne armrest lightly. William endured the pain and continued. "It seems your condition hasn't been good lately. Your body is still holding on, isn't it? From the moment you captured me, it has been like this. After you strike, I must rest for a while, and you take me into the ice coffin with you. The ice coffin can block space, so you are afraid I might use some means to leave again. Am I right?" "You're quite perceptive," Alice chuckled softly. "But you're wrong about one thing. Whether my body is holding on tightly, you can check for yourself. If you're mistaken, there will be consequences." Before she finished speaking, her breath suddenly erupted, and a strong pressure like a mountain pressed down on William. William groaned softly, his knees hitting the ground hard, but he grit his teeth and straightened his back. His mind quickly scanned the smiling Alice. Apart from the vast and deep magic within her, William found no damage to her body. Could I be wrong? He wondered nervously. Has she already solved the problem while I was unconscious? His strength was gradually fading, and sweat dripped down his forehead. But he quickly dismissed this idea. If she had truly recovered, he would already be dead. "Why do you have to do this?" he asked hoarsely, voice strained. "As long as I am alive, it means your problem isn't solved. You still need me. Why not just tell me your request and let me go?" Alice snorted coldly, and her pressure suddenly disappeared. "Huh." William, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, his chest rising and falling rapidly. William sat cross-legged under the golden giant tree, looking up at Alice, who leaned on her throne. Her long dress, shifting from blue to white, outlined her elegant yet alluring figure. Her crimson eyes half closed, fingers playing with a strand of white hair, her posture casual but carrying an air of nobility that forbade intrusion. So, William withdrew his gaze, speaking calmly. "What do you need me to do?" Alice did not answer immediately. Her gaze slowly swept over William, her red pupils narrowing slightly, as if to see through his flesh and into his soul. Finally, she sighed softly, then a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. "I need you to stay by my side." William frowned slightly. "Why?" "Your soul aura can help me." William was silent for a moment, recalling the faint smile she showed when he used his spiritual sense to examine her earlier. It was neither mockery nor threat, but rather a hint of satisfaction. Perhaps she was not lying. William looked up directly at her. "How long do I need to stay?" Alice chuckled softly, a playful glint in her crimson eyes. "Forever." William's face changed slightly. "What do you mean?" "Literally." She tilted her head slightly, her long white hair flowing gently with her movement. "You'll probably have to stay with me all the time." "Why?" William's mind was full of questions. "What do you really want my soul's energy for?" "Not telling you." Alice's lips curled into a slight smile, her tone teasing as her fingertips lightly tapped the armrest of the throne. "As long as you stay obediently, that's enough. If you're missing anything in your training, I'll give it to you." William took a deep breath, trying to calm his restless mind. He knew that pushing hard wouldn't help, so he looked for another way. "Can I understand it this way?" He carefully chose his words. "That you only need my soul's energy?" Alice raised an eyebrow, encouraging him to continue. "So, if I create an object that can store my soul's energy for a long time, could it replace my presence?" Alice heard this and chuckled softly, but her words carried clear sarcasm. "Good idea, but it's too naive. To suppress the abnormality inside me, you need a strong soul's energy to control it. not the weak energy attached to dead objects. She stood up, her blue and white dress flowing like water waves. Barefoot, she lightly stepped into the air, floating in front of William. She lifted his chin with her finger, her blood-red eyes locking onto his. Her lips parted slightly. So, don't waste your effort. Just stay calm. William looked at her calmly. What if I refuse? Refuse? Alice's smile suddenly turned cold. Her fingertips pressed harder, almost piercing his skin with her nails. I don't mind cutting off your legs so you can't run away. After all, she leaned close to his ear, her breath warm. As long as you're alive, that's enough. She released her hand and slowly walked toward the ice coffin in the air, her voice drifting like the wind. If you have trouble with your training, use your soul's power to scan the coffin. I will wake up and help you. Alice glanced back at him with a teasing glint in her red eyes. Someone with my strength being your teacher should make you feel grateful. As she finished speaking, she floated into the ice coffin, and cold mist once again shrouded her figure. William sat silently, his mind echoing with Alice's words. He tried to piece together the truth from her brief remarks, but there was too little information, and he couldn't reach a clear conclusion. Spirit aura. Abnormal suppression, he muttered softly, unconsciously rubbing his chin with his fingertips. Although my soul is weak now, it is still the soul of a true immortal. What could she need from someone like me with this level of spiritual aura? After pondering without success, William finally sighed and decided to focus on practicing cultivation. No matter what, increasing his strength was the best way to gain more bargaining power. In the days that followed, William's daily routine became almost strict. In the morning, he meditated under the golden giant tree, absorbing rich magic from the space to strengthen his body. In the afternoon, he entered the passage to fight wandering low-level spirits, using up his magic to solidify his foundation. At night, he kept making various healing medicines he needed. Meanwhile, Alice's waking time gradually extended as the days passed. At first, she appeared only for an hour each day, answering William's questions about cultivation before returning to her icy sleep. Gradually, her waking hours increased to 3, then 5 hours. Until a week later, she was able to stay awake completely without falling into deep sleep. Now, she sat on a swing made of thorny vines in front of the golden giant tree, her blue and white dress fluttering in the wind, her red eyes reflecting William's distant figure. William was doing his final medicinal bath. The familiar pain struck again. His knuckles turned white from gripping so tightly, but his face remained calm. Alice watched him, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Such a strange body type, she whispered, playing with a strand of silver hair with her fingertips. Although my physical talent isn't average, my body can't properly absorb the magic in the air. Her gaze swept over the potion bottles beside the bath, her red eyes narrowing slightly. Has alchemy really advanced to this level in this era? There is an almost side-effect-free training supplement. After the medicinal bath, William staggered out of the tub, trembling as he sat down to breathe and calm himself. His breathing gradually steadied, and his pale face slowly regained some color. Alice floated over gracefully, her blue and white dress sweeping the ground without a speck of dust. Her voice carried a lazy tone. Your effort is commendable, but the results are weak. William opened his eyes and looked at her calmly. I know, aren't you disappointed? Disappointment won't solve the problem. William stood up and casually cast a purification spell, causing the water on his body to evaporate instantly. A flash of admiration crossed Alice's red eyes, and she chuckled softly. You seem to have a good attitude. She turned and floated toward the golden giant tree, the vines and swings gently swaying with her movement. However, if your goal is to break through to the second level quickly, relying on hard training alone isn't enough. William looked at her. Do you have any suggestions? Alice smiled slightly. Of course, but why should I tell you? William paused for a moment, then said calmly. If you're willing to guide me, I would be grateful. Grateful? Alice tilted her head, a dangerous gleam flashing in her red eyes. I'm not looking for empty promises. So, what do you want? She floated in front of him, gently tapping his chest with her fingertip. I want you to willingly stay by my side. William smiled faintly and shook his head slowly. Then forget it. Alice's smile deepened, but it was like a blooming poisonous rose. Why refuse? She reached out and brushed her hand over William's cheek, her voice soft but full of temptation. Wouldn't it be better to stay with me? Do you know how many want to become my subordinate but never get the chance? With your formation skills and alchemy talent, you could be my right hand. Your talent is just wasting away. It's such a shame. I can make your life as long as mine. William glanced at Alice and once again refused. 20 bottles of body-strengthening potion. William sat under the golden tree, his throat moving as a faint blue potion slid down his throat. He closed his eyes to breathe and meditate, his internal whirlpool frantically tearing at the enormous magic surrounding the golden tree. Bright blue points of light continuously flow into William's body, but as they pass through him, the energy keeps leaking out like water through a bamboo basket. Only thanks to the medicine's power can a small amount of magic seep into his flesh, slowly strengthening him. William closes his eyes and concentrates. He can clearly feel the rejection from the world's will. Those magic energies flow through his veins, but refuse to merge with his flesh. Such a stubborn little one, a cold voice says from above. Alice leans on a swing made of thorny vines, her long skirt fluttering in the wind, revealing her slender ankles. She plays with a golden leaf between her fingers, her blood-red pupils reflecting William's training figure. When the last glow of magic around William disappears, the leaf shatters into golden dust in her hand and slowly drifts down. William stands up and brushes off the gold dust from his pants. Suddenly, the swing swings in front of him, and her blood-red pupils are very close. Alice lightly steps on the ground barefoot. "Aren't you bored of chopping those bones all day?" With a clear chant, a silver longsword unsheathes sharply from beneath an ice coffin, and she wields it, creating beautiful sword flowers. She lightly tilts William's chin with the tip of her sword, her excited expression reflected in her red pupils. "To strengthen your power after boosting it with medicine. Do you want me to be your sparring partner?" William gently pinches the sword's tip with and slowly pushes it away, sighing helplessly. "Are you more interested in teasing me or just looking for a punching bag?" "Both," Alice replies. She steps down from the swing and lands gracefully. The moment her magic surges, countless vines burst from the ground. Emerald green branches weave into a circular arena about 30 meters in diameter. William looks at the formed arena and forces a bitter smile. It seems he can't escape this fight. Soon, two figures stand at opposite ends of the arena, ready for battle. Alice has already assumed the opening stance of elf swordsmanship. Her silver sword curves like a new moon in her hand, and her blue-white dress moves without wind, revealing her pure white feet. Opposite her, William casually lowers his sword tip, but his sword is already singing a fierce sword chant. The moment the golden leaf touches the ground, the two figures clash, and the leaf is shattered by the sword's energy. Clang! The powerful force from their first clash makes William's hand numb, and he immediately steps back. Alice takes advantage of the moment and chases forward, her slender sword stabbing repeatedly. But William's quick stab was stopped at a critical moment by the long sword. William's sword blocked the cold light aimed at his throat perfectly. As he spun around, his sword drew a perfect semicircle, forcing Alice to step back and defend. When the blades clashed, a clear ringing sound was heard. Alice's eyes showed more surprise and excitement. "Interesting," she said. She tapped the ground with her toes, and suddenly the small sword transformed into 9 shadowy images. The 9 sword shadows formed a curved barrier, blocking all escape routes. After their first clash, William realized he couldn't win by strength alone and decided to use skill. He charged forward with the sword's light, stabbing into the gap between the shadows at an impossible angle. At the moment he aimed for the real sword, he spun and kicked with his left leg toward Alice's waist, but she easily dodged in midair. "It seems the pressure from your highness isn't enough," William said, brushing sweat from his forehead and smiling lightly. "Perhaps you should show more strength?" Hearing this, Alice's crimson eyes flashed with danger. Her sword's energy suddenly surged. "As you wish." In an instant, her small sword turned into streaks of light, shooting out. Vines and thorns burst from the magic circle, wrapping toward William's legs. William moved forward instead of back, fully aware. He moved like a butterfly among the deadly thorns, swinging his sword to cut down the vines that approached his body. "Any skill is useless against absolute strength," he said coldly as Alice quickly approached, slashing fiercely at his right shoulder. William slightly turned his body, easily blocking the attack. At the same time, his sword had somehow swept close to the ground, aiming at Alice's ankle. Alice hurriedly jumped to avoid, but William's sword wind tore her skirt on the left side. As the fabric ripped, William withdrew his sword. Looking down at her exposed calf, Alice blushed with embarrassment beneath her fair skin. The thorn crown on her head emitted a strong blue-white glow. "How dare you? Fights can have surprises," William said lightly, shaking off the remaining force on his sword. "But your Highness's legs are really white," he added. This remark became the trigger. Alice's small sword, filled with powerful energy, stabbed toward William. But everything was part of William's plan. He pretended to stumble back, then suddenly threw his sword, which gathered almost all his magic power, at his pursuer. Alice couldn't dodge in time and could only instinctively block the flying sword, but she didn't realize it was a feint. Her true opponent's deadly move was William's ghostly close-range grab. "Got you," William said, his fingers gripping her wrist and vital point, while a hidden dagger pressed against her neck. A bead of sweat dripped from his chin onto Alice's pure white collarbone. "You lost, Your Highness. Focusing too much on your sword isn't wise." The intense movement made William gasp for breath. After 3 seconds of silence, the golden tree suddenly trembled violently. Alice floated in midair, her white hair wildly dancing like silver snakes, and the pressure around her shattered the vines of the arena. She pointed at William in the void, and William was thrown like a broken kite into the golden giant tree, hitting the trunk with a dull thud that shook down a shower of golden leaves. "Humph," she said with a displeased look, slowly descending into an ice coffin. When the lid closed, it caused the 12 jade pillars to tremble. A muffled, cold hum came from inside the coffin, making the gold dust on the ground jump. "Tomorrow at this time, continue." Cough. Women who can't accept defeat. William wiped the blood from his lips, leaning on the tree trunk and sitting cross-legged, casually sticking his long sword into the ground. Faint sounds of knocking came from inside the ice coffin, as if someone was hitting the coffin wall with their fist. William looked at the faint figure in the cold mist and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although the fight ended with Alice's anger and embarrassment, William felt a glimmer of hope. From their sword exchange, he realized that this beautiful princess might not be so ruthless after all. Inside the ice coffin, William saw Alice gently touching the wrist he had touched before. Her residual warmth made her blood-red pupils ripple. "Although you're trying to hide it, your occasional display of skill during the fight can't fool me easily." Alice pressed her palm against the icy wall, and the corner of her lips curled into a new crescent shape in her reflection. She stared at the young man outside the coffin, who was breathing steadily. "It's even difficult for you to reach the second level. I want you to stay here forever. Stay by my side forever. I won't let you leave." "Absolutely." The thorny crown on her head emitted a gentle blue-white glow. Alice's fingertips traced a mysterious spell on the icy wall. As the rune formed, a tiny vine silently wrapped around William's waist. William, who had closed off his 5 senses, was completely unaware of this. The branches of the golden giant tree shimmered with a golden glow under the dome-shaped magic circle. William sat cross-legged on the twisted roots, practicing his cultivation. A beam of light shone through the leaves, perfectly illuminating him. His powerful magic energy gradually calmed as he continued his training. Just as he opened his eyes, he heard a sudden whooshing sound. A long sword pierced the air just 3 inches in front of him. The sword's handle, wrapped in thorny vines, quickly snatched away the half-empty potion bottle from his hand. "Give it back," William said, reaching out to flick the unruly vines. The bright green branches immediately rubbed against his hand in a friendly way, but kept the potion bottle hidden more tightly. "That's called tuition." Alice's lazy voice came from above. She leaned lazily on a swing made of vines, her blue and white long dress swaying with her movement, slipping down to her knees and revealing a small, white, jade-like leg. "If you can satisfy me today, I'll tell you about a herb that can boost your soul power," she said. William stood up and brushed the gold dust off his pants. "Yesterday, we agreed I'd learn how to handle the dragon blood vine. Did we?" The crown prince tilted her head, blinking her red eyes. Her blue and white thorn crown slid toward her ear as she moved, a few strands of white hair falling onto her delicate collarbone. Then let's make up for it today. Before she finished speaking, a tiny sword suddenly turned into a streak of light and shot straight at his face. William hurriedly turned aside, the sword's tip slicing past his ear and cutting a few black hairs. He rolled into the air onto a round platform woven from vines. Frantically, he took out a long sword from his space ring. Stop. That's an ambush. Enemies don't wait for you to be ready during a fight. Alice's voice still floated in the air, and a second sword, shining coldly, struck toward him. She twirled her wrist, and the sword's tip drew several afterimages in the air, sealing all of William's escape routes. Unknowingly, William had been in this space for quite some time. During this period of close contact, his relationship with Alice had become much more harmonious. During her lunch break, Alice sat cross-legged on a branch of the golden tree, her skirt fluttering in the wind. She tapped her fingers, which were coated with amber-colored honey, and watched William roasting fish below the tree. "Chef, add less chili." "Yes, Your Highness," William replied obediently, but he deliberately shook his wrist while sprinkling the spices. "Oh no, I slipped." The golden grilled fish was suddenly covered with chili powder. Alice appeared behind William, grabbing his collar. The young man quickly raised the grilled fish high above his head. "Calm down. This is the last mambo fish. I told you I don't like it too spicy." Alice narrowed her dangerous red eyes. Her hair floated without wind, and the temperature around them started to drop rapidly. "Don't worry, just pat the chili off the surface." William tried to save the situation as Alice's gaze grew more dangerous. She slightly leaned forward, her white hair falling around his neck, carrying a cool scent. "It's better that way, or shall we consider whether someone secretly drank my special wine buried under the golden tree yesterday? Should I turn you into an ice sculpture? Or I'll teach you how to make a potion to help with training." William suddenly produced a shining potion. Just as an apology, Alice hummed softly and released her grip. As she turned around, vines automatically wove themselves into a beautiful garden chair behind her. She sat gracefully, her skirt spreading out like flower petals. "That's more like it." At night, the magic circle on the dome mimicked moonlight pouring into the underground hall. William lay on the thick branch of the golden tree. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting tiny spots of light on his face. He gazed at the magic circle on the ceiling, lost in thought. It had been about a month since he was confined here to train. Suddenly, a soft sound came from the ice coffin. Alice emerged with her white hair tousled, her red eyes shining like two rubies in the moonlight. She looked at William on the tree. "It's so late, and you're not sleeping?" "Thinking about some things." Alice yawned and sank into a swing chair, her sheer nightgown revealing her graceful curves, making William unable to look away. "Want to go out?" "Maybe." "That's impossible. You have to stay by my side and be my opponent." Her voice was lazy with sleepiness. "Your Highness, do you plan to stay here forever?" "I can't go out now. And I can't go home either." When William jumped down from the branch to rest, he found Alice already curled up and sleeping on the vine-woven swing chair. The moonlight outlined her delicate profile. Under the sheer blue and white fabric, her majestic chest rose and fell gently with her breathing. William felt his ears grow warm and quickly left quietly. The next morning, William stood in the center of the training ground, wiping his long sword. He looked up at the bright, golden magic circle on the ceiling. Its light reflected in his dark eyes, showing determination. "Elise," he suddenly spoke, his voice echoing in the empty hall. The elf woman with white hair and red eyes leaned on a swing in front of a giant golden tree. Her blue and white dress hugged her graceful figure. She lazily lifted her eyelids, and her red eyes looked at William with curiosity. Why so eager today? Her slender fingers tapped the swing's armrest lightly, and a silver sword appeared in her other hand. William grinned and pretended to be confident. "I think, if I only used sword skills, I could easily beat someone at your level." Elise raised an eyebrow, a hint of danger flashing in her red eyes. She lightly tapped her sword on the ground. "Oh, are you challenging me?" "Just stating the facts," William shrugged. "But if you're afraid to bet." "Bet what?" She squinted, a playful smile on her lips. William pretended to be relaxed and spread his hands. "The winner can make the loser do one thing." Elise was silent for a moment. then suddenly laughed softly. She stood gracefully, her long dress flowing like water over her long legs. As she stepped forward, her thorn crown sparkled faintly. "All right," she said, stopping 3 steps from William, her small sword pointed at the ground. "But don't blame me if I punish you too harshly when you beg for mercy." When William and Elise faced each other on the arena, William suddenly looked into her eyes and asked, "Elise, what do you think is the highest level a sword can reach?" "I don't know. I only know that the sword in my hand can cut through obstacles blocking my path." William sighed and shook his head after hearing her answer. "Your understanding of swords is too narrow, or maybe it's because this world can't hold more." He then teased, "Watch carefully, Elise. The next sword I use will be very powerful." "Oh? I look forward to it," Elise said, raising an eyebrow with an interested look. At the moment the golden leaves fall to the ground, time stops. Alice still keeps her smile and is ready to rush forward. Everything around her freezes at the same moment. William slowly walks toward Alice and finally places his sword across her pure white neck. The golden leaves in the air drift down slowly. Time begins to flow again, and the surrounding scenery starts moving. The fight was quick, and it ended just as fast. "You lost. Do you understand this sword?" William says calmly on the surface. But secretly, he's thinking, "You just learned. Do you understand? During this time, using 3rd level strength, you've often used me as a punching bag. Duh. And you call it strengthening your basics by increasing pressure." As for why he didn't just kill Alice at the start, it's because he couldn't break her defense. William can only manipulate time with swordsmanship, but he doesn't have very strong strength himself. Can an 8th level defense be broken by a 2nd level attack? Alice's blood-red pupils suddenly tighten. In that instant, she lost control over William's figure, and she sensed the aura of the law of time. When she regained her senses, she was already in this situation. She looked down at the long sword just an inch from her throat, her fingertips trembling slightly. "Is this the realm your sword can reach?" Her voice is full of surprise. William calmly sheaths his sword. "Yes, this is the realm of my swordsmanship." Alice covers her face and laughs wildly. "Huh? Using sword skills to interfere with the law of time? Is that really possible?" "Huh. Do you know what you've done?" "William, you keep surprising me more and more." Lillian says, "William, you won. You lost the bet. Say it. What do you want?" William takes a deep breath and looks directly into her eyes. "After I solve your problem, let me leave." The air instantly freezes. Alice's originally joyful face quickly turns cold, visibly so. Suddenly, a fierce cold aura erupts around her. Her hair moves without wind, and every word sounds like it's squeezed from her teeth. "Impossible. You must stay by my side." William knows Alice won't agree to this directly, so he quickly explains, "After I solve it, I can split my soul and create a living clone. I will seal this clone into the device you prepared. This way, even if I leave, my spiritual presence will remain strong enough." Alice's pupils suddenly constricted. She stared at William for a long time, then sneered. "Splitting your soul? Do you understand the damage it does to the origin of the soul? Not to mention, do you have enough strong soul power to do such a split with your humble strength?" "I can," William replied firmly. Alice clenched her fists, wanting to refuse, but her pride prevented her from breaking her promise. Her long white hair swept out a cold arc behind her. She still moved gracefully, each step precisely on the golden patterns of the marble floor. The hem of her blue and white dress rippled with her movements, but it looked a bit stiff compared to usual. The branches and leaves of the golden tree swayed without wind as she approached, as if welcoming its lonely queen. "Do as you wish." When these words left her lips, they were wrapped in a familiar coldness. William watched her figure as she left, feeling a bit helpless. Although he won this bet, it seemed to have ruined the good relationship they had worked hard to build recently. William took a deep breath and pulled out a banner embroidered with dark gold runes from his chest. He flicked his wrist, and the banner precisely landed around the 7 directions of the golden giant tree, forming a perfect formation. As the last banner was placed, a visible flow of magic energy immediately appeared in the air. "Rise," William shouted softly, quickly forming hand seals. The magic in the entire hall began to gather wildly, guided by the formation, gradually condensing into a huge liquid magic sphere. This formation was a modified version of a technique from the cultivation world, capable of gathering and compressing surrounding magic power. At this moment, beads of sweat appeared on William's forehead. He didn't expect that reaching the second level through his own cultivation would be so difficult. With his current progress, it was impossible to break through before the entrance exam. The magic liquid, drawn by the formation from the enormous magic within the golden giant tree, was his last hope. "Are you crazy?" Alice's voice suddenly came from the direction of the ice coffin. She was barefoot on the white jade floor, her blue and white dress fluttering in the chaotic magic currents, outlining her graceful figure. Breaking through forcefully can be risky. At worst, it damages your magic circuit. At best, it destroys your cultivation. William slowly opened his eyes, reflecting a swirl of colorful magic liquid in his pupils. He could feel the huge energy contained in the liquid magic. If not controlled properly, it could easily overwhelm him. But William had little choice. He firmly said, "I know the risks. But time waits for no one." Suddenly, Alice appeared behind William. She bent down quickly, her long fingers gripping his shoulder tightly. Her red eyes sparkled with a dangerous light. "Is risking your future really worth entering the Brightness Academy?" William looked up at her, meeting Lillian's gaze directly. "It's not just for the academy. It's also to help you better solve your problems." They stared at each other closely. Alice's silver-white hair fell a few strands onto William's face, feeling cool to the touch. Finally, she slowly released her grip, turned back to her swing, and said coldly, "Do as you like, but don't die. Your life belongs to me." Hearing Alice's proud tone, William couldn't help but smile slightly. He closed his eyes again and slowly sank into the liquid magic. The golden giant tree seemed to sense his determination. The golden energy flowing through its branches grew even richer. William endured the sharp pain of forcing magic into his body, while carefully controlling the amount of magic he absorbed to avoid overloading himself. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Although Alice appeared indifferent on the surface, her body remained tense, always ready to rescue William if he couldn't hold on. Looking at the increasingly powerful magic inside him, William knew that in a little while, he would truly reach the second stage. But just as he was about to break through, an unexpected change occurred. An invisible pressure descended from the sky. William felt his magic start to reverse flow, as if being forcibly drained by some presence. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a swirling vortex of magic around him. The liquid magic was evaporating rapidly. "Is this the suppression of the world's will?" William was shocked. He had never imagined that the will of the world would oppose him so strongly, even personally intervening. Alice also sensed something was wrong. She suddenly stood up sharply. "How is this possible?" Her red eyes narrowed, filled with disbelief. How could the will of the world target him? William clenched his teeth, his muscles twisting in pain. He could clearly feel his magic rapidly draining away. If this continues, not only will his breakthrough fail, but he might also lose his first-level cultivation. "I can't go on like this. I have to fight." William made a firm decision inside. "I used to ignore you before. Don't think I'm afraid of you." He focused all his energy, his divine consciousness surging wildly inside him, finally forming a long, black sword. As soon as the sword took shape, the light in the hall seemed to be swallowed up. The scattered magic was pulled back into his body by the terrifying suction of the sword, creating a small black hole. Alice instinctively took 2 steps forward, her red lips slightly parted, clearly shocked by what she saw. He can actually resist the will of the world. Is this why he can suppress the presence inside me? The branches of the golden giant tree shook violently. William's body was torn by the struggle, leaving many wounds. Blood vessels like spider webs appeared on his skin, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. But he clenched his teeth tightly, continuously pouring magic into his body. The black sword in his mind made a faint sword sound as it fought against the invisible will of the world. "Hold on," Alice whispered softly, her delicate fingers unconsciously clutching her skirt tightly. After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly raised her hand and lightly tapped her forehead. A golden light shot toward the golden giant tree. The tree immediately shone brightly, and its vast life force surged toward William. With the support of the golden giant tree, faint golden mysterious patterns appeared on William's body. These patterns moved like living creatures on his skin, constantly repairing his damaged body. The black hole's gravity and the will of the world's control over magic pulled against each other, creating a tense confrontation in this secret space. It was a tug-of-war, but William's strength surpassed that of a second-level cultivator, ending the struggle. Until the chaotic magic in the hall gradually calmed down. William slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light passing through his pupils. Success. He felt the new power flowing within him. Every cell was filled with unprecedented vitality. Alice stood 3 steps away, her silver-white hair gently flowing in the residual magic waves. She crossed her arms and looked away coldly, saying, "Humph, you're lucky." But the joy flickering in her red eyes revealed her true feelings. William tried to move his fingers, each movement stronger than before. He looked at the golden giant tree behind him, which had calmed down but looked a bit weak. "Thank you," William said with a smile to Alice. Alice raised her delicate eyebrows, and her blue-white thorn crown sparkled in the light of the magic circle. "Thank what? I didn't help you." She turned around, her skirt flowing in a graceful arc, deliberately avoiding William's gaze. William chuckled softly. "Thank you for guiding the life force of the golden giant tree. And thank you for caring so much but pretending not to care." Alice's ears turned faint pink instantly. "Nonsense. I told you, you can't die yet." Seeing shy Alice, William nodded with a smile. He felt a faint, floating energy within him. He knew he needed a lot of time to strengthen his realm, but at least he caught up with the selection at the Bright Academy. William looked up at the magic circle on the dome, as if he could see the world's consciousness, and showed a contemptuous smile. At night, William lay on a makeshift bed, his muscles still sore from the breakthrough. He turned his head toward the ice coffin, vaguely seeing Alice sleeping inside. The moonlight mimicked by the magic circle shone through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on her delicate features. Next, William whispered to himself, his voice fading into the silent hall. "It's time to fulfill my promise." As William summoned a black sword, far to the south, inside a huge castle, a large black sickle kept emanating faint sword intent. William opened his eyes, the branches of the golden giant tree casting mottled shadows above him. He slowly moved his neck, feeling his consciousness mostly restored. The bitter taste of the healing potion still lingered on his tongue, making him frown unconsciously. It's time to settle the last matter and prepare to leave. William's gaze passed through the drifting golden leaves and fell on the slender figure on the swing. Alice was leaning against a swing made of vines, her long white hair flowing like a waterfall. The glow from the magic circle shone through the leaves, casting a soft light around her outline. Hearing a sound, she slightly turned her head, a faint flicker passing through her red eyes. "Looks like you're recovering well." Alice's delicate fingers twirled a strand of white hair. William sat cross-legged, smiling slightly. "Thanks to you, I'm still lively and active." After saying that, he closed his eyes, made hand signs over his chest, and began to activate his inner energy. As he moved, a faint golden light appeared on his forehead, growing brighter until it separated into a small, gentle halo floating in front of him. "Is that?" Alice instinctively straightened up, her red eyes widening as they reflected the mysterious glow. William's forehead beaded with sweat. He gently touched the halo with his index finger. Inside the halo, a tiny sword shadow gradually formed. Though only the size of a fingernail, it radiated a sharp, intimidating sword aura. "You're done splitting your soul already?" Alice's voice suddenly rose in surprise. She hurried over to William, looking shocked. "Did you really split your soul? And with hardly any after effects?" Her voice trembled with disbelief. William opened his eyes, meeting her close-up red gaze. "That's just a small part. And my soul is a bit special." Alice narrowed her eyes, then suddenly reached out and pinched William's chin, forcing him to look up at her. She carefully examined his pupils, sensing his body and soul. "No severe after effects," she muttered softly, her fingers trembling slightly as she released him. "This can't be." William rubbed his sore chin. "I told you, I can solve your problem." Only William himself knew that he was unaffected because his soul was of very high quality, which is why he didn't get hurt. He pointed to the floating halo. "Try it and see if it works." Alice focused on how her body felt, and when she realized it was helping her, she nodded at William. William smiled and said again with confidence, "There is also a hint of my sword intent inside. You can feel it whenever you practice." After calming down, Alice crossed her arms, and her blue and white long dress hugged her graceful curves perfectly. "Then what? Where do you plan to put this? It can't just float around forever." "That's exactly what I want to ask you." William stood up and brushed imaginary dust off his clothes. "Do you have any? Personal items? Preferably something you can carry with you." Alice raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in her red eyes. She elegantly raised her hand and took off the floating blue and white thorn crown on her head. The delicate crown slowly spun in her palm, emitting a soft glow. "This was left to me by my mother. It can protect the soul." Her voice suddenly became gentle. "It has been with me since I was born." William's eyes widened. "That's very precious. Maybe you should exchange it for something else." "Shut up." Alice impatiently interrupted him and handed the crown to William. "Hurry up." William knew he probably couldn't retrieve his spiritual power now. Carefully, he took the crown, feeling the strong magic within, along with a faint minty scent, Alice's aura. He steadied his mind and guided his spiritual consciousness to slowly merge into the crown. As the last bit of light disappeared inside, the crown suddenly glowed softly, then returned to normal. "It's done." William exhaled and handed the crown back to Alice. "After I leave, if you're bored, you can activate the clone inside." He gave a mysterious smile. "There will be a surprise." "So mysterious." Alice took the crown, her fingertips gently stroking the thorn surface. Suddenly, she looked up, her ruby-like eyes directly meeting William's. "Do you know what it means to split a soul?" William shrugged. "For me, it's just a few days of feeling down. Normal people would go crazy from the pain." Alice's tone became serious. She grabbed William's collar, their faces close. "Those with weak strength will suffer permanent damage to their soul. Next time, don't do such dangerous things without telling me." William could smell a faint, fresh scent on her and see the anger flickering in her bright red eyes. "But I am not an ordinary person," William said softly. "I am a sword immortal." William silently thought the second half. Elise stared at him for a long time, then finally snorted and let go of his hand. "Such an arrogant guy." She turned and walked toward the swing, her silver hair flowing behind her. "Are you really leaving?" Her voice suddenly lowered. William looked at her back, lips pressed together. "Yes. Isn't it better to stay with me forever?" Elise's voice was unusually fragile. She turned around, her bright red eyes shining with complex emotions. "This place has everything. I can give you the best training resources. Even if you can't cultivate, I can make sure you won't die from old age." William shook his head. "This place is good, but it lacks a bit of excitement." He paused briefly, then said again, "And I have more important things to do." Elise's eyes suddenly turned dangerous. "What if I don't agree?" "Sorry." William looked directly into her eyes. "But I don't think you can stop me." Elise frowned. "What do you mean?" "I've poisoned our usual food," William said. "The ingredients here can't make an antidote. We have to go outside to find one. Without the antidote for a while, we will both die." Elise's pupils shrank suddenly. "That's impossible. How could you poison me without me knowing?" "Elise, you underestimate me again." William smiled bitterly. "Even ordinary ingredients can become toxic when mixed, not to mention the special seasonings I brought." Elise remembered the scene during the bet when William hid his true limits, causing her to make a wrong judgment. What if his alchemy skills weren't as simple as they seemed? Thinking of this, Elise's face suddenly turned pale. "William, this joke isn't funny at all." "Elise, I'm sorry." William's voice was soft but firm. "I'm not joking." They looked at each other for a long time, and the air seemed to freeze. The leaves of the golden giant tree silently drifted down, slowly swirling between them. "On what grounds do you think I won't let you go?" Elise finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly. William took a deep breath. "If my life depends on someone else, I will never let that person leave my sight." He raised his hand toward the glowing magic circle above the dome, clenched his fist slightly as if trying to grasp the light. "Especially when that person is weak and could die at any moment outside. I won't let my life be in someone else's hands." Alice remained silent. She turned to look at the ice coffin, her white hair covering her face. After a long moment, her voice carried a hint of stubbornness. "Within a month, I want to see the antidote. Can I still trust you?" "I promise. It's time to go." William slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the 12 white jade pillars, finally resting on the towering golden tree. The branches and leaves of the golden tree cast dappled shadows overhead. The golden magic circle on the dome emitted a warm glow, lighting up his slightly tired face. William lightly jumped onto the trunk, forming a sharp sword energy with his fingertips. After a moment of hesitation, he cut off a small branch that shimmered with gold, which had 9 golden leaves. The cut branch immediately oozed clear sap, radiating a strong magical aura, but the wound healed itself quickly. Carefully, William stored the branch in his space ring, then turned to look at the direction of the ice coffin, where a familiar outline was faintly visible inside. Alice, I'm leaving now. I will exchange this branch using the method of making a teleportation talisman. Also, I owe you a favor. If you need anything, get lost. Alice's angry shout sounded like a thunderclap. Suddenly, the golden branch behind William shot up violently, cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound toward his back. Caught off guard, William was struck and flung backward. He tumbled through the air as the heavy doors of the hall slowly opened. Outside was no longer the dark corridor, but a long-lost dim world. Meanwhile, outside the land of the dead, Doreen floated above the scorched earth, her black hair fluttering in the wind. Her delicate face was full of worry. Her purple gown was torn in several places by thorns, but her elegant aura remained unchanged. William, she whispered softly, clutching a faintly glowing jade slip tightly in her slender fingers. Over the past month, she had explored almost every corner of this land of the dead and cleared out all the monsters, but she still couldn't find William. If it weren't for the special jade slip William made still glowing faintly, Doreen would have thought William had left her forever. Suddenly, there was a strong magic wave coming from the ground ahead. Doreen sensed a familiar aura, her pupils shrank, and she rushed toward the source. She saw a huge in the ground, revealing a magnificent hall below. Is this? Before she could look carefully, she saw a familiar figure inside. That slim figure, messy black hair, little William. Without hesitation, she leapt into her violet dress blossomed in the air as she caught her flying son. Mom? William looked up with wide eyes, unable to believe the sudden appearance of Doreen. She hugged her son tightly, her slender arms surprisingly strong. Her voice was choked with emotion. You little kid. Do you know how worried I was? William felt his mother's trembling body and gently hugged her back. Sorry, I made you worry. Suddenly, Doreen pushed William away and held his face carefully, examining him. You've lost weight. Are you hurt? What exactly happened this month? After confirming William was okay, her gaze shifted to the figure behind him. At that moment, the large door behind Doreen and William was slowly closing. William turned around and saw a white-haired figure floating in the air before the golden tree. Alice held a silver sword, her blue-white dress fluttering with magic energy, and her red eyes shone with a fierce killing intent. Was it her who took you? Doreen asked doubtfully, shielding William behind her, her movements gentle but firm. Sort of. William scratched his cheek. Intruder, your aura. What is your relationship with the evil god? Alice's voice was cold as ice, her overwhelming pressure like a mountain. Doreen frowned slightly and looked at William, who seemed confused. I have no relation to the evil god. Don't lie, Alice shouted sharply, her white hair moving without wind. If it weren't for that evil god, I wouldn't have been forced to sleep for over 10,000 years. Her sword suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Dolan saw that this battle was unavoidable, so she quickly cast a purple magic shield around William. Then she rushed toward Alice. Her son had been kidnapped and missing for almost a month. Dolan was full of anger, just waiting for a chance to vent. Boom! A powerful wave of magic energy burst from Dolan's body, causing space to explode as her 5 fingers clenched. A huge claw wrapped in black flames tore through the air, rushing toward Alice. Alice snorted coldly, swinging her sword in a graceful arc, breaking the giant claw into a shower of stars. Behind her, thick thorny vines burst from the ground, forming sharp spikes that rained down on Dolan like a storm. Dolan's lips curled slightly, allowing the spikes to hit her protective shield. She gracefully raised her hand. A white ring glowed faintly, and a large magic circle appeared above her head. 7 black flame stones floated down from it, falling toward Alice. The ground melted into red-hot lava under the intense heat, except for the area where William was, which remained safe. William stood on the ground, looking up at the two fighting in the sky, his eyes full of worry. But he knew this level of battle was beyond his current strength. All he could do now was watch silently. Alice's sword suddenly emitted a bright blue-white glow. Thorny vines formed a sky-reaching web, catching the rain of fire. Amid the crackling of burning vines, she moved like lightning, her sword creating a cross-shaped streak of light. Holy sword energy cut through obstacles, heading straight for Dolan. The protective shield shattered, and Alice, filled with fierce killing intent, charged at Dolan, her sword aimed at her throat. Dolan gently raised her right hand. Dark elements condensed into a swirling vortex in her palm, twisting the space within 10 meters with terrifying gravity. Calmly, she threw this destructive energy at Alice. Alice did not retreat but advanced, her small sword shining brilliantly. Blue-white patterns spread along the blade, and her floating crown of thorny blue-white vines emitted a strong glow. Several magic circles appeared around her, with countless thorny spear-like vines stabbing out, colliding fiercely with a dark vortex. Boom! The space collapsed into a bottomless abyss, and the twisted shockwave cut through 12 white jade pillars. Just as Alice prepared to launch a more powerful attack, Dolan's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Wait, I am an enemy of the evil god. I want to talk to you alone." Alice's movements paused slightly, her sword hovering in midair. She coldly glanced at William on the ground and slowly sheathed her delicate sword. "You'd better tell the truth, or even if you're at the 8th level like me, I am confident I can defeat you." Doreen chuckled softly upon hearing this. She had long noticed the special attitude the elf prince held toward William. "Of course," she said gracefully, making an inviting gesture. The two floated in midair, and Doreen casually cast a soundproof barrier. Alice crossed her arms, her white hair flowing in the residual magic energy, and coldly said, "Speak." Doreen looked at William below with a hint of curiosity and softly said, "What I'm about to say isn't something William needs to know right now." Alice's red eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't respond or object. Doreen gently adjusted her skirt, which was tousled by the aftermath of the battle. A trace of nostalgia flickered in her dark eyes. She raised a hand to tuck a strand of black hair behind her ear, her elegant movement making her previous display of terrifying power seem unbelievable. "I guess you've noticed." Doreen's voice was soft but carried undeniable strength, the aura of the evil god inside me. Alice crossed her arms, her blue-white dress gently flowing in the magic energy. She slightly lifted her chin, her red eyes flickering with caution. "Get to the point." Doreen smiled indifferently, her fingertips lightly stroking her wedding ring on her ring finger. "When I was 10, I was discovered by a priest of the evil god's church to have the qualification of a vessel." Her voice was calm, as if she was recounting someone else's story. "They called me a saintess, but in reality, I was just a shell cultivated for the evil god's arrival." Alice's eyebrows twitched subtly, but quickly returned to her cold expression. "At 50, Doreen continued, an accident revealed the truth to me. So, I started planning to kill the high priest responsible for cultivating me, then escape. When I reached the 7th level at 70, she added with a slight smile, I finally got my chance." She smiled faintly. "With my great strength, I escaped while the church's high-level fighters were away. On my wandering journey through the surrounding countries, I met North, who is William's father. We fell in love and found a remote place to settle down." After sharing her story, Doreen looked at her and softly said, "This is my connection with the evil god. I can feel a faint evil god aura remaining inside you, so I want to understand why." "None of this concerns you," Alice interrupted coldly. Her white hair moved without wind. "Since the misunderstanding is cleared up, you should leave now." Doreen thoughtfully examined Alice, noticing the killing intent in her eyes when she mentioned the evil god. She decided not to ask further. "All right." Doreen gracefully spread her hands. "It seems you are friends with William." "We are not friends." Alice cut her off again, her voice sharp like a blade. "He's just a reckless fool." A hint of understanding flashed in Doreen's eyes, but she wisely chose not to reveal it. "Anyway, thank you for taking care of him during this time." She paused. "Now, Can I take him home? Alice turned her face away, her crimson eyes looking toward the broken white jade pillar in the distance. Suit yourself, she said coldly. Alice turned and left, her blue and white dress cutting through the air sharply. Don't reveal my presence. I can't let the evil god church find out about me right now. Understood. Doreen watched Alice's figure disappear, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Oh, and if you want to avoid meeting the evil god church, it's best not to show up around here lately. Recently, there have been traces of 6th-rank bishops of the evil god church nearby. Thank you. After the reminder, Doreen gently waved her hand to lift the soundproof barrier and gracefully landed beside William. Mom. William immediately ran over, worry filling his black eyes. What did you talk about? And the evil god. Doreen gently ruffled her son's hair. Don't worry, we just talked about some past events. She took William's arm and then seriously warned him. And about gods, that's not something you should know about now. Don't try to learn their names, because speaking their names might attract their attention. That's too dangerous for someone as weak as you now. Okay, William thought about how similar situations might exist in the cultivation world. He decided to prepare himself before trying to learn more. Before leaving, William looked back toward the golden giant tree and faintly saw the lonely figure with white hair inside the ice coffin. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he just let out a gentle sigh and placed the crafting jade slip for the great teleportation talisman on the swing where she often sat. Doreen tenderly held William's hand. Let's go home. Lisa and your father must be very worried. Just as they were about to leave the hall, a cold voice suddenly sounded. William. William quickly turned around and saw Alice standing under the golden tree, her white hair flowing, holding William's jade slip. Remember your antidote. If you dare to deceive me again, even with your mother's protection, I will cut off your head, she said. After speaking, her figure disappeared again. Doreen noticed her son's apologetic look and gently squeezed his arm. It seems you have some interesting stories to tell me. William scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. Well, it's a long story. Doreen smiled knowingly. She took one last look at the magnificent hall and led William into the gray world outside. Behind them, the door slowly closed, sealing the white-haired figure back inside the silent hall. Only the branches of the golden tree swayed gently, as if silently saying goodbye. The moment William stepped out of the teleportation array, the smell of decayed organic matter unique to the Shadow Mountain range hit him, sharply contrasting with the lingering fragrance of the golden tree in the hall. Strange. William looked around, frowning slightly. It's too quiet. Doreen adjusted her violet dress blown by the wind and looked up. What's wrong? The land of the dead shouldn't be so quiet. William's consciousness spread like ripples. Within 10 miles, there isn't even a low-level skeleton soldier. Doreen suddenly stopped brushing her dress, her long fingers twisting unnaturally. Well, she blinked and showed an overly sweet smile. Maybe. They all moved away. William turned to face his mother, his black eyes fixed on her. Mom. All right. Doreen pouted, acting like a little girl who had done something wrong. I was just a bit anxious when I looked for you, so I tidied up a bit. She made a small gesture. Just a little. William silently sighed. He should have guessed. Given his mother's personality, she couldn't stay calm when she couldn't find her son. Seeing that her son was silent, Doreen immediately moved closer. The scent of cedarwood wafted past William's nose. Stop talking about that. Quickly tell me, what has happened this past month? Without any outsiders around, Doreen returned to being the familiar mother William knew. Her eyes sparkled. What's going on with you and that white-haired elf? Her name is Alice Freya, William explained as he walked, hiding some worries, like the matter of splitting souls. He only said that she needed him to make a special potion to bring her here. Listening to William's revised story, Doreen smiled slyly when she heard about their training sessions every 2 days. That beautiful elf probably has a crush on my talented William, doesn't she? William shook his head helplessly. No way. I even poison the food every day just to leave. What? Doreen gasped, startling a few crows in the distance. You poisoned her? Doreen sighed helplessly, rubbing her forehead. My dear son, she said with a mix of tears and laughter. You've really upset someone this time. William looked confused. I had no choice. I just wanted to go home, Doreen scolded, poking his chest. You actually poisoned such a beautiful elf. If I weren't here, next time you see her, that 8th tier elf prince might take her back to warm his bed. Is Alice an 8th tier elf? Then can her mother, who can fight her, also be 8th tier? William's concern was clear, and he didn't see eye to eye with Doreen. Doreen's expression instantly changed from anger to pride. She straightened her chest, and her skirt fluttered gently in the mountain breeze. Of course, your mother is a real 8th tier grand mage. She tiptoed and tousled William's hair. Quick, say Mom is so powerful. William tilted his head to dodge, but a slight smile appeared on his lips. So, does Dad know? Of course he does, Doreen snorted. Suddenly, she leaned in close, lowering her voice mysteriously. Let me tell you a secret. I've been pretending to be a 7th tier mage for many years. Watching his mother's childish expression, William suddenly felt that the formidable-looking elf prince didn't seem so scary anymore. The two of them flew along the ground, and the outline of Ash's city gradually became clearer. Dolan suddenly remembered something and tugged on William's sleeve. By the way, that Alice. What do you think of her? William thought for a moment. She's okay, just okay. Dolan's eyes widened. Such a beautiful elf, and you just say okay? She's a bit less impressive than my mother, William honestly replied. Dolan suddenly stopped walking, her violet eyes shining with suspicion. Little William is finally speaking sweet words. She made a move to run and hug him, but William quickly dodged. I'm talking about her strength, William added. Dolan's smile froze on her face. Humph, such a blockhead. As the sun set, the mother and son finally reached the gates of Ashen City. Dolan suddenly became serious, adjusting her skirt. Remember, don't tell anyone my true strength. William nodded, then thought of something. I want you to help deliver Alice's antidote when you have time. Don't worry, Dolan winked. Mommy will handle your future wife. Mom. Dolan laughed loudly and ran into the city gates, her violet skirt fluttering like a butterfly in the evening light. William watched his mother's back, shook his head, and followed her. Morning light shone through stained glass windows, casting colorful spots on the marble floor of Count Groqui's mansion. Lisa Stewart paced back and forth in the hall. Her bright red hair swayed with her hurried steps, like flickering flames. Her crimson eyes kept glancing toward the door. Lisa, don't worry. Count North stood by the window, his golden hair glowing softly in the morning light. His long fingers unconsciously stroked the window frame. Dolan sent word that she's on her way back, he said calmly, but his frequent glances at the door showed his anxiety. Cecilia stood quietly by the stairs, her slender fingers clutching the edge of her apron tightly. Today, she wore a new maid outfit, her black lace skirt swaying gently with her restless steps. Her pink eyes fixed on the door, with a faint blue-black shadow underneath, clearly indicating she hadn't rested well this past month. They're back, Cecilia suddenly spoke, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. The moment the door was pushed open, Lisa rushed out like the wind. William, she exclaimed, opening her arms to hug the boy who had just entered. William's face quickly buried into her full chest, and the scent of cedar filled the air. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Lisa's voice choked with emotion, her arms tightly wrapped around William like chains. Her red eyes were filled with tears. I swear I will never let you be in danger again. William struggled in her embrace, his voice muffled. Aunt Lisa. I can't breathe. Doreen stood nearby, her violet skirt swaying slightly with her light steps. Her black eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, and a sly smile played on her lips. Oh, our little William is so popular. Count North cleared his throat and gently patted Lisa's shoulder. Lisa, if you don't let go, William will suffocate. Realizing what had happened, Lisa hurriedly released William. She took his face with her slender fingers, her red eyes full of determination. I swear, I will protect you from now on. Her fingertips lightly brushed his flushed cheek. William took a deep breath of fresh air, then looked up at his father with a familiar mischievous smile. Father, you look quite tired. Are you worried about me and can't sleep? Count North reached out and gently ruffled William's black hair, his movements so soft it was hard to believe he was a powerful warrior. You little rascal, making fun of your old dad as soon as you return. His amber eyes were full of relief, and his lips couldn't help but curl upward. But it's good to have you back. William's gaze crossed his father's shoulder and landed on Sasha standing by the pillar. The girl's eyes were red, her delicate fingers clutching the edge of her apron tightly. Her face looked a bit worn, with obvious dark circles under her eyes. "Who made my little maid sad?" William asked, walking forward with a teasing tone. Sasha suddenly burst into tears. She threw herself into William's arms, burying her face in his shoulder. "Master, I thought I would never see you again." Her voice was broken, warm tears soaking his clothes. William gently patted Sasha's back, feeling her trembling body. This lively girl, usually full of energy, now looks fragile like a scared little bird. "Silly girl," he whispered, gently brushing her messy black hair. "Your young master is a genius. How could he die so easily?" Cecilia looked up, tears still in her pink eyes. "But you disappeared for a whole month." Her fingers unconsciously clutched William's sleeve, afraid he might vanish again. "I promise." William gently wiped her tears with his finger, smiling kindly. "Next time I go out, I'll take you with me, okay?" Doreen had somehow come closer, her scent of cedar mixed with a teasing laugh. "Oh my, our little William is quite the mischievous man." She winked at Norse, her violet skirt swaying with her movement. "Looks like little William is just as popular as you used to be." Norse shook his head helplessly, but his eyes were full of smiles. Lisa watched the two hugging, a hint of complicated feelings flashing in her deep red eyes. Her long fingers unconsciously clenched together. Cecilia suddenly realized she had been rude, hurriedly pulling back from William's embrace, her cheeks slightly red. "Sorry, I was rude." She nervously adjusted her slightly messy skirt. William held her hand, playfully winking. "Of course, my personal maid has special privileges." He turned to his family. "By the way, I'm starving. Is there anyone who can pity me, a lost child returning home? Dinner is ready." Doreen cheerfully took her son's arm. "With your favorite honey pies and creamy mushroom soup." She suddenly lowered her voice, her eyes sparkling with gossip. "And by the way, tell your father and the others about you and that white-haired elf." "Mom." In the dining room, sunlight streamed through stained glass, casting colorful spots on the long table. William was seated at the head, surrounded by various delicious foods. Cecilia stood behind him, occasionally pouring tea or refilling his cup, her happiness almost overflowing. "So," Lisa elegantly cut her steak, her long legs crossed beneath her deep blue dress. "So, that elf who took you." William took a sip of soup. "We made a deal," Norse teased. "What kind of deal needs poison to make sure?" William almost choked and said, "How does my father know?" "Your mother just accidentally let it slip," North said helplessly, looking at his innocent-looking wife. Doreen stuck out her tongue, her black eyes sparkling with mischief. "I just couldn't help it. Little William actually poisoned a girl. I'm a bit worried about my son's future." "Yeah," North nodded. "Cough, cough." William coughed heavily, his cheeks turning red. "My future doesn't need worrying." Cecilia tried to hide her smile, her teapot trembling slightly from holding back laughter. Her pink eyes were full of gentle happiness. "Anyway," William quickly changed the subject. "I promised to help Elise with her needs. In return, she will let me go." Doreen suddenly leaned in, the scent of cedar filling the air. "Is it that simple? No other special agreement?" She blinked meaningfully. "Mom." Laughter echoed in the warm dining hall of the Earl's mansion. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a golden glow over the reunited family. Cecilia stood behind William, watching him laugh and talk with his family, her pink eyes full of tenderness. At this moment, all worries and fears disappeared. Her young master had finally come home safely. As for other women, Cecilia gently stroked the silver chain around her neck, a confident smile on her lips. She trusted her young master's stubborn head. Moonlight shone through the lace curtains, casting dappled shadows on the oak floor of the Earl's bedroom. William lay on the soft velvet bed, his black hair spread out on the embroidered pillow. He was feeling his body. Finally broke through to the second level, he whispered to himself. His body was still too weak. Even with memories of his past life as a sword immortal, his cultivation was slower than expected. If it weren't for the golden giant tree, he would have needed the Rose Merchant Guild to find many breakthrough medicines. Outside, a nightingale sang. William turned over and buried his face in the lavender-scented down pillow. Although he had been imprisoned by Elise for a month, using the energy of the golden giant tree to break through to the second level was a fortunate turn of events. He looked at the school uniform hanging by the bed and couldn't help but smile. Now he could finally relax. William pulled the embroidered quilt with the family crest over himself and fell into sleep. Meanwhile, inside Sasha's room, moonlight filtered through the lace curtains, casting dappled shadows on the oak floor. Sasha's door was tightly shut, the heavy door blocking out all outside sounds, leaving only her quickened breathing echoing in the silent room. She curled up on the bed, her silk nightgown spread out on the carpet like a black lake. Her horns twisted from her hair, wings appeared behind her, and a peach-shaped tail at the base of her spine impatiently tapped the ground. Young master has finally come back safely. Her voice was soft, like a whisper, and her pink pupils shimmered with a dangerous light in the dark. Her delicate fingers brushed over a shirt that clearly belonged to someone else. Moonlight bathed this ordinary piece of clothing in a sacred glow. Not enough. Still not enough. Her pink pupils widened to the limit. Young master, do you know how scared I was during your month-long disappearance? I really want to see the young master right now. But her reason told her she couldn't. Tonight, the lady and the master were at home. Their strong presence could easily sense the movements inside the young master's bedroom. She hated this restriction. It only took a little effort, and she could act freely. She could even. But not tonight. Why? Why don't you love me? I've tried so hard. Her nails dug deep into her palm. Blood dripped from her fingers, blooming into dark red flowers on the carpet. But this pain couldn't compare to the torment of her inner desire. The slight thrill from the shirt was far less than real touch. She imagined William, his slightly thin body unconsciously curled up in sleep, breathing steady and warm. If she sneaked in now and pulled back his blanket, what would he do? No, I can't. I would be caught. She bit her lower lip until the taste of blood spread in her mouth. Sasha's demon instincts roared inside her, urging her to seize, to possess. But 10 years of daily life together made her realize more clearly than anyone else that her magic, I told her William, had never felt desire for her. Her young master's wishes remained pure and clear. She couldn't take risks. At least, not tonight. Then, it can only be, she curled up on the bed, her tail twisting restlessly around the sheets. Her wings wrapped herself tightly, and her horns felt slightly warm. In the quiet of the late night, her demon's prayer went unheard. She could only soothe her body's instincts in her own way. As the moon slowly set, Sasha curled up on the messy bed. The moonlight highlighted her bright smile after her blush, and she clutched a wrinkled shirt close to her chest. Tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes, but her lips showed a satisfied smile. I will always be by your side, she whispered sweetly. Another night passed, but her longing for William never lessened. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nos Groqui's blonde hair shimmered with a golden glow in the light. His slender fingers traced the seal on the parchment, and his amber eyes narrowed slightly. Doreen's scent of cedar drifted over from behind. Her slender arms wrapped around her husband's neck, and her chin rested gently on his shoulder. Recently, many strangers have come into Ash City and nearby towns, Nos said, pushing the report next to the candle. The crystal lenses reflected dense surveillance records. Doreen's hair brushed his ear. Is it the evil god church? Not sure. Nos took off his gold-threaded glasses and rubbed his forehead. But according to the scout's reports, he suddenly paused because his wife's soft lips pressed against his temple. If Lisa is telling the truth, then little William can already protect himself, Doreen said, her fingertips drawing circles on her husband's shoulder. The lace cuffs of her deep purple nightgown slipped, revealing her pale arms. You noticed the magic fluctuations when he broke through to the second level, right? Like a stream breaking ice in early spring. Nos caught her restless hand. And his marriage with Leia. Before he finished, Doreen skillfully turned and sat on his lap, her long black hair flowing like a waterfall. Let little Leia worry about William herself, she said, swinging her bare foot. However, we need to prepare a few more paths for him. Suddenly lowering her voice, like a girl sharing a secret, she said, for example, a passionate little enchantress who thinks we are unaware of what she does. Norse tightened his hand around his wife's waist. You mean Sasha? The Rose Guild she and William run could indeed. If we hadn't secretly helped, how could the guild have developed so smoothly? Doreen chuckled softly, twirling her husband's blonde hair around her finger. Once, She even secretly added a potion to William's honey wine that made people feel desire. Unfortunately, she leaned close to her husband's ear. Our son seems to be a bit too abstinent. Nor's Adam's apple moved. Are you planning to encourage her? As long as we tell her we don't mind her being a succubus. Doreen's finger traced over her husband's Adam's apple. That girl will be like a butterfly smelling nectar, wholeheartedly sticking around William. Suddenly, she jumped down from her husband's lap, barefoot on the carpet, spinning around. And that elf prince, Doreen. Nors looked helplessly as his wife pulled back the curtain. The moonlight cast a silver edge on her. You wouldn't be thinking of Alice Freya, with elven royal blood, once the most likely candidate to become the next elf queen in that era, now at level 8. Doreen leaned against the window, her violet nightgown rippling in the night breeze. That day, her gaze and tone when she looked at William. She suddenly mimicked the cold voice of an elf. Remember your antidote. If you dare to deceive me again, even with your mother protecting you, I will cut off your head. Oh dear, look at William's apologetic expression. Clearly, little William did something unromantic. She will be William's last destination. Nor suddenly embraced his wife from behind, his chin resting on her head. Have you thought about William's feelings? When Doreen turned around, her hair swept over her husband's lips. What's wrong with that? Little William isn't trying hard enough. His mom has to work hard for him, and besides, little William isn't like someone pretending not to understand magic principles back then, begging me to teach him every day. She poked Nors's chest, and every time I taught him, I ended up pressed against the desk. Cough. Nors's ears turned red. Let's get to the main point. Recently in the north. No scroach. Doreen suddenly grabbed her husband's collar, her dark eyes sparkling mischievously in the moonlight. When you pursued me back then, you weren't so clueless about romance. She turned off the light with a flick of her hand and precisely kissed her husband's lips in the darkness. The moonlight shifted quietly, illuminating an open secret letter on the desk. On the parchment, next to the emblem of the Rose Guild, was a playful heart. Along the edge of the map of the Emerald Forest where the Elven Empire is located, someone had drawn a crooked elf crown with lipstick. Morning sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, bringing a cool, refreshing summer breeze. William hadn't been to school in a while, but the exhaustion from the past month made him sleep more deeply than usual. While he was still dreaming, the maid, Sasha, was already standing by his bed. Today, she wore the school uniform, a black pleated skirt revealing her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings. Her smooth black hair fell softly on her shoulders, and her pink eyes shone with gentle warmth. Sasha knew her young master must have been very tired this month, so she held a neatly ironed school uniform, quietly waiting for him to wake up. When she realized there was not enough time, she had to wake William, who was still asleep. "Young master, it's time to get up," she said softly, with a hint of affection. William didn't respond. He just turned over and buried his face in the pillow. Sasha sighed slightly, but couldn't help smiling. She leaned closer, gently brushed aside his messy hair, and lightly touched his cheek with her fingertips, as if testing their closeness. "If you don't get up soon, you'll be late," she called again, her tone gentle. Finally, William suddenly threw off the blanket, sat up groggily, and looked at her. Sasha immediately took a step back, pretending to be calm. "Sasha, you're getting bolder," William said, rubbing his eyes, but his tone was not very reproachful. "I'm just doing my duty," she blinked innocently with her pink eyes. William shook his head helplessly and got up to go to the bathroom. However, Sasha didn't leave as she usually did, but followed naturally. William noticed the movement behind him, frowned slightly, but remembered her worried look from yesterday and didn't say anything to stop her. "Forget it. I'll correct her later," William thought. Cecilia saw he didn't refuse and felt secretly happy. She cheerfully followed him inside. While washing up, Cecilia stayed close behind like a little tail. William brushed his teeth, and she handed him a towel. He washed his face, and she helped roll up his sleeves. When William was about to change clothes, she surprisingly stayed in place. "Go out." William gently pushed her outside. Cecilia pouted sadly, "But I don't want to leave young master's side." "No." Because he woke up late, William, who usually preferred walking, decided to ride the flying shuttle straight to the academy. He skillfully activated the silver-black shuttle parked in the courtyard, magic runes glowing faintly on its surface. Get on. William got on the shuttle without looking back and spoke. Cecilia lightly jumped onto the back seat, naturally wrapping her arms around his waist, almost pressing against his back. William could feel her body heat and the faint scent of roses from her. Cecilia always acted like this, seemingly unintentional but showing a kind of possessiveness. William just saw it as her love for her brother. Hold on tight, he whispered. The shuttle instantly took off, slicing through the morning breeze. Cecilia deliberately pressed her face close to William's back, her breath brushing his neck, as if testing his reaction. Cecilia, William said with some helplessness. What is it, young master? She pretended to be innocent. Finally, William sighed and decided to ignore her little tricks, focusing on piloting the shuttle. When they landed in the academy parking lot, surprised looks immediately appeared around them, and some even gasped softly. Is that William? Wasn't he dead? Shoo. Keep your voice down. He just went missing. William ignored the whispers around him and walked straight to the classroom. Cecilia slightly lifted her chin and coldly glanced at the onlookers, as if silently warning them. She pushed open the classroom door and immediately saw Jido's round figure. He was lazily lying on the desk. When he saw William, his eyes widened and he jumped up exaggeratedly. William? You're alive? William smiled and said, So, you've even prepared for my funeral? Jidao rushed over and patted his shoulder hard, pretending to be sad. You've been gone too long. Everyone thought you were dead. And those noble young masters who are your little maid. He deliberately stretched out his tone and glanced at Chelsia. They're all very happy, thinking they finally have a chance. Hearing Jidao's words, Chelsia's eyes instantly turned cold. William just shrugged casually. If they like her, they can go after her. I don't mind honest methods. Jidao rolled his eyes. Are you really clueless or just pretending? Everyone at school knows about your family. He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly noticing the dangerous look Chelsia was giving him, and quickly changed his words. Ahem, never mind. Let's forget I said anything. William raised an eyebrow. What? Nothing. Jidao chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. By the way, you came just in time. The graduation exam is coming soon, and I heard the prizes are very good. Lisa hasn't been to work for a while, but today both of you are at the school. With your relationship with Lisa, could she have secretly given you special help? William gave a mysterious smile and deliberately didn't answer. Jidao clutched his chest and exaggeratedly groaned. Are you going to abandon me too? They looked at each other and laughed loudly. Chelsia stood nearby, watching William smile, her eyes softening. As long as the young master was happy, that was enough. The school bell rang on time, interrupting their laughter. William stretched lazily and walked to his seat, while Chelsia quietly sat beside him, as if blocking him into the corner. Jidao sat at William's front desk and leaned closer, lowering his voice. Honestly, what have you been doing all this time? William turned his head and smiled at him. It's a secret, Jidao sighed. You really are the same as always. Outside the window, the sun was shining perfectly, and a gentle breeze carried away the last coolness of the morning. Chelsia quietly reached out and gently pinched William's sleeve, as if confirming he was really there. William noticed her action, looked at her helplessly, but didn't pull his hand away. Regarding her indulgence of her young master, Sasha shows a satisfied smile. Ring ring. The clear sound of the school bell echoes down the corridor as Professor Lisa Stewart walks into the classroom with graceful steps. Today, she wears a well-fitted dark blue teacher's uniform, with her bright red hair in a neat high ponytail with a silver hairband. Her long, slender legs, covered in black stockings, peek out with each step, attracting some boys to steal glances. Quiet, she softly taps the podium, and immediately, the room falls silent. Good morning, everyone. Lisa places her files on the desk, her bright red eyes scanning the class, pausing slightly on William. Today, I will announce the schedule for the graduation exams. Lisa turns decisively and writes the exam details on the blackboard. The exam has two parts, a written test and a practical test, each worth 100 points. The total score is 200. The top 20 students will qualify for the entrance exam of the prestigious Bright Academy on the continent. William listens carefully to the exam details when he suddenly feels a gentle touch on his arm. Sasha slips a small note into his hand. It reads, Young Master, Miss Lisa is still so impressive today. with a tiny smiley face drawn next to the words. William smiles helplessly, writes, "Yeah," on the note, and then puts it back. The written exam covers knowledge learned over 5 years. Lisa continues explaining. The practical test will simulate the environment of the Shadow Mountains within the Academy's secret realm core. She pauses briefly. There may be up to third-tier magical beasts. The classroom immediately erupts with exclamations. William remains calm, while Sasha quietly shifts her chair closer to William, her knee, covered in black stockings, lightly touching his leg with a subtle warmth. The exam will be team-based. Lisa writes the key points on the blackboard, her uniform outlining a perfect waistline. The points for defeating magical beasts will be shared equally among team members. She pauses, lightly tapping the podium with her finger. Team members can choose across different departments. Remember, the team size should be reasonable, with a maximum of 10 people. The detailed rules will be announced on the day of the exam. At the same time, this year's graduation exam was modeled after the entrance exam for Brightness Academy. Students who want to enter Brightness Academy can treat this as a practice test. And William. Lisa's gaze crossed the crowd and landed on William. "Come to my office." Jido immediately leaned in, his round face full of curiosity. Hey, Lisa might be giving you special help, right? Who knows?" William shrugged with a sly smile. "After all, I've been watched over by her since I was a child." Hajawai, you're not even acting anymore." Jido exaggeratedly covered his chest, pretending to be heartbroken. Just as William was about to stand up, Sasha already got up. "Young master, shall I go with you?" "Yes." They arrived at Lisa's office. William knocked on the door. "Come in." As he pushed the door open, the scent of cedarwood hit him. Lisa lazily leaned on her desk, her uniform jacket casually draped over the chair. The top 2 buttons of her white shirt were undone, revealing her delicate collarbones and a hint of white skin. Her black silk legs crossed, and her high heels dangled precariously on her toes. "Aunt." William sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. "At least put on your jacket." Lisa nonchalantly waved the file in her hand. "Don't worry, I'm sure only you guys are here." Suddenly, she leaned closer to William, the cedar scent filling the air. "What? Are you shy?" Sasha's fingers quietly clenched her skirt, a faint darkening flickering in her pink eyes. But she quickly adjusted her expression and obediently stood beside William. "Let's get to the point." William cleared his throat and subtly took a half-step back. Lisa nodded for William to sit down, then spoke seriously. "The top student has a hidden spot that allows direct admission to Brightness Academy." She handed the file to William. "With your strength, you can definitely get this spot. That way, you won't need to take the Brightness Academy entrance exam. After seeing your performance in the Shadow Mountains last time, you've proven you can protect yourself. But at the same time, your high talent level makes us worried that someone with ill intentions might target you secretly. So, we want you to be more discreet. Of course, this is just a suggestion. As long as you tone it down a little, nothing will happen. We've already made arrangements." The air in Lisa's office was filled with a faint scent of cedar. William didn't answer immediately. He paused for a moment and looked at Sasha. "Do you want to visit the Bright Glory Academy?" "I will stay close to the young master," Sasha replied without hesitation, a hint of obsessive determination in her eyes. She quietly reached out, her fingertips brushing William's sleeve. "But I might need to hide my true identity as a charming demon." "There's no need to worry about that," Lisa interrupted. "The recent war has ended, and now Bright Glory Academy has students from different races," William said. "Then let's try to get in together. Showing some strength now can save us trouble later. Just be more careful." He looked at Sasha with a meaningful gaze. "After all, our little maid here is quite the eye-catcher." Sasha's cheeks flushed slightly, and she unconsciously twirled her hair. "All right," Lisa nodded decisively. She couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch William's cheek. Then she turned and took a delicate box from her drawer. "By the way, this is a cookie my sister taught me to make. Try some." Sasha took the box, her face bright with a sweet smile. "Thank you, Lisa." Before leaving, Lisa suddenly called William. She lowered her head and gently adjusted his slightly crooked tie, her movements tender and skillful. "Good luck on your graduation exam." The scent of cedar lingered between them. Walking back to the classroom, Sasha softly said, "Miss Lisa is so kind to the young master. I really envy her." She secretly looped her arm around William's, her grip unconsciously tightening. She didn't finish her sentence. William looked at her slightly sad profile and gently tousled her hair. Am I not good to you? Sasha looked up, her pink eyes swirling with emotion. The young master is very good to me. But she swallowed her unfinished words and instead offered a sweet smile. Let's go back. In the corridor, sunlight streamed through the window cracks, casting a golden glow on Sasha's black hair. By the way, Sasha, William suddenly asked curiously in the corridor, how strong are you now? Sasha, walking ahead, turned around. Her pink eyes sparkled with a strange light in the sunlight, and she wore a mysterious smile. Young master, I've already reached the 4th level since I returned, she said softly, tilting her head slightly, with a few strands of hair falling on her shoulders. William, his shocked expression made Sasha giggle softly. You're already at the 4th level? William looked at Sasha with surprise, as if he was seeing the girl he spent so much time with in a new way. It seems my judgment was right. My little maid is really amazing. Finally, he reached out and gently ruffled her hair, speaking with admiration and a hint of subtle complexity. Reaching the 4th level is a big milestone in cultivation. It means breaking free from ordinary limits, extending lifespan by about 100 years longer than normal humans. Of course, this is just for humans. Other races tend to live longer, like elves, who often live around 500 years. But the increase in lifespan after breaking through is usually small for these races, perhaps as a kind of balance. What made William feel complicated was Sasha's talent. The graduation standard at the Brightness Academy is only the 4th level. Sasha squinted happily, like a cat that just received praise. Hee. Now I can protect the young master. She took a small step toward William, and their distance instantly shortened. William could even smell a faint rose scent on her. From now on, my little maid must protect me well, haha. William smiled easily, but subtly took a half step back, creating some distance between them. Seeing her young master blush, Sasha's eyes flashed with joy, but it was soon replaced by a gentle smile. Young master, I will definitely do that. Her voice was as soft as a whisper, but her pink eyes held an almost imperceptible obsession. Delicately, her slender fingers gently tugged at William's sleeve, as if wanting to keep him by her side forever. The sunshine remained warm, and the roses in the courtyard bloomed beautifully, but William inexplicably felt a chill. The wooden classroom door was gently pushed open, and William strolled in at a relaxed pace, followed closely by Chelsia. The girl's delicate fingers stayed just barely apart from William's sleeve, as if an invisible thread was pulling her along. Young master, please sit, Chelsia said gracefully, pulling out a chair for William with smooth movements like a dance. When she bent down, a few strands of her black hair fell onto William's shoulder, carrying a faint rose scent. William sat down as usual, but soon realized there was no teacher in the classroom. Jido, William turned to his round-faced friend and asked curiously, are there no classes today? Jido was busy stuffing snacks into his mouth and nearly choked at the question. Cough, cough. Are you crazy? The classes finished a few days ago. Oh, right. I forgot you've been missing for over a month, and Chelsia hasn't come to school either. William raised an eyebrow and immediately stood up. Then why are we wasting time here? He adjusted his collar and looked ready to leave. Wait. Jido quickly grabbed William's sleeve, almost tearing off a button with his strength. He lowered his voice urgently. You're planning to leave now? The exam is in a few days. Your written test will probably be fine, but you need to prepare for the practical exam. If you don't find a team now, are you planning to explore the secret realm with just your little maid? Chelsia stood quietly to the side, her pink eyes slightly narrowed as she looked at Jido grabbing William's hand. William shrugged indifferently. It's not impossible. Suddenly, he grinned slyly. I'll give you a chance. Do you want to join my team? My maid is very strong, and she can easily carry us 2 slackers. Jido turned to glance at Chelsia. Although your maid is recognized as the strongest in the academy. Jido rubbed his chubby hands, voice growing softer, but a second-tier strength might be too weak to carry us both. It's safer to join a stronger team. William smiled mysteriously and leaned close to Jido's ear. Who told you my maid is still second-tier? What? Jido's eyes widened in shock, and he nearly jumped out of his chair, drawing the attention of nearby students. He hurriedly sat back down, looking at Chelsia with suspicion. The girl happened to lift her head and offered him a polite, yet distant smile. Gita swallowed hard and lowered his voice as well. Your little maid is really good at hiding. Her strength alone is enough to get into the Brightness Academy directly. But then, Gita's expression darkened. He looked down at his round belly, thinking about how funny he looked during battles. Although the secret realm doesn't cause death, it is very dangerous, almost like real outdoor survival, full of risks at any moment. It's already hard enough for a girl to protect two boys, not to mention earning enough points. But Gita's voice became firm. He looked directly into William's eyes and said, I won't join anymore. Next to them, Sasha took out a teapot from her space ring and carefully brewed a cup of delicious black tea for William. When she heard Gita's words, her hand paused slightly as she poured the tea. A faint smile appeared on her lips. She gracefully handed the teacup to William. Why? William took the cup, frowning slightly. Gita rubbed his chubby hands. You know me, slow and not very quick to react. He forced a smile. I don't want to hold you back in the secret realm. And if Sasha is here, your points should be among the top, right? Sunlight shone through the stained glass window onto Gita's round face, reflecting the sincerity in his eyes. William looked at his usually carefree friend and suddenly remembered why they became friends. Maybe because of his personality. Fool, William suddenly rubbed Gita's belly hard. Why would I let you go find the team alone? He turned to Sasha. Right, Sasha? The girl smiled slightly, a hint of danger flashing in her pink eyes. The young master is right. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her voice sweet as honey. I will protect the friends the young master cares about. Gita suddenly felt a chill on his back, but was still moved to tears. He opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by William. It settled then. Sunlight shone diagonally through the window onto William's face, outlining his sharp features. He suddenly leaned closer to Gita and lowered his voice. How long do you want to be a useless person? His finger lightly tapped Gita's round belly. If you keep going like this, your beloved won't wait for you forever. Jito's chubby face twitched as his fingers unconsciously clenched together. I don't want to either. His voice grew softer. But my talent. William suddenly grabbed Jito's shoulder, his eyes sharp as a blade. Want to get stronger? I'll give you a chance now. Yes, Jito almost shouted, pounding his fist on the table, causing the teacup to jump. Sasha quickly caught the cup, her pink eyes flashing with slight displeasure. Then come with me, William said in a deep, firm voice. Let me show you the peak, to look down on everyone. Jito swallowed nervously, blinking his small eyes. William, are you just making empty promises? He instinctively took a step back. When have I ever lied to you? William raised an eyebrow. Last time, you made me take the blame, and then teacher Lisa. Jito counted on his chubby fingers. Cough, cough. William interrupted with a few coughs. This time is different. He leaned close to Jito's ear. But there's a condition. You have to go to the Brightness Academy with me. Jito's round face scrunched up. William, I have a small appetite. Fool. William rubbed his stomach again, forcefully. I have the opportunity, and I want to know if you're in or not. Jito took a deep breath, then suddenly knelt on one knee, placing his fat hand over his chest. If what you say is true, I, Jito Suyao, will be your sword in this life. Not quite yet, William said with a smile. You're my buddy, and you've helped me take the blame many times over the years. He pulled Jito up and slung an arm around his shoulder. Now, let me show you what it really means to win without fighting. Sasha quietly stood behind William, her gaze shifting between the two. When William and Jito leaned on each other's shoulders, her fingers quietly tugged at his coat, as if trying to draw his attention back to her. The sunlight stretched their shadows long across the noisy classroom. In this small team, they quietly formed. Sunlight shone through stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns on the classroom floor. William was focused on drawing a secret realm strategy on his paper, his pen scratching softly. Jito, round and chubby, almost leaned on the desk, his small eyes sparkling with excitement, occasionally pointing at the diagram and offering suggestions. Cecilia quietly stood beside William, her delicate fingers occasionally adjusting his slightly rumpled collar or offering a steaming cup of red tea. Sunlight shone through stained glass, casting colorful halos on her flowing black hair. Her pink eyes shimmered with gentle light as the changing shadows played across her face. Young Master William. A clear, bright voice broke the quiet between the three. Galvin Horn, surrounded by 7 or 8 followers, approached slowly. His short blonde hair sparkled brightly in the sunlight. He slightly bowed, his movements graceful like a stage actor, but the contempt and arrogance in his blue eyes did not escape William, who had lived twice. "Who is this?" William raised an eyebrow and looked at Jida, who was wiping sweat from his brow. Jida, a chubby man, nervously clasped his hands and lowered his voice. "Galvin Horn, the second in the academy, the younger son of Count Horn. Not as good as your family." He glanced at Cecilia and added, "One of the many who have been rejected by Cecilia in public." Cecilia frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in her pink eyes. She leaned close to William's ear and whispered, her warm breath brushing his ear softly. "Young master, I don't remember this person." Her fingers unconsciously tangled in William's black hair, as if emphasizing something. "I've already declared publicly that I am only the young master's maid in this life." As she spoke, her fingertips lightly brushed William's earlobe, causing a subtle shiver. Galvin's flawless smile froze for a moment. He bowed gracefully again. "I heard young Master William has returned, so I came to greet you." A trace of pity appeared in William's eyes as he looked at the overly handsome blonde young man. "We already have a team." Galvin's smile remained perfect. "With my team's strength, we can easily include Jida too." His gaze involuntarily lingered on Cecilia, admiring her slender waist and long, elegant legs in black stockings. His Adam's apple moved noticeably. Someone as talented as Miss Cecilia should take the exam at the Bright Academy. He forced himself to look back at William. "As the master, you wouldn't want such a treasure to be wasted, right?" William showed a knowing smile, a cold sneer curling his lips. "No need." Calvin's fist, hidden in his luxurious sleeve, turned pale from gripping too tightly, with his nails digging deep into his palm. "This useless person." He cursed silently. Why does she have such a maid? But then he thought about William's parents. Those 2 legendary saints. Just one of them moving a finger could make his family disappear from the Empire's map forever, and no one would dare investigate the cause. That is the power of a saint, an absolute force above worldly authority. "You are too selfish." Calvin raised his voice, causing the students around to turn and look. "Miss Sasha's talent is rare across the entire Empire. And you keep her confined here." His tone carried a hint of regret. "Do you really want to see her spend her life just serving tea and water?" Sasha's pink eyes flickered with a dangerous light. Her magic eye clearly saw through Calvin's seemingly sincere expression and desire. A cold shiver ran down her spine. Inside her body, raw possessiveness surged, almost making her lose control and wish for this person to disappear forever. But in this moment, she had to stay graceful and silent. She couldn't act impulsively and lose face. The girl gently pinched William's sleeve, her fingertips trembling slightly from restraint. William grew more annoyed. As Calvin continued his long speech about thinking of Sasha, William suddenly stood up. "I'm leaving," he said to Jida and Sasha, then coldly added, "I don't care who you are, stay away from my maid. Her future is my decision, not yours." Sasha's heart skipped a beat, then started pounding fiercely. The young master's commanding words felt like the sweetest honey, filling her heart. A warm rush surged from her chest to her cheeks. She hurriedly lowered her head, her long black hair falling to hide her face's unnatural blush. But the strange sparkle in her pink eyes betrayed her excitement. Unconsciously, she bit her soft lower lip, clutching her skirt tightly. Yet she couldn't help but press her legs together, rubbing slightly, and a warm sensation spread beneath her skirt. She bit her lip hard, afraid she might suddenly throw herself into the young master's arms. After the 3 left, Calvin's face turned ashen. His followers dared not make a sound. He stared after William's departing figure, a hint of hatred and resentment flickering in his eyes. Unappreciative things. And that pretentious woman. Galvin cursed silently, afraid to speak aloud. A cruel plan slowly formed in his mind. In the corridor, Chelsia followed William closely, almost pressed against him. Her heart was still racing, and her mind kept replaying the young master's words, "Her future is decided by me." To her, it sounded sweeter than the most romantic words, like a love confession and a promise to control her entire life. Sunlight filtered through the columns, casting dappled shadows on her blushing face. The girl quietly reached out, gently hooking her pinky finger around William's, and squinted happily like a cat that just got its favorite toy. Jido watched their interaction and wisely slowed his pace, keeping his distance. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, God, Chelsia's gaze at William. It's almost like she wants to swallow him whole. Is my brother enjoying this? Or is he completely unaware? But seeing Galvin's embarrassed look is quite satisfying. Suddenly, Chelsia turned her head and shot Jido a cold glance with her pink eyes, startling him so much he almost tripped. Then she turned back, changing her expression to one of gentle tenderness, focusing on William's profile. Jido swallowed hard, deciding to keep a safer distance in the future. Chelsia's possessiveness over William is probably more than just a simple feeling. Meanwhile, the students in the classroom had started whispering. Did you see? Galvin looked so embarrassed. Haha, Miss Chelsia is really beautiful. Early morning, the lazy sunlight spilled over the stone-paved path of the Arcane Academy. Students gathered in small groups, their laughter, magical experiment explosions, and distant chanting blending into a lively noise, making the school seem especially bustling since there were no classes. William led the way, hands behind his head, strolling casually. Chelsia walked beside him, her long black hair swaying gently with each step. Her pink eyes occasionally glanced at William, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her slender fingers would sometimes pretend to accidentally brush against William's hand, then quickly withdraw, as if playing a game only she knew the rules. Jido walked on the other side of William, with a gentle smile on his chubby face. Jido, William suddenly stopped and turned around, curious. Your last name? Is it from the Sulphur Fire Duke family in the capital? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Jido's smile stiffened slightly, and he unconsciously stroked the necklace on his chest. It was the family crest of the Sulphur Fire family, though it was a bit faded. Yes, he replied quietly after a pause. But I am not a direct heir, and I haven't inherited the family's special trait, so I guess I am exiled. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, trying to seem indifferent. My mother kept my last name, but besides her and my sister, probably no one considers me family. William noticed the bitterness flickering in Jido's eyes. He scratched his head and suddenly grinned. You have a sister? Is she prettier than my little maid? Next time, introduce her to me. Chelsia, standing beside William, clenched her fingers tightly, her pink eyes narrowing slightly with a hint of danger. Jido sighed helplessly. William, I know you're trying to lighten the mood and comfort me, but there's no need to be so blunt. He glanced at Chelsia, who was slightly squinting, gently twirling her hair with one finger, then looked at William with a half-smile. Don't I know what kind of person you are? Saying you're wooden would be an insult to wood. William exaggeratedly clutched his chest. That's going a bit far, isn't it? Chelsia didn't speak, only let out a soft humph, showing her disapproval through silence. William spread his hands. Forget it, I won't talk about this anymore. He stretched lazily. I'm going fishing. Want to come? Or are you going to prepare something? Jido shook his head and patted his round belly. I'm not going. I need to go prepare some things. He paused, his voice lowering slightly. My strength isn't enough. I have to rely on outside help. I can't keep dragging behind. William looked at him for a couple of seconds, then suddenly reached out and ruffled his hair forcefully. All right, don't push yourself too hard. Jido smiled and said nothing more, just waved at the school gate before turning to leave. His figure looked a little lonely among the crowd, but his steps were firm. William watched him walk away, then took a delicate magic bracelet out of his pocket and gently tapped its surface. Shala, bring the new fishing gear and come pick me up. The bracelet flickered slightly, and a cheerful male voice responded, Yes, young master. Cecilia stood beside William, her long black hair fluttering in the breeze. Her pink eyes narrowed slightly as if she was thinking. She gently tugged on William's sleeve. Young master, it's still early. Do you want to visit the nearby snack street? William raised an eyebrow. What? Do you want to eat? Cecilia blinked, and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. I just think you might be hungry. Heh, you're the one craving it, William said, ruffling her hair. She let out a soft humph, but didn't pull away. Instead, she moved a little closer. They strolled slowly along the cobblestone path outside the academy. The noise around them gradually shifted from chatter to the calls of street vendors. The air was filled with the smell of grilled meat, sweets, and spices, as vendors enthusiastically called out to passing students. Cecilia held a string of candied fruit, nibbling on it small piece by small piece. Her pink lips were slightly sticky with syrup, making her look especially tempting. She looked at William and suddenly asked, "Young Master Jido, is it really worth all this trouble?" William, holding a roasted sausage, paused and glanced at her. "Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Cecilia tilted her head, her long hair falling over her shoulders. "I'm just curious. Glistening Academy's admission isn't easy to get, but you went out of your way to help him get a spot." William took a bite of the sausage, speaking vaguely. "There's probably no special reason." Cecilia clicked her tongue softly and subtly tugged on William's clothes. "Young Master, you can't fool me." William smiled helplessly. "All right, I just think he's a good person. Just because he's your friend?" "Yeah," William shrugged. "It's rare to find people you like, especially since." He paused, his eyes darkening slightly. "Jido has health issues." Cecilia's pupils constricted slightly. "What kind of issues?" William didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked back, "Do you know why the Sulfire family has remained powerful in the imperial capital?" Cecilia thought for a moment, gently tapping her chin with her fingertips. "When I was working with the business guild, I met their family, so I know a little about them. Their main descendants can awaken a special talent. They have a summoning gate inside them, which allows them to summon contract creatures directly without using magic power to build a magic circle. This makes almost all their family members natural summoners." William nodded. "That's right. Jido said he doesn't have a family talent, so he was exiled." Cecilia frowned. "But you just said his body has a problem?" William's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Once, when I was checking his health, I found something interesting." "What?" "Have you heard of the Sulfur Fire family in the Imperial City? There are rumors that a genius from that family had either double summoning gates or multiple gates inside him." Cecilia fell into thought. "I haven't heard of that, but—" "You mean Jido?" William nodded gently. "That might have been a mistake in my deduction. But I noticed he was missing something inside him, so I guessed it was the so-called summoning gate." William finished the last piece of his grilled sausage and casually threw the stick into a nearby trash bin. "I think he might have lost his summoning gate, which left a hidden injury in his body. That's probably why his training has slowed down so much." Cecilia was silent for a moment, then softly asked, "So, the young master wants to help him?" William smiled. "That's just part of the reason." "And the other part?" William turned his head, the sunset shining on his profile, making his expression look especially gentle. "Because he's my friend." Cecilia stared at him blankly, her heart suddenly skipping a beat. "He's really gentle." She lowered her head, a soft smile unconsciously appearing on her lips. "That's why I'm so drawn to you. Maybe you think these things are just small gestures, but they can change someone's life." William stretched lazily and glanced back at her. "What are you daydreaming for? Let's go." "Shira should be here soon." Cecilia snapped out of her thoughts, quickly catching up, her fingers quietly hooking onto his sleeve. "Young master, you're really very gentle." William was momentarily stunned, then chuckled softly. Suddenly saying such cheesy things? Cecilia huffed softly but didn't argue. Instead, she tightened her grip on his sleeve. The sunset cast a warm glow on the two of them, stretching their shadows long. In the distance, the school bell rang peacefully, as if witnessing this quiet and gentle moment. Inside the floating carriage at the school, "So, you're not going to be with me anymore." Sheila swung the reins, his arm muscles flexing smoothly beneath his leather wrist guards. Two sleek black horses trotted steadily toward them and stopped neatly in front of William and Cecilia. "Get in, young master," Sheila said, bowing exaggeratedly with one hand over his chest. His other hand casually brushed his brown hair, tousled by the wind. "Young master sure has good luck," Sheila said, tilting his head slightly and winking at William inside the carriage. "There are always pretty maids with you wherever you go." Cecilia sat quietly across from William. When she heard this, her pink eyes narrowed slightly. "Aren't you the charming one at the bar?" William teased, stretching out his voice and sinking into a soft, plush cushion. "Everyone in Ash City knows Sheila's romantic stories." He mimicked an exaggerated bartender tone. "I heard last month the owner of the Red Rose opened a bottle of 30-year-old blood red rose just for you." Sheila laughed loudly, showing a mischievous grin. "If you're jealous, young master, I can take you along." You're old enough now. It's time to see how the grown-ups do things. Cecilia suddenly looked up, a dangerous glint flashing in her pink eyes. Shala, who was about to say something, suddenly stopped. His sharp instincts as a warrior made him sense danger immediately. His neck hairs stood on end, and he wisely turned back to focus on driving. Shala, I suggest you watch your tongue. Cecilia's voice was as gentle as a feather, but it made Shala stiffen. Unless you want to try experiencing what it's like to be cut. William couldn't help but laugh, patting the maid's clenched fists. Relax, Cecilia. Shala was just joking. The carriage moved along the wide road toward the outskirts of the city. After about half an hour, it finally stopped by a spacious lakeside. The lake was like a mirror, reflecting the bright blue sky and the surrounding trees with golden and red leaves. Here we are, my young master and miss, Shira said as he tightened the reins. The little horse let out a soft neigh. William got off the carriage, stretched slightly to loosen his stiff muscles from sitting so long. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Then he walked with Chelsia to their usual spot. Shira led the horses over and saw Chelsia taking out various pieces of furniture from her ring. An ornate oak table, 3 comfortable wicker chairs, and even a small tea table. He whistled. Is that all you keep in the ring? I thought there would be some weapons or magic scrolls too. Providing a comfortable environment for the young master is my main duty, Chelsia said without looking up, gracefully placing a steaming cup of red tea within William's reach. Shira shrugged, pulled a chair to sit on William's right side, and took out a silver wine jug to take a sip. This made Chelsia's eyebrows furrow immediately. Drinking in front of the young master? What about your manners? She asked coldly. Relax, little maid, Shira said, shaking the wine jug, which made a tempting sound. Men don't understand each other's business. William was already comfortably lying in his chair, his fishing rod casually resting by the lakeside. He squinted at the two arguing, enjoying what looked like an interesting show. When Chelsia was angry, her pink eyes would shine brightly, like 2 flickering flames. Very cute. I don't understand. Chelsia raised her voice. Who was the one who got so drunk at the Golden Goblet entrance that the patrol had to carry him back? And who? All right. All right. William interrupted at the right moment, making a stop gesture with his hand. If you keep arguing, the fish will be scared away. He waved at Chelsia. Come, sit down and rest for a bit. Then he raised an eyebrow at Shira. Share some of your drink with me. Shira immediately smiled triumphantly, tossing the wine jug in an arc. He grinned at Chelsia. See? I told you. Men should drink. Chelsia snorted softly, ignoring Shira, and obediently moved to sit beside William on his left, but she didn't sit down right away. She took another blanket from her ring and gently covered William's legs. The wind by the lake is strong. Young master, be careful not to catch a cold. Shira made an exaggerated gagging motion and deliberately coughed loudly. Should I step back? Shut up, Shira, Sasha warned firmly. The 3 of them fell into a brief silence. Only the rustling of leaves and occasional bird calls breaking the quiet. By the way, Shira suddenly spoke, why does the young master like fishing so much? Honestly, I think it's the most boring activity, just sitting still and waiting for luck. William lazily yawned. That's because you don't have to do anything. Sometimes, just relaxing your mind like this is nice. What do you think? Sasha was staring thoughtfully at the lake. Hearing William's question, she turned her head and gave a gentle smile. As long as the young master enjoys it, anything is fine. Her gaze was so focused, it was as if only William existed in the world. Shira made a face, unable to bear it. You all make me feel unnecessary. Maybe I should go for a walk in the woods? Give you some private space? Shut up, Shira, William said lazily. The sun gradually set, casting golden ripples on the lake. William's fishing rod remained still. He was almost falling asleep. At that moment, Sasha and Shira started arguing again over some boring topic. I was just saying, it's normal for men to have multiple wives. Shira spread his hands. Especially for noble children like the young master. Miss Sasha, aren't you interfering a bit too much in the young master's life? Sasha suddenly stood up. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, her long black hair moving slightly without wind. You, a reckless man who spends all day at the bar, have no right to talk about the young master's life. Oh wow, Shira said, not frightened at all, but instead showing a teasing smile. Look at our little maid, so emotional. Do you have some special feelings for the young master? Sasha's face instantly turned bright red, but her eyes were already beginning to glow with a faint pink light. Shira also stood up, placing his hand on his sword hilt, but still wearing that mischievous grin. William finally couldn't hold back and interrupted their argument. "All right, Shira, tone it down. Otherwise, you'll look really bad later." He reached out and tugged gently on the maid's skirt. "Sasha, you too, sit down." Cecilia hesitated for a moment, but obediently sat down, still staring intently at Sheila. Sheila shrugged and sat back down, a small smile still on her face. Amidst the tense atmosphere, William's fishing rod suddenly violently got a bite. William grabbed the rod and started reeling in the line. Cecilia immediately forgot her earlier anger and nervously stood beside him. "Young master, keep it up." Sheila also curiously leaned in closer. William smiled and skillfully handled the fishing rod. But when the prey finally surfaced, all three froze. What appeared was not a fish, but a strange-looking dagger. The blade was engraved with an unsettling symbol, a dagger stabbed into a person's chest. "What is this thing?" William examined the dagger in his hand. It was unusually heavy, with a dark red gleam on the blade, as if soaked in blood. Cecilia's expression grew serious. She leaned in to look at the symbol. "This pattern, I think I've seen it somewhere before." Sheila frowned and suddenly snapped her fingers. "I remember now. The Count, has recently sent many people to deal with these rats." William raised an eyebrow. "Father is fighting against cultists?" "You wouldn't know since you've just returned," Cecilia said softly, her hand unconsciously resting on William's shoulder, as if to protect him from this evil object. Sheila nodded. "I've been lucky enough to join one of the operations. These crazy people are capturing others everywhere for sacrifices. The pattern is this: a dagger stabbed into the heart, supposedly offered to their evil god. We don't know exactly which evil god it is, but it's definitely not good," she added. William looked at the dagger, turning it over in his hands, feeling bored. "Since my father is already handling this, there's no need to worry." He casually tossed the dagger onto the table. "Maybe some unlucky cultist dropped it when they ran away." The sunset had completely dipped behind the treetops, turning the lake's surface a dark purple. Cecilia began packing up, efficiently putting the table and chairs into her space ring. When she picked up the dagger, a flicker of disgust crossed her face, but she carefully wrapped it in cloth and stored it away to deal with later. "It's time to go back, young master," she said softly. "Dinner will be ready soon." Sheila had already jumped into the driver's seat. William stretched lazily, allowing Sasha to put his coat on him. On the way to the carriage, the maid suddenly stopped and gently grabbed William's sleeve. "Young master." Her voice was so soft only William could hear. "About what Sela said. About the 3 wives and concubines." William turned to look at her and saw that Sasha's face was surprisingly red in the twilight. Her pink eyes flickered with unease, and her lips trembled slightly. "That was all Sela's nonsense," William said, gently ruffling her hair. "Don't mind it." Sasha seemed to want to say something, but finally just nodded and followed William onto the carriage. Sela watched them, smiling knowingly, but wisely chose to stay silent under Sasha's warning gaze. The carriage slowly left the lakeside, the sound of wheels crushing fallen leaves fading away, leaving only ripples spreading across the lake's surface, eventually calming down. The noon sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the dining room. William lazily leaned back in the high-back chair, slowly cutting his medium-rare steak with a silver knife. "Sasha, later you'll accompany me to the Rose Guild," William said as he picked up a piece of beef and chewed. "Yes, young master." Sasha slightly bowed, a sweet smile on her lips. Sunlight filtered through her black hair, casting tiny shadows on her delicate collarbones. She was dressed in a standard maid outfit, her long black hair tied into an elegant bun with a ribbon, making her skin look as pure as fresh snow. William stood up and stretched, his spine making a soft dot. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and tilted his head to speak to himself. "It's time to prepare the antidote for Elise." Sasha's slender fingers paused as she was tidying the napkin, her pink eyes dimming slightly. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting shadows on her face. "Young master really cares about Miss Elise." Her voice was gentle, like a feather brushing past, but with a hint of barely noticeable jealousy. "After all, it's something I already promised." William shrugged and casually tossed the napkin onto the table. "But Sasha unconsciously clenched her skirt, her legs wrapped in black stockings pressed slightly together. It was that bad woman who kidnapped the young master first. William reached out and gently ruffled her hair. The warm touch made Sasha's eyes widen instantly. But I was able to break through to the second level so quickly this time, thanks to her help, William said seriously. Otherwise, your young master might have been in real trouble. Sasha seemed to understand something, and a bright smile returned to her face. She gently tidied her slightly messy hair, her pink eyes full of tenderness. Shall we leave now, young master? Of course, William said as he walked toward the door. Sasha immediately followed. She moved lightly, her long legs and black stockings barely visible under her maid's dress, like an elegant black cat quietly following her master. Sunlight shone through the stained glass in the corridor, casting colorful spots of light on her. The carriage slowly entered the business district. The wheels rolled over the cobblestone street with a dull sound. Soon, the Rose Guild building came into view. Tall archways stood on either side, guarded by uniformed guards. When William's carriage stopped, someone stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Young Master William, welcome, a servant said softly as he slightly bowed and gestured for her to follow. Please, come with me. Sasha followed behind William, her gaze calm as she looked over the guild hall. The spacious hall was busy with people, merchants talking quietly, servants moving through the crowd. The air was filled with a faint scent of spices and paper. They were led to the top-floor president's office. When the door was opened, a desk piled with documents came into view. Sitting in a chair was Aunt Lou, who immediately stood up when she saw William, a gentle smile on her face. Young Master William, I'm so glad you're safe, Aunt Lou said softly, bowing slightly. Her eyes briefly lingered on Sasha, then returned to William, her tone gentle. Otherwise, the guild master would be worried all the time. Aunt Lou's words made Sasha blush slightly. Aunt Lou, what are you saying? William smiled and took out a list from his pocket, handing it over. I need these materials. Can you prepare them within 2 days? Aunt Lou took the list, quickly looked it over, and nodded. They can be ready tonight. She paused briefly, as if recalling something, then added, by the way, tonight in Ash City there is a once-a-year joint auction. Rumor has it there are many rare items. If young master is interested, he and the president can go take a look. Cecilia quietly gave Aunt Lou a thumbs up. William raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest in his eyes. Oh, that saves some trouble. I happen to be coming to pick up materials tonight, so I might as well check out the auction. He paused thoughtfully, then asked, by the way, any progress on the matter I asked you to look into before? Aunt Lou's expression flickered slightly. Then she looked apologetic. Sorry, young master. This time, even the Rose Merchant Guild finds it hard to dig deeper. The information is tightly sealed. We only know it was directly ordered by the king. The details are probably known only to those involved. William squinted, then chuckled softly. All right, no need to investigate further. He turned and headed toward the door, Cecilia immediately following. Aunt Lou watched them leave until the door closed, then let out a gentle sigh. As night fell, the magic street lamps of Ash City gradually lit up, illuminating the main street like daytime. William stood in the hall, while his mother, Doreen, adjusted his collar. Mom, I'm going to the auction tonight and won't be back for dinner, William said softly, leaning slightly to match his mother's movements. Doreen smoothed the last fold of his collar and said warmly, Be careful. Her gaze crossed William's shoulder and fell on the quiet maid standing nearby. Little Cecilia, take good care of young master. Rest assured, madam. Cecilia replied with a slight bow, her hands folded in front of her abdomen. Her long black hair slipped from her shoulders, shining like silk under the light. William waved goodbye. Don't worry. The carriage slowly moved toward the auction house, the sound of wheels rolling over cobblestones clear in the night. Cecilia, with her legs wrapped in black silk, sat elegantly opposite William, her graceful curves outlined in the dim carriage. She quietly watched William, who was gazing at the flickering lights along the street. Outside the auction house, a stream of carriages from noble families lined up. William's carriage entered through a side door and stopped in front of the VIP lane. A uniformed servant immediately stepped forward, respectfully opening the door. Young Master William, your private room is ready. The luxurious private room on the second floor was breathtaking. The velvet sofa was so soft it seemed ready to swallow a person, with a crystal coffee table displaying seasonal fruits and chilled champagne. William sank into the sofa, casually plucking a grape and popping it into his mouth. His gaze swept over the bustling auction hall below. Cecilia stood 3 steps away from him, hands folded in front of her stomach, her posture perfect like a model in a textbook. Cecilia, William suddenly patted the empty seat beside him. Sit down. Standing is tiring. I'm a maid, young master. Cecilia gently shook her head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her lips. William pouted. There are no outsiders here, he said deliberately, stretching out the words. Or, are you shy? Cecilia pressed her lips together, thinking to herself, I might not be able to help but throw myself at you. All right. Cecilia finally obediently sat beside him, her legs wrapped in black stockings and crossed at the ankles, showing an alluring sight. The auction soon began. The host loudly introduced various items, high-level monster cores, rare magic potions, precious alchemy materials. William ate fruit while watching with interest. Next item, Frostwolf's tooth. The host lifted a red cloth, revealing a gleaming fong that shimmered with cold light. From the far north, a 5th-level monster, suitable for making ice magic equipment. A fierce bidding war erupted, ending at 800 gold coins. William watched the bidding with little interest until a beautifully crafted magic ring was placed on the display stand. The pale band shimmered like moonlight under the lights, and the gemstones set on the ring sparkled like stars. Next is a magic ring made by a dwarf craftsman. The pale band exudes nobility and purity, and can be used as a staff by magic users of 6th level or below. Starting bid, 1,000 gold coins. You don't seem to have any decent magic tools. Are you interested? William suddenly turned to look at Cecilia, catching a fleeting look of surprise in her eyes. Cecilia quickly composed herself and softly said, Young master, our main goal tonight is to get the ingredients for the antidote. And why would the Rose Guild president need this? William blinked mischievously, mimicking her usual tone. Before she could respond, he raised the bidding paddle for 1,000 gold coins. The entire hall instantly fell silent. This price not only far exceeds the market value, but also was shouted from room number 1, where the person sitting there is obvious. In the end, no one bid for the ring, and William took it. Young master, your bid exceeded by nearly 500 gold coins. Sasha helplessly rubbed her forehead, but a hint of joy flickered in her eyes. Usually, 500 gold coins is a year's net income for an ordinary noble. Luckily, William isn't short of money. William scratched his head and smiled innocently. Really? I haven't bought anything in a while, so I lost track of the price. He casually took the ring box from the servant and handed it to Sasha, like giving candy. You just turned of age this year. I haven't given you a gift yet. Consider this your coming-of-age present. Sasha hurriedly took it, her cheeks turning red like a ripe apple. She carefully opened the velvet box, her pink eyes full of surprise. Is this like? Sasha's heart beat so fast it almost jumped out of her chest. Does the young master know what giving a ring means? William knew, but he didn't think much of it, simply believing it was a good magic tool. Who gives a girl a ring for a coming-of-age ceremony? If the young master does this to other girls, it might be misunderstood as a marriage proposal. The auction continued, but Sasha couldn't hear anything anymore. All her attention was on William, who was leaning on the sofa, tapping the armrest rhythmically with his fingers, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. The light from the chandelier cast varying shadows on his sharply defined side face, making Sasha mesmerized, her cheeks slightly flushed. Anyway, I'll just take it as that. Halfway through the auction, William lazily leaned on the velvet sofa in the private room, idly tapping the armrest with his fingertips. The light from the crystal chandelier refracted through a champagne glass, casting tiny spots of light on his face, revealing a young face full of boredom. Why hasn't Aunt Lou's materials arrived yet? William yawned long and looked at Sasha, who was peeling fruit beside him. Her slender fingers skillfully turned the small knife, peeling the fruit into a perfect spiral. If this keeps up, I might fall asleep. Sasha chuckled softly at his words. She cut the peeled apples into small pieces and elegantly speared one with a silver fork, offering it to William. Young master, if you're feeling tired, you can lean on Chelsia's shoulder for a rest. As she spoke, She subtly adjusted her sitting posture. Her long legs, wrapped in black stockings, shimmered softly under the light. William wrinkled his nose. Forget it. If I really fall asleep, you might secretly. He suddenly stopped, because he saw Chelsia's pink eyes narrowing dangerously, with a sweet, almost sickly smile on her lips. What was the young master about to say? The maid's voice was gentle, like feathers brushing past ears, but it made William feel a chill down his spine. Cough. I mean, today's auction items are so boring. William quickly changed the subject, his gaze drifting to the auction stage. At that moment, a set of shiny silver armor was being displayed, sparkling under the magical lights. Next is item number 37, the Silver Moon Guardian set. The auctioneer's loud voice echoed through the hall. Crafted carefully by dwarf artisans, lightweight and flexible, yet offering good protection. Starting bid. 300 gold coins. William yawned with little interest, about to stand up and leave for a while, when suddenly a familiar voice came from the audience on the first floor. 350 gold coins. It was Jido. William raised an eyebrow in surprise and leaned forward. In the crowded audience, he quickly spotted the chubby figure. Jido was nervously clutching his paddle, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Interesting. William's lips curled into a playful smile. He leaned back into the sofa. Chelsia, it looks like we'll be staying a bit longer. Chelsia looked in the direction of William's gaze, a hint of understanding flashing in her pink eyes. That's Jido. She tilted her head slightly, her long hair falling over her shoulders. With his noble status, how could he be sitting in the audience? It seems his family is even more strict than I thought. William sneered softly, tapping his long fingers on the sofa armrest. Meanwhile, the bidding price had risen to 450 gold coins. Jido bit his lip, hesitating for a moment before raising his paddle again. 500 gold coins. His voice trembled slightly, but his eyes were unusually firm. This bid exceeded most people's expectations, and the bidding gradually slowed down. William was secretly pleased that his friend might win the item. Suddenly, an arrogant voice came from room 10, 550 gold coins. The whole audience suddenly fell silent. The market price for this set of equipment was at most 500 gold coins, so clearly someone was deliberately raising the price. William's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Sasha keenly noticed her young master's change in mood. She gracefully turned around, looked at a nearby servant, and softly asked, "May I ask, who is the distinguished guest in room 10? The servant hesitated, fidgeting nervously, but under Sasha's gentle yet firm gaze, he quickly replied in a low voice, "It's the Horn family. Today, the Earl himself and a few of his sons are here." "Huh. I see." William sneered coldly, his long fingers unconsciously rubbing his chin. Was that clown Galvin from yesterday actually from the Horn family? They didn't dare to trouble him directly, so they turned to bully his friends instead. Sasha gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a hint of coldness flashing in her pink eyes. She quietly moved closer to William, her warm breath brushing his ear. "Young master, what should we do?" William didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared at Jido below, who was sweating nervously, and a meaningful smile slowly appeared on his lips. At this moment, Jido was already sweating profusely with anxiety. The 500 gold coins were all he had saved through frugal living. He really couldn't afford to lose more. But this set of equipment was crucial for his upcoming final exam. He didn't want to burden William and Sasha too much. Although he couldn't do much to help, he at least needed to have the ability to protect himself. Just as Jido was at a loss, the magic bracelet on his wrist suddenly lit up with blue light. William's communication request. Without hesitation, Jido immediately accepted the call. "Don't speak yet. Just bid 700 gold coins." William's voice came before his projection even fully appeared. Jido was stunned for a moment, but trusting his friend, he quickly raised his card. 700 gold coins. The audience was once again shocked. Ordinary people daring to compete with noble guests in bidding was unheard of. After placing the bid, Jido looked down at William's projection on his bracelet. "William, I just keep increasing the bid. Leave the rest to me," William said decisively. Jido hurriedly shook his head. "No, I can't trouble you anymore, fool." William interrupted him. "Do you know who is raising the bid?" "I don't know. It's that hypocritical clown, Galvin." William's voice deliberately carried a clear anger. He doesn't dare to bully me, so he's bullying you, idiot. If you get hurt, it will embarrass me. So raise the bid, go all out. I don't care about the small amount of money. Let those who look down on you and want to suppress you see. You're not so easy to push around. Jido's eyes showed a flicker of struggle. But this isn't just my strength. Foolish, William sneered. Anything you can use is your strength. Jido fell silent. He looked toward room 10, where the curtains moved slightly, and he could vaguely see some figures inside. Finally, he took a deep breath and nodded. All right. The atmosphere in the auction hall grew more intense. Everyone's eyes focused on the chubby young man in the audience. Jido's hand holding the bidding paddle trembled slightly, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his gaze was more determined than ever. 900 gold coins. He raised his paddle again, his voice louder than before. The crowd gasped. Wow, is this kid crazy? 900 gold coins for a second-tier set of equipment? That's enough to buy 2 sets. Where does he get so much money? Whispers spread like waves, but Jido ignored them. His eyes fixed on room 10, the place where Count Horn's family was seated. The curtains in room 10 fluttered slightly, and it seemed the people inside were having a heated discussion. After a few seconds, a proud voice sounded again. 1,000 gold coins. Count Horn personally bid, his tone calm, as if this amount was nothing to him. But those familiar with noble manners knew he was just trying to save face. Jido took a deep breath, looked at the magic bracelet on his wrist. William's projection was grinning at him, full of encouragement. 1,100 gold coins. Jido raised the bid without hesitation, even deliberately raising his voice so everyone could hear clearly. Boom! The auction hall erupted in chaos. Who is this kid? How dare he compete directly with Count Horn? I don't know. It seems Ashes has never heard of this person. The discussion grew louder, and inside room 10, the atmosphere felt frozen. Count Horn's face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. He tightly gripped his staff, his knuckles turning white from the force. His eyes were cold, staring at the chubby man below who was acting recklessly, his chest rising and falling quickly. Father, we can't bid any higher, Galvin's brother whispered urgently. This equipment isn't worth that much. Shut up. The Count suddenly turned his head, his eyes blazing with anger. If we back down now, tomorrow everyone in the city will know. The Horn family can't even control a commoner kid. Galvin stood nearby, his face pale. He just wanted to embarrass Jido a little, to ease his own frustration at not daring to show anger at William, but things had gotten out of hand. Father, he started to explain, but the Count suddenly turned around and slapped him hard across the face. Smack! The sharp sound echoed in the room. Galvin staggered back a few steps, clutching his face, eyes wide with shock. This mess is your fault, you fool. The Count's voice was low but fierce, like a storm about to break. Galvin trembled and lowered his head, afraid to speak. The Countess saw this and quickly stepped forward, grabbing her husband's arm. Darling, calm down. Now's not the time to scold him. People outside are watching. The Count took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He straightened his tie and tried to look composed. 2,000 gold coins. He raised his bid again, his voice steady, as if he hadn't just lost his temper. Then he stood up, walked out of the room, and faced everyone with a fake smile. Young sir, I admire your persistence and courage. This equipment is important for my son's exam. But if you insist on having it, I am willing to help you out. This seemed generous, but it was really just a way for him to save face. The room fell silent for a moment. Then a few scattered applause sounded. But everyone with eyes could see that Count Horn was backing down. William's projection sneered softly. Old man can't handle losing, and now he wants to act generous. Tell him how important this equipment is to you. William's voice was tempting. Speak loudly so everyone hears. His so-called appreciation is nothing special. Ji Dao was silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up. Under everyone's watch, this usually timid, chubby boy straightened his back and spoke loudly and firmly. 4,000 gold coins. That's my final price, 4,000 gold coins. Boom! The whole room instantly erupted. 4,000 gold coins. Crazy. Completely crazy. Who is this kid? Shouts and discussions mixed together, and the entire auction hall went into chaos. Even the auctioneer forgot to call for bids, staring in shock at this surprising young man. After the noise died down, someone started clapping for him, and soon the applause grew louder and louder, filling the whole room. Inside room 10, the applause outside was as loud as a slap on Count Horn's face. His face looked grim, but he didn't lose his mind or try to bid higher. With his previous words, he could leave now and save face. Jidao Suliao's identity was known to him. The reason he dared to bid against himself wasn't because of his wealth, but because he had someone backing him. As for who that was, Count Horn, knowing what his son did yesterday, certainly knew. William Groach in room 1. Count Horn only gave a cold glance at his trembling second son, Galvin, in the corner. He decided to deal with him after they left and kept waiting for the final item to be auctioned. He wasn't here to support his son this time. Standing amid the applause, Jidao finally felt what it was like to be the center of attention. After the auction, William asked the servant to bring Jidao to his private room. As the door opened, Jidao, a chubby figure, rushed in and hugged William tightly. "William, I really don't know how to thank you." William pushed him away with a look of annoyance. Enough, don't be so cheesy." But the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. Cecilia handed over 2 cups of her homemade black tea and smiled warmly. "You were very brave today. Sorry, I cannot assist with that request." Her pink eyes shimmered softly under the light. It is said that the fountain of life, which can keep people young forever, has even been sold for 20,000 gold coins. Unfortunately, this potion is very hard to make and is controlled by the elves. Only 1 or 2 bottles appear each year. You may not know, but girls will do anything to stay beautiful. "Are you interested too?" William asked with curiosity. Chelsia smiled gently, her legs wrapped in black silk crossing elegantly. "Of course. Even I want to stay the most beautiful in front of the young master." William's eyes flashed with sharpness as he thoughtfully stroked his chin. He remembered the recipes for youth pills and beauty powders from the cultivation world. Finally, the auctioneer revealed the last item with a mysterious red cloth. "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's final auction item, the egg of the fire spirit beast, Blazing Eagle. Although it shows some bloodline imperfections, this is a genuine bloodline of a 7th-rank Blazing Eagle with a contract from Duke Sulphurfire. After evaluation, it is certain to reach 5th-rank strength when fully grown. If you want to become a summoner, this is a good choice. If not, it will still be a strong protector for you." The crowd was stunned. The red glowing egg was protected by multiple formation barriers and placed on the display stand. You could faintly see energy flowing inside. Starting bid: 10,000 gold coins. The noble guests in the VIP seats immediately began bidding. William noticed Jido's eyes fixed on the egg, his hands clenched tightly. "Want it?" William asked softly. Jido quickly shook his head, his face trembling. "And no, I just. William smiled knowingly and suddenly raised the bidding paddle. 20,000 gold coins. Chelsia sat gracefully nearby, her eyes filled with admiration for William. She wasn't surprised by his behavior. Jido's eyes widened in shock. "William, what are you? Just want to raise a spirit beast for fun," William said casually, waving his hand. He then winked at Chelsia. "Anyway, I have more money than I can spend, right? My little wallet?" "Yes, young master." Cecilia nodded gently, a faint smile playing at her lips. It seemed that the lure of a free 5th-tier fighter was too tempting, and William's bid was quickly overtaken. 21,000 gold coins. 25,000 gold coins. 26,000 gold coins. 30,000 gold coins. The price soon surpassed 30,000 gold coins, which was the annual net income of wealthier nobles. Of course, this only counted families like Count Hornberg's, which were relatively weak. William kept raising his bid without hesitation, making other bidders turn their eyes in surprise. Soon, only a few bidders remained when the price reached 50,000 gold coins. William felt a bit bored and turned to Cecilia. "What's the standard price for this spirit beast egg?" "The auction price will be a bit higher, around 60,000 gold coins," Cecilia said cutely, tilting her head and thinking before softly answering. William nodded and directly said, 60,000 gold coins. This was already close to the maximum price, causing other bidders to withdraw. Some of the nobles who quit even left the box and bowed to William as a sign of respect. In the end, William bought the spirit beast egg for 60,000 gold coins. A servant from the auction house carefully carried over a square transparent box. The intricate runes on the box shimmered with a faint blue glow under the light. When William took the box, he could feel a slight warmth coming from inside, like holding a small, warm flame. Here, take it. William casually handed the box to Jido. Since it's from your family's lost belongings, you can take care of it. Jido's chubby hands immediately clutched the box tightly, afraid it might fall. His fingers gently brushed the surface of the rune-covered box, feeling the magical energy flowing inside. William, this is too valuable. His voice trembled slightly. Cecilia stood nearby, a gentle smile on her lips. Stop wasting words. Plus, it has the guild's mark, so it won't be stolen. William waved his hand and turned to leave the auction house. Jido hurried to follow William, clutching the box tightly to his chest. His eyes kept glancing at the spirit beast egg inside, showing a mix of joy and gratitude that he couldn't hide. The young master is very gentle to Jido. I feel a little jealous, Sasha whispered softly to herself. Then she quietly followed William, walking gracefully beside him, her long legs wrapped in black silk revealing glimpses as she moved. William didn't hear Sasha's quiet words behind him. He slowly headed toward the waiting carriage. Jido was behind, watching William's back. He understood William's true intentions. Now he knew he couldn't do anything, so he became even more determined to keep his promise in his heart. Hurry up and get in the carriage. I'll take you home. William waved to Jido at the back. Coming. Inside the carriage, Jido carefully held the rune box as if it were a treasure. His eyes never left the magical beast egg inside the box, and he sometimes smiled foolishly. William looked out the window, thinking about what ingredients could replace the ones in the beauty pill he wanted to make. Maybe he could profit again from the beauty potion recipes from the cultivation world. Although he wasn't short of money anymore, who would refuse money? In his past life, he was truly tired of being poor. William's carriage stopped in front of the Count's mansion. Sasha was the first to jump out, her lace-trimmed skirt fluttering in the evening breeze. She turned to help William, but he had already jumped down smoothly and patted her on the head. I'm not that delicate. Let's go see Father first, William said as he walked inside. In the study, North was reviewing documents. The silver letter opener made a scratching sound on the parchment. How was the harvest tonight? He asked without looking up, glancing at Sasha following William closely. Just some ingredients for making antidotes. William waved his small ring on his pinky finger. And the promise with Alice. Yes, I can handle it tonight. North sighed. Rest early. Don't forget the graduation exam the day after tomorrow. Got it, Father, William said playfully, then turned to walk outside. The corridor's wall lamps cast their shadows long and stretched. Sasha suddenly reached out and grabbed William's sleeve. Young master. Her pink eyes shimmered with a strange light under the lamp. It's already 11 o'clock. William deliberately slowed his pace, admiring Sasha's slightly annoyed face. So, he tilted his head, showing a confused expression. You should rest. Sasha's voice gradually lowered, but her fingers clenched tighter. William turned around, reached out, and gently ruffled Sasha's hair, feeling the soft strands slipping through his fingers. It's okay, it'll be over soon. Go rest first. Sasha bit her lip, knowing that once William decided to do something, he wouldn't change easily. She sighed softly and then returned to a gentle expression. Then I'll stay with you. William raised an eyebrow and gave her a mischievous smile. What? Afraid I'll get tired? Yes, Sasha admitted openly, her pink eyes looking straight into his. You're always like that. Forget to rest when you're busy, she said while tidying his slightly messy collar, her fingertips lightly touching his collarbone. William was amused by her serious look and suddenly pinched her cheek. All right. Then you have to supervise me properly. When the door to the alchemy room closed behind them, Sasha had already neatly tied her long hair and stood to the side. The process of making the antidote went smoothly. William's slender fingers moved between the vessels, sometimes grinding herbs, sometimes adjusting the flame temperature. Sasha quietly watched from the side, her gaze following every move he made. When William needed a certain ingredient, she always handed it to him just right. Done. After 2 hours, William held up a bottle of light green glowing potion, proudly raising an eyebrow at Sasha. The light reflected on his face, outlining his handsome features. William chuckled softly but quickly composed himself. But the real challenge is next. He pulled out an old, yellowed sheepskin scroll from the depths of the bookshelf, filled with writing. Sasha leaned in curiously. William saw Sasha staring at the formula and asked, "What's wrong?" "These ingredients." Sasha pointed to some unfamiliar words. "I don't think I've heard of them." William nodded without much explanation. "So, we need substitutes." He picked up a feather quill and began to write and sketch on the sheepskin, sometimes pausing to bite the quill and think. Cecilia timely handed him a cup of black tea and waited nearby, secretly observing William's focused side profile as he thought. Time passed quietly with the sound of scratching paper. When William softly muttered, "The effect of the cold heart lotus," Cecilia was already standing behind him, her slender fingers gently pressing on his tense shoulder. William squinted comfortably. "Press a little harder on the left side. This jade mica flower can be replaced with moonlight grass," William murmured, suddenly grabbing Cecilia's wrist. "Help me note down the proportions." Cecilia was pulled off balance and almost fell into his arms. Blushing, she picked up another pen and carefully recorded what William dictated. They were very close, and William could even smell her faint rose scent. When the clock struck 3, William finally let out a long breath and stretched exaggeratedly. Finally finished revising, Cecilia leaned in to look at the dense but neatly arranged notes and couldn't help but praise. "Young master is still so clever," William proudly hummed. "Of course, otherwise how could I be your young master?" The process of making the youth-preserving pill was full of setbacks. During the first attempt, the alchemy furnace suddenly emitted thick black smoke, making Cecilia cough uncontrollably. William hurriedly dispersed the smoke but saw that her face was covered in ash, and he couldn't help but laugh. "Don't move." He reached out with his thumb to wipe the dirt from Cecilia's nose. The delicate touch of his fingertip made him pause. On the second try, the liquid solidified into a purple paste. William helplessly scratched his head, a few stubborn strands of black hair sticking up. Cecilia smiled and handed him a freshly brewed cup of tea. William sipped his tea while summarizing the recent alchemy process, then adjusted the formula proportions and started again. When a gentle fragrance finally wafted from the furnace, the sky outside was turning pale with dawn. William opened the lid, revealing 12 pearl-like pills shining brightly in the morning light. "Haha, success," William chuckled softly. Turning around, he saw Cecilia massaging her sore neck. "Sorry for making you stay up all night with me," William said with some guilt. Cecilia shook her head. The morning light cast a golden edge on her eyelashes. "As long as I am with you, I am willing to stay as long as it takes." Her words were so soft they were almost inaudible, but they made William pause slightly. William paused for a moment, then smiled as he gently patted her head. "Silly girl." Sasha didn't dodge. Instead, she slightly lowered her head, allowing his hand to fully cover her hair. As the first rays of sunlight shone through the stained glass, William put the pill into a bottle and took a deep breath. Finally done. "Now, let's see how it works." Sasha stood at the edge of the light and shadow, her long black hair glowing softly in the morning sun. Her pink eyes were full of tenderness, and she wore a small, satisfied smile. "Young master, it's time for you to rest," she softly said. William let out an exaggerated yawn and lazily nodded. "Yes, I should get some sleep." Sasha smiled gently. "Young master, I will take you to your room to change and rest." William shook his head. "No need. You should go back and rest too." When William opened his eyes, the sunset outside painted the room in warm orange. He slightly turned his head and saw Sasha lying quietly beside his bed, asleep. Her long black hair spread across the white sheets, with a few strands gently rising and falling with her breathing. Her pink eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes cast tiny shadows on her cheeks. Her hands were crossed under her chin, and her legs, wrapped in black stockings, were slightly curled. She looked like a lazy cat. William couldn't help but smile softly. "This girl probably fell asleep while waiting for me to wake up," he muttered quietly, his gaze softening. He carefully pulled back the blanket, trying not to make any noise so as not to disturb her sweet dreams. After all, she had stayed up all night with him yesterday, so it's understandable she was exhausted. He tiptoed to the bathroom, washed up, then returned to the bed and gently ruffled Sasha's hair. "Hey, wake up, sleeping beauty." Sasha's eyelashes fluttered, then slowly opened her eyes. Her pink eyes shone brightly in the sunset, like honeyed gems. She blinked, gradually regaining awareness, then suddenly sat upright. "Young master, I'm sorry. I actually fell asleep." Her voice was panicked, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. William waved his hand and smiled. "It's okay. Don't blame yourself. You stayed up all night with me yesterday. It's normal to sleep a little now." Cecilia bit her lip and unconsciously clenched her skirt. But, as a maid, falling asleep beside the young master's bed is really irresponsible. "Today you made a rare mistake, and I find it quite interesting," William shrugged, teasing her. "Usually, you're so perfect that no one can find fault." Cecilia's face turned even redder. She looked down and mumbled softly, "Young master is teasing me again." William smiled and ruffled her hair. "All right, let's go. It's time for dinner. Mom and the others are probably waiting." In the dining room, candlelight flickered, and silverware reflected a warm glow. Doreen rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she looked toward the door. "Oh my, our big sleepyhead finally got up," she joked, her long black hair flowing. North sat at the head of the table, looked up when he heard the noise, and slightly smiled. "Did you rest well?" William pulled out a chair and sat down lazily. "Not bad. It's rare to enjoy such a beautiful sleep." Cecilia stood nearby, her ears turning red at his words, and quickly looked down to hide her expression. Doreen blinked and warned. "Oh, William, you let a girl stay up all night with you? You know, staying up late isn't good for your skin." William spread his hands. "That's why I'm planning to make it up to my little maid." Doreen's eyes lit up. "Oh, how are you going to make it up?" William smiled mysteriously and took out a small crystal bottle from his pocket. Inside was a clear, shiny pill that shimmered with a faint silver light. "Beauty pill," he said, shaking the bottle. "Whoever takes it will stay looking the same forever, never aging." "Beauty pill?" Doreen immediately sat up straight, her black eyes shining brightly. She clasped her hands in a praying gesture. "A magic medicine that keeps your face perfect? I want it too, Mom." William chuckled. All right, but I need to see how well it works first before I give it to you." North asked, "Are there any side effects?" William shook the crystal bottle, which glowed like moonlight. "Besides making you look more beautiful, it has no other effects," North said. "Let's eat first. If we keep talking, the food will get cold." After dinner, William took Cecilia back to his bedroom. He picked up the youth preservation pill from his desk and examined it carefully under the candlelight. The pill's surface shimmered with a faint silver glow like condensed moonlight. "Chelsia," he turned to look at her. "Thank you for your hard work last night. Please accept this youth preservation pill as a reward." Chelsia was stunned, her pink eyes slightly widened. "Young master, such a precious item. Should I use it first?" William raised an eyebrow. "Of course. We made it together, so you have the right to enjoy it first." He stepped closer and handed the pill to her. "Try it and see the effect." Chelsia carefully took the pill. Her fingertips trembled slightly. If it truly worked as the young master said, it would revolutionize the beauty world, and many women would go crazy for this pill. "Just swallow it directly," William said. Chelsia nodded and put the pill in her mouth. It melted instantly, turning into a cool liquid that slid down her throat. In an instant, she felt her whole body warm, as if wrapped in gentle sunlight. She instinctively touched her face, which felt smoother and more delicate than before. "How do you feel?" William watched her reaction with interest. Chelsia blinked, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks from the effect. "It's wonderful, like I've been purified." William also used his spiritual sense to carefully check her body, making sure everything was fine, then nodded with satisfaction. "The effect seems good." He first planned to leave 4 pills for his parents, Aunt, and Alice, then handed the crystal bottle containing the remaining pills to Chelsia. She was to keep it for now and think about the future development of the youth preservation pill after the exam. Seeing that her young master only kept the 4 pills and did not use them himself, Chelsia asked curiously, "Young master, aren't you going to use the youth preservation pill?" William shrugged. "It doesn't matter to me. With my strength, I will still look young." Chelsia nodded, but her pink eyes sparkled with a strange light. She took a step forward and embraced William, who was a little shorter than her. Her voice was soft, like a whisper in a dream. "Thank you. I will always stay by your side." William paused for a moment, then chuckled and patted Sasha's back. "All right, are you so concerned about your appearance? Go back and rest. You have the college graduation exam tomorrow." Sasha pursed her lips and nodded obediently. "Yes, young master." She watched William turn to walk toward his desk, a mischievous smile curling on her lips. "Young master." "Huh?" William looked back at Sasha in confusion. Sasha, with her slender fingers, held a youth-reviving pill. Taking advantage of William's distraction, she quickly slipped it into his mouth. Then she smiled and hurried out of William's bedroom, leaving behind a playful voice. "Sorry, young master. I still prefer you looking young now." "Well, fine. Just eat it," William said with a helpless expression as he watched her leave. "Young master, do you need some water?" A gentle female voice came from nearby. Chelsia leaned slightly forward, her pink eyes reflecting William's side profile. William waved his hand. "No, thanks." On William's other side, Jaido Suliao was trying hard to calm his nervous feelings. His round face was flushed with embarrassment, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His broad build looked even more awkward and out of place compared to the well-equipped, muscular students around him. He was wearing the Silver Moon Guardian outfit, and his eyes showed both excitement and nervousness about the exam. "Relax, Jaido." William turned his head slightly, a lazy smile on his lips. His voice was soft, with a clear, youthful tone and a hint of teasing. "Think of it as a week of camping in the back mountains, just with some lively, wild game added to our meal. The points? Easy." Jaido forced a helpless smile, but his nervousness was still visible. He looked around at the confident, well-equipped teams nearby. Then he looked at himself. William always seemed so carefree. Chelsia was very strong. And he looked down at his round belly, feeling heavy inside. Seeing this, William didn't say much more, because soon the truth would be revealed to Jaido, and all doubts would be shattered. At that moment, the loud voice of the chief examiner, amplified by magic, echoed across the scene, silencing the noise. Silence. The chatter stopped abruptly. On the platform, the chief examiner, dressed in a deep purple robe, stood with his hands behind his back. His 5-star mage badge on his chest reflected the bright sunlight. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd, briefly pausing on William's unusual team. "Rules are only stated once." The examiner's voice was clear through the magic amplification. "First, survive in the secret realm for 7 days, and reach the meeting point on the 7th day to pass." He raised one finger for each rule. "Second, kill monsters to earn points. First-level monsters are worth 20 points, second level 100 points, third level 300 points. A murmur spread among the crowd. A tall boy proudly waved his giant axe, the blade shining in the sunlight. "Third, points are shared among team members and divided equally at the end." Cecilia's eyelashes fluttered gently, and a hint of calculating light flashes in her pink eyes. "Fourth, death will be transported to the spectator area. Fifth, points will be converted into final scores. 3,000 points, and reaching the meeting point alive will earn a full score, but death will reduce the final score to below 60. The main goal of this test is to survive and reach the meeting point. Do you understand?" "Yes." The loud response echoes across the square. "Good." The chief examiner waves his hand. "Now, each team prepare and enter the secret realm in order." As the examiner finishes speaking, the atmosphere suddenly becomes more tense and excited. The frontmost team begins to walk toward the shimmering starlight gate, their figures disappearing like ripples when they touch the door. William and his team are in the middle of the line, patiently waiting. He casually looks around, scanning the excited, nervous, or composed faces. "Young master," Cecilia suddenly whispers. She gently hooks her finger around William's sleeve, but quickly lets go. "Please don't lose sight of me once you go in." William raises an eyebrow at her, noticing her fair ears slightly redden. The black silk covering her knees under her skirt glows delicately in the sunlight. "I should be the one saying that." William smiles, flicking her hairpin. "Don't run around when the time comes." Cecilia purses her lips, her pink eyes rippling with emotion. As the team enters in order, William and Cecilia, along with Jaido, patiently wait. Suddenly, the sound of deliberate footsteps, mixed with the scent of expensive incense and faint sweat, approaches. A blond boy dressed in finely tailored silver blue light armor, embroidered with his family crest, with his equally luxurious and dazzling team, pushes through the crowd without regard for others, stopping clearly beside William's team. The visitor is Count Horn's second son, the clown Galvin Horn. His short, golden hair and noble, elegant smile are perfectly maintained. However, to William, this smile is just a carefully painted but fake mask. "Hey, isn't that our Ash City's alchemy genius, young Master William?" Galvin's voice was not loud, but it clearly cut through the surrounding noise. He spoke with a deliberately raised tone, ensuring that nearby groups could hear him. His sapphire-like eyes swept over William, then glanced at Chelsia, who was wearing a school uniform but still showed her graceful figure, and finally landed on Jida, with a hint of concealed mockery in his gaze. "The lineup is quite unique. Are you bringing the cute top student from the academy out for a picnic? Why did you refuse my kind offer back then? Oh, and this one," he nodded toward Jida, the second last in the class. "Don't hold back our William's great adventure." A few of his well-dressed teammates behind him dared not speak sarcastically in front of William. Chelsia's pink eyes suddenly turned cold, filled with subtle murderous intent. But her elegant posture remained unchanged, and even the corner of her mouth kept a polite curve. William clearly felt that her hand, hanging by her side and close to her school uniform skirt, slightly curled her fingertips. A tiny, extremely subtle magical needle formed and instantly pierced into Galvin's thigh, merging inside him. As the needle silently integrated into Galvin's body, the invisible cold, killing intent in Chelsia's pink eyes vanished as if it had never appeared. Chelsia lowered her gaze again, returning to her quiet student appearance, and revealed a meaningful smile. Galvin was unaware of this. His attention was entirely on Jida. Seeing Jida blush and tremble because of his words, with fists clenched, Galvin's elegant smile deepened, taking on a teasing look like a cat playing with a mouse. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to see more of Jida's awkwardness. He casually took a step forward, and with a shoulder that seemed relaxed but actually carried force, he suddenly bumped into Jida's rounded side. If this hit true, given Jida's balance, he would definitely fall in this crowded, chaotic group, landing on his backside and becoming the center of attention. "Be careful, chubby ball. This isn't the cafeteria, don't block the way," Galvin still, kindly, warned, but his eyes were full of malice and the thrill of impending success. Jida had no time to react. All he saw was Galvin's malicious smile enlarging in front of him, and a great force coming at him. He stared in horror, eyes wide, instinctively wanting to step back, but felt blocked by someone behind him. A wave of despair suddenly filled his heart. Just as Calvin's shoulder was about to touch Jidao's, William moved. His action was so small that almost no one noticed. He simply reached out naturally, as if to pat Jidao's shoulder, and lightly placed his arm on Jidao's other side, gently pulling him toward himself. At the same time, he tiptoed forward slightly with his left foot, barely visible, pressing his heel lightly to the ground, and shifted his weight slightly downward with the pull. There was no dazzling light or loud collision. Calvin only felt as if his shoulder had hit a ball of very soft, strangely spinning cotton, or as if he had stepped on a smooth pebble. He expected a strong impact, but it didn't come. Instead, his body was gently guided by a clever force, causing him to lose his balance instantly. His elegant smile froze on his face, turning into surprise and panic. He suddenly lurched forward, stumbling several steps. His hands waved helplessly in the air before he managed to steady himself without falling flat, though his posture was awkward. His carefully styled blonde hair was now tousled, and a few beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Ow! A few muffled, amused chuckles sounded around him. Although the sounds were quiet, to Calvin, they were painfully sharp. His handsome face instantly flushed bright red, turning all the way to his neck. His sapphire-like eyes were filled with disbelief and embarrassed anger. He suddenly looked up at William. William had let go of his hold on Jidao, acting as if nothing had happened. He still wore his lazy expression, even looking at Calvin with a hint of innocent confusion. "Young Master Calvin, are you okay? The ground is a bit slippery, so be careful where you walk," His voice was soft but clear enough for the few nearby, people who were trying not to laugh to hear. Jidao, still shaken, leaned against William. His heart was pounding, but the feeling of being steadied and held firmly by William just moments ago brought him a deep sense of relief and warmth. He looked at William with gratitude, clutching his sleeve tightly. While Jidao was holding William's sleeve and watching him closely, a hint of danger flashed in Chelsia's eyes, making her feel like pushing this fat man away from the young master. William didn't care about Galvin's attempt to look angry, but hide his fear. He looked at him calmly, no longer lazy or playful, but with a deep, cold gaze like icy water in a dark pond. There was no words, but his eyes seemed to say, "No more chances." Galvin felt a shiver from William's icy stare, and a strange coldness replaced his shame and anger. He opened his mouth to say something to save face, but under William's calm, deep gaze, he couldn't speak. His team members behind him also sensed something was wrong. They looked at their leader with some fear, hoping he wouldn't do anything foolish. Oomph. In the end, Galvin let out a heavy, annoyed snort from his nose. He tugged at his wrinkled clothes and crooked shoulder armor, then glared at Jidao and looked at Chelsia, standing quietly beside William, with a resentful look in his eyes. He, along with his fancy team, awkwardly moved forward, as if trying to get away from this embarrassing scene in front of everyone. "William," Jidao's voice trembled a little, filled with relief after surviving the ordeal. "It's okay now." William patted his broad shoulder and looked relaxed again. "See, I told you to be careful when walking. Some people just don't listen and almost fall." He deliberately raised his voice a little, and a few suppressed chuckles came from around. Chelsia took a small step forward and softly but clearly said to William, "Young Master William, we're almost there." Her eyes swept over the shrinking group ahead, as if the earlier scene hadn't happened. William nodded, his gaze returning to the flickering magic gate, a faint smile playing on his lips. Entering quietly. "Looks like someone doesn't want that to happen. But this little interruption isn't bad." He glanced at Jidao, still a bit nervous, then felt Chelsia's silent but firm presence behind him. Thinking about his next plan, he showed a playful smile. It was time to go in. William's footsteps pressed softly on the thick, decayed leaves, almost silent, with only the faint sound of broken twigs breaking occasionally. He led the way, his eyes scanning the familiar surroundings. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth, rotting leaves, and an indescribable scent, pressing heavily on his chest, making him hold his breath involuntarily. Jidao followed closely behind William, trying to imitate his light steps, but his heavy body made it difficult. Every step he took was loud and heavy, making a noticeable rustling sound. Sweat beads formed on his forehead, and his grip on his sword was so tight that his knuckles turned white, trembling slightly. Every gust of wind or movement made him tense up, his heart pounding loudly in his chest, almost as if it would burst out. "Jidao, relax." William suddenly turned his head, wearing his signature smile. His voice was soft but clear in Jidao's ears. "Your wrist is too stiff when you hold the sword, like a stone. Relax and let it move naturally. Otherwise, if we really get into a fight, you'll be the first to cramp." Startled by William's sudden words, Jidao shivered and quickly forced out a smile that was worse than crying. William, I can't control it. The Shadow Mountains are too scary." His throat felt dry, and his voice wavered. "First time, everyone's like that. You'll get used to it," William said casually, shrugging. "If we really encounter something later, stay behind me. Wait for the right moment to strike. Don't rush forward blindly. Safety first." William's words felt like a warm current, easing Jidao's tense nerves a little. He nodded gratefully and secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. His gaze drifted involuntarily to the girl walking on William's other side. Chelsia moved lightly, her long black hair like fine silk, quietly hanging down her slender waist and swaying slightly as she walked. She lowered her eyelids slightly, her pink eyes half closed, seemingly indifferent to the oppressive surroundings, as if she was just strolling in her own garden. But Jidao had an inexplicable feeling. Chelsia seemed careless, but in fact, she was aware of everything around her. Suddenly, a dense, thorny bush a few meters ahead shook violently. Suddenly, pairs of glowing green eyes lit up in the shadows, like ghostly flames. Along with the sharp sound of claws scraping the ground and a deep, threatening growl, several swift black shadows burst out from behind the bushes, carrying a strong, bloody smell straight toward the three of them. It was a pack of second-tier shadow wolves led by first-tier wolves. The appearance of the shadow wolves didn't surprise William, because his awareness was already spread all around. He was aware of everything within 10 miles. He didn't tell the others because he wanted to give Chelsia and Jido a chance to experience fighting magical beasts firsthand. Be careful. William's voice became calm and steady. His hand was already resting firmly on his sword's hilt, and he slightly lowered his body, ready to defend. Jido felt a cold rush from his feet straight to his head. Seeing the snarling, fang-filled shadow wolf rushing toward him, his heart was instantly gripped by fear. Almost instinctively, he let out a short cry for help, gripping his short sword tightly with both hands, and swung with all his might at the approaching shadow. The sword cut through the air with a rushing sound, but was easily dodged by the frontmost shadow wolf. The force of the sword hitting the surrounding trees made Jido's arm go numb, nearly dropping his sword. Jido, watch your footing. Lower your center of gravity. William's clear and timely command rang in Jido's ears, giving him a sense of reassurance. Jido bit his tongue hard, forcing himself to stay calm and trying to follow William's advice by adjusting his stance. But the angry shadow wolf was faster, its foul breath almost spraying on his face. Its bloodthirsty mouth, filled with the smell of death, was close at hand. Desperate, Jido closed his eyes, his mind going blank, waiting for the pain to come. However, the expected bite didn't happen. Instead, he felt a very faint but strangely clear ripple pass by him, carrying a strange, irresistible will. Next, there was the dull sound of teeth sinking into flesh and the cracking of bones, accompanied by a short, piercing cry of pain. A warm, iron-rich liquid splashed onto Jido's face. He suddenly opened his eyes, still trembling with fear, and looked around. I see that the shadow wolf rushing forward suddenly used its own front paw in a very strange way, completely against natural instincts, to deeply pierce its own throat. Blood was pouring out from the terrible wound. Meanwhile, Chelsia had quietly moved to a position slightly in front of him without making a sound. She didn't even draw her sword. She simply stood there gracefully, raising her right hand casually, her delicate, fair fingertips seeming to pluck invisible strings in the air. She tilted her head slightly, and within her pink eyes, a mysterious magic circle slowly flowed, giving off a chilling, inhuman charm. Her black skirt hugged her tall, well-proportioned figure, and her long legs, wrapped in fine black stockings, looked elegant, yet now carried a deadly rhythm. Jido, step back a little, Chelsia said softly, her lips curling into a slight smile. Your combat experience will have to wait for next time. Her gaze lingered on Jido's face for less than a second before returning to the restless shadow wolves, as if she was simply stating a plain fact. Jido snapped out of his daze, hurriedly staggering back several steps. His heart was pounding wildly, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. He looked at Chelsia's back, filled with disbelief and shock. This wasn't a fight. It was one-sided in art. An elegant, suffocating declaration of death. Chelsia's eyes refocused on the remaining shadow wolf. Her expression remained calm and emotionless, like a delicate porcelain doll, but a faint, almost joyful glimmer flickered deep in her pink eyes. Her finger movements were very subtle, as if she was conducting a silent symphony. Eliminating the obstacle blocking Lord William and clearing the way for his progress brought her great joy and satisfaction. The moment Chelsia took over the battle, a terrifying scene unfolded. The first-level shadow wolf, which had lost its leader, suddenly froze with a fierce grimace and threatening glare. Its ferocious eyes were replaced by dullness and extreme fear. Then, as if controlled by invisible strings like a puppet, their movements became extremely uncoordinated. Some suddenly raised their claws sharply, aiming viciously at their own necks. Some of them frantically pounced on their nearby peers, opening their bloodthirsty mouths and viciously biting the vital areas of their opponents. Claws tore through fur and skin, sharp teeth pierced flesh, and the sounds of bones breaking echoed repeatedly. There were no fierce roars of battle, only dull, chilling tearing sounds and desperate whimpering. The whole process was incredibly fast, yet it had a strange, precise rhythm that was almost frightening. William stood nearby, arms casually crossed, watching with interest as Sasha smoothly controlled the scene, and Jido, whose face looked blank and silly from shock, stared in disbelief. Seeing Jido's eyes nearly bulging out, William couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "So, Jido, is my maid's cleanup work efficient enough?" "Why, yes. Yes." Jido's voice sounded hoarse, as if squeezed from his throat. He swallowed hard, his tongue feeling tied. This is just too terrifying, no, too impressive. William, Sasha, is she really only at the 3rd level? He felt his worldview being strongly shaken. This way of killing without direct violence, letting enemies turn on each other, was more chilling than outright slaying. It also vividly showed the vast gap in strength. Sasha had just finished her performance. She flicked her fingertips, and the invisible thread of mental energy quietly dispersed. The last twitching shadow wolf was completely silent. She gracefully turned around, her skirt flowing in an elegant arc with her movement. Her legs, wrapped in black silk, slightly bent to gather strength. Then she leapt silently like a dancer back to William's side. The bloodstained air seemed to be somewhat diluted by her gentle rose scent. "Young master, the obstacle has been cleared," she said softly, bowing slightly with perfect poise, her voice gentle and pleasant. However, her gaze remained fixed on William's face from start to finish. It was as if the fallen monsters around her, the pervasive blood, and even the shocked Jido were just insignificant background scenery. In her world, only this young man before her mattered. William naturally reached out, affectionately and approvingly ruffling Sasha's smooth black hair, smiling brightly. "Well done, Sasha, clean and swift." Cecilia's eyelashes fluttered gently, and 2 faint, barely noticeable blushes quickly appeared on her fair cheeks. She did not shy away. Instead, leaning slightly forward, she subtly moved a little closer to William. Her unique rose fragrance became clearer, lingering faintly around William. She slightly squinted her eyes, like a contented cat after being petted, and her expression of affection added a subtle charm to her perfect servant image. Jido watched the natural closeness between William and Cecilia's soft, relaxed demeanor in front of William, as if she had shed a cold mask. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. He was deeply impressed by Cecilia's formidable strength, envious of William's loyal and powerful maid, but mostly, he felt grateful that William still took the time to guide and tolerate his clumsiness. He looked down at his sword, which had not even scratched the wolf hide, then at his trembling hands. A strong sense of frustration and desire for strength surged inside him. He gave a bitter smile, his voice hoarse. I am really too far behind. I can't even." William withdrew his hand from Cecilia's hair, which he had been gently ruffling. He wanted to give Jido a firm pat on his round belly, but was blocked by his sturdy armor. With no choice, he patted Jido's broad shoulder and interrupted his self-criticism. "Jido, don't talk like that. Everyone has a first time. Shadow wolves may not be high level, but they have rich combat experience, and they are tough to handle alone. Also, your future path shouldn't be as a fighter, but as a summoner." He spoke exaggeratedly, trying to lift Jido's spirits. "Of course, you also need to remember to protect yourself in close combat. Remember how it felt just now. Next time, aim carefully before you strike. Take your time. You'll have plenty of chances to practice," William said sincerely, encouraging him. William's words were like a ray of sunshine breaking through the clouds, gradually easing Jido's gloom. Suddenly, Jido looked up. His usually timid eyes now sparkled with a strange light. "Wait, what do you mean by becoming a summoner in the future?" Jido's voice trembled slightly. He instinctively clenched his shirt collar, his knuckles turning white from the force. William smirked slyly. "You should know your own health better than I do. Although I can't return this summoning gate that originally belonged to you." He deliberately stretched out his tone, watching the hope flicker in Jido's eyes before continuing. "But I can heal the hidden wounds left by losing your summoning gate and restore your natural talent for cultivation." Jido took a deep breath, the smell of blood from the recent fight still lingering in the air. His eyes welled up again, and his lips trembled. "William, Stop right there." William exaggeratedly made a stop gesture, with a look of disgust on his face. I don't want to hear any cheesy thank yous from you. When you get to the Brightness Academy, make sure to keep helping me check in. William. You want to skip class before even going in. Cecilia quietly stood beside William, as if the elegant and deadly clean-up just now never happened. Her fair fingers unconsciously and gently stroked the hilt of her sword at her waist, her gaze always following William's figure. But deep within her beautiful pink eyes, there was a tiny hint of jealousy and danger. Young master, why can't you look at me a little more? A very faint voice drifted in the wind. The sunlight struggled to pierce through the dense canopy, casting mottled shadows on her delicate face, highlighting her snow-white skin and ethereal aura. Meanwhile, William, who was still talking with Jido, had no idea that his little maid was actually jealous of a man. Ancient stone pillars toppled and broken, like the bones of giants scattered across the vast circular arena. This place was once a battlefield of glory and blood, now only weathered stones, overgrown weeds, and the lingering smell of dust and rust filled the air. The broken large stone slabs made the ground uneven, covered with patches that looked like rust or dried blood. The sunlight shone brightly on the ruined arena's core, creating a stark contrast to the dark, dense forest earlier. At this moment, the center of this ruin had become a boiling battlefield. A giant statue, 5 meters tall and made entirely of jagged rocks, was roaring deafeningly. Every heavy step the giant takes causes the ground to tremble slightly, and loose stones fall and scatter. The giant, made entirely of granite, swings its massive arm. Each strike stirs up strong winds and flying rocks, producing a loud, thunder-like sound. This is one of the third-level magical beasts in the Secret Realm trial, the Stone Golem. Defeating it earns 300 points. Surrounding this huge creature are several strong teams. The Silver Shine team, dressed in shiny silver light armor and holding long spears, tries to find gaps in the giant's joints with quick, dense stabbing attacks. The Foreshadow team members, wearing dark green leather armor and moving swiftly like the wind, use the ruins terrain to keep harassing the giant with crossbow bolts. A few other teams patrol the edges, looking for chances to attack or staying alert for sneak attacks from others. The sounds of magic missiles flashing, energy strikes, bowstrings humming, metal clashing, injured groans, and commanders shouting all mixed together, creating a chaotic and intense symphony. Dust and magic fill the air, making the scene very chaotic. William, Sasha, and Jido are now hiding under a relatively intact half-archway at the edge of the battlefield. The shadow of the arch provides some cover, but the tense and deadly atmosphere is still very clear. Jido swallows nervously, his chubby body pressed close to the cold stone wall. Sweat soaks his clothes on his back. He looks at the moving mountain-like giant and the agile elite students around it, all shining with energy magic. He feels a huge pressure, making it hard to breathe. His palms are sweaty, clutching a long sword that is already dull. William, do we really have to join in and fight for it? Jido's voice trembles clearly. That thing looks like it could crush us into paste with one slap. And those people, he points at the fighting teams, fear in his eyes. I feel like they'll come after us last. But William isn't looking at the giant. He has his hands in his pockets, leaning against the rough stone wall, looking relaxed, even a little lazy. He squints slightly, casually scanning the chaotic battlefield with a look that seems unconcerned. A faint smile plays on his lips, as if what's happening isn't a life-and-death fight, but an interesting show. Upon hearing Jidao's words, he turned his head and showed a teasing smile on his face. Jidao, what are you afraid of? If the sky falls, there's someone tall to support it. Look at that big guy, he's very strong. Don't forget, my little maid can defeat him alone. He raised his chin toward the giant stone statue. Besides, it's more fun to watch the chaos. Let's learn how the elites fight. Maybe you can pick up a trick or two. I'm aware that Sasha is very strong. But are you planning to steal the kill? That would anger everyone, Jidao said with some helplessness. When he mentioned angering everyone, William showed a strange smile. He casually reassured him that nothing would happen and then turned back to watch the fight. Sasha stood quietly beside William, half a step away. Her position blocked the half of William's body that was exposed outside the archway, hiding him in the deeper shadow. She calmly watched the chaotic battlefield with her pink eyes. Her delicate face showed no sign of nervousness or excitement, only a cold, focused expression. Her fair fingers unconsciously and gently twirled a strand of hair hanging in front of her. Her elegant posture was out of place in this bloody battlefield. Only when William spoke did her long eyelashes flutter slightly, and her peripheral vision subtly glanced at William's side face. When William's smiling voice fell, her fingertips seemed to move a little faster, and the corners of her lips curled up into a barely noticeable smile. At that moment, on the other side of the chaotic battlefield, a figure caught William's attention. Gavin Horn. His signature short blonde hair shone brightly in the sunlight, like carefully polished gold. His tall figure maintained a deliberate elegance, even at the edge of such chaos. He was whispering something to his teammates, with a serious expression that seemed to analyze the situation carefully. His bright blue eyes appeared to focus on the giant stone statue, but William keenly noticed that his gaze was like a slick snake, secretly sweeping over the archway where the three of them stood several times. William's smile deepened, carrying a subtle hint of amusement. "TSK, our clown seems a bit bored and is looking for some fun," he muttered softly, his voice so quiet that only Chelsia could barely hear it. Chelsia paused slightly, her fingers playing with her hair. In the depths of her pink eyes, a cold glint flashed quickly, so fast it seemed like an illusion. Her gaze locked precisely on Galvin in the distance, carrying a hint of hostility. But soon, realizing she still had a backup plan, she returned to her perfect, calm Maid demeanor, as if nothing unusual had happened just now. She only slightly adjusted her stance, standing so that William was completely behind her, like a loyal shield. William seemed unaware of Chelsia's reaction, still watching intently toward Galvin. Galvin made a few secret gestures to his teammates. One of his team members, small and very agile, immediately slipped away like a cat, silently leaving the group. Using the ruins for cover, he quickly moved toward the outskirts of the battlefield, heading in the opposite direction from William and the archway. Watching Galvin's subordinate run far away, William raised an eyebrow. His expression was not tense, but showed a calm understanding and a hint of boredom. Soon after, a sudden, alarming commotion erupted from the open ruins area behind William's team, on the other side of the archway. The ground started to shake slightly, but not from heavy rocks. This was a frantic, chaotic rush, full of wild energy. Soon, sharp, savage roars sounded from afar, coming closer like a rising tide. "Roar, howl, SSS." Jido turned around sharply, his face turning pale as paper. Behind them, dust and smoke billowed. Dozens of monsters, each with different shapes, were rushing toward them in a frenzy. There were the spiked boars with sharp teeth and covered in spikes, the acid hounds with glowing red eyes and corrosive saliva dripping from their mouths, and the shadow claw leopards, fast as lightning with sharp claws. These second-tier monsters might not be dangerous alone, but now they were gathering in a huge, uncontrollable flood, rushing with destructive power straight at William's group hiding under the archway. Their goal was clear, targeting William and his companions. "Monsters. A horde of monsters. So many. They're coming at us," Jido's voice sharp with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably, almost collapsing to the ground. He looked at William in panic, but saw that William's face showed no sign of worry. "Oh dear," William said casually, even with a hint of a smile. "This entertainment is quite enthusiastic, and the variety is pretty complete." He slowly took his hand out of his pocket, revealing some talisman papers. The monster wave was less than 20 meters away, with fierce fangs and a foul smell rushing toward them. Jido closed his eyes in despair, ready to face the impact, but William moved. His movement was slow and calm, not hurried at all. He threw the talisman papers into the air. There was no chanting, no glowing magic circle, and no powerful energy waves. His actions were simple and relaxed. But then buzz. A very faint, strange humming sound appeared. Starting from William's toes, an almost invisible, ripple-like transparent shield spread out instantly, covering the area where the three of them stood beneath the archway. The moment the shield formed, the frontmost wild boars charged fiercely. There was no loud explosion or energy collision. The large, aggressive wild boars, upon hitting the transparent ripple, seemed to run into a thick, sticky, yet incredibly tough gel. Their powerful charge was instantly stopped, as if swallowed by a dense substance, and vanished without a trace. The inertia distorted their ugly faces, and their hooves flailed uselessly in midair, unable to move forward even an inch. They were firmly stuck to the shield's surface. The following monsters, unable to stop in time, collided with their comrades like a pile-up, snarling in anger and confusion. The entire furious beast horde was stopped outside the archway by this seemingly fragile, transparent barrier. William, what is this? Jido suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring at this incredible scene, his mouth wide open as if he could fit an egg inside. The fierce monsters, at this moment, seemed like beasts trapped behind an invisible wall. They could only roar and ram outside the barrier, but not even a ripple could shake it. William withdrew his finger and lazily put his hands back into his pockets, as if he had just dusted off his clothes. He glanced at Jido and smiled, saying, "Don't ask. It's a secret." Then he turned to the angry, snarling monsters outside the barrier, squeezed together in a crowd. He showed a slightly mischievous smile and said, "Dear guests, please stay calm. It's a bit crowded here. Line up and come one by one." At this moment, Sasha stepped lightly forward, standing beside William. She leaned slightly toward him, half of her body almost pressed against his. She tilted her head slightly, her pink eyes looking at William. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings. Her voice was soft, like whispering to a lover, with a touch of sweetness. "Young master, do these noisy little animals need Sasha's help to clean up?" This movement made the elegant rose fragrance on her more clearly linger around William's nose. Her gaze lingered on William's face, full of open inquiry and a secret hope, as if waiting for his permission to deal with the annoying trouble. William had long since become used to her closeness. He slightly tilted his head, almost rubbing his cheek against Sasha's falling hair, and a knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Of course. Thank you, Sasha. Let them be quiet. They're too noisy and disturb our show." The moment he gave his permission, two complex circular formations lit up deep within Sasha's pink eyes. Her gentle smile remained perfect, but her eyes suddenly turned as sharp and cold as eternal ice. She gracefully raised her left hand. Her slender, white fingers slowly spread in front of her. The white ring William gave her on her ring finger emitted a faint pink glow. There was no spell chant, no fluctuations. Only an invisible, intangible, yet enormous and terrifying magic power spread silently from Sasha, like flowing mercury. It quietly enveloped all the frantic monsters outside the barrier. Outside, the monsters that had been wildly smashing, biting, and trying to break through suddenly froze. Their furious and bloodthirsty expressions were wiped away as if by an invisible hand, replaced by a state of extreme dullness and confusion. Next came an indescribable fear. Every monster's body began to shake violently, as if witnessing the most terrifying presence in the world. Deep within Chelsia's pink pupils, a faint pink magic circle slowly spun. Her open fingers moved very slightly. In the next moment, a chilling scene unfolded again. A huge spiny wild boar suddenly let out a piercing, shrill scream, then unexpectedly turned direction. With its large body covered in sharp bones, it charged fiercely at a nearby acid-licked hyena. The bones pierced deep into the hyena's soft belly, and foul blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. A shadow-blade leopard whimpered in fear, its bright red eyes fixed on another of its kind nearby, as if seeing a deadly enemy. It transformed into a shadow, its sharp claws tearing through the air with a screech, madly lunging at its companion's throat. Another shadow-blade leopard, also under invisible control, lunged fiercely, its sharp teeth biting into the other's neck. The acid-licked hyenas began to spray corrosive acid at each other, sizzling sounds mixing with painful howls. Claws tore through fur, fangs pierced flesh, and the cracking of bones echoed repeatedly. The entire group of monsters instantly fell into a frenzy of mutual slaughter. They were no longer fierce predators, but puppets controlled by invisible strings, biting and tearing at each other. The scene was bloody and strange, filled with a cold rhythm of death. Chelsia stood quietly in place, maintaining her elegant posture. Her pink eyes coldly watched the bloody slaughter outside the barrier. Her delicate face showed no emotion, as if she was merely watching a boring silent play. Only her slightly rising chest and a thin layer of sweat on her forehead revealed the mental effort behind this seemingly relaxed control. She subtly tilted her head, letting a rebellious strand of black hair fall on her pale neck. This small, unintentional movement, combined with her focused side profile while casting spells, created a breathtaking, destructive aura amid the bloody background. Of course, all of this was just an act for William to see. After all, she was a 4th level mage. Being a 3rd level mage might be tiring, but 4th level was definitely easy. If she didn't pretend to be exhausted, how could she earn her young master's concern? Inside the barrier, Idao was completely stunned. He had seen scenes like this before, but this time, the monsters fighting outside were all second tier. Looking at the elegant and beautiful maid who looked like she stepped out of a painting, he felt a cold chill run from his feet straight to his head. Is this really Sasha's true strength? In less than a minute, all the roars and screams outside the barrier disappeared. Only the bodies of monsters remained, piled in twisted shapes. Blood stained the ancient stone slabs, and a thick, unbreakable smell of blood and internal organs filled the air. The once fierce monster horde was now silent. Sasha slowly lowered her hand, as if her invisible magic lingered on her fingertips. The coldness on her face instantly melted away, like snow melting, revealing her perfect, gentle maid appearance again. She turned slightly and moved closer to William, her actions showing a tender intimacy. She raised her face, her pink eyes shining like they were filled with stars, and looked at William with focused attention. Her voice was soft, with a subtle hint of pride. "Young master, the cleanup is done. Sorry to keep you waiting." Her pink eyes seemed to say, "See? Did I do well?" William looked at Sasha's delicate face, so close to him, and her pink eyes full of his reflection. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. He reached out and naturally pinched her smooth cheek, feeling her soft, warm skin under his fingertips. "Well done, Sasha. Fast and clean, more efficient than I expected." Her cheeks immediately flushed with a faint red. She didn't shy away. Instead, like a cat petted by its owner, she slightly squinted her eyes and subtly rubbed her cheek against William's finger. The moment revealed a deep attachment and satisfaction, creating a stark contrast to her cold, controlling image when she manipulated the monsters to fight each other. William withdrew his hand and looked past the pile of monster corpses, focusing on the distant battlefield edge, the golden figure there, Gavin Horn. Gavin's expression was extremely dramatic. The effort to maintain his elegance and composure was completely frozen, like he was wearing a cheap mask. His blue eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and a hint of panic he couldn't hide. He stared fixedly at William and the 2 others calmly standing under the archway, their relaxed posture, as well as the invisible barrier beneath their feet and the mountain of monster corpses outside it, as if witnessing the most absurd nightmare. He had carefully planned an accident, a trap he thought would easily eliminate William and let him kill him off. But in an instant, the others casually defused his trap in a way he couldn't understand, turning it into easy points for them. This huge contrast and failure nearly shattered his carefully maintained noble demeanor. William's smile grew brighter, full of playful teasing and mockery. He raised his hand, forming a horn with his thumb and index finger, and held it to his mouth. He shouted loudly at Calvin, who was standing stiffly in the distance, with a voice clear enough to cut through the noise of the battlefield. "Hey, Calvin. Thanks, buddy." William's voice was full of genuine gratitude, and his smile was so bright it was almost blinding. "This gift is really generous. It saved us the trouble of hunting monsters everywhere. We'll happily take the points. Let's go out for a meal sometime." He even exaggeratedly waved his hand, as if thanking a generous friend. Calvin's face instantly turned from pale to green, then to black, as if a painter had mixed all the colors. William's loud voice felt like invisible slaps, hitting him hard in the face. He could feel dozens of eyes around him, full of curiosity and mockery. A surge of shame and anger suddenly overwhelmed him, making the veins on his forehead bulge. He clenched his fists tightly, nails almost digging into his palms, barely holding back the urge to lose control. He forced a smile, trying to show a friendly, familiar expression, but that smile was stiff and twisted, worse than crying. Finally, he spun around abruptly, almost as if fleeing, and left the edge of the battlefield. His back looked awkward and filled with uncontrollable rage. His carefully planned scheme had not only become a joke, but also a stepping stone for others to show off. This humiliation gnawed at his heart like a poisonous snake. Watching Galvin stumble away, William lowered his hand. His smile faded a little, but the sharpness in his eyes remained. It was as if he had just dismissed an annoying salesperson. "Chelsia, take a good rest. Our main event is coming soon," William said as he handed her a vial of healing potion. Chelsia quickly responded and gracefully took the potion, turning to walk toward a clean stone slab nearby. At the moment she turned, her pink eyes quickly glanced in the direction where Galvin disappeared. Deep inside her eyes, a cold, bone-chilling indifference flashed, as if she was looking at something lifeless. Jido only woke up now, gasping long and trembling. His back was soaked with cold sweat. He looked at William's relaxed, casual face, then at Chelsia calming herself, and finally his gaze fell on the invisible barrier that separated them from the bloody. His heart was filled with waves of shock and fear. He felt a mix of awe, fear, gratitude, and an intense desire for power he had never felt before. He clenched his fists and looked at William with a fierce, hungry gaze. "What's with your eyes?" "It's kind of scary," William said casually, glancing at Jido and startled by his intense stare. He quickly patted Jido on the back. "Oh, sorry. I got a bit excited. Your excitement doesn't give you the right to look at me like that, buddy. I didn't mean it like that. I'm straight. I don't care what you mean. Next time, don't give me that look. I'd rather be stabbed in the back than see that from you, understand?" The air was thick with dust, blood, and the smell of hot rust, mixed with the stench of monster corpses, making it disgusting. Loud roars and fierce clashes never stopped. The giant rock golem, like a raging mountain, was rampaging wildly in the ruins. The small groups attacking it, Silver Shine, Foreshadow, and others with strong skills, had already lost their initial sharpness. Their movements were noticeably slower. Their light armor was full of dents and scratches. They were breathing heavily, with sweat, blood, and dirt smudged on their faces. The glow of the magic missile has dimmed quite a bit, and the sword strikes have lost some of their sharpness. The giant's tough stone body is full of cracks and dents. Its left arm, made from a solid piece of granite, is mostly shattered. It moves less quickly and smoothly than before, but its fierce strength is still deadly. This is a battle of attrition. Both sides are holding on tightly. At the edge of the battlefield, in the narrow shadow cast by the half-arch, William and his two companions hide like hunters waiting in ambush. Gideon is pressed close to the cold stone wall. His chubby body trembles slightly from nervousness and the earlier shock. He listens to the terrifying sounds nearby and watches the faint, huge figure in the smoke and dust. His heart feels like it might jump out of his chest. He shrinks further into the shadows, his voice trembling as he asks, "William, how much longer do we have to wait? That thing seems like it can't hold on much longer. Should we go and grab it?" When he says, "grab," his voice is weak and full of worry. Just now, he still remembers the terrifying scene where the beast was fighting itself to the death. Now, he's thinking about stealing prey from the stronger elite team. It's like playing with fire. But William doesn't answer. His gaze is fixed on Chelsia beside him. The girl sits quietly on a relatively clean stone slab, her eyes half closed, breathing slow and steady. Her chest rises and falls gently with each breath. Dewdrops of sweat on her fair forehead have dried up. Her face, which was pale from controlling the beast horde, is now visibly regaining a healthy, rosy glow. William's lips curve into a quiet, satisfied smile. He watches her recovery carefully. He can't help but reach out and gently brush aside a stray strand of hair that falls across her forehead with his fingertips. Feeling his touch, Chelsia's closed eyelashes flutter slightly, like a startled butterfly's wings. Her lips curl up just a little, forming a tiny, satisfied smile. Chelsia's plan is finally working. Onai. Degree nabla degree. She doesn't avoid his hand. Instead, she tilts her head slightly, bringing her cheek closer to William's fingers. Even now, when she needs to focus on restoring her magic, her attachment and desire to be close to William haven't weakened at all. Almost there. William then withdrew his hand and looked back at the battlefield center. His voice was very low, calm, and confident, as if he understood everything. Let them wear themselves out a little longer. His gaze was precise, sweeping back and forth between the raging stone giant and the exhausted attackers, assessing the changing strength of both sides. Time slowly passed amid loud explosions and roars. The stone giant's movements became slower and more sluggish. Its roars carried clear signs of pain and weakness. Cracks on its body widened with each attack, and pieces of stone kept falling off. Meanwhile, the attacking team was also reaching their limit. A member of the Silver Shine team was hit by flying debris and screamed as they flew backward, losing their fighting ability for now. The Shadow team's crossbow shots also slowed down significantly, showing that both their arrows and stamina were running low. Other teams were also injured and struggling to breathe. They relied on their stubbornness and desire to score high to keep fighting. At this moment, Sasha slowly opened her eyes. Her pink eyes were clear and bright, like pure crystal. The exhaustion from controlling the magical beasts earlier was gone, replaced by a calm but powerful aura. She took a gentle breath, her breath long and relaxed, as if she had completely shaken off her last bit of tiredness. She stood up smoothly and gracefully, tidied her skirt to make sure there were no wrinkles, then naturally moved closer to William. She slightly bowed her head, her lips rosy and soft, exhaling a fragrant breath. Her voice carried a hint of laziness and sweetness after her recovery. "Young master, I am ready." As she spoke, her warm breath brushed William's ear, carrying her unique rose scent and a subtle hint of flirtation. William felt a slight tickle in his ear. He shrank his neck and looked at the people in the distance. His eyes sparkled with cleverness and excitement, like a fox seeing prey fall into a trap. He lowered his voice, speaking quickly so only the two of them could hear. "Good. The target is that big one in the middle. Strike the final. Then, clear out those meddlesome, interested spectators. Remember, the louder, the better. The rules allow for accidents." His tone was encouraging and expectant. Sasha's pink eyes instantly lit up. A very sweet but deadly smile appeared on her face. She nodded forcefully, her eyes filled with excitement and passion to clear the way for William. "Yes, young master. Please enjoy." Her voice remained gentle but carried a cold sense of determination. In the next moment, Sasha's figure suddenly appeared like a ghost from the shadow of the archway. She did not choose to hide and approach secretly, but walked straight toward the center of the battlefield, where dust and energy swirled in a deadly area. She moved lightly, with the grace of a noble lady heading to a feast. Her long black hair and dress fluttered behind her, and she carried a long sword at her waist. Her casual attitude sharply contrasted with the bloody chaos around her. Her appearance immediately drew everyone's attention on the battlefield. "Who is that? Stop. It's dangerous here." The leader of the Silver Shine team, a young man with a spear and a face covered in dirt and blood, shouted loudly, trying to stop this sudden intruder, calling her a madwoman. Sasha ignored him. She walked straight until she was less than 10 meters from the giant stone statue. The statue seemed to sense the challenge from this tiny creature. Its remaining right arm, howling with the wind, swung fiercely toward her. The huge shadow instantly covered her slender figure. At this critical moment, Sasha moved. She didn't even look at the falling arm, but gracefully raised her left hand, opening her delicate, white fingers, and aimed at the cracked core of the statue. Buzz! A large magic circle appeared on the ground where the statue stood. Countless blood-red thorns burst out from it, tightly binding the stone statue in the center. The giant arm was forcibly fixed in midair, and the thorns coiled around it like snakes, squeezing tightly. Finally, with a cracking sound, a clear, chilling breaking noise echoed through the arena. The huge body of the statue, made of countless hard rocks, could not withstand the force and began to like a spider web, spreading wildly. This was accompanied by a series of dense, teeth-grinding breaking sounds of rocks. Then, the glowing green eyes of the stone giant quickly dimmed, and the entire statue shattered with a loud crash. It turned into countless large and small fragments of stone, falling like a mountain collapse, kicking up a cloud of dust. Boom. The ground trembled violently, and dust filled the air. The entire battlefield fell into complete silence. Everyone stared in shock at the pile of rocks that suddenly collapsed, and at the elegant black-haired girl standing at the edge of the dust cloud, her dress untouched by a speck of dirt. Captain, Silver Glow, couldn't hide his surprise and anger, with dirt smudged on his face. What? What did you do? His voice was hoarse from shock and rage at losing his prey. Cecilia slowly turned around to face the intense, hostile, and incredulous elite students. She still wore a smile, but her pink eyes showed clear contempt and mockery. She slightly lifted her small chin and spoke in a very graceful, yet teasing tone, her voice clear to everyone. "Oh, you've worked hard, everyone." She gently clapped her hands twice, as if applauding a poor performance, her gaze sweeping over the exhausted, scarred students. "Thank you all for helping my young master warm up this heavy fellow. We'll take the points." Her eyes deliberately lingered on the Silver Glow, captain, and a female student leading the lining team, with sarcasm almost overflowing. This remark was like lighting a fuse. "Too arrogant. Stealing our prey and still talking big. Take her out. Eliminate her." The Silver Glow captain trembled with rage, pointing his spear at Cecilia and shouting, "Attack together. Eliminate this brat first." He was completely furious at Cecilia's disdainful attitude and blatant humiliation, his reason overwhelmed by anger. Members of other teams had also been holding back their fury. After fighting hard all day and nearly succeeding, a woman they didn't know suddenly took the advantage and was so arrogant in her mockery. No one could swallow this insult. Almost as soon as the Silver Glow captain finished speaking, the remaining dozen or so elite students, whether warriors or mages, had red eyes and roared with fury, charging at Cecilia without hesitation. Swords flashed with bright light, magic missiles whistled through the air, and various attacks poured down like a storm on the lonely black figure in the center of the field. Faced with the overwhelming wave of attacks, Sasha did not show any fear. Instead, her pink eyes shone with a nearly joyful light. Her perfect, slightly contemptuous smile widened suddenly, revealing a bright, yet cold smile that sent a chill to the heart. Finally successful. "Huh. Everyone is here now? No need for me to find each one," she whispered softly, her voice tinged with a strange excitement. Just as the first wave of attack was about to hit, Sasha's figure suddenly became blurry and unreal. Her tall figure seemed to melt into ink and water, blurring, twisting, and splitting in the eyes of everyone. In an instant, it was as if 4 or 5 different versions of Sasha appeared on the battlefield. Some were elegantly adjusting their skirts, others were quietly smiling behind their hands, and some held a shining sword, ready to strike. "Illusion? She's a magician of illusions," someone shouted in fear. But this was only the beginning. A huge, strange mental wave spread out from Sasha, or her illusions, rapidly expanding. The first few students at the front lost focus in their eyes. The scenes before them suddenly changed. Their companions turned into fierce monsters. The ground beneath their feet became boiling lava, and deadly poison fog filled the air. Fear and chaos seized their minds instantly. Monsters, fire. There's fire on the ground. Stay back. It's poison fog," they screamed in terror, wildly swinging their weapons, even attacking what they thought were monsters, actually their teammates. The scene quickly descended into chaos and mutual slaughter. Meanwhile, the Real Sasha moved like a ghost through the chaos. Her sword transformed into cold, silver streaks, precise and deadly. With a soft sound, a warrior confused by illusions, attacking the lava, was lightly pierced in the neck by her sword tip. His body stiffened and collapsed softly, marked as fatally wounded and eliminated. A mage trying to cast magic to fight back was cut across the wrist by her blade. The pain made him stop casting instantly, and then everything went black, eliminated. Her figure flickered constantly, each movement accompanied by a muffled groan or cry. Every flash of her sword precisely took down a combatant's strength. Her movements were as quick as a ghost, yet she maintained an astonishing grace. Her black dress and long hair fluttered in the chaos of the battlefield, like a dance of death blooming amidst blood and fire. Her pink eyes calmly scanned the chaotic scene, and a cold, triumphant smile never left her lips. No. My eyes. Where is she? Retreat. She's a third-level illusion mage. Screams, curses, and frightened shouts echoed one after another. Weaker students, those who were slower to fight back or already badly injured, saw the one-sided slaughter like chopping melons and vegetables. They were instantly terrified and lost all courage. They no longer dared to fight. All thoughts of points or pride were thrown aside. Only the instinct to survive remained. They screamed in fear, dropped their weapons, and scrambled to run away, fleeing in a messy, panicked rush from the bloody battlefield's core. Under the shadow of the archway, Jido watched with a cold shiver, his teeth chattering. He covered his mouth tightly to stop himself from crying out. He saw CIA like an elegant death goddess, harvesting those usually proud elite students. He watched them kill each other in illusions or be eliminated with a single sword. A cold wave ran from his feet to his head, making his scalp tingle. He instinctively grabbed William's arm tightly, trembling as he spoke. William, this is too much. She's eliminated them all. Could this be against the rules? Are we going to be disqualified? His fear made him stammer. William was watching with great interest, a bright smile of satisfaction on his face. Seeing Jido's trembling, pale face and sweating heavily, William smiled faintly, a hint of helplessness in his expression. He reached out and patted Jido's broad shoulder firmly, trying to give him some strength. Relax, Jido, William said casually, as if what was happening was just an exciting show. Rules? Which rule in the exam manual says you can't eliminate other teams? He raised an eyebrow, eyes gleaming with mischief. Besides, when Galvin let the beasts bite us earlier, no one mentioned any rules, did they? This is reality. The strong break the rules, and the strong set the rules. He spoke deliberately in an exaggerated tone, trying to ease Jidao's fear. And look, those who ran away on their own, we didn't chase after them. We've already shown good martial virtue. Jidao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing William's confident expression and the gradually calming chaos on the battlefield, only Sasha's figure standing alone, he finally swallowed his words. Still, his hand trembling as he held William's arm showed his fear. The smoke and dust slowly cleared, revealing a battlefield full of damage. Broken rocks, scattered weapons, everything was a mess. Sasha stood in the middle of the ruins, gracefully swinging her long sword to wipe away non-existent blood drops, then elegantly sheathed it at her waist. She took a shallow breath, her cheeks flushed from the intense fight, but her pink eyes shone brightly with a sense of satisfaction after completing her mission. Her gaze passed through the thick smoke and dust, precisely locking onto William under the archway shadow. When her eyes caught William's figure, the coldness and murderous intent in her eyes instantly melted away, replaced by a pure, tender glow filled with affection. She smiled sweetly, even shyly, a stark contrast to the deadly figure on the battlefield just moments before. She stepped forward, crossing the rubble and dust like a bird returning home, light and quick, heading toward William. Her skirt brushed the ground, leaving a faint scent of roses. Jidao looked at William's smile, and then at Sasha's obvious affection for William. Thinking about the one-sided slaughter just now, he felt a cold shiver run down his spine. His voice trembled. William, are you really sure this is okay? William chuckled, noticing Jidao's worried expression. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, his eyes shining with excitement. Jidao, the real show is just beginning. Our goal isn't just these points. He pointed toward the gathering spot. The meeting point, that mountain peak that's been cut off, is the final destination. It opens on the 7th day. And now, we need to guard it. Guard the gate. Jidao suddenly had a terrifying thought. William's smile became very aggressive. Block all the remaining teams outside the door. Don't let them even reach the final gate. Only allow them to watch in a state of elimination. With this, our scores for the practical exam. Besides us three, we will take the top 3 spots. This crazy plan made Jida gasp in shock, his legs weak, almost collapsing to the ground. Block the door? Eliminate everyone? Take the top 3? This is no longer arrogance. It's like stepping on all the graduates of the academy. But, just the 3 of us? Even Sasha, no matter how strong, will run out of magic. Jida's voice trembled slightly. Of course, we won't rely on brute force. William's eyes sparkled. We need a vanguard. William looked at Sasha, a slight smile on his lips, speaking casually. Sasha, I have a new task for you. Find a suitable, strong third-level magical beast and persuade it to join us. Make it obedient, ready to charge and fight for us. Sasha slightly bowed, her skirt forming a graceful arc. Her voice was a bit excited and sweet. Yes, young master. Sasha will find the most suitable guard dog for you. She even playfully winked and turned to leave. Wait, William called her back. He looked like a shrewd buyer selecting goods and added, remember, it should be tough-skinned, powerful, and impactful. Don't look for flashy ones. Sasha turned back with a bright, charming smile. Understood, young master. After saying that, she flickered like a shadowy sprite, quickly disappearing into the ruins. William then turned to Jida, who was still in shock, with an encouraging smile. Jida, don't be idle these days. See that? He pointed to the scattered eliminators on the ground. There are plenty of practical opportunities. Practice well. Use everything you've learned. When guarding the door, it will be your training chance. You'll be responsible for taking down those bewitched by Sasha. This will be a rare experience in your school life. William's voice was tempting. This is the graduation exam. Don't you want to leave an unforgettable legend at the academy? Jida looked at William's confident eyes, recalling how, under William's guidance these past days, he had indeed been struggling on the edge of life and death, making progress. Although fear still lingered, a strong desire to prove oneself and become stronger burned faintly like a small flame in his heart. He swallowed hard, his gaze still a bit unfocused, but now showing determination. I'll try. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, at the top of a mountain that looked like it was cut in half by a giant sword, there was a wide platform. This was the end of the trial, the meeting point. Around the edge of the platform, dozens of large virtual screens floated, glowing softly blue. They clearly showed real-time images of different areas inside the secret realm. In the middle of the platform, there were the students who had been teleported out and eliminated. Most of them sat or lay down, looking discouraged, with faces full of frustration, anger, and a dazed feeling of having survived a tough challenge. The air was filled with disappointment and constant complaints. Is that woman a monster? My points. I was so close. That brat. What kind of magic did she use? Why did I see monsters? This isn't fair. She ambushed us. She cheated. A member of the Silver Shine team punched the ground and shouted angrily. On one side of the platform, a temporary observation deck was set up for the instructors to watch. The atmosphere there was just as heated as a boiling pot. Oh my, that student Sasha. Is she really from the Night Academy? A third-level mage going to the Night Academy? And how old is she? Her talent. It's rare in 1,000 years. An old alchemy instructor with gray hair, wearing a gray robe, pointed excitedly at the screen, trembling with joy, eyes shining like he had found a treasure. Rare in 1,000 years? I think it's rare in 10,000. Her swordsmanship is also quite good, said a burly combat instructor nearby, frowning deeply but speaking with mixed feelings. But she, and that kid William, who often skips classes. This is too much, right? It's only the 5th day. The strongest teams in the core area are almost wiped out by them. The practical scores of this graduating class might set a new low in the school's history. He pounded the table heavily, looking a bit anxious. Yes, sir, the chief examiner, this can't go on. This is no longer a competition. It's a slaughter. It will seriously affect the overall evaluation. Another female mentor looked anxiously at the person sitting in the center. The chief examiner, dressed in a deep purple robe of high rank, had a stern face. At that moment, his sharp eyes were fixed on the screen, where William's mischievous smile appeared. His brows furrowed deeply, forming a tense expression. If any other student had acted so recklessly, almost causing their entire group to fail, he would have immediately issued a warning or even used his authority to intervene. But this time was different. The boy on the screen, with an ordinary face but unusually deep eyes, was William Groach, the future master of Ash City. The power behind him made every decision feel heavy. The examiner's gaze unconsciously shifted to another corner of the viewing platform. There, a woman sat quietly in her chair. Her long crimson hair fell loosely over her shoulders, and even her formal suit could not hide her striking presence. She was Lisa Stewart. At that moment, her red eyes were fixed on William's image on the screen, her lips curved into a faint, amused smile, as if she were watching an entertaining play. Between her slender fingers, she toyed with a small magic crystal, her relaxed posture completely out of place in the tense atmosphere. The chief examiner took a deep breath, stood up, and walked toward Lisa. The sound of his footsteps caught her attention. She lazily lifted her eyelids, her red eyes glowing like molten gems, showing a hint of mild annoyance at being disturbed. "Lady Lisa," the examiner said, his voice carrying a trace of respect and hesitation. "As you can see, young Master William and his assistant are acting rather aggressively. If this continues, the other graduates' results will be disastrous. Do you think we should step in and remind them to be a little more restrained?" He passed the question to the woman who was both close to William and one of the strongest in the academy. Lisa smiled slightly. She set down the crystal, looked at the examiner, and said in a calm, knowing tone, "Examiner, the final decision is, of course, yours. I'm just one of the many examiners this time. At most, I can offer a small personal suggestion." She paused, then looked again at the faces of the eliminated students on the screen, their expressions full of regret. Her tone became a bit cold. "It's better to have poor grades than to lose your life in a real battle. Flowers in a greenhouse can't withstand wind and rain. Being eliminated this time might be the most valuable lesson for them before facing the harsh world. What do you think?" Lisa's words suddenly cleared the fog in the chief examiner's mind. He immediately understood Lisa's attitude and found a way to justify himself. Was he offending the North's family and the great mage Doreen? No, he was just enforcing the harsh reality of the practical test and helping students see the truth. His tense face relaxed, showing understanding and determination. "Your point is very true. The practical test is meant to simulate the harshest survival environment." William's team acted strongly, but they didn't break any clear rules. It's a display of strength and strategy. "We will not interfere," he turned around and loudly announced to all the mentors, his tone firm. "Keep watching." The mentors looked at each other and finally fell silent. Lisa looked back at the battlefield, her crimson eyes reflecting William's figure. A meaningful smile played on her lips as she lightly tapped the armrest with her fingertips, as if silently saying, "Little guy, have fun." 2 days later, on a wide platform formed by broken mountain peaks, the atmosphere was heavy. Huge crystal screens surrounded the area, mostly quiet, with only a few small teams still struggling forward. In the center of the platform, the area for eliminated contestants had grown several times larger than 2 days ago. Teams eliminated by Williams' gatekeeper plan kept being teleported out, their complaints, curses, and angry shouts forming a noisy sea. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the largest screen, showing clearly the only entrance to the gathering point platform, a narrow stone staircase on a steep cliff. At this moment, at the top of the staircase, the platform entrance, the atmosphere was as if frozen in lead. William stood a few steps inside the entrance, hands in his pockets, looking relaxed as if he was taking a walk in his backyard. He wore a smile on his face, but his eyes were sharp like an eagle, scanning the crowd gathered on the stone steps below. Those were the remaining students who hadn't been eliminated, struggling to reach the finish line. There were about 7 or 8 groups, each with 30 or so people. They all looked tired and injured, but their eyes burned with anger and a flicker of hope. In front of William, a huge creature blocked most of the entrance. It was a mighty, ironclad exploding bear, as big as a small mountain. Its thick fur shone like metal, its strong limbs looked like stone pillars, and its mouth was full of sharp white teeth. Its dull yellow eyes flickered with rage and a hint of dazed fascination. It radiated a fierce and frightening aura. This was the 3rd-level beast commander that Chelsia had persuaded to come. Chelsia stood slightly behind the ironclad exploding bear, her long black hair flowing gently in the wind. Her pink eyes were cold, like a frozen lake, as she looked down at the crowd with indifference. Next to Chelsia was Jidao. He tightly held a broad-bladed short sword that looked much better than before, with some fresh blood still on the blade, left by students who had tried to force their way through earlier. Jidao was still overweight, but now his body was tense like a drawn bow. Sweat soaked his hair and ran down his round face. His eyes no longer showed fear or avoidance like before. Though still nervous, there was now a fierce and numb look in them. Over the past 2 days, under William's encouragement and Chelsia's control, he had gone through hellish combat training and had already recorded several eliminations. He was gasping for air, trying to calm his rapid heartbeat, staring fixedly at the crowd below, waiting for William's command. The crowd on the stone steps was becoming extremely restless. A tall student, apparently chosen as a temporary leader, stepped forward, threw back his head, and roared angrily. "William, what are you trying to do? The assessment time is almost over. Let us go up. Yes, let us go up. Do you want to monopolize the points? Despicable. Shameless." The curses flooded in like a tide. William casually scratched his ear, as if annoyed by the noise. His smile remained unchanged, even with a hint of teasing, and his voice clearly cut through the chaos. "What are you doing?" He shrugged his shoulders, speaking casually, as if talking about the weather. "It's simple. This path is blocked. Want to reach the finish line? You can." He pointed to the crowd below, then to the open platform behind him. "Either defeat us and our guard-bear brothers, and walk over our bodies to get in. Or," he deliberately stretched the tone, his smile turning nasty, "just wait until the test ends, and you go up as failed to reach the finish on time, or eliminated by us to watch the battle. Don't worry, there are plenty of seats on the viewing platform. You." The leading warrior trembled with anger, his face turning red. "You're enemies of everyone." "Oh." William exaggeratedly raised an eyebrow and looked around below. "Are you just realizing that now? I thought the big gift Brother Galvin gave a few days ago was obvious enough." He deliberately mentioned Galvin, scanning the crowd, and indeed saw Galvin's pale, twisted face. "Stop talking and attack. All of us together. They only have 3 people and a bear. We have so many. We can crush them," someone shouted from the crowd, igniting everyone's anger and last hope. "Charge! Take them down! Reclaim our qualification!" The remaining students roared in fury, like a flood breaking its banks, rushing desperately toward the narrow stone staircase entrance. Spirit energy and magic light intertwined, and the shouts and battle cries shook the sky. Faced with the rushing crowd, William's smile vanished instantly, his eyes turning cold and focused. He didn't step back, only giving a calm command. "Jidao, Sasha, clear the area." "Yes, young master," Sasha responded immediately. Her pink eyes suddenly shone with a strange light, and her lips, which had been maintaining an elegant smile, curled into a cold, almost cruel arc. She opened her 5 fingers and suddenly pushed forward. Buzz! A huge, strange wave of mental power like an invisible tsunami swept over the frontmost dozen students instantly. "Ugh! My head! Hallucination! It's another hallucination!" The students at the front immediately froze and slowed down. The scene in their eyes twisted suddenly. Their companions turned into fierce monsters, the stone stairs beneath their feet became a blazing mountain of knives, and William's smile turned into a devilish sneer. Fear and confusion instantly seized their minds, causing the charging formation to fall into chaos. Some wildly swung their weapons at the beast, their teammate, others froze in terror, and some instinctively tried to retreat. Roar! At the same time, Chelsia's fingertips moved slightly. The armored iron bear that was controlled by mental threads let out a deafening roar. Like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, its huge body charged recklessly into the chaotic crowd with crushing force. Its massive paw, covered in armor-like fur, slammed down with terrifying wind pressure. Bang! A student, confused by illusions and attacking the knife mountain, was directly knocked away, hitting the rock wall and sliding softly to the ground, gradually fading into a shadow. Snarl! The bear's paw swept across, tearing through the air with a sharp scream, knocking 2 students trying to avoid the illusions far away, blood splattering. "Jidao, now's the time." William's voice was like a cold command. Jido's fat body suddenly trembled, seeing the bloody chaos before him, watching former classmates, most of whom he didn't know well, struggling under the giant bear and illusions. A flicker of pity crossed his eyes. but it was quickly replaced by William's orders and the instinct to harvest that had been ingrained over the past 2 days. He let out a beast-like growl, whether out of fear or resolve, and with surprising speed for himself, he charged into the edge of the chaos alongside the armored iron bear. "Come on!" Jido's eyes widened as he spotted a mage student trapped by illusions, looking around confused. With all his strength, he swung his broad short sword fiercely at the back of the opponent's neck. His movements were still a bit clumsy but extremely decisive and fierce. Thud! The sword hit the magical barrier, feeling resistance and a slight in the bones. The mage student groaned, his vision darkened, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. On the left, Jido. William's voice was calm and precise, like a commanding officer. Jido quickly turned left and saw a warrior student clutching his head in pain, trying to shake off the illusion's attack, his movements stiff. Without hesitation, Jido charged forward again. His fat body surged ahead, and his short sword, like a venomous snake, stabbed accurately into the gap under the opponent's ribs caused by pain. The sword's tip pierced flesh, and the warrior student screamed loudly. He was judged, severely injured and in danger, eliminated. Chelsia, like an elegant death god, calmly controls from behind. Her mental thread not only connects to the furious armored bear, but also acts like invisible tentacles, precisely manipulating the battlefield. Her pink eyes sweep over the scene, locking onto a student trying to bypass the giant bear and secretly cast magic to attack William. She gracefully flicks her finger. The magic light gathered by that student instantly disperses. He screams painfully, as if witnessing the most terrifying scene, clutching his head and rolling on the ground wildly. Jido immediately pounces like a bloodhound, trained by William, with his short sword cleanly pressed against the opponent's neck. Elimination. The fight, or rather, the harvest, happens quickly and intensely at the narrow entrance. The furious impact of the armored bear shatters the formation. Chelsia's mental illusion creates deadly chaos and openings, while Jido transforms into a ruthless assassin. Under William's precise command, he quickly eliminates students who are dazed and unable to resist. His movements become faster and faster. Hesitation and fear in his eyes are replaced by a nearly numb ferocity. His bulky body weaves through the chaos, and each swing of his short sword is accompanied by a white light, symbolizing elimination. William remains standing in place, like a master controlling the game, calmly observing the battle. Occasionally, he gives instructions to Jido to finish off opponents or reminds Chelsia to watch out for any survivors. His hands are still in his pockets, as if all this bloody elimination is just a game unrelated to him. Above the platform, in the viewing area, the eliminated look at the one-sided slaughter on the crystal screen, watching former classmates being harvested by William's team like wheat. They see Jido's clumsy yet ruthless finishing moves, Chelsia's elegant yet deadly mental control, and William's calm, even slightly bored expression. A wave of intense anger, humiliation, fear, and helplessness floods over everyone like a cold tide. The curses fade away, leaving only deathly silence and heavy, suppressed breathing. Every face is filled with despair and defeat. On the instructor's viewing platform, the chief examiner watches the screen expressionlessly, fingers unconsciously tapping the table. The other examiners can only show helpless smiles, as the academy has produced an extraordinary genius, though it's a heavy to the other students. Lisa watched with interest as William confidently directed the scene on the screen, and Sasha's cold yet graceful posture. Her eyes flashed with mixed feelings, but soon her red lips curled into a smile, as if pleased to see her child's mischief succeed. When the final white light, symbolizing elimination, faded at the stone staircase entrance, only William, Sasha, and the stunned ironclad exploding bear remained at the platform entrance. The air was thick with the smell of blood, dust, and a faint scent of roses. As for why you didn't see Galvin's performance, William could only say that Galvin was probably mistaken for a roadside object at some point. He honestly has no memory of it. Phew. Jido, leaning on his wide-bladed, blood-stained short sword, his chubby body heaving heavily. Sweat soaked through his clothes. He looked at the mess on the ground, his expression complicated, fearful, numb, and a bit incredulous, because they really did it. William clapped his hands, as if dusting himself off, with a relaxed smile indicating the plan had gone perfectly. Done. Jido, well done. He turned to Sasha, his smile even brighter. Of course, Sasha is the best, fully in control of everything. Sasha's perfect Maid smile instantly melted away, replaced by a sweet, affectionate smile only for William. She naturally moved closer to William, her pink eyes shining only for him. She reached out, gently brushing her fingertips over William's collar, softly saying, "It's all thanks to young master's good command." "All right, Jido," William said, raising his chin, "you can go ahead. The finish line is just ahead." Jido, feeling like he'd been given a reprieve, finally relaxed his tense nerves. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, he nodded, dragging his heavy body, panting with each step, crossing the invisible boundary symbolizing the finish line and entering the gathering platform. "William, Sasha, why aren't you coming in yet?" Jido's face was lit with a survivor's smile, breathing heavily as he excitedly called out to his companions, but his voice suddenly stopped. His smile froze instantly, his eyes widened to the limit, pupils shrinking sharply from extreme shock. His body stiffened as if frozen by an invisible cold, even his breathing halted. On the platform, all the cheers and curses of the eliminated students suddenly fell silent, as if their throats had been squeezed. The scene was dead quiet. Countless gazes, filled with disbelief, fixed tightly on the entrance. William's face still wore a relaxed smile, as if he had just done something trivial. His right hand, however, had unknowingly grasped the hilt of the long sword at Sasha's waist. The sword had already pierced deeply into Sasha's flat abdomen. Sasha slightly lowered her head, her pink eyes clearly reflecting William's close face. Her expression showed no pain or anger, only obsession and a sickly fascination. A faint sound of the blade piercing flesh broke the silence sharply. William's hand holding the sword was steady, without a hint of trembling. Her long eyelashes trembled, her pink eyes gradually darkened, and her figure slowly faded into white light. The scent of roses seemed to freeze at that moment. Time rewinds to just before Jido reaches the finish line. As Jido slowly approaches the end, William's relaxed smile disappears, and his eyes become sharp and deep. He does not immediately follow but slightly turns his head, casually sweeping his gaze over a shadowed, jagged rock far at the entrance. He lowers his voice and says to Sasha nearby, "Sasha, have you felt it these days?" That little tail. Sasha's movements remain unchanged, but a cold glint flashes through her pink eyes, so quick it seems like an illusion. She responds in a voice only the two of them can hear. "Yes. It's been following us, but its aura is well hidden, very faint." "Are you referring to that one? Should I go now and find him to deal with him?" Her fingertips unconsciously twirl a strand of William's clothing, as if coquettishly, but her words are the coldest proposal. William gently shakes his head, still focused on the shadow. "No need. It's just a third-stage clown whose aura is floating. Let me handle it from here." After speaking, William pauses, slightly turns his head, and closely observes Sasha's pink eyes, which reflect his own, filled with attachment. His tone carries a hint of curiosity. "Do you understand why I want to eliminate everyone, Sasha?" Sasha lifts her face to meet William's gaze. Her pink pupils clearly reflect William's outline, with no surprise or resistance, only a nearly fanatic understanding and obedience. She even moved her body closer, her full gently pressing against William's arm. Her red lips leaned near his ear, exhaling softly with a floral scent and a strange, devoted tone. "I understand, young master." Her voice was as gentle as a feather, yet firm and certain. "You want to make sure Jido gets that direct admission spot to the Bright Academy. Among us, only Jido can walk to the end as the winner to ensure he scores the highest overall. It can also help us catch that scheming person." She showed no objection to William's decision, as if she was stating something unrelated to herself but perfectly aligned with William's wishes. William looked at her beautiful face, so close that it seemed to be written with, "I am willing to do anything for the young master." He paused for a moment. He reached out and gently brushed his fingertips over Sasha's smooth cheek, his movement filled with an indescribable scrutiny. Finally, he softly asked, his voice emotionless. Although we're in a secret realm, it might hurt a little. Do you want to do it yourself, or should I help you? This sentence ignited the deepest fire in Sasha's eyes. Her body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from an intense, twisted excitement. Her pink eyes suddenly shone with astonishing light, filled with a sickly desire and a thrilled sense of being cherished. She quickly grabbed William's hand that was touching her face, pressing it firmly against her warm chest, feeling her rapid heartbeat. Her voice, trembling with excitement, was also full of unmatched satisfaction and longing. Young master. If possible, she tilted her head up, revealing her delicate, pale neck like a sacrificial lamb, her eyes dreamy and passionate. Please do it yourself. I want to die in your hands. To be personally sent away by you. It would be my honor. My greatest reward. Her words carried a creepy devotion and happiness, as if what was coming was not pain or elimination, but divine grace. William looked at Sasha's face, her genuine, almost twisted anticipation and satisfaction, feeling her intense heartbeat through his palm. He was silent for 2 seconds, then finally, a faint, somewhat helpless and incomprehensible smile appeared on his lips. He softly uttered a few words, without a strange obsession. At the moment the words fell, William's face became as calm as a deep pond. His right hand moved so quickly and precisely that it bypassed reaction, grabbing the hilt of the long sword hanging at Sasha's waist. At the same time, Sasha's beautiful smile, filled with wild anticipation and a strange happiness, reached its peak in that instant. William, Sasha, come in quickly. Jidao's face showed a relieved smile as he gasped and excitedly called out to his companions, but his voice suddenly stopped. William's face remained expressionless, as calm as a sculpture. His right hand tightly held the hilt of Sasha's sword. The cold, shining blade had already deeply pierced into Sasha's flat abdomen. Ignoring everyone's shock, William casually stuck Sasha's sword into the ground, waiting for the test to end. William thought to himself, I've sent away the strongest person. If you don't want to come out, then don't come out. A gentle white light flashed, and Sasha's figure gracefully materialized on the viewing platform. She gently tidied her skirt, her long black hair flowing like a waterfall, with the faint scent of roses drifting in the air. The noisy crowd of students suddenly fell silent, then erupted into a panic. That woman! Back away quickly! Stay away from her! The students retreated quickly like frightened birds, many with pale faces, instinctively covering their heads. The hallucination torment from the past few days had conditioned their reactions. Some timid girls even sat down on the ground, their legs too weak to stand. Jidao gasped as he pushed through the crowd, his round face full of confusion and worry. Sweat still clung to his forehead, and his large hands nervously rubbed together. Sasha, why? Why did William do this? Sasha slightly tilted her head, her pink eyes calm as water. She raised a hand to tuck a stray black strand behind her ear, revealing a faint smile. Jidao, she said softly, like a feather brushing past, everything the young master did was to help you get into the Bright Light Academy. Jidao's eyes widened suddenly. He remembered the recent rumors circulating around the school, that the top student in the overall rankings would get direct admission to the Bright Light Academy. This realization struck him like a lightning bolt, and tears instantly filled his eyes. His rough fingers clenched the corner of his clothes tightly, his knuckles turning white. There's no need to say more, Sasha interrupted him softly, stopping his choked words. A hint of deep light flashed in her pink eyes. Young master's efforts, you only need to keep in your heart, she said softly, her voice so quiet only Jido could hear. Use your life to prove that your efforts were not in vain. Jido nodded hard, and tears finally burst out. His rough hand wiped his face hurriedly, but he couldn't stop the flowing tears. Sasha straightened up, a perfect smile on her lips, but her gaze had already gone beyond the crowd, looking at the familiar figure at the distant entrance. The viewing area on the platform was already silent like never before. All the eliminated students, whether they had been angry and cursed earlier or resigned and disappointed, now looked like they were being choked, eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the figure sitting casually on the crystal screen. The shock from William's recent elimination of Sasha hadn't faded, and his relaxed waiting stance now seemed even more strange and mysterious. Jaido stood beside Sasha, unable to understand William's current behavior. Sasha stood quietly, her long black hair gently fluttering in the breeze, her pink eyes closely watching William's figure outside the platform. William sat leisurely near the finish line barrier, legs casually stretched out, fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. His lazy gaze swept over the distant forest, waiting for a long-anticipated good show. "Come out soon, or the test will be over," he muttered to himself, a faint smile on his lips. At that moment, a shadow in the woods flickered slightly. A girl dressed in a deep blue robe stepped out slowly. She had a slender figure, sharp purple eyes, and held a staff embedded with ice crystals. Her appearance made Sasha narrow her eyes slightly. "Finally willing to show yourself?" William still sat unmoving, only lifting his eyelids slightly. "Tracking us for so long. Aren't you tired?" The girl's lips curled into a cold smile. "You can't stop me. The admission spot for the Bright Academy is mine." William slowly stood up and casually stored the chair behind him into his space ring. "Interesting. Since you really want this spot, why have you been hiding and not showing yourself? I haven't seen you hunting monsters to earn points either." The girl's magic staff tip began to gather pale blue magic energy. "Stop the nonsense. Are you in such a hurry?" William tilted his head, a glint appearing in his eyes. "At least tell me, who sent you here?" The girl didn't answer. She suddenly swung her staff, her magic energy flowing wildly. Her aura as a third-level mage was clearly visible. 3 ice spikes instantly formed, shooting straight at William with a biting cold. The moment her third-level mage aura was revealed, everyone watching on the arena was again shocked. There's still a third-level mage. Are there so many third-level mages this year? They're all appearing together. Which class does she belong to? I've never heard of any student reaching third level. Even the instructor's area was filled with discussion. Where did this third-level mage come from? Are the magic department's people hiding this well? Not even showing off their third level? Hearing the questions from colleagues, the magic department's instructor helplessly said, "Actually, even we don't know about this. This student hasn't shown any particularly outstanding performance before." William outside the arena chuckled softly, shifting his body slightly. The ice spikes brushed past his clothes. "Still a third-level ice mage. Not bad," William commented, secretly forming a sign with his left hand behind his back. "But your aim is a bit off." The girl's eyes flashed with annoyance. She raised her staff high and quickly chanted a spell. The ground started to freeze, and cold air spread rapidly from her center. "Getting serious?" William raised an eyebrow. He suddenly stomped his right foot, and complex runes appeared on the ground. Hot flames burst out from the rune array, clashing sharply with the cold air. Ice and fire intertwined, creating a lot of steam that quickly blurred the view. Now, the girl seized the moment, pointing her staff at the blurry figure in the steam. Dozens of ice spears formed in the air, whistling toward William's position. On the arena, Jaido nervously grabbed the railing. "William!" Chelsia shook her head gently, her pink eyes shining with a strange light. "Don't worry, young master." Before she finished speaking, several sword energies suddenly shot out from the steam. The ice spears shattered one after another in midair. William's figure burst out of the steam, and he suddenly appeared holding a long sword. "How is that possible?" the girl exclaimed, hurriedly raising her staff to block. The sound of metal clashing rang out clearly. William's sword struck the staff forcefully, causing a strong shock that made the girl's magic flow falter. It seemed like her magic lesson needed a review. William's voice was close, almost whispering. "Ice mages really dislike." He slightly turned his body, and the sword's tip drew a graceful arc, just in time to block the icy blade coming from the side. "Stop being close to others." The girl clenched her lips tightly and quickly stepped back. She swung her staff, creating a circle of ice walls around herself. But William's sword struck again. Although there was no magic fluctuation on the sword, it easily pierced through the ice wall's defense. "It's over." When the cold sword tip pressed against the girl's slender neck, her eyes were filled with disbelief. "Your strength doesn't seem to match your words," William said mockingly, pressing the sword slightly harder. "Now, tell me your purpose." The girl's chest rose and fell rapidly, her purple eyes full of shock and confusion. How is this possible? So strong. William stared into her eyes for a moment, then suddenly sighed. Forget it. I can't get anything out of her. With a flash of light, the girl was enveloped in white and disappeared from the spot. The spectators on the viewing platform were stunned. Is that the useless William who always skips class? When did he break through to the second level and defeat a third-level mage? And those formations, why do they look different from what I know? Chelsia stood among the crowd, her long black hair flowing in the wind. A proud smile played on her lips, and her pink eyes were full of admiration. Young master is truly the best. Jido opened his mouth wide, finally finding his voice after a long pause. William, has he always been this strong in actual combat? Chelsia chuckled softly, twirling a strand of hair with her finger. Young master just doesn't like to show off. On the platform, William sheathed his sword and stretched lazily. He looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "It's about time." He turned and walked toward the finish line barrier, stopping in front of it. He looked back at the spectators and winked, waiting for the exam to end. He didn't want to miss out on success because of an unnoticed mistake. Finally, the exam was over. A bright light flashed, and William's figure disappeared in front of the barrier. He appeared on the viewing platform. His first glance was at Sasha, and he made a funny face. How do I look? Am I handsome? Sasha quickly stepped forward and naturally adjusted his slightly messy collar. Young master is always handsome. Her fingertips deliberately brushed past William's neck. Jido pushed through the crowd, his eyes red. William, I don't know what to say. William smiled and patted his shoulder. Then say nothing. Remember, the spot at Brightness Academy is yours. But if you fail the written test, forget I said anything. Don't worry. I may be bad at practical fights, but I have solid knowledge. In the judge's seat, several senior judges exchanged surprised looks. The chief examiner's record sheet fell to the ground unnoticed, the young master of the Earl's family. We all misjudged him. Lisa turned her head, her gaze casually sweeping over the shocked faces of the crowd. A thrilling smile curved her lips. On the Broken Peak platform, the atmosphere was as tense as a storm before a thunderstorm. All the students who had been eliminated, whether angry, disappointed, or numb, were frozen in place, staring fixedly at the large, faintly glowing magic screens in the center of the platform. The results of the practical exam were about to be announced. The air was thick with tension and an unshakable sense of pressure. Jido stood beside Sasha, his chubby body tense. His palms were sweaty, and he kept wiping them with his sleeve. His throat felt dry and tight. Sasha stood straight, her long black hair neatly combed. Her pink eyes calmly watched the light screen, as if she was unaffected by the noisy surroundings. She quietly stood near William, the faint scent of elegant roses drifting around her, showing where her focus was. William had his hands in his pockets, leaning against the cold stone wall, with an expectant look on his face. He occasionally looked around the crowd, searching for the figure of the ice girl he had eliminated. Unfortunately, the other person seemed to hide deep within the crowd and did not show up. Quiet. The examiner's stern voice echoed through the platform with magic amplification, silencing all whispers. He walked seriously to the light screen. Now, I will announce the final results of this graduation practical exam. Buzz. The large light screen in the center suddenly lit up, with rows of names and scores scrolling like flowing water. The silence lasted only a moment. Then, the entire platform exploded like water boiling in a hot oil pan. First place, Ji Dao, Sulfur Fire, survived, points, 4220, score, 100. Second place, William Groach, Sasha, died, points, 4220, score, 59. Fourth, the top three, glaringly high and hanging at the top of the list. What? 4220 points. That chubby guy, how many monsters did they really kill? Is this a joke? The rest. All below 59 points. My goodness, this year's results are probably the lowest in the history of the Academy. The crowd's exclamations, doubts, and angry roars instantly flooded the platform. The students couldn't believe their eyes. That usually unnoticed chubby guy, Ji Dao, was actually the only one with a perfect score, and the one who directed this big escape, even defeating a third-level mage like William and his terrifying Maid, chose to fail. Ji Dao looked at the bright 100 behind his score on the light screen, completely stunned. His chubby face instantly turned red, and a wave of unrealness and strong guilt overwhelmed him like a tide. William only casually glanced at the light screen, his smile unchanged, as if he was looking at someone else's report card. He raised his hand and gave Ji Dao a firm pat on his broad shoulder, making a light, patter sound. Fatty, well done. Full marks, well deserved. Don't look so moved. It's embarrassing. Sasha's gaze also fell on the line of words, William Groach, Sasha, on the light screen. Her reaction was completely different from Ji Dao's. Her pink eyes instantly lit up, shining like the purest gem being illuminated. Her lips curled upward uncontrollably, forming a bright and satisfied smile that made even the noisy, angry surroundings seem dull in comparison. She slightly turned her body, almost leaning against William's arm, and looked up with a voice full of genuine sweetness, almost like a song. I am standing next to the young master. As she spoke, her fair fingers gently pinched a bit of William's sleeve, unconsciously rubbing it, while the scent of roses lingered more strongly around him. Her expression seemed to say that being able to stand beside William was her greatest honor. Hey, Sasha, why are you so happy when you didn't even pass? William pretended to be helpless, shrugging his shoulders. He turned his head and looked again into the crowd, trying to spot the ice element girl. He raised his voice, with a casual teasing tone, but his words clearly cut through some of the noise. The ice beauty over there, did you see her score? 58 points. So, are you satisfied with that result? Are you interested in talking now? Why are you so eager to follow us around? It's not just for a failing grade, right? The crowd stirred, their eyes shifting toward William's direction. In the shadow at the edge of the crowd, the girl in a deep blue robe with light purple eyes paused slightly. She lifted her head, her cold gaze passing through the crowd, meeting William's across the distance. Her face looked grim, lips pressed into a straight line. Facing William's probing question, her eyes held only coldness and deeper suspicion, like an unmelting ice that showed no sign of wavering or speaking. She simply looked at William coldly and deeply, then turned around, pulled her hood tighter over her cloak, and disappeared into the crowd. William watched her vanish into the distance, the playful smile on his lips fading slightly. He let out a soft sigh. Really stubborn. Never mind. He withdrew his gaze, planning to look into this interesting girl again. William, thank you. Jido was still troubled by the glaring score comparison. Relax, big guy. William interrupted him again, this time more seriously. Scores are just a formality. The spot at the Glorious Academy, isn't it already in your hands? That's what matters. He patted Jido on the shoulder, his eyes encouraging. As for me and little Sasha, he paused, a familiar smile returning to his face. Failing, to me, it's old news, but for Sasha, it's such a new experience. I can go back and brag to my mom about how I turned the college practical exam upside down. I'm leaving now, so tired. When I get back, I'll let little Sasha enjoy a cup of red tea to celebrate. After saying that, he no longer looked at the controversial light screen or at the surrounding angry, jealous, or confused gazes. He turned and headed for the platform exit, his back relaxed as if he had just finished a fun outing. Sasha immediately followed like a loyal shadow, her steps light, her skirt flowing. Her pink eyes still sparkled as she watched William's back, filled with pure love and happiness. She slightly quickened her pace, moved closer to William, and whispered in a voice only they could hear, with a hint of pride and trust, "Young master, your first move today was very handsome." Her fingertips quietly caught a corner of William's clothing again, as if it was the only link connecting her to the world. The scent of roses stubbornly spread in the background of noise and doubts. Night deepened. In the dining room of Count Groach's mansion, a crystal chandelier cast warm light, shining on delicate silverware. Fresh flowers were placed in the center of the long table, their faint fragrance blending with the aroma of food, creating a cozy atmosphere. William lazily leaned back in his chair, playing with a dinner knife. Next to him, Sasha was elegantly pouring wine for everyone. Her black dress outlined her slender waist, and her long legs, wrapped in black stockings, were barely visible. Sitting across from him, she leaned lazily on a high-backed chair, her deep purple silk dress making her skin look snow-white. Her impressive bust moved slightly as she gently swayed her wine glass. Therefore, Lisa said lazily with a teasing smile, her lips forming a charming curve. Our little genius just proved his strength, but he scored poorly on the practical exam and even dragged little Sasha down. She deliberately stretched the last note, her gaze on William, teasing him for fun. William sighed helplessly. Auntie, I just have my little private reasons. Oh? Doreen, wearing a light gold house robe, smiled happily as she rested her chin on her hand, joining in teasing William with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. She supported her chin with one hand while quietly pushing a honey-filled pastry, William's favorite, onto his plate with her other hand. I heard that someone, for the sake of a friend, brought along her strong little maid to beat up all the classmates in her grade without mercy. Nors also chuckled nearby, his amber eyes full of nostalgia. Haha, that reminds me of my days at the academy when I fought to help a friend and ended up being punished by the instructor to clean the training grounds for a month. Talking about William's performance in the exam, Lisa laughed so hard her chest shook, her dress slightly open at the chest, revealing a tempting white skin. Little William, this time, you made the grades of this batch almost impossible to surpass. You're a legend now. William saw Lisa's accidental glimpse of her spring-like charm, his ears turning slightly red, and he awkwardly looked away. Seeing William's shy expression, Chelsia's pink eyes flashed with a subtle envy, but her voice remained sweet. Teacher Lisa, please don't tease the young master. Lisa raised an eyebrow, curiously observing Chelsia, then smiled meaningfully. Oh, it seems someone is protective. William cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Auntie, have you found out anything about that third-tier ice mage? The relaxed atmosphere in the dining hall seemed to freeze for a moment. Lisa put down her wine glass, her crimson eyes looking at William. The teasing look from before faded, replaced by a calm, scrutinizing gaze. Her slender fingers unconsciously stroked the stem of her glass. I've looked into it. Her background is quite clean. Her name is Leia Frostsong, from the northern part of the empire. Her family was once a fairly prominent noble family in the northern border, but they fell into decline over 10 years ago. She came alone to Ash City 5 years ago, for reasons unknown, and entered the magic department through the entrance exam, in your same class. And her usual performance? Usually. Well, she's very quiet, low-key, almost invisible. Her strength only shows as second tier, completely unrelated to you, with no records of interaction. Any unusual activity when she returned? William frowned. No, nothing. She paused, leaning slightly forward, a strand of blood-red hair slipping from her shoulder. The strangest thing is, after the exam today, she acted as if nothing had happened and calmly returned to the college dorm. What's wrong? Does she have a problem? William was silent for a moment, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the smooth table. Leia Frostsong, the fallen northern noble, came alone 5 years ago, unusually quiet. These details didn't seem to form a clear threat. Maybe I was just overthinking. Perhaps she only wanted a spot at the college. He shook his head, a relaxed smile returning to his face, and picked up his fork to poke at the cream pudding topped with fresh berries. It's nothing. I just feel she might have some hostility towards herself. Since she's innocent and well-behaved, let's forget it. Maybe I was overthinking. He took a bite and vaguely added, after all, tonight is a rare dinner gathering, and I don't want some random person to ruin the mood. Exactly, Doreen immediately chimed in, as if to completely dispel the tense atmosphere from earlier. She picked up a silver spoon and shook it, her black eyes curved into a smile. Who cares who she is? Our little William defeated her anyway. She said this naturally, placing a piece of steak William liked onto his plate. Norse watched his wife's small actions, helpless yet affectionate, a warm smile in his amber eyes. He raised his glass. Cheers, cheers. Lisa also smiled and raised her glass, her red pupils shining in the candlelight, a hint of sharpness flickering in her eyes. Cecilia quietly stepped forward, silently refilling everyone's drinks. The dinner continued with laughter and joy. Lisa occasionally teased William, Doreen watched their interaction with interest, and Norse cheered like a big boy. Cecilia stood quietly to the side, her gaze always on William, a gentle smile on her lips. William felt the love of his family. His mouth was filled with sweet pudding and strawberries, smuggled by his mother. His doubts about the ice mage were temporarily swept away by this warm, bright family time. Finally, William slumped in his chair, happily patting his stomach. "Ah, I'm so full." Lisa lazily stretched, her curves on display, her long legs wrapped in black stockings gently swinging under the table. "Little William, do you want your aunt to take a walk to help digestion?" William immediately sat up straight. "No need. I'll go myself." Doreen couldn't help but smile. "Lisa, don't tease him." Norse laughed loudly and reached out to gently ruffle William's hair. "All right, kid, go rest now. You must be tired today." William stood up, stretched lazily, and accidentally made eye contact with Sasha. She slightly lowered her head, a faint smile on her lips, and a subtle scent of roses lingered in the air around him. "Good night, young master," she whispered softly, like a gentle breeze at night. William nodded and turned to leave the dining room. Behind him, Lisa teased, "Oh, such youth." The night was gentle. The lights at the Groake Count's mansion still shone brightly, reflecting the happy sounds of a family. This simple family dinner was one of William's few moments of happiness. Night had fallen deep, and everything was silent. The Groake Count's mansion was bathed in soft darkness, with only the corridor wall lamps casting warm, yellow light. During the busy day, the mansion was lively, but now only faint footsteps of servants and the distant chirping of insects from the garden could be heard. Sasha's room was close to William's bedroom. It was small but tidy and cozy, filled with a faint scent of her favorite roses. At this moment, the room was unlit. Only the cold moonlight shone through the slightly parted curtains, casting a thin silver line on the floor, just enough to illuminate the corner of the bed. Sasha knelt on a soft rug, the moonlight outlining her slender waist and the curves beneath her thin nightgown, which rose and fell with her quickened breath. Her long black hair was slightly messy, falling over her shoulders, with some damp strands sticking to her white, elegant neck. Her usually gentle, smiling pink eyes were half closed, covered with a dreamy, watery glow. Deep inside her pupils burned a nearly obsessive desire and obsession. The girl's face was buried deep in the soft fabric, greedily absorbing the lingering scent that haunted her dreams. The scent of the fabric was like the strongest wine, intoxicating and maddening her. The moonlight shone on her rosy skin, illuminating her small horns, stretched bat wings, and a slender tail that twitched restlessly from beneath her dress. Suddenly, thud, thud, thud. The clear, restrained knocking on the door sounded like cold water suddenly poured on a hot charcoal. Cecilia's body instantly stiffened, and all her movements and sounds came to a halt. Her dreamy pink eyes were filled with extreme fear and shame, losing all color. She quickly shoved the shirt in her arms deep under the bed. Her tail whooshed back under her skirt, and her horns and bat wings disappeared like a mirage. She hurriedly tugged at her wrinkled nightgown, trying to smooth it, while nervously fixing her hair. "Cecilia, are you still awake?" "It's me, Dorothea," came the gentle, pleasant voice of the Countess outside the door, with a hint of nighttime laziness. Madam," Cecilia's voice wavered slightly due to extreme nervousness and her recent excitement, with obvious trembling. She almost threw herself to the door, took several deep breaths, trying to calm her racing heart and rapid breathing, before tremblingly opening the door. Outside, Dorothea Hella wore a comfortable light purple silk robe, her black hair flowing freely, making her delicate face look even younger in the dim light. She held a delicate silver tray, with some sweets and a cup of red tea emitting a faint aroma. Her black eyes, very similar to William's, now carried a gentle smile, fixed on Cecilia. However, that gaze seemed to Cecilia's forced calm. Dorothea's eyes swept over the girl's messy hair, her flushed cheeks, the slightly open neckline of her nightgown revealing her rapid breathing, and her still glossy, frightened pink eyes. In the air, besides the scent of roses, there was a faint, sweet, and slightly ambiguous aroma. A knowing smile quickly flashed across Dorothea's eyes, so fast it was almost impossible to catch. She didn't expose anything, only gracefully turned and entered the room with the tray. "Seeing the light in your room, I thought you might not be asleep yet, so I came to talk." Dorothea's voice remained gentle. She gently placed the tray on the small round table by the window, moving naturally and smoothly. Today was the practical exam. You protected William, so you must be tired. You should relax now. Thank you, madam. Cecilia's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She lowered her head, clutching her nightgown tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. A huge feeling of shame almost overwhelmed her. She felt as if she was standing in front of the lady completely exposed. Did the lady notice? Could she smell it? Would she think I am dirty or disgusting? What would the young master think if he found out? Many frightening thoughts swirled in her mind. Doreen seemed unaware of her embarrassment. She sat comfortably on a soft armchair by the window, looking relaxed. She picked up her cup of tea, gently blew on the steam, but her eyes looked through the misty vapor, calmly watching the nervous girl. Chelsia. Doreen's voice was soft, but had a strange power that easily broke the silence in the room and the girl's inner turmoil. Don't be nervous. Sit down. Let's talk. Chelsia moved stiffly like a puppet, sitting on the edge of the bed with her body tense, afraid to look into Doreen's eyes. The scent of roses seemed to become stronger and more confusing because of her intense inner feelings. Lift your head, child, Doreen said gently, with a soothing tone. Look at me. Chelsia struggled to lift her head. Her pink eyes were full of worry, shame, and a hint of despair. I know what you're afraid of. Doreen put down her teacup and leaned slightly forward, her deep black eyes fixed on Chelsia, as if she could see into her soul. I also know what you were doing just now, she said calmly, without blame or disgust, just stating the facts. Chelsia's body trembled violently. Her face turned pale instantly, her lips trembling, almost crying out, Madam, hush. Doreen gently pressed a slender finger to her lips, signaling her to be quiet. Don't rush to apologize or be afraid. I'm not here to scold you, she said with a gentle smile. Actually, North and I already knew. Chelsia's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Doreen. Yes, we knew long ago. Doreen's voice was soft but felt like a heavy to Chelsia's heart. We knew about the Rose Guild you and William built, and we also know about your extraordinary feelings for William. Chelsia, we have always protected William, and we are not blind. Doreen continued, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness and a gentle smile. Since William brought you back 10 years ago, your eyes have never truly left him. You take care of his needs, manage everything for him, and are even willing to risk your life for him. This focus and dedication have earned our approval. So I don't mind you secretly visiting William's room on nights when we're away. Chelsia's heart felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing it tightly, making it hard to breathe. So, the Count and Countess have known all along. They know her thoughts, her unworthy, covetous feelings towards the young master. A wave of panic and despair suddenly overwhelmed her. Are they here to drive her away now? Like dealing with a dirty pest that covets treasures? Madam, please. Chelsia suddenly slid from the edge of the bed onto the carpet, clutching the hem of Doreen's robe with both hands. Her voice trembled with tears and desperate pleading. I know I don't deserve it. I know my status is dirty. I know my feelings for the young master are wrong. But please don't send me away. I swear I will hide all my inappropriate thoughts. I will be as loyal as the most faithful servant, just watching him from afar, caring for him, protecting him. I want nothing else. I only ask to stay by his side. Please, madam. Tears finally burst forth uncontrollably, sliding down her pale, beautiful face and dripping onto Doreen's soft robe. Doreen looked at the girl, who seemed to be overwhelmed and confused after her embarrassing secret was exposed, kneeling at her feet and trembling with tears. A trace of helplessness flickered in her eyes. She didn't immediately help Chelsia up. Instead, she gently and firmly lifted her chin, forcing her to look at her with tear-filled eyes. Foolish girl, Doreen's voice carried a strange, enchanting quality, deep and clear, each word like magic, piercing into Chelsia's chaotic heart. I just told you, I am not here to scold or to drive you away. Chelsia's crying suddenly stopped, leaving only muffled sobs. Her pink eyes were filled with confusion and a hint of disbelief and hope. North's and I, Doreen's dark eyes looked especially deep in the moonlight. We don't care about your race, Chelsia. Whether you're a succubus or a human, it doesn't matter to us. What matters is your heart, your feelings for William. She gently wiped away the tears on Cecilia's cheek with her fingers, her movements full of maternal tenderness. Over these 10 years, your dedication, your protection, your love, she emphasized the last two words. We have all seen it. You are no longer the little servant William bought. You are part of this family, someone we accept, and who can stand beside William. Cecilia was completely stunned, her mind blank from the shock. The lady said she was family, that she could stand beside the young master? Is this true, or just a hallucination born from her desperation? But, Doreen continued, her tone soft but with a hint of firm seriousness. Cecilia, because we see you as family, because we recognize your deep, almost obsessive love for William, we must ensure one thing. She leaned slightly closer to Cecilia, lowering her voice to a whisper-like intimacy, yet with a strong force behind it. We must make sure that your presence, your love, never becomes a weapon to hurt William. And as a demon, we all understand your nature. That possessiveness, temptation, and even instincts you might not fully control. These are too dangerous, especially when the person you care about deeply is involved. If love gets out of control, the consequences could be destructive. We cannot risk losing William, not even a little. Cecilia's heart beat faster again, her hopes shattered like ice by the cold needle of the lady's words. Yes, she was a demon. Her blood carried temptation and danger. Her love for the young master was deep, and the dark desire to possess him, devour him, and make him forever hers was just as strong. Every day, she fought this instinct, trying her best to keep a calm surface. Is the lady worried about this? So, Doreen's sharp gaze locked onto Cecilia's pink eyes. We need a proof. A proof that you will never hurt William. Proof? Cecilia's voice was uncertain and a little scared. Madam, what should I do? I am willing to do anything, as long as I can stay beside the young master. Doreen's face returned to that gentle yet mysterious smile, full of great allure. She released Sasha's chin and gracefully took something out of her loose robe pocket. It was a small crystal bottle, about the size of a palm. The bottle was transparent, reflecting a dreamy glow under the moonlight. Inside, there was a light pink liquid. Sasha's pink pupils looked blankly at the small bottle. This is whisper of the love god, comma. Doreen's voice was like a devil's whisper, softly brushing past Sasha's ear, yet full of irresistible temptation. It only works for 2 hours, but it can reveal a person's deepest true feelings. She gently placed the crystal bottle in Sasha's cold, trembling hand, her fingertips intentionally or unintentionally brushing the inside of the girl's wrist, causing a slight shiver. The proof I want from you is simple but difficult. Doreen's dark eyes looked deeply into Sasha's. I want you to confess your feelings to William after he drinks this, then bestow the partner blessing of the succubus upon him. Partner blessing? Sasha's voice suddenly rose, full of shock and disbelief. Of course, she knew what that was. It was the most sacred and hardest contract magic among the succubus clan. It was different from the unilateral subjugation blessing, which symbolized submission and loyalty. The partner blessing was mutual, a tangled bond of souls. It required both the caster and the recipient to hold sincere love to establish an unbreakable connection on the soul level. This blessing was a vow that the succubus would be loyal only to this partner. It also shared some of its abilities with the partner. For example, everyone understood what that meant. But the strictest part was that if the recipient did not harbor the corresponding love, the blessing could not be activated. Forcing it would backfire, causing harm to both parties. Madam, this is impossible. Sasha's voice wavered with tears and despair. The partner blessing. It requires the young master. She couldn't bring herself to say the words, love me. She longed for the young master's love, to the point of madness, but she knew reality well. The young master treated her very well. Gentle, trusting, even somewhat dependent on her care, but that was love for family, for her sister, for a trusted assistant. It was not romantic love. How could she dare to hope? If you forcefully seek blessings through the power of medicine, it only proves that the young master doesn't truly love her, and both she and the young master might suffer backlash or even be exposed in front of the madam as having unrequited feelings. They could be completely banished. That would be even more painful than simply killing her. Why is that impossible? Doreen's voice was firm and encouraging. She reached out again, gently holding Chelsia's tear-streaked face. She forced her to look into her deep, seemingly all-knowing eyes. Chelsia, look at me. You love William, don't you? Love him enough to give everything, even your life, for him, right? Chelsia nodded hard, tears falling in big drops. Then you should believe in your love, and also believe in William's heart. Doreen's voice was full of persuasive power, like the sweetest poison. My son, I understand him. He's slow to open up. Maybe now he just sees you as family, a sister, a maid. But his feelings for you are much more than that. He trusts you, depends on you. The way he looks at you, relaxed and comfortable, is rarely shown to others. This bottle of medicine, she pointed to the cold crystal bottle in Chelsia's hand. It's just to help him clear the fog and see his true feelings inside. It doesn't create love out of nowhere. It only amplifies what already exists. But what if the young master? Chelsia's voice broke apart, torn between overwhelming fear and faint hope. She longed to believe the madam's words, to hold on to that tiny chance, but she also feared the 99% of despair. Using such a method to test the young master's feelings. It was too cruel. It wasn't the pure love she wanted. There are no what-ifs. Doreen cut her off sharply, her tone firm and commanding, like a lioness protecting her cubs. Little Chelsia, this is your only chance, and it's a sign of our trust and approval. If you truly love William as you say, and are willing to give everything for him, then this blessing is the best proof. It will be the strongest foundation for you to stay by his side and earn our approval. She released Chelsia's face, stood up, and looked down at the girl kneeling on the ground, caught in a fierce struggle. The moonlight cast a silver edge on her light purple sleep robe, making her look both gentle and regal, as if she carried a divine authority. If you refuse, or if you cannot complete this blessing. Doreen's voice grew cold, carrying a touch of cruel calmness. Then I'm sorry. For William's absolute safety, we must ask you to leave. A demoness with such strong possessiveness over William staying by his side is too risky. We cannot afford the danger. The word, leave, was like a poisoned ice spike, piercing through Sasha's last bit of hesitation. Leave the young master? Never see him again? Not be able to care for him? Not breathe the air of his presence? Just imagining this made her feel suffocated with pain and despair, far worse than the fear of death. No, she couldn't leave, not even in death. Her love for the young master was real. Her desire to protect him forever was genuine. So, the partner blessing. Why not give it a try? Madam was right. The potion only amplifies existing feelings. What if deep inside, the young master truly had just a tiny bit of feelings beyond master and servant for her? Overwhelmed by intense longing, she ignored moral struggles and fear of failure, whether it was shame or using any means necessary. She just wanted to seize this one chance, the chance to stay by the young master's side. Sasha suddenly lowered her head, staring at the small crystal bottle glowing with a faint, enchanting pink light. The cold touch through her skin felt like igniting the hottest fire in her heart. Her delicate fingers clenched tightly around the tiny bottle, gripping it as if clutching her last lifeline, her knuckles turning pale from the force. She slowly, with great difficulty, lifted her head. Tears still streaked her face, but her pink eyes were now filled with a near-obsessive, desperate resolve. She looked at Doreen, her voice hoarse but clear. Madam, I am willing. Very well. Then it will be the day after tomorrow. You just finished all your exams. Tonight, I will talk to William. I'll help you attract his attention, and you can mix the potion into his tea. Before leaving, Doreen cast a meaningful glance at Sasha. William's room is very soundproof. He was half a step behind her, following Chelsia, who was carrying stationery for William. The white stockings under her girl's skirt revealed her graceful long legs, moving quietly and lightly with each step. However, today her pink eyes seemed a bit distracted, as if part of her soul was wandering elsewhere. Chelsia, William paused and looked at her from the side. The girl seemed not to hear and kept walking steadily until she almost bumped into William's back, suddenly snapping out of her daze. Young master. A hint of panic flashed in Chelsia's eyes. She quickly took a half step back and immediately wore a flawless, gentle smile filled with apology. Sorry, young master. I was just thinking about the new batch of medicinal ingredients for the Rose Guild's inventory and got a bit distracted. She slightly bowed, her movements precise like in a textbook. William raised an eyebrow, watching her slightly absent-minded appearance, but didn't expose her obvious excuse. He reached out to take the stationery bag from her. "You look like you're not fully awake. Stayed up late last night?" "No. No, young master." Chelsia instinctively clutched the bag closer to her chest, her actions showing a subtle stubbornness, her smile softening even more. "This is my duty. And you have an exam today, so just stay relaxed." She slightly lifted her face, the morning light falling on her delicate profile, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow. William shrugged and didn't insist further. He knew Chelsia well. When it came to serving, she was almost obsessively dedicated. The two walked side by side into the grand school building, the air filled with the scent of parchment, ink, and the nervous anticipation of young students. The final written exam for graduation, History of the Continent and Practical Theory, was held in a spacious, bright lecture hall. Sunlight streamed through tall, stained glass windows. William found his seat and sat down, while Chelsia quietly took a seat slightly behind and to his side. The exam papers were handed out, and the only sounds in the room were the scratching of pens on parchment. William picked up his pen, glanced at the questions, and a calm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. These questions were almost effortless for him. He wrote swiftly, with steady, powerful handwriting and clear thinking. However, Chelsia, sitting diagonally behind him, couldn't fully concentrate. Her gaze seemed to rest on her exam paper, but her eyes kept drifting back to William's back. Watching his straight back, seeing his furrowed brow when he pauses to think, and hearing the gentle tapping of his fingers on the desk as he answers smoothly. Each small movement feels like a stone thrown into her heart's lake, creating endless, unspoken waves. The scratching of his pen seems to fade into the background. Chelsia's mind drifts back to a much earlier time. Cold, damp trader cages, filled with the smell of rust and despair, almost suffocating. It was that young man with a warm smile who traded his potion to free her from her chains, handed her a cup of warm milk, and said with a smile, "Drink this before bed, and you won't have nightmares." He never looked at her as a demon girl with strange eyes, giving her trust and freedom she never dared to hope for. From that moment, he became the only light in her life, the meaning of her existence. She worked hard to learn manners, run the business guild, and improve her strength, all just to stay by his side longer and become an essential part of his life. She remembers countless nights spent in the alchemy room, staying up late with him, the air filled with the bitter scent of herbs and his calming, faintly comforting presence. She recalls how he sometimes got covered in soot and dust from failed experiments, but still managed to smile brightly at her. How, when he was hurt, she bandaged his wounds, her fingertips touching his warm skin, her heart pounding wildly. These moments are like precious gems, hidden deep in her softest heart corners, supporting her through long, lonely nights without him. But last night, her lady's words made her feel conflicted, even though she had decided to go through with it. Every time she saw the young master's face, she felt lost. She kept questioning if this was truly the right choice. Then Chelsia remembered what the Count and Countess said at dinner over a month ago. "We found a fiancé for you. It's that little Lyria who used to follow you around when you were young. She also studies at the Bright Light Academy. Since students can't bring guards, she can protect you." Every word felt like a poisoned ice spike stabbing into her heart. Fiancé. Protection. At that moment, overwhelming fear and sharp pain seized her completely. That woman named Lyria. She had never seen that girl, but what mattered most was, she possessed a status that Cecilia could never reach. The legitimate fiancé of the young master. At that moment, a cold feeling as if the world was abandoning her spread from her feet to her whole body. She watched the young master's expression when he heard the news, worried but not strongly opposed. Would he refuse? Even if he did, would the Count and Countess arrange for another noble girl of suitable match? And herself? She could only be a maid forever? A hidden demon? Someone who could only secretly kiss his shadow at night? Back then, she had already made up her mind that just being by the young master's side was enough, even if it was secretly. It didn't matter. But the conversation last night gave Cecilia hope, an almost impossible hope to refuse. Her fingers unconsciously clenched the pages of the book. her nails almost digging into her palm. Deep in her pink eyes, the confusion gradually was replaced by a burning, fierce determination. The scent of roses grew stronger and more aggressive around her, as if silently declaring something. The young master is mine. I will never leave him. A voice shouted wildly in her heart. She didn't want to be just the maid standing behind him, gazing at his back. She wanted to be the only one in his life. No matter what, fiancé, noble girl, none of it could take away her light. Since her status was no longer a barrier, she would fight for it. She wanted his gaze to stay only on her, to make him get used to her presence, depend on her body, and ultimately, be lost in her love, unable to escape. No matter the cost, she had to win his heart first. This thought was like a wildfire, instantly burning away all hesitation and sadness, leaving only rock-solid resolve. Her eyes refocused, becoming bright and firm, like a polished gemstone. Cecilia? William's voice, tinged with doubt and worry, suddenly pulled her back to reality. She realized that the exam had ended long ago, students were leaving the classroom in groups, and William was standing in front of her, slightly leaning down to look at her. His familiar black eyes were full of concern. Lord? Cecilia's heart skipped a beat. Then she smiled brighter and gentler than ever before, perfectly hiding the deep desire that churned in her eyes. Is the exam over? How did you do? Her voice remained sweet and gentle, with just the right amount of concern. William looked at her suddenly brightened face, though he felt that behind her smile there seemed to be something hard to understand. But he didn't think much of it and sighed. The questions weren't too hard, so I think I did okay. But you've been distracted all morning. Your face looks bad. Are you really okay? Has the recent business meeting worn you out? Naturally, he reached out to check her forehead's temperature. Just as William's hand was about to touch her smooth forehead, Sasha made a very bold move. She didn't wait quietly with her eyes lowered like usual. Instead, she took the initiative, with a gentle but firm touch, to hold William's hand. William was slightly surprised. Sasha guided his hand away from her forehead and slowly and firmly pressed it to her warm, delicate cheek. Her skin was as soft as the finest silk, and the gentle touch from her face carried her rich, almost dizzying, floral scent. She slightly tilted her face up, her pink eyes shimmering with a dreamy yet focused look, gazing deeply at William as if she wanted to draw his soul in. Young master. Her voice was as light as feathers brushing his heart, with a faint tremor and a strange sense of satisfaction. I'm really fine. Sorry to worry you. It's my fault. She rubbed her hand against William's palm, like a cat seeking comfort from its owner, but also hiding a secret possessiveness. I was just thinking about the next steps for selling the youth-enhancing pill. I was considering how to open up the market and maximize profits. So I was a bit distracted. She gave a reasonable excuse fitting her role as the Chamber of Commerce president. William was caught off guard by her sudden intimacy. The delicate touch from her hand and her overly intense gaze made a strange feeling flicker in his heart. Sasha was always close to him, but this direct act of pulling his hand to her face seemed to cross the line between servant and master. He instinctively wanted to pull his hand back, but his fingertips accidentally brushed her soft cheek, and that sensation made him pause slightly. William cleared his throat uncomfortably, trying to ignore the sticky feeling remaining on his fingertips and the fleeting, hesitant admiration in Sasha's eyes. So that's what it is. Don't push yourself too hard. Take your time with the guild matters. Your health is more important. As he spoke, he gently withdrew his hand from her cheek. The warmth of his palm suddenly disappeared, leaving him feeling strangely empty at his fingertips. Sasha watched William pull back his hand, a deep sense of reluctance and almost greedy longing flashing in her pink eyes. She could still feel the warmth of his fingertips imprinted on her skin, but her perfect smile remained unchanged, becoming even softer and more obedient. Yes, young master. I understand. She slightly bowed, her posture flawless, as if the intimate moment just now had never happened. Only the lingering scent of roses silently expressed her inner feelings. At that moment, a lively, breathless voice broke the delicate atmosphere between them. William, Sasha, I found you guys here. Jido's round figure appeared, running breathlessly, his cheeks flushed with healthy color, like a ripe apple. He wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and strode over confidently. His academy uniform was stretched tight, but he looked full of energy. The written exam was finally over. How did it go? I think I did okay. That last question about how the third elemental tide affects the dwarf rune system. I think I hit the mark. Seeing Jido, William immediately relaxed from his earlier discomfort and returned to his usual playful smile. Hey, isn't that our future summoner master, Jido? Hit the mark? I think you got lucky. If you didn't score at least 60 on the exam, I really wouldn't be able to support you. Hey. Jido pretended to be angry, waving his chubby arms, but his face was full of smiles. Who are you looking down on? You and Sasha have already done so much for my practical exams, and you even gave me extra lessons before the written test. Jido Sulfire, am putting my foot down today. He suddenly puffed out his chest, even though his belly pushed out a bit, looking very determined. His small eyes sparkled with a rare resolve. If I don't get a spot at Glorious Academy, then I'm just a pig. Ha. Cecilia couldn't help but laugh out loud. She quickly covered her lips with her delicate fingers, and her pink eyes curved into a crescent moon. The gloom and obsession from before seemed to be eased by Jido's lively declaration. William also burst into laughter and patted Jido's broad shoulder hard, making him stumble. Good. You're ambitious. You have dreams. He put his arm around Jido's shoulder. Let's go? To celebrate finishing the written exam and to wish our young master Jido not to become a pig, I'll treat everyone to a nice meal outside. Today, we're having roast lamb leg. Really? Long live William, Jido cheered. His earlier bravado was instantly replaced by the temptation of delicious food, and his eyes shone brightly. Cecilia watched the two of them laughing and playing, especially William's bright, cloudless smile. Her gentle smile deepened. She quietly followed behind them, half a step away, like a loyal shadow. Sunlight streamed through the corridor's arched windows, casting a soft golden glow on her perfect side profile. Her pink eyes looked at William's back, filled with a passionate determination that was richer and more dangerous than the scent of roses. Young master, your smile, your warmth, everything about you, can only belong to me, she silently declared in her heart. No matter who stands in her way or what she must sacrifice, she would never let go. At the magical notice board in the center square of Ash's Superpower Academy, a strange silence hung over everything. The morning sunlight should have brought energy, but now the air was filled with disappointment and a tense, awkward feeling. On the large crystal screen, the final scores of this year's graduates flickered, but the numbers were so low that anyone unfamiliar with the situation would gasp in shock. Few students scored over 150 points. Most hovered around 130, with some even in the double digits, which was shocking compared to last year's scores of 170 or 180. Only the name at the top of the list shone with a relatively normal number, Jido Sulfire, with a total score of 175. This score, which was only considered above average in previous years, now stood out sharply amid the low scores, almost glaring. For the younger students who didn't know the full story, this was a record-breaking achievement. A high score in a sea of low ones, highlighting the top scorer. Oh my, Jido Sulfire? Isn't he the chubby guy at the bottom? 175 points? How is that possible? What have the seniors and juniors been through? Look at others' scores. In the practical exam section, almost all are bright red fail marks. What happened? I heard there was a big problem with the practical exam. It seems a team completely overshadowed all other graduates. An informed lower-year student whispered excitedly, unable to believe it. Overshadowed? Causing everyone to fail? Who's so strong? Wait, could it be? The whisper spread quickly, and many eyes subtly or openly looked toward the three people standing at the edge of the crowd. Jido Sulfire stood next to William and Sasha, looking awkward as he faced the curious and surprised faces. He stared at the ground, clutching his face tightly with his chubby hands, as if that could block out the probing, shocked gazes around him. His bulky body shifted nervously, wishing he could just find a hole to hide in immediately. William looked at the prominent, 175, on the notice board and at Jido's embarrassed, desperate expression, and a teasing smile appeared on his face. He nudged Jido lightly with his elbow, speaking softly enough for nearby people to hear. Hey, first place, how does it feel? To crush all the graduates this year by yourself, isn't it pretty? Satisfying, he deliberately emphasized, First place. William. Jido suddenly lowered his hands from his face, his round face full of tears, embarrassment, and pleading, his voice trembling with a crying tone. Please, stop teasing me. Let's go quickly. I feel like I'm suffocating. This is obviously something you and Sasha did. He spoke nervously, fidgeting and looking around anxiously, afraid of attracting more attention. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You contributed here. Don't sell yourself short. William chuckled happily, enjoying Jido's reaction. He casually glanced at the notice board, searching for his and Sasha's names. William's scores were average. He did well in written exams, but in the practical section, he also had a bright red. Fail. He didn't care at all. His gaze continued downward until it landed on Sasha's name. When he saw Sasha's report card, William's smile froze. The written exam score, 0 points. Sasha? William turned his head, looking at the girl beside him with confusion. Sasha stood quietly, still wearing her perfect, gentle smile, as if all the noise and glaring eyes around her didn't matter. I knew you were troubled yesterday, William said, pointing to the prominent 0 on the notice board, his brow furrowing. But you didn't just leave the exam blank, right? The written test should be easy for you. He remembered yesterday in the exam room, Sasha sitting behind him at an angle, seemingly not writing anything. It doesn't matter, young master. Sasha's voice was soft and calm, with a sense of acceptance. This score isn't important, so I left it blank. She tilted her head playfully, a few strands of black hair slipping over her smooth face, trying to hide her true feelings. William looked at her expression, momentarily unsure of what to say. Sasha's thoughts had become harder to read lately. Just as William was feeling a bit stunned by Sasha's answer, his sharp senses detected a faint wave of resentment and hostility. His eyes shot like lightning toward the source of the hostility, a corner at the edge of the square, shadowed by a tall stone pillar. There, Galvin Horn leaned against a cold stone wall. His short blonde hair was messy, and his usually elegant demeanor was gone. In the shadows, his eyes, normally sky blue, were now filled with abnormal bloodshot streaks. That handsome face twisted with intense hatred and jealousy, almost bursting out, fixed tightly on William, Jido, and Sasha, especially Jido, who was the focus of everyone's attention. However, when William's cold gaze pierced through the shadows and precisely caught him, Galvin's face, full of resentment, seemed to be splashed with cold water. It froze instantly. Then, with a nearly spasmodic speed, he forced a smile. But that smile was stiff and unnatural, the corners of his mouth twisted, his eyes flickering with fear and embarrassment, like a cheap mask about to shatter. William looked at that fake, disgusting smile, and deep inside his dark pupils, a flash of cold, pure murderous intent flickered and vanished. Repeated provocations. Does he really think I am a kind-hearted, gentle person? William sneered silently and no longer looked at the clown in the corner. He kept a calm face, but was planning to find a time to get rid of this annoying fly forever. William's subtle expressions and the fleeting murderous intent did not escape Sasha's watchful eyes. Deep inside her pink eyes, a very satisfied light flickered quietly. The gentle curve at the corner of her mouth seemed to deepen just a little. Now she had a reason to make him disappear. All right, enough of the excitement. William patted Jido's shoulder, who was still embarrassed, and broke the tense atmosphere among the three. Let's go, big guy. Are you going to stand here like a rare animal exhibit? Time to go home. William spoke casually, as if nothing had happened. Jido was relieved and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Let's go? Hurry up. He almost pushed William and Sasha, rushing away from the uncomfortable square. Behind them, discussions about the legendary squad and the lowest average score in history still buzzed in the morning light. The night was dark as ink, and the Count's mansion was immersed in silence, only William's bedroom still glowing with warm light. The lamp cast a soft golden glow on the boy's focused side face. William was carefully placing pills into a row of glass bottles. This one for father, he whispered, picking up one of the bottles and adding several colorful pills. A faint smile appeared on his lips. With these youth-restoring pills, Mom should be happier. Looking at the two smaller bottles beside, he thought of Mother and Aunt Lisa. Imagining their beautiful and proud appearances, he shook his head. They might think the extra youthful pills are an insult. When his gaze fell on the last bottle, William paused. Elisa's beauty-preserving pill. Just as an apology, the moonlight outside quietly climbed onto the windowsill, adding a silver glow to the room. William straightened up and stretched his slightly stiff shoulders. Suddenly, a gentle knock sounded at the door. "Come in." The door was pushed open, accompanied by a fresh scent of cedar. Doreen gracefully stepped inside. She wore a comfortable white house dress, her long hair casually tied at the back. In her hand, she held a delicate small porcelain dish with a few freshly baked, fragrant chocolate cookies. "Little William, are you still awake?" Doreen's voice was gentle and loving. She placed the cookie dish on the bedside table and naturally picked up a cookie, pretending to feed it to William. "Try this, Mom just baked it." William looked a bit annoyed and turned his head away. "Mom, I can do it myself." He reluctantly took a cookie and took a bite, the rich chocolate flavor melting in his mouth. That was when he noticed someone standing behind his mother. Chelsia was quietly standing behind Doreen, holding a cup of red tea. She had changed out of her school uniform and was wearing her usual black and white maid dress. The black stockings under her skirt reflected a soft shine in the firelight. She stood politely, her eyes a little shy, with a hint of nervousness and blush on her face. "Good evening, young master," she said softly, bowing slightly. Doreen smiled and sat down beside William, patting the space next to her to invite Chelsia to sit as well. "Don't stand there, come sit. No outsiders here, Chelsia. You don't need to be so formal." While William was focused on eating, Doreen suddenly leaned forward, her cheeks slightly puffed, her black eyes sparkling with mischief. "Mom heard from Chelsia that the test of the youth preservation cream's effects is all done, right?" she teased, drawing small circles on the table with her finger. "Some people might have forgotten what they promised me, huh?" William paused slightly and looked up at his mother's teasing gaze. He sighed helplessly, his short black hair swaying as he shook his head. "Mom, I was planning to do it tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" "Mom needs it now." She pouted like a little girl asking for candy, completely unaware of her strength as an 8th-level expert. William smiled helplessly. All right. Here." William took out 3 delicate glass bottles. "This one is yours, this one is for Dad, and this one is for Elise, along with her antidote. Please find some time to deliver them for me." He paused for a moment and placed the last bottle along with a potion into Doreen's hand. Doreen's eyes immediately lit up. When she took the bottle, she exclaimed as if she had discovered something new. "Oh my!" She held up the final glass bottle and examined it carefully in the candlelight. "Even Miss Elise has a share?" Suddenly, she leaned close to William and whispered with a mischievous smile. "Our little William is going to make girls happy now." William smiled slightly, then picked up the red tea prepared by Sasha and sipped it slowly. "It's just a gift of apology." At the moment William drank his tea, Doreen and Sasha's eyes met in the air. A hint of cleverness flashed in Doreen's eyes, while Sasha lowered her thick eyelashes, perfectly hiding the nervousness in her pink eyes. The girl's delicate fingers, folded in front of her skirt, unconsciously clenched tighter. Her legs, wrapped in black stockings, slightly tensed. "All right." Doreen suddenly clapped happily and put the glass bottle into her skirt pocket. "Since I got what I wanted." She winked playfully. "Mama's going to let your father try the effect too." She gently brushed her fingertips over her cheek, showing a nostalgic expression. "I really look forward to seeing his handsome face from when he was young again." When she reached the door, Doreen suddenly looked back. Her gaze shifted between William and Sasha. A meaningful smile curved her lips. Young people should have their own night talks. With a whiff of cedar scent, she gracefully disappeared into the corridor. Meanwhile, the Earl's mansion was shrouded in deep night. The moonlight was blocked by heavy clouds, leaving only a few faint rays shining through the high windows onto the stone corridor. A swift shadow silently crossed the courtyard, with short brown hair slightly fluttering in the night wind. Sheila landed lightly on the railing of the second-floor balcony, a trace of helplessness in his blue eyes. He was surrounded by an almost transparent magic barrier, perfectly hiding his presence. This was a concealment spell personally drawn by the young master before leaving. "The mansion of a 5th-level mage," Sheila muttered, his fingers brushing over the short sword at his waist. "The young master really trusts me too much." He silently slipped into the corridor, his slender figure casting a vague shadow under the moonlight. In front of the bedroom door, Sheila stopped and pressed his ear against the carved oak door. Inside, steady breathing sounds. The target is sleeping peacefully. His quick fingers gently turn the door lock, accompanied by a barely audible click, and the door slowly opens. Moonlight filters through the gap in the curtains, shining on the face of the young man with blonde hair on the bed. Galvin Horn sleeps peacefully, his handsome face looking especially young and harmless in his dreams. Sheila narrows his eyes, observing the Horn family's young master in the faint light. This is the person who has repeatedly provoked the young master? Young man, you're unlucky. Still daring to try to involve the young lady. Sheila silently sighs, his sleek, cheetah-like body leaning slightly forward. This dirty work should be done by me. The young master really is. He shakes his head, his short brown hair swaying with the movement. Without hesitation, Sheila takes a quick step forward, his left hand covering Galvin's mouth and nose like a clamp, while his right hand wields a short sword that flashes a cold light in the moonlight. The blade precisely pierces the forehead, not even spilling a drop of blood. Galvin suddenly opens his eyes wide, his once elegant blue eyes now bloodshot, pupils contracting sharply. His limbs twitch spasmodically a few times before going completely still. Sheila looks at the grim death scene in front of him with an expressionless face. The short sword remains embedded in Galvin's forehead. He gently releases his hand from covering the other's mouth and nose, wiping non-existent blood on the silk sheets. "Good night, young Master Horn," Sheila whispers. His tone is relaxed as if saying farewell to a girl met at a tavern. He takes out a piece of sheepskin paper from his coat and pins it to the oak table beside the bed with his short sword. The paper is written in flowing script. "If you have any opinions, come find me. William Groach." The night wind blows, and Sheila's figure disappears silently into the darkness as he came, leaving only the frozen scent of death in the room and the paper fluttering slightly in the moonlight. Watching Doreen's figure disappear outside the door, William stands still holding half a cookie, feeling a strange confusion about his mother's last words. Young people should have their own nighttime talks. He instinctively looks at Sasha, seeking an answer. Sasha remains quietly sitting on the edge of the bed, the soft light casting gentle shadows on her perfect side face. However, William keenly noticed that the girl's delicate ear tips were now showing a clear, adorable blush, like newly blooming rose petals. She slightly lowered her head, her thick black eyelashes hanging down, hiding her pink eyes. Her hands unconsciously twisted the edge of her maid dress. "Cecilia?" William stepped closer, forgetting his cookie, and looked at her with suspicion. "Is there something you're hiding from me and my mother?" He always felt that the look in his mother's eyes when she left and her words, along with Cecilia's current reaction, carried a strange, hard-to-explain feeling. Cecilia's body stiffened slightly, almost imperceptibly. Then she raised her head, trying to keep a gentle, proper smile on her face, but her pink eyes flickered with something unreadable. "Young master, what are you talking about?" "The madam. She just cares about you." Her voice was still soft, but William noticed a faint trace of nervousness. His doubts grew deeper. He knew Cecilia well. When she lied or kept secrets, her eyes would instinctively avoid his gaze, and her fingers would unconsciously fidget with something. Right now, her dress was almost wrinkled from twisting. "Really?" William deliberately stretched his tone, adding a hint of playful mistrust, and slowly moved closer to the bed. "But I feel like you two were just exchanging glances, like playing some silent game." Cecilia's cheeks seemed to turn a little redder. She slightly leaned back, as if trying to create some distance. "Young master, you're overthinking." Her excuse sounded weak. William's playful mood was fully stirred. He smirked, showing a mischievous smile. "Not telling the truth, huh?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly moved like lightning, aiming for Cecilia's most ticklish spot on her waist. "Ah!" Cecilia exclaimed, her body instantly jumping back like a startled rabbit. Her calm face shattered, replaced by genuine panic and embarrassment. She awkwardly dodged William's claws, unable to hold back her giggles. "Young master, stop. Don't tease me." "Haha, I really didn't." William refused to believe it. He rarely saw Cecilia so flustered and adorable. His playful side took over, and he kept chasing her. "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." "Forget it." William's voice was a bit hoarse, carrying a hint of awkwardness and forced calm. If you don't want to talk, I won't ask. Get off me. He tried to push her away, but he found that his arm couldn't move. However, the hymn didn't leave as he expected. Cecilia clearly caught the quick flash of panic and embarrassment in William's eyes, along with the unnatural blush on his face. Her heart, like a butterfly dipped in hot honey, beat wildly, almost bursting from her chest. Yes, this is the reaction she had been waiting for. Suddenly, a new wave of courage filled Cecilia's heart. She pressed her hands slightly harder against William's side. Instead of getting up, she lowered her body a little more, making their noses almost touch. Her pink eyes, like bright gems, looked straight at William's side face lying on the bed, burning with a fiery determination. Young master. Her voice was no longer soft, but carried a hopeful, slightly trembling nervousness. I've always wanted to tell you. I like you. Cecilia likes William. It's not just about a maid's loyalty to her master, or a sister's dependence on her brother. Her voice suddenly rose, full of resolve. It's love from a woman to a man. The love to always have you, be with you, and be the only one in your life. William's mind went completely blank with a buzzing sound. Shock, like a cold tide, instantly overwhelmed him. Confession? Cecilia loves him as a man and a woman? How is that possible? He always thought of her as a sister who needed protection and care. His indulgence of her closeness, his tolerance of her occasional oversteps. Weren't those feelings like family? A huge conflict tore at William's heart. He instinctively wanted to deny, to push her away, to reaffirm that they were only master and servant, brother and sister. But deep inside, a low, clear voice, like a devil's whisper, harshly interrupted his resistance. Stop deceiving yourself, William. That voice was full of knowing mockery. When she was a little girl, you told yourself she was just a child. As she grew into a bright young girl, you comforted yourself that it was just sisterly affection for her brother. Now that she is an adult and at her prime, are you still using the silly excuse of living for over 100,000 years to deceive yourself? William tried to gather strength in his mind to drive away this heart demon, but he found that voice like a stubborn parasite, impossible to shake. Instead, it echoed more clearly in his mind. Admit it. When you look at her, that secret flutter in your heart, that unspoken desire to possess her, isn't that love? When Calvin's dirty gaze lusts after her, that cold desire to erase him from this world, isn't it just brotherly love? William Groqui, or should I say, Yishinming, you immortal sword immortal. Do you not even have the courage to face your own heart? This sharp question hit William like a hammer, smashing his defenses. He frowned painfully, sweat breaking out on his forehead as his reason and emotion clashed fiercely. He looked at Sasha, whose eyes burned with reckless, moth-to-flame love, like the hottest sun, burning through his false mask. Sasha stared intently at William's changing expression, shock, struggle, pain, confusion, but no hatred or outright rejection. Her heart was pounding wildly, yet her eyes shone brighter and brighter. The young master was conflicted, in turmoil. What does this mean? It shows that in his heart, Sasha has a place, even a small one. That's enough. She would use everything to turn that tiny spark into an unstoppable blaze. Without hesitation, Sasha made the bravest, boldest move of her life. She slightly lowered her head, her warm breath carrying the scent of roses brushing against William's lips. Then, her soft, petal-like lips gently pressed against William's slightly parted mouth, with a devotion that refused rejection. Boom! It was as if something in William's mind exploded completely. That gentle touch, like a spark igniting dry wood, instantly set ablaze the desire and hidden feelings that had quietly been amplified by the medicine's effect. His rational defenses collapsed in the face of the surging emotional flood. The idea of sibling love, age differences, past lives, all of it was thrown far away into the clouds. Only the girl in front of him remained. She loved him with all her life and was now clumsily yet bravely kissing him. A strong force suddenly burst out from William. He quickly rolled over so fast that Celia didn't have time to react. In a dizzy spin, their positions switched. William pressed Celia firmly beneath him. His deep black eyes now looked like a burning abyss, swirling with a possessiveness and fiery passion she had never seen before. Chelsia only managed a short cry before she was completely overwhelmed by his passionate kiss. This was no longer her cautious touch earlier but a fierce, undeniable desire to claim and possess. William's kiss ignited every part of her longing. Chelsia felt her body go soft, as if she had fallen into a dream of roses and flames. She no longer thought or resisted. She responded instinctively, more passionately. Her delicate arms wrapped tightly around William's neck, as if trying to merge him into her bones and blood. The ceiling light seemed to soften, casting their tangled figures onto the ground. In the early morning, William struggled to lift his heavy eyelids. A hangover-like dullness gripped his head, each heartbeat pounding against his fragile temples. He instinctively shook his head, trying to shake off the sticky feeling that lingered. Last night, he seemed to have had a very wonderful yet guilty dream. In the dream, he was like an out-of-control beast, venting his deepest desires on Chelsia. Fragments of those images flashed through his mind, filled with a burning shame that made his throat tighten. He let out a low groan, sleepily trying to focus his vision. However, a strand of soft black hair lay on his pillow, emitting a familiar, comforting rose scent. William's breath suddenly caught, and his muddled thoughts were instantly cooled by icy water. He became mostly alert. He stiffly and slowly turned his neck. Chelsia was lying quietly beside him, her side profile outlined by sunlight filtering through the sheer curtains. She showed a smooth, rounded shoulder and a hint of white curve on her chest. She seemed to be sleeping deeply, her cheeks glowing with a healthy blush. However, William's gaze felt as if it had been burned, because on her slender neck there were a few clear, faint red love bites, like a mark that was glaringly obvious. His face and ears instantly flushed with blood, as fragments of last night's nightmare overlapped with reality. The shock was so intense that he almost suffocated. He suddenly sat up, his movement so forceful that the soft mattress sank deeply. This noise woke the person beside him. Sasha's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. William's heart felt as if it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. Her eyes were no longer the familiar, clear, gentle pink that William knew. At this moment, her left eye still held that soft pink, like a blooming cherry blossom. But her right eye had turned into a pure, deep black, as if it could swallow light. One pink, one black. Two very different colors contrasted on her delicate face, creating a stunning, almost supernatural beauty. "Young master?" Sasha's voice was lazy and slightly hoarse, as if she hadn't fully woken up, just instinctively trying to sit up. As she moved, the thin blanket covering her slipped away completely, revealing her bare upper body, as smooth and white as carved jade. Her delicate skin shimmered with a glossy glow in the morning light, and her beautiful curves were fully on display. William was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned his head sharply, his gaze fixed on the wall opposite. His cheeks were burning hot, his ears red as if bleeding, and his throat was dry, making it hard to speak clearly. A wave of intense embarrassment, shame, and an indescribable panic almost overwhelmed him. How could this happen? Why last night? How could he feel this way about Sasha, that girl who had always been like a sister or a trusted friend? Sasha seemed to finally wake up completely. She looked down at herself, then gently touched the red marks on her neck. There was no panic or anger on her face as William had expected. Instead, her mismatched eyes were filled with shyness, satisfaction, and a nearly obsessive joy. She didn't care about revealing her beauty. Her gentle gaze fell on William's stiff back. "Young master, you're awake," she said softly again, with her usual tenderness but with a subtle, lingering affection. "Sorry. Last night, I think. I was a little tired." She lowered her gaze slightly, her long eyelashes hiding the deep satisfaction in her eyes. William still dared not look back, his fist unconsciously clenched at his side. He didn't know what to say or do. Apologize? Explain? His mind was a mess, and he couldn't even tell if that nightmare was real. Only a heavy sense of guilt weighed on his heart. "Young master," Sasha's voice had a soothing magic, as if she saw through his inner turmoil. "Please don't do this. There's no need to feel troubled, and you don't have to respond now." She leaned forward slightly, the scent of roses lingering more clearly in William's nose. "All of this was my choice. I like you, and I've liked you for a very long time. Her voice was soft but firm, like a steady rock. So, no matter what happens, I am happy. Take your time to understand your feelings. It doesn't matter how long it takes. I will wait here. Her words were like feathers, gently touching William's confused mind, bringing a strange calm, but also a heavier weight. Sasha pulled up the thin blanket that had fallen beside her, covering her chest, and her gentle gaze fell on William's stiff back. Liking. Voluntary. Waiting. These words weighed heavily on William's heart. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Running away wouldn't solve anything. Sasha. He finally spoke, his voice hoarse, still not turning around. I'm sorry for what happened last night. I don't know how to face you, but I will think carefully about your feelings. Just, please give me some time. He finished hard, his inner chaos unchanged. In his past life, he had faced countless storms, but never a situation like this. Sasha responded softly, her voice not showing disappointment, but instead carrying understanding and gentle acceptance. I know, young master. I will wait. William then noticed something strange about his body. Besides the dullness from the hangover, there was an indescribable lightness flowing through his veins, and his senses seemed sharper. At the same time, he remembered Sasha's unusual eyes. Your eyes. He finally gathered courage, slightly turning his head, glancing at her from the corner of his eye. And I feel different. In my body, he didn't dare look at her body, only fixated on her face with those striking, captivating eyes of different colors. Cecilia suddenly seemed to realize her eye change. She raised her hand, gently covering her dark right eye with her slender fingers, and showed a hint of apology on her face. This. Young master, I'm sorry. I've been hiding something from you. She paused, as if choosing her words carefully. It's my fault. Last night, when we were together, I made a special partner contract with you, which allows you to use some of my abilities. William's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Partner contract? Yes, Cecilia nodded, her unusual eyes looking at him honestly and gently. It gives you, young master, the magic of strong healing powers and resistance to certain mental influences. But at the same time, she slightly pursed her lips. Sorry, young master, I've been hiding something special about my eyes. When the contract was formed, one of my eyes was exchanged with yours. So now your eyes are, and I can share our vision. William got out of bed and went to the washstand. The mirror clearly reflected his current look. Messy black hair, a healthy face, a mark of a kiss on his neck, and those two different colored eyes. His left eye was his original deep black, like the night, but his right eye had turned into the same gentle cherry blossom pink as Cecilia's left eye. One black, one pink, exactly matching Cecilia's current eyes. Looking at himself in the mirror, he felt a bit unfamiliar. He raised his hand, lightly touching his right eye. The sensation was the same, and his vision was clear, but the strange color felt like a mark, confirming what had happened last night. At that moment, he saw behind him in the mirror. Cecilia had also gotten out of bed, wearing only his loose white shirt. The hem of the shirt barely covered her hips, revealing her long, straight legs. She was barefoot, silently walking behind William. In his surprised gaze, she reached out with her slender arms, wrapping around his waist from behind, her soft body pressed closely against his back. She gently rested her cheek on his narrow shoulder, and through the mirror, their eyes met, both with the same unusual color. Young master, her voice softly whispered into William's ear, carrying warm breath and the sweet scent of roses, making his body tense instantly. This magic eye, it can see special things. She paused, her unusual eyes flickering with a faint light in the mirror. It can quietly see through people's deepest desires. Just like now, William instinctively looked at the reflection of Senya in the mirror, following her gaze. In that moment, a strange feeling spread through his body. Through his pink right eye, he seemed to see through Senya's clothes and skin, clearly perceiving a hot, sticky, almost consuming desire rising inside her. That feeling of desire was so clear and intense, with a possessive tone that stirred William's heart, making him feel as if he were in a furnace, all over warm and restless. William's eyes showed a hint of panic. He hesitated to look at Senya again, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. Young master, Senya was slightly surprised by his strong reaction, but then she showed a calm expression, her eyes full of gentle warmth. Sorry, young master, for showing you such an embarrassing side of me. Although she apologized, William felt the grip around his waist tighten even more. He took several deep breaths to calm the heat and his racing heart. He lowered his head, feeling awkward. I saw. Such an amazing ability. But, now, you, immediately, go out. We need to wash up. And then, we need to see Mother. He pointed awkwardly at the bathroom door, avoiding Senya's intense gaze. Senya quietly watched him, noticing his flushed ears and nervous, flustered look. After a moment, her beautiful lips slowly curled into a gentle, yet slightly triumphant smile, full of satisfaction. The morning light shone on her. Under her loose white shirt, her delicate curves were faintly visible, and her unusual eyes sparkled like the most mysterious gems. Yes, young master, she replied obediently, even with a hint of happiness in her soft voice. She knew that once some doors were opened, they could never be closed again. Now, she only needed to wait patiently, waiting for her young master to slowly adapt and, eventually, surrender. She gracefully turned around, barefoot on the floor, silently leaving the bathroom, only leaving behind a faint rose scent and William, whose thoughts were swirling, still unable to calm down in the morning light. Morning light shone through the stained glass windows of the Earl's mansion, casting colorful shadows on the corridor. William's eyebrows showed a hint of doubt. He hurriedly walked through the corridor toward the garden courtyard, knowing that his mother Doreen usually enjoyed her morning tea there. Cecilia followed behind William. She wore a brand-new black and white maid outfit, with white stockings covering her long legs. Sure enough, Doreen was lazily leaning on a cushioned wicker sofa. She wore a comfortable light gold house dress, and her delicate fingers held a small almond biscuit. When she saw William, her eyes, very similar to William's, curved into a playful smile, sparkling with mischief. Oh, our little William got up so early. Doreen's voice was lively. She deliberately looked him up and down. You look much better than yesterday, she winked with a hint of meaning. William took a deep breath, trying to ignore his mother's teasing words, and directly stopped in front of her. His mismatched eyes, one black, one pink, looked straight at his mother, filled with scrutiny and a slight, barely noticeable embarrassment. Mother, William's voice was deliberately steady, but his tense jawline revealed his feelings last night. About Cecilia. Is it related to you? He didn't beat around the bush, his gaze fixed tightly on Doreen's face. Doreen's smile didn't change at all, even becoming brighter. She slowly chewed the remaining half of her biscuit, savoring it as if tasting something exquisite. Only when William's patience was almost gone did she gracefully pick up her porcelain teacup and take a gentle sip. She hummed happily, setting down her cup, her black eyes confidently meeting her son's gaze. It is related. She openly admitted it, her tone as relaxed as if she were talking about the weather, just a little bit of stirring the pot. She playfully flicked her pinky finger and tilted her head cutely. After all, Mom is really looking forward to holding her grandchild. Hope our little William works a bit harder and makes Mom happy sooner. And your eyes are really nice now. After saying that, she mischievously winked at William. William felt a rush of warmth suddenly flood his cheeks, making his ears burn bright red. He expected his mother might interfere, but he didn't expect her to admit it so openly, let alone add such a playful tease. In his past life, after thousands of years of cultivation, he could face enemies and dangerous situations calmly. But when it came to matters between men and women, he had little experience, because most women who approached him had their own motives, and he had always defeated them with a sword. The mix of deep embarrassment and a sense of being tricked left him speechless for a moment. Seeing her son angry yet helpless, Doreen felt very happy. She chuckled softly, her body trembling with amusement. She waved her fair hand as if shooing away a buzzing little bee. All right. Everything has already happened. What's the point of worrying whether I added a little spice to your tea to liven things up? She deliberately emphasized, a little, and liven things up, successfully making William's face turn even redder. Hurry up and go. Don't stand here disturbing Mom's tea time. I still want to have a private chat with my future daughter-in-law, William. He opened his mouth, but all he could do was let out a deep, helpless sigh. What could he say to such a mother? As she said, Dwelling on it was pointless. He shot his mother a fierce glare, then turned away in defeat and hurriedly left the place that made him so sad. Watching his fleeing figure disappear, Doreen's smile grew even wider, with a hint of triumphant cunning. She called out loudly toward the distance, "Chelsia, come here." Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Chelsia appeared in the courtyard. She still wore a perfect, gentle smile, but her slightly reddened ears and somewhat hurried steps betrayed her inner unease. The faint scent of roses wafted around her as she approached. "Madam," Chelsia stepped to the sofa, bowing respectfully. Her heterochromatic eyes, a mix of pink and black, lowered shyly, avoiding Doreen's smiling gaze. Sit here." Doreen warmly patted the seat beside her, inviting Chelsia to sit down. She leaned in like a girl sharing a secret, her black eyes shining with curiosity and mischief. "Quick, tell Mom, how did you feel last night?" Her voice was very soft, carrying a hint of gossip, and her gaze subtly flicked over Sasha's neck. There, a few faint red love bites were barely visible on her fair skin. "Madam," Sasha's cheeks suddenly flushed completely, like a ripe peach. She instinctively covered her collar with her hand, and her pink and black eyes filled with tears, looking shy and almost crying. The perfect Maid mask cracked slightly at this moment, revealing the extreme shyness of a young girl. Her delicate fingers nervously twisted the hem of her dress, her knuckles turning slightly white from the effort. "Please, don't tease me," she whispered softly, almost like a mosquito, with a pleading tone. Doreen looked at Sasha's shy appearance and smiled happily, like a cat that had caught its prey. She stopped teasing the girl and picked up a new cookie to give her, her tone becoming more serious but still affectionate. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Mom called you because there is an important task to give you." Sasha took the cookie but had no desire to eat it. She held it in her hands and looked up at Doreen seriously. Her unusual eyes lost their shyness, replaced by focus and a hint of solemnity. Doreen's smile faded slightly, and her dark eyes showed the seriousness of a mother and a strong person. "North and I will be leaving for a long time soon." She sighed softly, unconsciously rubbing the smooth edge of her teacup. "The return date is uncertain. William, although he looks mature, is still too weak, and he has too many secrets." Her gaze fell on Sasha's unusual eyes, filled with deep trust. "In the days to come, I am entrusting William to you, little Sasha." Without hesitation, almost instantly, Sasha put down her cookie and straightened her back. Her dual-colored eyes shone with a brilliant, unwavering light. She looked directly into Doreen's eyes, her voice quiet but firm, with a rock-like strength that echoed clearly in the quiet flower hall. "Madam, please rest assured." Every word was firm and clear. "I will protect the young master with my life. No matter what happens, no matter who we face, as long as I am alive, I will never let anyone harm him in the slightest." Her fingers tightly clenched the hem of her dress, but her gaze was open and passionate, like a devout believer making a vow before God. "For the young master, I am willing to give everything, even my life." This was not politeness or a promise, but her deepest, instinctive cry from her soul. It was the only meaning of her existence. Doreen quietly watched the beautiful girl before her, observing the sincerity and even obsession in her eyes. As a mother, she clearly saw the burning fire beneath the gentle surface. She understood the obsession of seeing one person as her entire world. She reached out and gently patted the back of Chelsia's tightly clenched hand. The cold fingertips conveyed a small, comforting touch. "Good girl." Doreen's voice carried a subtle hint of emotion and relief. "William is lucky to have you by his side." She believed this girl's vow was stronger than any contract. The golden giant tree shone with a gentle glow forever. Alice Freya leaned against a throne woven from thorny vines. Her long white hair flowed like a waterfall, and her blue-white dress shimmered quietly in the light. Her red eyes half closed, and her fingertips unconsciously stroked the cold thorn tips on the armrest of the throne. Time here seemed to lose all meaning. Only the magic circle on the ceiling, simulating sunrise and sunset, reminded her of the passing hours. Since William left, this space, silent for thousands of years, seemed to return to its original loneliness, even more vast and indescribable than when she was asleep. A slight ripple, like water waves, appeared in the center of the hall, breaking the long silence. Alice immediately looked up, her red pupils flashing with sharp light, and her aura suddenly became cold and stern. But when she saw who was coming, her guard quickly turned into a subtle surprise. Doreen's figure gracefully stepped out of the ripple. "Miss Alice, I hope I am not disturbing your quiet meditation," Doreen said softly, with just the right politeness. Alice slowly sat upright. The blue-white thorn crown floating above her forehead emitted a faint glow. She nodded slightly, her posture still noble and distant, fitting for the princess of the elves, Lady Doreen. "What brings you here personally?" Her gaze fell on a small, exquisite jade box in Doreen's hand. Dolan smiled slightly and took a few steps forward, handing the jade box to Alice. "This is William's gift for you," he said. "It's an apology for some of his past inappropriate actions and a cure to fulfill his promise." Alice's delicate fingers paused briefly before accepting the jade box. It felt smooth and warm in her hand. She opened the lid, revealing a round, strangely fragrant pill resting quietly inside. She looked at the pill with a hint of confusion. Dolan explained its effects just in time. After hearing about the pill, a faint, almost imperceptible gentle emotion flickered in Alice's red eyes. On the surface, she only huffed proudly and lightly ran her finger along the edge of the box. "Humph, at least he has some conscience. Such a small thing." Despite her words, she closed the box with care, her fingers unconsciously stroking its smooth surface. This small gesture revealed a hint of satisfaction deep inside her. "Why didn't he come himself?" Alice asked casually, her gaze drifting toward the golden tree flowing with liquid gold, as if it were just a casual question. However, the tense line of her shoulders betrayed her true feelings. Since that noisy human who always made her angry left, the vast space had fallen into eternal silence. That long-forgotten, deliberately ignored loneliness resurfaced after William's departure, stirred by Dolan's arrival. She quickly suppressed this inappropriate emotion, her red eyes returning to calm. Dolan's black eyes flashed with understanding. She sighed softly, a hint of apology and helplessness appearing on her face. "This child has been preparing for the entrance exam at the Bride Academy recently. His Aunt Lisa took him for special training, and he's been exhausted, falling asleep as soon as he can. He said he really couldn't spare the time and was worried that delaying might make you think he was unreliable, so he asked me to deliver this quickly." The slight, unnoticed disappointment in Alice's eyes seemed somewhat eased by this explanation. She simply nodded barely perceptibly and didn't ask further. "Miss Alice," Dolan's tone became serious. "I have another important message for you this time." Alice looked up, her red eyes focused on her. "Please go ahead. This is about the Elf Empire and your mother, the 13th Elf Queen, Her Majesty Illyrial Freya." Alice's body stiffened slightly, her fingers tightening around the jewelry box, her knuckles turning white. "Mother?" "According to the latest intelligence we received," Doreen continued, "your mother is likely still alive." Boom. Like a thunderclap in Alice's mind, her red pupils shrank instantly. A strong, almost overwhelming wave of bitterness surged to her nose, and her eyes filled with heat uncontrollably. She quickly turned her face away, not wanting Doreen to see her moment of weakness. "Mother, still alive?" Doreen didn't pause. Her clear words hit Alice's long-guarded heart like heavy hammers. It seems she has been sleeping, on one hand, to gather strength for the coming blood moon disaster. On the other hand, she seems to have been waiting for her most beloved child to return home, waiting to go home. These 4 words pierced through Alice's self-built, 1,000-year-old ice armor like the sharpest arrow. The carefully planned siege she faced long ago, she fought her way out bloody, her silver moon sword drinking the blood of traitors. On her way back, she was met with even more treacherous ambushes by cultists of the evil god. They shouted passionately, wanting to sacrifice her to the evil god as a perfect vessel for the next blood moon. She used all her strength to escape again, but the corrupting power of the evil god had already seeped into her soul like a parasite. To avoid being completely tainted and turned into a puppet of the evil god, she had to hurriedly seal herself and that terrible corruption inside an eternal ice coffin. Thousands of years passed. She had long believed that most living beings' lifespans, unless for special reasons, wouldn't exceed 3,000 years. Everything she knew, her mother, loved ones, friends, must have turned to dust in history. When she woke up, facing this strange world, her heart was filled with a sense of homelessness and deep loneliness. She didn't know where to go or what to do, like a lost soul abandoned by time. And now, her mother is still here. She slept for thousands of years, all just to wait for her unfilial daughter to return home. Overwhelmed by immense sadness, joy, guilt, and an indescribable longing, Alice's chest churned like molten lava, almost tearing her apart. She bit her lower lip tightly, trying hard not to let tears overflow. The glow of her blue-white thorn crown flickered with her intense emotions. After a long moment, Alice took a deep breath and forced herself to calm her turbulent feelings. She slowly turned her head, her red eyes still shimmering with tears, but her voice was steady again, with a slight, barely noticeable huskiness. "Thank you, Lady Doreen. This news means a lot to me." "You're welcome," Doreen replied gently, her black eyes full of understanding and kindness. She then changed her tone, speaking more seriously. "Since you're grateful, could you do me a favor?" Alice was slightly surprised, a hint of doubt flashing in her red eyes. "What is it?" Doreen's expression grew serious, and the scent of cedar seemed to turn colder. "The goal of the Evil God Church has always been me. Staying in Ashen City, staying close to William, will only bring greater danger to him." She looked at Alice with earnest trust. "I need to leave, to hide for a while before they find me. During my absence, if William faces a real, unsolvable problem and asks for your help, I hope, for today's sake, you will lend him a hand." She didn't say, protect, but used, lend a hand, showing respect for Alice's strength and leaving room for flexibility. Alice almost didn't hesitate. Her red eyes looked directly at Doreen, filled with the promise and authority of a princess. "As long as he asks, within my ability, I will help him." This was not just about repaying Doreen's kindness. The young man who could suppress the evil god's aura within her was also worth this promise. "Thank you," Doreen exhaled, her smile becoming much more sincere. She paused, lowering her voice further, with a hint of mystery and meaning. "As for the reward, you can ask William directly when the time comes. I think." She looked at Alice with a meaningful gaze. "He should have the ability in the future to help you solve your most urgent problem. About your mother, Queen Ilariel's, lifespan issue." Alice's pupils suddenly contracted. Her mother had been asleep for thousands of years, but elves do have a lifespan limit. William, that seemingly carefree young man, could he really solve such a problem that touches the very essence of life? "This news is just as shocking as discovering that my mother is still alive." Doreen's expression became very serious, even with a hint of warning. "Please keep this matter deeply hidden in your heart and never tell anyone. You should know better than I do the value of this ability. If it is revealed, he will face a greed-driven storm and endless pursuit that could sweep across the entire continent. I don't want him to get into trouble because of this." Alice took a deep breath, her red eyes filled with shock and deep thought, which eventually turned into a heavy, firm resolve. She looked into Doreen's eyes and slowly nodded very seriously, each word clear and strong like a vow. "By the name of the God of Order, Jarl, I, Alice Freya, swear that no one will learn this secret from me." Her blue-white thorn crown shone with an unprecedented bright light, illuminating her beautiful face full of determination. At the moment Alice finished speaking, a faint white glow appeared from the void and entered her body. This was because she mentioned the god's name and made it her witness. If she broke the promise, the god would personally punish her. Even a 9-tier expert would fall in divine punishment. Hearing Alice's vow, Doreen showed a satisfied smile. The afternoon sun lazily shone on the Count's garden, casting a warm golden glow over the carefully trimmed rose bushes. William sat in the courtyard with his eyes closed, enjoying this rare moment of peace. His parents were both at home, with no urgent crisis, only the rustling sound of the breeze passing through the leaves. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps approached. William opened his eyes and saw his mother, Doreen, walking over with her usual, slightly mischievous smile. However, her next actions were somewhat unusual. She looked at the two gardeners trimming the flowers nearby and the young maid carrying tea and snacks. Then softly but clearly ordered, "You can go now. No need for anyone to serve here for the moment." The servants immediately bowed and quietly left the corner of the garden, leaving only mother and son. Doreen sat down on a stone bench opposite William, her smile fading, her gaze becoming serious. She poured herself a cup of warm red tea on the table but did not drink it right away, gently rubbing her fingers along the cup's rim. "William," her voice was very soft, with a barely perceptible tone of curiosity. "Recently, have you been secretly working on something?" William straightened up a bit, looking curious. "Working on? Mom, what do you mean? I've been always messing with alchemy stuff." Doreen looked up, directly meeting her son's eyes. "Is it about medicines to extend life? Or something similar? I visited your small lab a while ago and saw some open notebooks." William's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. He hadn't expected his mother to ask about this. He was silent for a few seconds, then put down the cup and nodded calmly. "Yes, you saw correctly. I am indeed researching this." He frowned slightly. "Did something happen? Why are you suddenly asking about it?" Doreen didn't answer directly. Instead, she continued to ask, "How's the progress? Any results yet?" Her tone was neutral, showing only genuine concern and curiosity. William exhaled softly, leaning slightly forward, hands crossed on the stone table. "When I realized my strength might not improve quickly, I started thinking about this. After all, time is the most precious resource." He paused, his eyes becoming focused. "I've roughly sorted out the basic theories and some ancient formulas, but the key is some core materials. They are either very rare or their substitutes don't work well. I haven't found the perfect combination yet." His voice carried a bit of excitement. "But the branches and leaves of the golden tree I got from Alice last time are like a gift from heaven. The huge, pure life force they contain has loosened a big bottleneck in my research. I dare say, as long as I have enough materials and the experiments go smoothly, creating a medicine that can reliably extend life isn't impossible." William's eyes lit up as if he already saw the success. "If I can fully harness the power of the golden tree's branches and leaves, and make a medicine that extends an ordinary person's life by 100 years, the hope is very high. Of course, if I find materials more advanced than the golden tree, with even more powerful life energy, the results will definitely be more astonishing." Doreen listened quietly, her expression shifting from seriousness to understanding, finally settling into a faint, inexplicable smile. "I thought to myself, now everything is settled. It seems my second daughter-in-law is in place." She picked up her teacup and took a sip of the slightly cooled black tea, pretending to digest the heavy information hidden in her son's words. After a while, she put down her cup and a deep, meaningful smile appeared on her face, one that made William feel both reassured and a little uneasy. "Very good," she said softly. Her voice was quiet but carried a sense of finality. William waited, but his mother didn't explain why she suddenly asked about this. Instead, she gave him a warning. "Since it's almost ready," her tone became serious. "You need to work harder and try to finish it quickly." "But William, remember," her eyes sharpened, "before it officially comes out, before your father and I return safely from that place, or before you have absolute trust and strong backing, absolutely no information about it can be leaked, not a single word. Do you understand?" William nodded immediately, looking serious. "Mother, rest assured. I understand the importance. If this thing that could shake the world's foundation gets out, it would bring endless greed and disaster. I never planned to let it spread, at least not now." His eyes were firm, showing a calmness beyond his years. Doreen watched her son with a serious expression, and her sternness finally softened into a very satisfied, slightly pleased smile. She reached out her hand, as if to ruffle William's hair like when he was a child, but in the end, she just gently patted his shoulder. "Little William, it's good that you understand." At that moment, her gaze crossed William's shoulder and looked toward the garden path's entrance. A mischievous smile returned to her face, and her tone became relaxed and teasing again. "Oh, your big wife is here. Mom won't be an eyesore anymore. I'll go find your father and see if he's free to take a walk in the city with me." She stood up gracefully, tidied her skirt, winked at William, and left with a meaningful smile. William felt his ears heat up from his mother's teasing about his big wife, and he was a bit confused about why she called her that instead of just wife. William, finally giving up on thinking, turned to look. Cecilia was walking slowly along a rose-covered path. She still wore her signature, well-fitted black and white maid dress, with the hem swaying gently as she moved, outlining her graceful figure. Her long black hair was smoothly draped over her shoulders, with the tips shining softly in the sunlight. She wore an impeccable, gentle, and respectful smile, and her unusual colored eyes immediately filled with warmth when she saw William. As she approached, a familiar, light, and calming rose scent quietly filled the air. William looked at Cecilia as she came closer, his expression somewhat complicated. That unexpected union, planned by his mother and carried out by Cecilia, had been over a month ago. At first, he was shocked, annoyed, and even a little angry at being tricked. But over time, with Cecilia's consistent, even more gentle care, those feelings had mostly faded. He had to admit that, whether in his past life or now, he was still a beginner when it came to romantic feelings. Faced with Cecilia's passionate and slightly obsessive affection, he didn't know how to effectively stop or refuse her. After all, who could refuse a girl who looked at him with such affection? And since everything had already happened, what more could he say? Moreover, deep inside, that fluttering feeling and habitual dependence made it hard for him to truly refuse her. Cecilia keenly noticed the fleeting complexity on William's face, which made the sparkle in her eyes shine even brighter. Recently, she clearly felt that the young master's tolerance for her small, possessive, and intimate gestures was increasing. She knew that the young master was beginning to accept her, even if he was awkward and shy about expressing his feelings. This realization made Cecilia's heart flutter like being tickled by a feather, sweet yet anxious. She moved behind a stone bench, naturally resting her hands on William's shoulders and kneading gently. Her fingers were long and nimble, pressing on the acupoints in William's shoulders and neck, bringing a relaxing comfort. "Young master, are you tired? Let me give you a massage," she said softly and gently. William did not resist. He only mumbled, softly, relaxed his body, leaned back into the chair, closed his eyes, and let the enchanting hands move on his shoulders and neck. However, Sasha's next actions crossed a line. She leaned slightly forward, one hand still massaging William's shoulder, while the other gently supported the back of his head, guiding his head back with gentle but firm pressure. William's body stiffened briefly but ultimately did not resist. His head rested securely in her soft, warm embrace. Her full, elastic chest became his support, and the warm heat from her body passed through her thin clothes, making her faint floral scent even stronger, wrapping him gently. Her soft, rounded chest perfectly supported his head, bringing a strange comfort and closeness. Her chin almost touched the top of his head. A few strands of black hair brushed lightly over his forehead and cheeks, causing a slight tickling sensation. William felt a rush of warmth rise uncontrollably to his ears and neck, and his cheeks grew hot. He sighed inwardly, giving up on struggling, and let Sasha take control. With his eyes closed, he enjoyed the gentle pressure on his shoulders and the soft, heartbeat-quickening sensation at the back of his head, though his mind drifted a little. How should he respond? Admit it? Or pretend to be clueless? His experience from 2 lifetimes seemed unable to offer a perfect answer. Sasha felt the weight of William's head fully resting on her chest, sensing the subtle change from stiffness to relaxation in his body. Her deep, dark eyes brimmed with passion and obsession, almost overflowing. Her movements grew softer, her fingertips carrying a nearly reverent affection. She knew the young master was hesitating, feeling shy, but Sasha no longer wanted to wait. More than half a month had passed. Her patience had reached its limit. Since that night, a bone-deep longing and emptiness had tormented her day and night, making sleep difficult. The young master's innocent shyness was adorable to her, making her crave him intensely, yet her impatience grew with each passing moment. She slightly lowered her head, her nose almost touching William's soft hair, greedily breathing in his scent, a mix of sunshine and fresh grass. Looking at the young master's slightly reddened ears so close, a very bold thought wildly grew in her mind, making her body tremble faintly with excitement. "I can't wait any longer," Sasha silently shouted in her heart, a hint of obsession and determination flashing in her deep pink eyes. Tonight, I must make the young master understand that he can't escape anymore. The night was deep, and the Williams' bedroom in the Count's mansion was still brightly lit. William was busy with a pile of open ancient books and drafts filled with complex symbols. On the corner of the desk was a small crystal bottle containing a few drops of thick liquid that emitted a faint golden-green glow. This was the essence of life he had initially extracted from the leaves of the golden tree. The air was filled with a light scent of plants and the unique smell of sheepskin paper. William's fingers unconsciously tapped on the desk, making soft knocking sounds. His gaze was fixed on the paper in front of him, but his mind was far away. Fountain of Life. He silently named this project in his mind. The name carried a captivating power, as if it could reveal eternal flowing vitality. His eyes were deep. Once this is done, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of William's mouth, full of confidence in his control over everything. Those nobles and strong people who crave to extend their decaying lives. They will flock to it. Whatever they need, I will give them in exchange for resources, loyalty, and power. As for betrayal? Haha. He picked up the crystal bottle and gently shook it in the light. The liquid inside flowed slowly, reflecting a mysterious glow, like concentrated life essence. The golden tree is indeed powerful, but it's not perfect yet. If I can find a more fundamental source of life energy. William's thoughts raced, recalling the legendary treasures he had seen in the cultivation world in his past life, but he regretfully rejected them. Unfortunately, they might not exist in this world. But with this foundation, plus my alchemy and array skills, I can shake up the world structure. This will be the fastest way for me to gather strength in the future. He was lost in his grand plans for the future, unconsciously sketching on a piece of paper, his eyes focused. Suddenly, there was a very soft click of a door opening, followed by almost inaudible footsteps absorbed by the carpet. William was so absorbed that he didn't notice until the door behind him was gently closed with a soft thud, startling him out of his thoughts. He instinctively turned his head to look. Cecilia was standing by the door, with her back to him, seemingly checking if it was closed properly. She was no longer dressed in her neat maid outfit from earlier. Instead, she wore a long robe that covered her completely. After confirming the door was shut, she took it off, revealing a slightly daring sleep dress underneath. It was a nearly black silk nightgown, thin and soft, shimmering faintly in the dim light. The straps of the dress were so thin they were almost invisible, exposing her smooth, white shoulders and neck. The hem was short, just covering her thighs, outlining her rounded, firm hips. Her long, straight legs were fully visible, glowing with a tempting ivory sheen under the warm light. She was barefoot, her small toes resting on the soft carpet. She was clutching a fluffy white pillow and a maid outfit. William's breath caught in his throat, and he felt a rush of warmth rush to his cheeks and ears. He hurriedly turned away, his heart pounding loudly in his chest. He had thought she might come, but when it actually happened, the visual impact was overwhelming for him, a person who usually preferred theory over action. He wanted to accept her. This thought had been lingering in his mind for a long time, but Cecilia's straightforward approach was too fast. He felt his palms start to sweat. Cecilia turned around and slowly walked toward the desk. Her steps were light, but each step felt like it was stepping on William's heart. She had a shy yet bold expression on her face, her left eye bright and clear, reflecting the flickering light, while her right eye was deep and dark. She was staring intently at William's slightly reddening face. William could clearly smell her familiar, comforting rose scent, now mixed with the fresh aroma of a recent shower, making her even more alluring. He forced himself to keep his eyes fixed on the draft paper in front of him, pretending to flip through the pages of a book with his fingers. He tried to make his voice sound calm and steady, even a little cold on purpose. "That what's wrong?" Cecilia walked over to the desk and stopped. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she gently placed the pillow and clothes she was holding on a comfortable single armchair next to the desk, moving slowly as if performing a ritual. Then, she looked at William, who was still pretending to be busy. Her voice was soft and gentle, with a slight, barely noticeable trembling, as if she had gathered all her courage. young master. I want to sleep in your room tonight." For a moment, it felt like the air froze. William's fingers, flipping the pages, froze mid-motion. He could feel his cheeks burning fiercely, and even his neck was tinged with a faint red. He dared not look up at her, only swallowing hard and trying to hide the strange emotion in his voice. He forced out a calm, steady tone. Okay. This simple reply was like a key, instantly opening all the doors in Cecilia's heart. A huge joy exploded inside her like fireworks in her unusual eyes. Her left eye, a bright pink, shone brilliantly, as if filled with all the stars of a summer night. Her deep black right eye shimmered with even deeper, thicker satisfaction and possessiveness. To her, that, okay, meant that the young master had finally opened his heart to her, officially accepting her presence. No longer just a servant and master, but a closer relationship. Her pink magical eye clearly saw that beneath William's calm, even somewhat stiff exterior, a small but very clear flame of desire was quietly rising from his chest, glowing with heat and slowly flowing through his body. This discovery made Cecilia's breathing quicken slightly, as if her blood was rushing faster. "Young master really is." Cecilia's voice carried a hint of a smile, soft and charming. She circled around the desk and came behind William. His body instantly tensed. He felt Cecilia's cool fingers gently touch his chin. That touch made him shiver slightly. Cecilia's fingers, gentle but firm, softly lifted William's chin, guiding him to look up. His gaze was forced away from the desk and turned toward her. Under the light, Sasha slightly leaned forward, her beautiful face blending innocence and charm close to his. Her mismatched eyes curved into a crescent moon, filled with clear affection and a teasing smile. She looked at William's wide eyes, surprised and shy, and saw his cheeks flush red. Her pink tongue unconsciously licked her own red lips. Then she lowered her head. Her soft, rose-scented lips gently pressed against William's slightly parted lips, with a cool and tentative touch. It felt like time stopped at that moment. William's mind went blank, only feeling the gentle warmth of her lips and the strong rose fragrance around his nose. That scent seemed magical, instantly igniting a small flame inside him. The girl's bold move was like a lightning strike, breaking down William's last bit of false calm and shyness. A new, powerful feeling of impulse and responsibility surged within him. If other girls could do this, how could he, as a man, hide like a turtle? His pride as a swordsman and his youthful excitement blended beautifully at that moment. This thought flashed through his mind like lightning. William's breathing suddenly grew heavy. After a brief stiffness, he seemed to unlock a hidden barrier. He suddenly raised his arm, no longer resisting but with a decisive force, wrapping it around Sasha's slender yet resilient waist. Sasha let out a short gasp, filled with surprise and anticipation. In the next moment, William stood up, lifting her effortlessly into a gentle, firm embrace, a classic princess carry. Sasha's body momentarily felt weightless, instinctively wrapping her arms around William's neck. Her cheek pressed close to his warm neck, feeling his blood flow beneath his skin and his strong heartbeat. She looked up and saw William's slightly reddened but determined profile. His eyes, usually playful or confused, now burned with intense heat and resolve. William held her carefully, moving slowly and solemnly. He took steady steps, carrying her soft, fragrant body toward the large bed in the center of the room. Cecilia's heartbeat was so fast it seemed like it might jump out of her chest. Her unusual colored eyes were tightly fixed on William's face, filled with deep love, longing, and a nearly obsessive sense of satisfaction. She knew she no longer had to sneak around in the future. Their figures overlapped under the soft light, slowly moving toward a space symbolizing closeness and intimacy. Outside the window, the moonlight was gentle, and everything was silent. Inside the room, a silent, heated understanding was quickly growing warmer. The night had just begun, and their time together was destined to be long and sleepless. The faint morning light seeped through the slightly open velvet curtain, lazily spilling onto the messy bed, dispersing the air filled with the sweet scent of roses and a hint of warm intimacy. William's consciousness slowly awoke in the cozy warmth. The first thing he felt was the soft, warm body in his arms, incredibly gentle and smooth. Cecilia was, her delicate skin pressed tightly against him, like vines finding their only support. Her breathing was even, brushing softly against his neck, causing a tiny tickle. One of her arms rested on his waist, and her leg boldly crossed over his, wrapping him tightly like an octopus holding its prey, sleeping deeply. Her long black hair spread out on the pillow like seaweed, with a few playful strands tangled around his arm. William slightly lowered his head, and what he saw was a breathtaking scene. The morning light outlined her graceful curves, her white skin glowing like pearls in the soft light, with faint red marks from last night visible on her collarbone and chest. He clearly remembered how passionate she had been last night, how she had responded tenderly beneath him, and the intoxicating, soul-stirring sensation. William's Adam's apple involuntarily moved, and a familiar heat rose in his lower abdomen. His body seemed to have developed a taste for it, igniting a fire called desire. He almost instinctively wanted to tighten his arms, hold her warm, soft body close, and taste that intoxicating sweetness again. But when his gaze fell on her slightly tired face, his strong self-control, like a cold tide, instantly extinguished the fire that had just been ignited. Last night, it seemed they had indeed lost some restraint. William sighed quietly in his heart, forcibly suppressing his rising desire. He carefully adjusted his position to avoid disturbing the girl in his arms. However, the stiffness in a certain part of his body clearly reminded him of how strong his unfulfilled longing was. This unusual restlessness. William frowned slightly, forcing his attention away from the tempting body in his arms, and began to focus inward to sense his own physical state. He keenly noticed that his basic physical qualities, strength, endurance, and recovery, had improved significantly, almost in a leap. But his desire also seemed to have grown stronger. To some extent, isn't that a good thing? Is this the shared power brought by the partner contract? William suddenly understood. As a former sword immortal, he knew that increasing strength was never easy. Such a comprehensive physical leap usually took a long time and great effort in normal training. Now, just by forming the partner contract and merging with her mind and body, William's gaze returned to Senya's calm, sleeping face, his expression complex. Her racial talent was truly extraordinary. He instinctively moved his right eye, the pink magic eye that belonged to Senya. This pink magic eye could see through others' desires. Just as his thoughts were racing, the girl in his arms seemed disturbed by his subtle movement. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and she slowly opened her eyes. They were very special heterochromatic eyes. Her left eye was still a clear, pure pink, like a blooming cherry blossom, with a hint of sleepy mist. But her right eye was deep and mysterious black, like a moonless night sky, yet now clearly reflected William's face. Senya's gaze was initially a bit blank. When she focused on William's face so close, her mismatched pupils instantly lit up with great satisfaction and attachment. She didn't say a word, only slightly tilted her head back. Her hands, as soft as gentle vines, naturally wrapped around William's neck, pulling him closer. A lazy morning kiss, gentle and tender, landed on William's lips. Her lips were soft and slightly cool, with a hint of rose sweetness. The kiss was not deep, more like a confirmation, a silent expression of attachment. She gently kissed his lower lip, then slightly parted her lips. Her pink left eye and black right eye both focused intently on him, as if trying to deeply imprint his image into her soul. Young master. Her voice was hoarse from just waking up, soft and sweet like melted honey, with a hint of cautious questioning. It's not a dream. It's really good. William's heart was softly touched by her voice. Seeing her open and honest attachment and a little fear of losing him, he raised his hand and gently stroked her beautiful face, speaking softly without realizing it. Yes, it's not a dream. Did I wake you? Chelsia shook her head firmly, as if afraid he would leave. She tightened her arms around his neck and snuggled closer into his embrace, pressing her soft, bare body more tightly against his warm, bare chest. The skin contact sent a thrilling jolt through her. She sighed happily, pressing her cheek against his neck, greedily absorbing his scent and warmth, as if only this could fill the bottomless pit in her heart called love. Hold me a little longer, she mumbled softly, her voice muffled with a hint of affection. Her eyes, a different color, narrowed slightly like a satisfied cat, but her gaze remained fixed on his close face, hiding deep love and a touch of possessiveness. William let her hold him, feeling the softness pressing against his chest and the warm breath on his neck. A certain part of his body involuntarily responded. He cleared his throat awkwardly, trying to shift his attention and also to change the overly romantic morning atmosphere. Cough. It's getting late, William said with a slightly dry voice, gently patting Chelsia's smooth back. It's time to get up. If you don't, the servants will come in to clean. Chelsia twisted in his arms, clearly reluctant, but she obediently loosened her grip slowly. However, her eyes, with their unusual colors, still lingered on him with strong reluctance. The two got up. William went to the wardrobe, while Chelsia, out of habit, moved toward the washstand in the corner, skillfully preparing warm water and a towel. Morning light outlines her bare back, with a smooth waistline extending down into a graceful curve. Every inch of her skin radiates a captivating charm. William glanced at her briefly, then quickly looked away, feeling the heat he had just suppressed beginning to rise again. He forced himself to focus on choosing clothes. The morning routine was quiet and intimate. Sasha gently wrung a towel to wipe his face, her movements tender and careful. She stood very close, her bare arms occasionally brushing against William, warm and moist. When William picked up his toothbrush, she watched him intently with her unique eyes, as if seeing him brush his teeth was a moment of pure happiness. When it was her turn to wash up, William turned away to change clothes. He heard faint water sounds and the soft rubbing of a towel, and his mind involuntarily drifted to how her body looked last night. He took a deep breath, quickly put on his shirt, trying to push away those vivid images. "Young master, let me do it," Sasha said softly, having quietly come up behind him. She had already put on a close-fitting dress, but was still barefoot. She reached out to help him fasten his buttons, her fingertips occasionally brushing his chest, causing a slight shiver. She lowered her head slightly, serious and focused, as if performing a sacred task. William could clearly smell the soap scent in her hair and on her body, mixed with her unique fragrance. William looked down at her. She was slightly taller than him, her head bowed slightly, revealing a beautiful, white neck. A few damp black strands clung to her, adding a fragile allure. Her long eyelashes drooped, hiding her colorful eyes, leaving only her focused and gentle profile visible. "Done," Sasha said softly as she fastened the last button and smoothed out the tiny wrinkles on his shirt. She looked up at William, a sweet smile curling her lips, her eyes full of deep satisfaction. The atmosphere between them grew more intense. William stared at her blushing face and moist lips, his breath catching. Sasha seemed to sense something too. Her colorful eyes shimmered with emotion, and her body unconsciously moved closer to him. At that moment, the clear chirping of birds outside the window broke the quiet inside and the subtle warmth in the air. William suddenly snapped out of his thoughts, awkwardly looked away, and cleared his throat. "Ahem. All right. Hurry and get dressed." He turned to grab his trousers and coat, moving quickly to hide his nervousness. "It's almost noon. I have a meeting with Jido. If I don't leave now, I'll be late." Cecilia's eyes showed a fleeting hint of disappointment, but she quickly returned to her gentle, obedient look. She softly responded with then walked to the wardrobe, picking up a black and white Maid dress she had secretly kept a few days ago, planning to wear it at some time. She dressed elegantly, tying the belt around her waist, which hugged her graceful curves beneath the modest dress. Then she sat on the bed, picked up a pair of new white stockings with delicate lace trim, and slowly rolled them up her long, slender legs. Every movement was full of an indescribable, alluring charm. William, now dressed neatly, turned around and saw this scene. In the morning light, she slightly lowered her head, carefully adjusting her stockings. Her black hair slipped over her shoulders, and her side profile was gentle and calm. Under her elegant maid outfit, her body was still wrapped in the passionate intimacy from the night before. The stark contrast made William's heart skip a beat. "Let's go," William said in his usual tone, though a faint, almost imperceptible tension lingered in his voice. He led the way to the door. "Yes, master." Cecilia stood up, tidied her skirt one last time, and put on her perfect, obedient maid smile. She quickly followed him. But her heterochromatic eyes, from a corner William couldn't see, remained fixed on his back, filled with burning love and a secret sense of possession after getting what she wanted. The noon sun made the cobblestone street of the shopping district feel hot to the touch. William stood in the shade of an intersection, just half a step behind the almost shadow of Cecilia. He squinted his differently colored eyes, searching among the passing crowd. "William, over here," a slightly excited voice called out. Jidao Natus's sturdy figure turned the corner of the street and hurried over, a smile on his round face. But when he saw Chelsia behind William, especially their eyes, his smile turned into a look of clear surprise. "William, Chelsia, your eyes?" Jidao pointed at them, his mouth wide open as if to hold an egg. William's usual black eyes had changed. His right eye was now pink. Chelsia's two pink eyes had one turned into a deep black. William casually waved his hand. "Oh, don't worry about it. Just a small accident happened." He clearly didn't want to talk about it, and quickly changed the subject. "Are you hungry? Let's find a place to eat first, then talk." The three of them entered a clean, bright restaurant. The wooden tables and chairs smelled faintly of tung oil. William pulled out a chair and naturally indicated for Chelsia to sit down. But Chelsia gently shook her head, insisting on standing slightly behind his seat, her gentle gaze fixed on William. "Sit down. There are no strict rules here," William said softly, turning his head with a gentle but firm tone. He reached out and lightly touched Chelsia's hand back. Chelsia's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she obediently sat beside him, a tiny smile barely visible at the corner of her mouth. Jidao watched this scene, feeling a bit confused. This feeling, it seems a little different? The order was quickly placed. When the food arrived, William instinctively picked up his knife, about to cut his roast beef, but Chelsia had already fixed the meat with her fork. With a graceful flick of her wrist, the sharp knife silently divided the meat into evenly sized pieces. Her movements were smooth and natural, as if she had practiced countless times. "Thank you," William said naturally, taking the plate from Chelsia. He picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, chewing a few times, then easily pushed his iced fruit juice toward Chelsia. Chelsia picked up the glass and took small sips. Her unique eyes, a mix of pink and black, reflected William's side profile, her focus so intense it seemed the whole world only existed for him. When a bit of sauce stained William's lips, she almost instinctively grabbed a clean napkin, leaned forward slightly, and gently helped wipe it off. William did not avoid the gaze. Instead, he turned his face slightly, looking comfortable and cared for. All of this was clearly seen by Jidao across from him. He was holding a piece of meat from his plate and suddenly felt full and a bit choked. Watching William and Chelsia share a silent understanding and closeness, the atmosphere was so thick it seemed like they were immersed in honey. Finally, Jidao couldn't hold back. He put down his fork, cleared his throat, and teased with a playful yet surprised tone, "Hey William, Chelsia, you two seem like a couple in love. It's so obvious. I don't even need to eat my lunch." He exaggeratedly patted his round belly. William paused with his water glass in midair. He was momentarily stunned, his eyes instinctively drifting to Chelsia beside him, then quickly shifting away to the table. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Instead, he took a big sip of water and mumbled, "Eat your food." Chelsia, the moment Jidao finished speaking, quickly lowered her head, her long black hair covering most of her face. Only her small, delicate earlobe and a bit of her neck were visible, turning a charming shade of pink. Her hand on her lap clenched her skirt quietly. Jidao watched their reactions, especially William's almost accepting attitude and Chelsia's shy, girl-in-love look. His eyes widened in surprise, and his mouth opened again, almost dropping his chin onto the table. Wait. Jidao's voice rose slightly in shock. "No way. Half a month. It's only been half a month. At the academy. It wasn't like this last time." He felt like he had missed an entire season of a great show, and he was anxious and eager to know more. "What big thing happened? Tell me. Your relationship is totally turned upside down." He leaned forward excitedly, his chubby face lively with curiosity and gossip. William felt a bit uncomfortable under his stare. He rubbed his nose, his gaze still a bit distracted, but his tone was calm and firm. Ahem, William cleared his throat. His voice was quiet but clear enough for Ji Dao and Chelsia, who was looking down, to hear. Nothing special. Well, Sasha will be my wife someday. Huh. Jido almost spat out the water he just drank. He hurriedly grabbed a napkin to cover his mouth, coughing violently. His face turned red, and his eyes widened more than before, filled with shock and disbelief, as if saying, "Say that again." Sasha lowered her head even more, almost burying her face in her chest. A blush quickly spread from her ears to her cheeks, turning her fair neck pink. Her hands clenched her skirt tightly, her knuckles turning white. But her shoulders trembled slightly, revealing her heart was full of sweet excitement and happiness. Jido finally stopped coughing, took a deep breath, and looked at William and then at the shy Sasha, feeling overwhelmed. He tried hard to remember William's look at Sasha from 2 weeks ago, gentle, caring, without any extra emotion in his clear eyes. And now, William's gaze at Sasha was still gentle and clear, but within that gentleness, there was something new, soft, and maybe affectionate. As for Sasha, Jido thought to himself, the change didn't seem that big. Her previous look at William was already very focused and passionate. But now, that focus seemed to carry a sense of being appreciated and happy, and the hidden warmth was like a fire that had been ignited, burning even brighter. Her possessiveness also seemed more justified and confident. Could this progress happen this fast, like a rocket? Jido felt his mind was a bit overwhelmed. William looked at his stunned friend and tried to appear serious, aiming to steer the conversation back on track. "All right, enough gossip. I called you out today mainly for 2 things, he raised. Jido finally recovered a little from the shock wave and leaned in curiously. "What are they?" "First," William said, "to help you completely fix those old hidden injuries in your body." "Really?" Jido's surprise instantly overshadowed everything else. His face lit up with joy, trembling slightly from excitement. "Great. William, I've been waiting for you to say that." He rubbed his hands eagerly. "What do I need to do? Can we start now?" "Right here." William shook his head with a sly smile and said, "This place won't do. We should go to my house." He looked at Ji Dao, whose face suddenly became tense again, and added, "My parents need to help watch over things to make sure everything's safe." "Lord, Count and Lady?" Ji Dao's voice suddenly changed, and his earlier excitement was replaced by great fear. He felt like a balloon that had just been popped. "Should I alert the 2 saints? That's too troublesome. I'm just a..." He instinctively tried to belittle himself, feeling insecure again. William gently patted Ji Dao's broad shoulder, with just the right amount of pressure. "Don't worry. My parents aren't that scary. They're very kind. Let's go after we finish eating." The Count's mansion in Ash City was not as cold and strict as Ji Dao had imagined. The yard was well kept, but it felt warm and cozy. When North and Doreen, the couple, appeared in the reception hall, Ji Dao was so nervous that his palms were sweaty, almost forgetting to bow. Surprisingly, the Count looked much younger than rumors suggested, like a man in his early 20s. He didn't act like a noble at all, but instead smiled openly, with a natural friendliness. "You must be Ji Dao, right? Welcome. William has brought a friend home for the first time." He warmly patted Ji Dao's back, almost making the nervous boy stumble. Lady Doreen looked even more striking, like an 18-year-old girl. The Count and Countess stood together, and no one would think they were the masters of Ash City, 2 powerful level 7 experts. Doreen smiled happily as she approached, her eyes full of joy at seeing her son's friend. She gently pinched William's cheek, then kindly said to Ji Dao, "Don't be shy, dear. Our little William here usually only has his guard, Sheila, and Sasha, as friends his age. We're so happy you can play with him. Sit down and make yourself at home." The warmth and sincerity of the Count and Countess melted Ji Dao's old impression that noble families were cold and distant. He sat a little awkwardly, secretly glancing at William, who was being playfully tousled by his mother. A small, gentle feeling stirred inside him. Not all large families are like the Soulfire family. He lowered his head, hiding the complex emotions that flickered in his eyes. Mr. and Mrs. North exchanged a knowing glance. They naturally understood Jido Soulfire's background and knew he was a child banished by the Soulfire noble family. But at this moment, they only saw him as a dear friend of William, a young man in need of help. They gently and subtly avoided bringing up the heavy past. William briefly explained his request for help to his parents. No problem. This little rascal is being polite to your father at this time, North said cheerfully, patting William's shoulder so hard he almost made him stumble. He then turned to Jido, with encouraging amber eyes. Little guy, don't be nervous. Leave it to us. Come on, let's go to William's alchemy room. At William's alchemy room, Jido stood a bit nervously in the center, watching William take out a small crystal bottle sealed with silver from a shelf. Inside the bottle, a golden liquid flowed slowly, emitting a warm and pure life energy. Just being near it made Jido feel as if some long-dormant part of him was gently touched. Here, drink this, William said calmly, handing the crystal bottle to Jido. Then relax, think of nothing, and leave the rest to my father. Jido took a deep breath, removed the silver stopper, and tilted his head back to drink the golden medicine in one gulp. The liquid was smooth and carried a strange herbal scent, instantly transforming into a powerful, yet gentle warm flow that surged through his limbs. He immediately felt his whole body warm, like soaking in warm water, but soon this heat began to precisely gather in certain hidden, aching spots inside him, old wounds and faint pains left behind. At that moment, a broad, warm hand pressed against Jido's back. It was North. His expression was focused, his usual cheerfulness gone. The deep magic of a 7th-level warrior acted like a precise probe, carefully guiding the powerful medicine within Jido's body. Ugh! Jido grunted softly, his brow furrowing. He could clearly feel that under North Count's careful control, the heat was slowly penetrating into the tiny cracks in his bones, the blockages in his meridians, and the old injuries in his internal organs. The medicinal power flowing through the body feels like a long-awaited rain after a drought, bringing a deep tingling and an indescribable sense of relief. However, it is also accompanied by intense pain, as if being reshaped anew. He clenched his back teeth, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, his body trembled slightly, but he endured silently without crying out. William, Doreen, and Sasha stood casually against the wall in the alchemy room, watching calmly. Doreen's gaze lingered on the faint glow of the remaining golden liquid. She gently sniffed the air, catching the unique herbal scent, and a hint of understanding flashed in her eyes. She nudged William with her elbow, a mischievous smile on her face, and lowered her voice to ask, "Little William, honestly, did you add that inside?" William, arms crossed, was focused on observing his father guiding the medicinal power and Jido's reaction. He turned his head when questioned, a smile of knowingness appearing at the corner of his mouth, and nodded calmly. "Yes, I added a piece." TSK, you're quite generous." Doreen stretched out her delicate finger and lightly tapped William's forehead, teasing him exaggeratedly. "That's a rare item strictly controlled by the Spirit Empire. Although classified as a 6th-tier herb, its rarity makes it worth at least a 7th-tier treasure. For just helping a friend heal a wound, you're willing to give up a piece?" William shrugged, his gaze returning to Jido, who was biting his teeth and insisting. His tone was casual but serious. "There's no other way. This is the best method I can think of to restore his body's foundation perfectly. He's worth it." He paused briefly. "And you've seen the effect too." Doreen followed his gaze and saw that Jido's aura was subtly and positively changing under the guidance of the medicinal power and Count No Spurt. The hidden weakness was being replaced by vibrant vitality. She looked at Jido's distorted face, twisted from pain and perseverance, then thought of the sulfur fire family behind him. Deep in his obsidian-like eyes, a faint, profound light flickered unnoticed. Sasha quietly stood half a step beside William. Time passed quietly in the warm, golden glow of the alchemy room, from noon to evening. When the last trace of golden medicinal power was guided by Count No Spurt into the most stubborn old wound of Jido's body, Jido trembled all over. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him, and he suddenly felt light and free. He opened his eyes, exhausted, but his small eyes shone with an unprecedented brightness and incredible joy. He could clearly feel that the deep, painful illness inside his body had truly disappeared. His body felt light as if he could float, and his magic was flowing more smoothly than ever. Even his breathing was easier and more comfortable. Did I succeed?" Jido's voice was hoarse and trembling after the excitement. He tried to make a fist and felt a surge of strength inside him, stronger than before. Of course, Count Nosber nodded and showed a satisfied smile. Sweat appeared on his forehead, clearly indicating that guiding him had taken a lot of effort. Your foundation is actually quite good, just delayed a bit. Now, your body is truly clean. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Count. Thank you, William. Jido was so excited he couldn't speak clearly. He bowed deeply to Count Nosber and William, his chubby body trembling with excitement. All right, it's dinner time, Doreen said with a bright smile, breaking the serious atmosphere. Little Jido must be exhausted. Stay and eat with us. Try our cooking. The dinner was more relaxed than lunch. Jido let go of both physical and mental burdens and ate eagerly. Doreen watched Jido gobbling his food, resting her chin on her hand, her black eyes sparkling with a clever glint. Suddenly, she smiled and said, Jido, now that your body is recovered, your natural talent isn't bad at all. It's just that you were born without a summoning gate. That's no big deal. Just build one after becoming a powerful summoner, like others do. When you really become a strong summoner, and go back to the Sulfire family. TSK, your big noble father's expression will be very interesting then. Jido, who was holding a piece of meat, froze suddenly at her words. His smile instantly stiffened, becoming a bit awkward and tense. He clenched the spoon in his hand, lowered his head, and spoke hesitantly, Madam, you're joking. He knew very well that the lively-looking countess before him was a 7th-level mage, someone even the current Sulfire Grand Duke would be wary of. She could easily tease the Sulfire family, but he, a banished and worthless legitimate son, was far from qualified to join such topics. Even agreeing felt intimidating. William gently kicked Jido under the table, giving him a comforting look, then turned to his mother with a helpless expression. Mom, we're eating. Why are you talking about this? Okay, I won't say more. Doreen playfully stuck out her tongue and quickly changed the subject. She enthusiastically served Jido some food. Come on, eat more of this to regain your energy. Dinner ended with the Count and Countess hosting Jido so warmly that he felt truly honored. As night deepened, William had the carriage take Jido back to his home. Watching Jido disappear around the corner, William turned and headed back to the estate. Late at night, in the main bedroom of the Count's house, Doreen, dressed comfortably in a silk nightgown, leaned against the bedpost with her long black hair flowing freely. She looked at her husband, North, who had just finished bathing and was drying his damp, golden hair. Her eyes brightened. North, what do you think of? Jido Sulfire? North, the Count, paused while drying his hair and looked at his wife with amber eyes. He has a good heart, knows gratitude, and has talent. But it seems it's been hidden. William's judgment has always been good. He pondered for a moment and understood her meaning. Are you saying he could become a helper for young William? Yes, Doreen nodded, unconsciously twirling a strand of hair that hung over her chest. The Sulfire family has a deep history, and summoner power is very important in the Empire. If he can really build a summoning gate and show enough strength and value, he might have a chance to compete for that position in the future. If he can inherit the Duke's title. North draped a towel over the back of a chair and sat on the bed, his expression becoming serious. Having a close Sulfire Duke would greatly benefit William's future. And Laya also needs. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. But it's still early to say all this. It's good to prepare in advance. I'll make arrangements tomorrow. All right, you handle it. Lady Doreen yawned softly and slid into the soft quilt. Meanwhile, in William's bedroom on the other side of the estate, another scene unfolded. Chelsia had long claimed this place as her territory. She changed into a light silk nightgown, revealing her slender legs and smooth ankles, emitting a fresh scent mixed with her own rose fragrance after bathing. She skillfully lifted the corner of the blanket, like a tired bird returning home, and naturally slipped into William's arms, finding the most comfortable position. William helplessly reached out and wrapped his arms around her. Cecilia happily pressed her cheek against his chest, feeling his steady breathing and heartbeat. But shortly after settling down, Cecilia seemed no longer satisfied. Her fingers kept stroking her beloved's chest, enjoying the gentle sensation from the friction between her fingertips and William's skin. Cecilia no longer hid her demon traits. Her bat wings slowly spread out, shrinking into small wings on her back. Black horns gradually appeared from her black hair, and finally, her demon tail emerged from behind, wrapping around William's waist. The heart-shaped tip of her tail kept gently rubbing against William's soft flesh. "Young master, do you dislike how I look now?" Cecilia suddenly asked shyly. "No, I don't dislike it. As long as you don't use your tail to tickle me." William proved his words with actions, softly kissing the horns between her black hair. The sensation from her horns made Cecilia feel strangely warm all over. Her fingers slowly moved toward William's pants. William quickly caught her hand, stopping her from causing trouble. "Rest well. We have the college graduation party tomorrow." Cecilia opened her big eyes and looked up at William, tears shimmering in her eyes. "But it's all your fault, young master. I didn't want to. Just once, okay? Please, young master." Faced with her pleading, William simply rejected her outright. It was as fake as a boy saying, "I just want to nudge," without going all the way. If they started, it would definitely last until dawn. In the end, Cecilia's persistent begging couldn't change William's resolve. She could only hold him tightly and then drift into sleep. William looked down at the peaceful face in his arms. Her stunning beauty appeared especially serene in the soft moonlight filtering through the window. He sighed, feeling a complex emotion he couldn't quite explain, but his arms tightened around her even more. They embraced in the warm bed, filled with a faint rose scent. Their breathing gradually synchronized, and finally, they fell into a deep sleep. On the night 3 days later, the largest banquet hall at Ash's City Magic Academy was brightly lit by countless floating magic orbs, making it look like daytime. The air was filled with the smell of roasted meat, sweet desserts, and the lively energy of young people. This was the night for graduates. In the hall, all the students about to leave the academy were neatly dressed in their familiar school uniforms, symbolizing their identity. It was a tradition for the students to wear these uniforms one last time, to say goodbye to their youthful school days. William stood in the corner, holding a glass of clear fruit juice, his eyes sweeping over the busy crowd. Cecilia was just half a step beside him, also wearing a fitted school uniform skirt. Her white knee-high socks outlined her slim, straight legs. She stood tall and graceful, with perfect posture. Her long black hair was smoothly draped over her shoulders, and her unique heterochromatic eyes, a mix of pink and black, calmly looked ahead, like a delicate doll. Only the faint scent of roses around her hinted at her youthful vitality. But this calm was soon broken. Cecilia's beauty and elegance, especially her striking heterochromatic eyes, made her stand out even among the uniformed crowd, like a shining pearl in the night. As the party went on, more brave boys stepped forward, trying to seize this last chance. "Miss Cecilia, please, accept my flowers. I've liked you for a long time." A boy with brown hair blushed deeply, holding a bright red fire rose out to Cecilia, his voice trembling with nervousness. Cecilia slightly turned her body, moving gracefully but maintaining a respectful distance. She offered a perfect, slightly distant smile and said politely, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm sorry." Her voice was cool and pleasant, with no room for argument. The brown-haired boy looked disappointed and stepped back. Soon, another boy gathered his courage to approach, then a third, a fourth. Cecilia seemed to be at the center of a storm, with wave after wave of confessions. She handled everything smoothly and decisively, refusing politely. But deep inside her heterochromatic eyes, a faint flicker of irritation and impatience could be seen. Her gaze kept drifting to the quiet figure beside her, drinking juice peacefully. William looked at the scene in front of him, and his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He put down his glass, and the clear glass gently clinked against the table, making a crisp sound. Just as another blond boy took a deep breath, ready to speak, William moved. He stepped forward, with his arm in a natural yet possessive pose, wrapping around Sasha's slender but resilient waist, pulling her into his embrace. Sasha's body stiffened instantly, her unusual eyes wide with surprise as she looked at William, who suddenly held her close. William didn't look at the stunned blond boy. His gaze swept over the surrounding classmates who had fallen silent and were watching them. His voice was soft but clear, cutting through the background music, with a seriousness and strength like never before, echoing clearly in this corner of the banquet hall. Everyone, William's eyes met the surprised, curious, or jealous looks of the crowd, his right eye shimmering with a strange glow under the magical lights. I'm sorry to interrupt everyone, but I think it's time for everyone to know. He felt Sasha's body trembling slightly in his arms. He lowered his head, meeting her shocked, differently colored eyes that seemed to reflect his words. A gentle smile appeared on William's lips. His voice lowered, yet more clearly reaching Sasha's ears and everyone else's who was listening. Sasha, she is the partner I have chosen in this life, my love. His arm around her waist tightened, as if declaring his ownership to the whole world. Her heart, her future, belong only to me, William Groach. The entire banquet hall fell into a brief silence. Sasha looked up blankly at William's face so close, her eyes filled with his seriousness and love, as he openly declared their relationship in front of everyone. A wave of overwhelming surprise swept over her like a tidal wave. Her beautiful, unusual eyes quickly clouded with tears, and clear tears suddenly spilled over her cheeks, rolling down her smooth, pale face. She bit her lip tightly, trying to hold back the choking sound in her throat, but her body trembled uncontrollably. Her fingers, clutching William's clothes, turned white from the force. This is not sadness, but the joy of extreme happiness and relief. It is her deepest desire to be publicly confirmed as cherished by the person she cares about most. After a brief silence, thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Some people sighed with disappointment, others covered their hearts with sadness, but most offered sincere blessings and friendly laughter. Wow, William, you really hit it well. A red-haired boy, who had been beaten the hardest by Sasha during the graduation exam, was now laughing loudly and clapping his hands. Miss Sasha, congratulations to you both. I knew something was up with you too. First, you beat us in the exam, and now you're giving us love speeches at the graduation party. That's too much. The atmosphere was lively and happy. Even classmates who had been scolded by them during the exam put aside their minor grievances. They had no reason to complain about not being as strong, and this sincere moment deserved everyone's blessings. Amid the noisy celebration, William looked down at Sasha, who was tearful but shining brightly. He gently rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed but tender as he spoke. Sorry, Sasha. I didn't expect to confess to you like this. The ring I was preparing isn't ready yet. Sasha shook her head hard, tears still falling, but her lips curled into a bright, radiant smile she had never shown before. She tiptoed, and amid the sudden cheers around her, quickly pressed a gentle, clear kiss with the scent of roses onto William's lips. It's okay, young master, she said sweetly and contentedly. Her eyes, bright and unusual after the tears, sparkled. She gently brushed her fingertips over William's black right eye, her voice soft as a breeze, but unforgettable to William. Because you already gave me the most precious ring. William was momentarily stunned, then understood what she meant. The exchanged eye. A strange warmth mixed with a twinge of sadness filled his heart. He tightened his arms around her, holding her closer, his chin resting lightly on her shoulder. Because he couldn't reach the top of her head, haha. At the other end of the banquet hall, near the large window, Lisa Stewart stood quietly in the shadows. She was wearing a sleek black evening gown tonight, with matching stockings covering her tall, straight legs. Her long red hair was casually styled in a bun, revealing her graceful neck. She held a glass of nearly untouched red wine, her bright red eyes fixed across the noisy crowd on a distant pair of figures embracing tightly. William looked at Sasha with a gentle and loving gaze she had never seen before. She leaned into his arms, completely trusting and happy, but her eyes felt a sharp sting at the sight. Lisa felt as if something was blocking her chest, making her feel empty and dull with a dull ache. The boy who used to follow her around, mischievous and playful, who loved to tell stories and secretly cause trouble, had truly grown up. He was no longer the little boy who needed her protection and could playfully joke around. He now had someone he wanted to protect, and his own family. A bittersweet feeling of sadness and loss spread inside her. She watched William carefully wipe away tears from Sasha's face, his actions natural and tender. Lisa gently swayed her glass of red wine, a complex light flickering in her deep red eyes. She tilted her head back and drank the remaining wine in one gulp. The cold liquid slid down her throat, but it couldn't soothe the lingering sadness in her heart. It was time to step away from him. Lisa put down her empty glass, took one last deep look at the couple lost in their world, and silently sighed. She straightened her back, regained her usual cold and elegant aura, turned around, and quietly disappeared into the night outside the banquet hall. The moonlight stretched her shadow long, and the crisp sound of her high heels hitting the ground was gradually drowned out by the lively noise inside. William's public declaration ignited an unquenchable fire in Sasha's heart. A mix of intense joy, possessiveness, and a deeper, hotter desire surged within her. The lively banquet seemed to blur behind a curtain of water, leaving only William's close presence and the burning love in his eyes in her world. "Master." Sasha's voice trembled slightly, with a subtle, almost dangerous glow flickering in her unusual eyes. She gently caught William's sleeve with her delicate fingers, applying just enough pressure to pull him along with an irresistible force. "Come with me," she whispered. William felt the warmth from her fingertips and saw the unusual emotion swirling in her eyes, making his heart skip a beat. She led him through the noisy crowd toward a quiet archway connected to the terrace on the side of the banquet hall. Outside on the terrace, the cool night breeze swept away the warmth and noise inside, but it couldn't calm the restless girl's heart. This place was far from the bright main hall, with only the soft glow of distant magical lamps and the starry sky as the background. The terrace was empty, with a carved stone railing shining coldly in the moonlight. Cecilia gently closed the door leading to the terrace behind her. The moment she cut off the last bit of noise, she suddenly turned around and pushed William against the cold stone railing. His back hit the hard stone with a dull thud, but before he could react, Cecilia's soft body pressed tightly against him. "Cecilia?" William was surprised, but more than that, he was drawn in by her unusually bold attitude. Cecilia didn't answer. She quickly wrapped her arms around William's neck, lowered her head, and pressed her hot, rose-scented lips onto his. This kiss was different from any before. It was full of almost greedy desire and a need to completely consume the other, without holding back, passionate and intense. William felt a jolt of electricity run through him from their lips to his entire body, slowly igniting a deep, suppressed desire within him. He let out a low hum, taking control, and tightly wrapped his arms around Cecilia's slender yet resilient waist, pulling her closer and responding passionately to her charming presence and fiery kiss. The evening breeze brushed past, moving Cecilia's black hair and the hem of her school uniform. The girl's uniform, with its scholarly, restrained charm, contrasted sharply with the secretive, starry environment around them, creating a powerful, forbidden allure that made their blood race. William's breathing grew heavier, the fire inside him burning hotter, almost breaking free from his reason. He could clearly feel Cecilia's rapid heartbeat and the incredible heat transmitted through their clothes. William's palm was warm and burning, sliding down Sasha's waistline and stopping at her firm thighs, wrapped in white over-the-knee socks. He gently applied pressure, guiding the passionate girl in his arms to turn around, facing the endless night outside the balcony. His hands rested on her waist, which was just the right size to hold. Sasha obediently leaned over the cool carved stone railing, her slender back arched in an inviting curve. She turned her head, her cheek pressed against the cold stone, her mixed-colored eyes reflecting the night and looking back at William with clear invitation and surrender. She took a soft breath, her face blushing. William leaned down, his hot kiss landing on her neck, causing her to tremble slightly. He tightened his hand around her waist, and his other hand gently lifted her skirt. The stars and moon were silent, and the night breeze was gentle. On the balcony, only the quickening breaths and occasional soft sounds, like a kitten's gentle whimper, intertwined with the cool night. When William and Sasha finished tidying their slightly disheveled uniforms, with lingering blushes on their cheeks, they returned to the banquet hall. The party was nearly over. The glow of the magic crystal chandelier seemed softer now. The air was filled not only with the aroma of food, but also with a hint of farewell sadness. Many classmates, who usually joked and laughed together, now had red eyes. They patted each other's shoulders and hugged tightly. Hey, Carl, next year, we must meet again at the Royal Academy of Advanced Magic. It's a promise. A tall warrior pounded his friend's chest, voice thick with emotion. Of course, anyone who doesn't come is a dog. The boy named Carl also hit back hard, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Emily, I'll message you. Every day, I promise. A shy boy gathered his courage to speak to the girl he liked. Yeah, I'll reply too. The girl nodded hard, tears finally falling. Ugh, I don't want to graduate. I want to stay and learn with everyone, and get scolded by the teacher. A girl cried loudly, hugging her best friend. Silly, we're just moving to a new place to keep working hard. We'll still go on adventures together in the future. Her friend comforted her, wiping tears. And Jido, you, the chubby one, don't embarrass our school when you go to the Brightness Academy. Let's also get in. A boy who has a good relationship with Ji-Dao shouted at him. Genuine friendship and shared youth moments turned into tears of parting and promises to meet again. Even those classmates who were given special attention by William and Sasha during exams put aside their small grudges and sincerely said goodbye. After all, that exam was a fair loss. William and Sasha were also touched by the farewell atmosphere and joined in the goodbyes. They hugged and high-fived familiar classmates, making plans to meet again. William wore a sincere smile, while Sasha returned to her graceful and calm demeanor, though her slightly reddened eyes and more vibrant lips hinted at the secret she had shared earlier on the balcony. The lively graduation party finally ended, and it was late at night. At the student dorms of Ash City Magic Academy, most windows had gone dark, filled with exhaustion from parting and hope for the future. One window still faintly glowed. Leia Schwanga stood in her mostly empty room, taking one last look at the place she had lived for several years. She was slender, dressed in dark travel clothes suitable for movement. Her purple eyes looked especially deep in the dim light, and her long black hair was simply tied back. She carried a small bag on her back, quickly turned off the light, and quietly left the dorm. An ordinary carriage, without any family crest, was waiting quietly in a hidden corner behind the academy. Leia silently boarded the carriage, which then started moving, rolling over the quiet cobblestone road toward the north gate of Ash City. The inside of the carriage was simple, swaying gently with the bumps. Leia leaned back against the hard seat, closed her purple eyes, and tried to rest for a moment. She wanted to leave Ash City, away from William Groach, who had ruined her plans, and relax her tense nerves. The monotonous sound of the wheels echoed as the night deepened. About 2 hours later, the carriage had left Ash City's influence and was heading toward the northern wilderness. The surroundings were desolate, with sparse trees and low bushes casting twisted shadows under the moonlight. The night wind howled across the open land. Just as Leia was half asleep and half awake, the carriage suddenly stopped without warning. The horse pulling the cart let out a terrified neigh, followed by a sharp, frightened cry from the driver. Then everything fell silent. Leia instantly woke up, her purple eyes narrowing suddenly. Her magic instinctively surged through her body. She quickly pulled back the curtain of the carriage. What she saw made her blood run cold. The driver was gone. The two horses pulling the cart lay motionless on the ground, eerily silent. The carriage sat alone in the middle of the open field, shrouded in a thick, dark shadow that seemed to swallow all light. This darkness carried an oppressive weight that made her magic flicker like a dying candle in the wind, almost breaking apart. Fear wrapped around her heart like a cold snake. She immediately tried to cast a defensive spell. Her fingers just slightly lifted. Suddenly, a huge hand made of pure, dark magic shot out from the thick shadow without warning. Its speed was faster than she could react. With chilling cold and unstoppable strength, it grabbed the carriage and everything inside, including Leia. No, she managed to scream in despair. In the next moment, everything spun wildly. The giant hand swung violently. The fragile carriage shattered instantly like paper. Leia's delicate body was thrown forcefully, crashing to the cold, hard ground. The terrifying force didn't just hit her surface. It felt like countless icy needles piercing her skin, exploding deep inside her. Blood sprayed from her mouth, some of it mixed with fragments of her internal organs. She could clearly hear countless tiny, sharp cracking sounds inside her, like ice crystals breaking apart. That was her carefully built magic circuit, shattered in an instant by that cold, violent power. The pain, deep into her bones and soul, made her vision go black. Her consciousness nearly collapsed. She lay there like discarded trash, limp on the cold, muddy ground, covered in dirt and her own blood. Moving even a finger felt impossible. Her strength, her pride as a third-level mage, was completely destroyed. She had become a total wreck. The pain and despair blurred her vision again and again. Just as her consciousness was about to completely sink into despair, a figure silently appeared in her blurry vision. It was a girl who looked no older than 18. She wore a beautiful, flowing long dress that seemed woven from moving night shadows, floating in the air. The girl's left hand had a white ring on her ring finger, emitting a faint white glow. Her face was so delicate it seemed like a divine masterpiece. Her long black hair gently fluttered in the still night air. What was most striking were her black eyes, deep and cold, like two frozen lakes holding centuries of ice. They showed no human emotion, only a calm, indifferent gaze as if looking down on tiny insects. She stood quietly, looking down from above at Leia Frostsong, who was sprawled on the ground like a broken doll, as if she were trash. The moonlight shone on her, but instead of warmth, it made her dark, silent aura even stronger. "Do you have some complaints about my child?" she asked softly. In the darkness, only the girl's painful moans and a cold, indifferent voice could be heard. Leia's body twitched violently like a broken puppet. She made strange choking sounds, and blood, bright red and uncontrollable, seeped from the corner of her mouth, dripping down her pale chin onto the dirty ground. Doreen looked expressionless, her black eyes filled with calm scrutiny. She was about to take the next step, forcefully pulling Leia's fragile soul out of her collapsing body, like flipping through a book to read all her memories, to uncover what secrets this girl was hiding behind her calm exterior. But just as she gathered her strength and her fingertips were about to touch the invisible soul link, something strange happened. From deep in the alley, within the shadow of an abandoned wooden box that was once empty, the space rippled silently like water disturbed by a stone. A figure wrapped in a large black cloak suddenly appeared. His appearance was so sudden, it was as if he had been standing there all along, but no one had seen him before. Doreen's pupils shrank suddenly. An unprecedented chill shot up her spine. With her 8th-level Grand Mage's mental power, she couldn't sense this person's presence at all. It was unbelievable. The man in the black cloak ignored Doreen's rising terror and the terrifying magic pressure she felt. He walked over to Rhea, who was lying on the ground, weak and barely breathing, without caring about anyone else. His movements were gentle, almost careful. He bent down and reached out with his gloved hand, very softly lifting the girl into his arms. Then, using his gloved thumb, he carefully and almost tenderly wiped away the bright blood at the corner of Rhea's mouth. After finishing, the black-robed man slowly looked up. The shadow of his had covered most of his face, only faintly revealing a sharp, cold jawline. A deep, steady voice, without any sign of emotion, came from the shadow. "Honorable Lady Hela, 8th-level Grand Mage." His tone had a strange rhythm, as if he was simply stating a common fact. "I apologize, my subordinate. Rhea's actions disturbed you. We are just a group working to save the world." Dolan's nerves instantly tensed to the limit. Her true strength was 8th level. This was one of her biggest secrets, known only to her husband Norse, her son William, and Alice. No one else knew. The mysterious man in black not only saw through her disguise, but also revealed her true rank in one breath. Alarm bells rang loudly in Dolan's mind. Cold, killing intent spread like a tangible force. The air temperature dropped sharply, and even the walls began to form tiny ice crystals. No matter who this person was, or what his purpose might be, knowing her secret and witnessing her kill Rhea meant he could never be allowed to leave alive. Dolan no longer hesitated. Her dark eyes flashed with cold light. Her vast magic power surged instantly, ready to strike with lightning. But the man in black moved faster than her. Just as Dolan's killing intent erupted, the black-robed man, holding the unconscious Rhea, seemed to melt into the deeper shadows around him. There was no loud, tearing sound, no dazzling teleportation light, not even a hint of extra energy. His figure, along with Rhea in his arms, disappeared suddenly and completely under Dolan's sharp, icy gaze, as if erased by an eraser. It was as if he had never appeared. In the darkness, only Dolan remained, along with a few drops of dark red blood on the ground, still wet. They silently proved that what had just happened was not a dream. Cold, killing intent froze on Doreen's face, which was as perfect as a young girl's. She slowly lowered her raised right hand, and the terrifying magic power that could instantly freeze a soul quietly dissipated from her fingertips. Deep inside her obsidian-like eyes, for the first time, a hint of seriousness and doubt flashed. She failed. That man in black. Who is he? Saving the world? Ridiculous. His strength didn't seem very strong, but his methods, such as his almost disappearing instead of teleporting, and his exquisite control over space laws, made Doreen feel uneasy. She stood quietly in place, the cold in the alley still lingering. Her gaze fell on the bloodstains on the ground. After a moment, she extended her slender, fair fingers and gently pointed toward the bloodstains. The dark red spots, like being burned by invisible flames, instantly turned into faint blue smoke and completely vanished into the air, leaving no trace. After doing all this, Doreen's figure blended into the darkness like a ghost. Only silence remained, along with a faint, almost imperceptible cold killing intent still lingering in the air. The wheels rolled over the smooth stone road outside the academy, producing a monotonous and regular clatter sound, gradually leaving behind the bright graduation party and lively voices. Inside the spacious carriage decorated with the Earl family crest, the feather cushion was so soft that one wanted to sink into it. William leaned against the carriage wall, his eyelids heavy. After a whole night of confessions, hugs, and Sasha's almost meltingly warm responses, the overwhelming happiness was followed by a surge of exhaustion. "Young master, you must be tired." Sasha's voice was as gentle as a feather brushing past the ear. She sat very close to William, with no sense of distance typical of a maid. Since William publicly declared her as his partner, she seemed to have completely shed her perfect, polite disguise, especially in this private space just for the two of them. Her black hair had a few strands falling on William's shoulder. The pink magic eye shimmered with a strange glow in the dim light of the carriage, while William's black eye was filled with open affection. The faint scent of roses on her, mixed with the cool night air, lingered near William's nose. William mumbled vaguely, leaning his head into her neck, his voice tinged with tiredness. "That kid Jido, the way he looked at me at the end, Tisich, he was so jealous his eyes almost popped out." Sigh. Before he finished speaking, William let out a yawn. Cecilia smiled gently. She reached out and softly brushed his messy hair with her fingertips. "Young master, you are worth everyone's envy." Her voice was soft, carrying a nearly obsessive sense of satisfaction. "Tonight, I am truly happy." William nuzzled into her neck, finding a more comfortable position. He closed his eyes and muttered, "The ring isn't ready yet. A bit rushed. I need to make it up to you later, something perfect for you. Your eyes." Cecilia's fingertips gently stroked William's closed eyes, where her right eye's pink magic eye was. "The ring you gave me, young master, is the most precious, unique, and one of a kind." Her voice was tender but firm, as if confirming something sacred. William didn't speak again. He simply held her hand on his cheek, their fingers intertwined. Cecilia felt the warmth of his palm, a sweet smile curling at her lips. She quietly leaned against him. Inside the carriage, only the sound of rolling wheels and their steady breathing remained. The air outside, with a faint sulfur smell typical of Ash City at night, seeped in through the slightly open window, but it couldn't dispel the rose scent and warmth filling the carriage. The carriage smoothly arrived at the Count's estate and stopped at the inner courtyard gate. William was almost half asleep, being helped out by Cecilia. The estate was quiet. The servants seemed to have already gone to rest. Only the magic lamps embedded in the corridor walls emitted a gentle, steady glow. "Young master, you should wash up first." Cecilia's voice was clear in the spacious corridor. She helped William toward his bedroom. William nodded drowsily and staggered into the washroom like a sleepwalker. The warm water splashing on his face woke him up a little. He shook his wet hair, and roughly dried it with a towel, ready to change into pajamas and then collapse into the soft bed. Forget cultivation, formations, and all that. He just wanted to sleep now. But when he pushed open the bathroom door, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and stepped out, his steps suddenly froze in place. All the tiredness suddenly vanished like being poured with a bucket of cold water. Cecilia was standing in the middle of his room. But she was no longer the elegant girl in the school uniform with a cool demeanor from the party. She was dressed in a maid outfit, but it was not the simple long dress that other maids wore in the mansion. It was a very daring, very short skirt that barely covered her shapely hips. The black fabric made her fair skin glow under the magical lights. Small bat wings slowly spread behind her. Under the skirt, her long legs and shiny black stockings looked smooth and beautiful. A thin tail peeked out from under the dress. Her slim waist was perfectly shaped by the tight corset of the outfit. Her long black hair was casually loose, with curved horns sticking out from her hair. One eye was pink, the other black. Both eyes stared straight at William, burning with an unhidden fire, mixing innocence with a nearly enchanting allure. The familiar scent of roses was so strong now that it seemed real, drifting into William's nose and igniting every nerve. See Cecilia? William's voice was dry, like sandpaper rubbing. His throat felt tight, and his heartbeat was loud in the quiet room. Cecilia didn't answer. She tilted her head slightly and smiled with a pure, yet deadly charming smile. She was barefoot, stepping on the soft carpet like an elegant yet fierce feline, slowly approaching him. Her toes and stockings barely made a sound on the carpet, but her silent approach felt overwhelming. "Master," she finally spoke softly, with a gentle breath, "that are you tired?" William instinctively took a step back, pressing his back against the cold wall, with nowhere to go. He looked into her close, colorful eyes, where intense feelings seemed ready to swallow him whole. It was not just love, it was a deep, persistent, almost obsessive desire to mark every part of him as her own. Her warm breath brushed his chin. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." In the room, only the sounds of hurried breathing, fabric rustling, quiet murmurs, and the rising scent of roses remained. Two young souls completely merged in the flames of desire, forgetting all outside worries. Meanwhile, in another, more hidden part of the Count's mansion, a room decorated with many magic symbols and old books, the atmosphere was very different. Doreen sat in a large armchair, her face serious and cold. She held a cup of cold tea, but did not drink it. Floating in the center of the room were soft magic orbs, casting long shadows of her on the dark carpeted floor. The door opened silently, and Count North entered. He wore comfortable home clothes, looking a little tired after finishing his work. Seeing his wife's unusual serious expression, he frowned slightly and gently closed the door behind him. "Dear?" North's voice was low and gentle, full of concern. "Have William and Sasha come back? You look not very happy." Doreen didn't answer immediately. Her gaze stayed fixed on a point in the air, as if she was examining something invisible. After a moment, she slowly placed the cold cup on a small table beside her. The ceramic made a clear sound as it touched the wood. "William and Sasha should already be back in their rooms," she said in a lower, colder tone. "As for me, North, I made a mistake." North moved to sit in another chair beside her, leaning slightly forward, his eyes sharp. "A mistake? About that girl, Leia Shumj?" He remembered the name. The girl from the secret realm of the academy, who tried to steal his son's victory and had a mysterious background. "Yes," Doreen said, unconsciously rubbing the edge of her velvet robe, showing rare signs of irritation. "The carriage was stopped in the wilderness. I acted, destroying her magic circuit. She's completely ruined." North listened quietly without interrupting, knowing his wife wasn't finished. Sure enough, Doreen paused, a flash of quick confusion and seriousness crossing her deep eyes. "Just as I was about to read her soul's memories, someone appeared," she said in an even lower voice, as if the shadowy figure was still nearby. "A person in a black robe. I didn't notice how he appeared, not a single energy fluctuation. He ignored my presence and took Leia away. He precisely identified himself as an 8th-level archmage." Doreen's lips pressed into a cold, firm line. "He called Leia his subordinate and said they belonged to an organization working to save the world." The room fell into complete silence. The light seemed to dim a little. Someone who can silently bypass the perception of an 8th-level archmage, know her deepest secrets, and has strange disappearing skills. This is definitely not an ordinary force. And then, North asked, his body tense. I wanted to silence him, or at least leave a mark. But his speed was too fast. Doreen shook her head slightly, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. This isn't teleportation magic, no signs of space tearing. It's like he and Leia, the one he was holding, are part of a shadow, and then the shadow merged into the darkness and vanished instantly. I didn't even have time to lock onto his aura. She raised her hand and rubbed her forehead, showing her inner unease. North, this is the first time I've faced such an opponent. Completely unknown methods, motives I can't understand. And that talk about saving the world. It's like a fog. North leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers, making a rhythmic sound. He remained silent, digesting the shocking information his wife brought. A mysterious girl named Leia, connected to an even more mysterious organization, which seems to have abilities far beyond their understanding. This situation is deeper than they thought. After a while, the tapping stopped. North looked up at his wife, his eyes experienced but calm, with no panic, only a deep, thoughtful decision. It seems we need to make a decision, North said slowly, his voice steady again. William, he's no longer just a fledgling under our protection. He defeated Leia and proved his strength and judgment. He paused, his gaze becoming more distant. Tomorrow, find a good time to talk with William. Tell him about what happened tonight. We need to trust him more now. Maybe in the end, he will help us solve this. I believe he can handle it. Dolan looked at her husband, and his stern face finally softened a little. She sighed gently, her breath filled with worry but also a sense of relief and understanding. In the end, she nodded and looked out the window at the dark night. Yes, I will talk to him tomorrow. Please cherish this moment. If the black room is fixed, it will be gone. Lastly, I hope for a small free gift. The morning sun was warm, shining through the tall, stained glass windows of the dining room, casting colorful patches of light on the smooth, long oak table. The air still carried the smell of toasted bread and crispy bacon. Count North put down his silver knife and fork, making a soft clink. His amber eyes swept over his son William sitting opposite, and next to William, Chelsia was gracefully refilling Dolan's red tea. Cough. Count North cleared his throat, breaking the brief silence. William, there's something your mother and I think you should know. William swallowed the last bite of his fried egg, his expression changing from lazy to focused quickly. Father, what happened? Dolan held a warm porcelain teacup with both hands, but her delicate face was covered with a cold frost, very different from her usual cheerful smile in front of William. She briefly recounted last night's wild hunt, the strange appearance of the black-robed man who rescued Leia, and how he claimed to be part of a rescue organization and revealed her 8th-rank strength. Her voice was quiet but sharp, like ice hitting the table, each word filled with seriousness and intent. Chelsia stood quietly behind William's chair, like a perfect background. Only when her gaze flicked over William's furrowed brow did a cold, fierce look flash in her eyes. Anyone threatening her young master deserved to die. William listened, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table, lost in thought. Only the occasional crackle from the fireplace broke the silence. He tried to find the core of the chaos. The conditions are too few. William finally broke the silence, his voice calm beyond his age. The purpose of this rescue organization is completely unclear. But one thing is certain, he raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on his parents. They are targeting me. From Leia's attempt to seize Jido's spot during the exam, the goal was clearly mine. This conclusion made North and Doreen frown even more. William, however, seemed to relax as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and a slight smile appeared on his face. But this actually makes me feel a little more at ease. At ease? Doreen raised an eyebrow. She didn't feel at all relaxed. Yes, William nodded. That black-robed man uses strange, unpredictable methods, and even your mother didn't notice him in advance. But, he emphasized, he didn't dare face you directly. When he rescued Leia, he chose to run immediately, without any hesitation. What does that mean? It shows he's not strong enough. At least, he doesn't have the confidence to fight a Tier 8 Great Mage head-on. An enemy who only dares hide in the shadows and doesn't even show his face. No matter how strange he is, as long as we don't act recklessly, the trouble he causes will always be limited. He took a sip of milk and his tone became more relaxed. Better than being constantly watched by a powerful, mysterious expert, right? North nodded. William's analysis makes sense. A hidden snake is dangerous, but as long as we know it exists and understand that its fangs aren't deadly, we can prepare ourselves. Preparation is necessary. Doreen put down her teacup, her icy expression easing into a more caring motherly look. But in a few days, we need to go to the secret realm to defend it. In a few days? William and Chelsia almost spoke at the same time, Chelsia's voice filled with surprise. Yes, North took over, his tone steady and firm. The disturbances in the secret realm are happening more often than expected, and we can't delay any longer. Also, he looked at William with a serious expression typical of a father. You all need to leave for the capital to take the Bright Academy entrance exam. The timing works out perfectly, Doreen added softly. Lisa will resign from her position at the academy and will accompany you as your guard all the way to the capital until you settle into the school. Remember, before arriving at the academy, especially after entering the capital, try not to stray too far from Lisa. She looked meaningfully at William and then at Chelsia. You two kids, don't run around recklessly just because you think you're a little capable. Got it? Mother, we're not children anymore. William habitually teased, but when he saw Doris's suddenly stern face, he quickly changed his tone. Got it, got it. I promise to stay close to Aunt Lisa. Right, Sasha? Yes, madam, young master. Sasha replied softly, bowing slightly with perfect posture and a respectful tone. William suddenly stood up. Father, mother, wait for me. Without waiting for their response, he hurried out of the dining room. Nors and Doris exchanged puzzled looks. Sasha remained quietly in place, continuing her role as a maid, but her unusual colored eyes closely followed William as he left. Not long after, William returned. He approached the dining table, and under the curious gazes of his parents and Sasha, he took out a space storage bag and dumped its contents onto the table. Immediately, a dazzling array of potion bottles, scrolls, and strange talismans spread across half the table, reflecting beautiful lights and mysterious runes in the morning sun. What is this? Nors looked at the pile of items before him. Even as an experienced count, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. Doris was even more surprised, her mouth slightly open, her face full of shock. William took a deep breath, pointed to the categorized items on the table, and spoke quickly, his eyes serious and unwavering. Father, mother, these are what I usually craft, and some I've been working on intensively these past few days. Please take them. He picked up a few small, delicate blue crystal bottles. This is sacred healing essence. Its healing power is several times stronger than the top-grade medicines sold by the church. It can quickly stabilize serious and internal injuries. He then grabbed a few unremarkable gray bottles. This is stealth potion. Drinking it can perfectly conceal your aura, making it hard for even 9th-tier monsters to detect you. A few transparent bottles filled with viscous liquid. This is face mask, used for disguise. It lasts long and can be washed off with water. Several red bottles shimmered faintly with magical light. This is magic spring. It quickly replenishes magic power. Take a sip during battles to keep going. Finally, his gaze fell on a stack of talismans drawn with special silver rune paper, radiating strong spatial fluctuations. He picked up a thick stack of papers, carefully handed it to North, then took another similar thick stack and gave it to Doreen. The most important thing is this. The Great Teleportation Talisman. I improved it. It's very fast to activate, like traveling 1,000 miles in an instant. I prepared at least 10 for each of you. William's voice grew louder, with a nearly stubborn emphasis. Remember, if you can't fight, just run. Don't force it. Staying alive is the most important thing. Nothing is more important than coming back alive. No matter how dangerous the secret realm is, your lives come first. The dining room was silent. North and Doreen looked at the pile of high-level potions and the thick stack of priceless teleportation talismans in front of them, completely stunned. They knew their son was talented in alchemy and formations, far beyond ordinary people, but this pile. This was no longer just genius. It was incredible, especially the improved teleportation talisman. With its delicate and stable space law fluctuations, even made North, a 7th-rank warrior, feel amazed. Doreen was the first to recover. She looked at her son's slightly red face from excitement and seriousness, and at the worry and care in his ordinary eyes. A warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart, instantly dispelling the previous heaviness and shock. She stood up, walked around the long table, and approached William. She was half a head shorter than him, but at this moment, she looked like a true mother. She reached out her fair hand, full of affection and tenderness, gently tousled William's messy black hair. "Silly child," Doreen's voice choked with emotion. Then she added her usual teasing tone, trying to lighten the overly sentimental atmosphere. "Your father and I are the Count and Countess of the Empire guarding the secret realm, not running away. With so many escape tools, if people find out, where will your handsome dad put his face?" She said this with a look of disdain, but her eyes curved into a crescent moon, filled with pride and affection. The soft scent of cedarwood wrapped around William gently, but her voice softened, with a barely noticeable tremor. "Your son has grown up and started to care about his parents." She pinched William's cheek. "No wonder you're my little treasure I've loved since you were a baby." North also came over. He didn't speak, only extended his broad, strong hand and placed it heavily on William's shoulder. Nayli Dao carried the calmness of a 7th-level warrior, along with his father's silent approval and deep, mountain-like emotions. He looked at the pile of life-saving tools on the table, then at his serious-looking son. In the end, he simply took a deep breath, his amber eyes filled with both relief and seriousness. He understood that what his son was giving was not just potions and talismans, but also his heavy concern and simple wish for their safe return. With these items, North and Doreen's future escape journey would be much easier. The wheels rolled over the rough stone road, making a dull, steady clattering sound. A spacious, comfortable carriage with the Groarch family crest was smoothly leaving the Ash City, heading toward the heart of the Empire, the capital. Inside, the atmosphere felt out of place compared to the bright sunshine outside. William leaned against a soft velvet cushion, gazing blankly out the window at the rapidly retreating fields. Yet, his brow showed a faint, hard-to-notice irritation. Across from him, Sasha, still dressed in her iconic black and white maid uniform, sat with her long legs elegantly crossed in black stockings. Although William had told her she no longer needed to do maid chores, she stubbornly insisted she wanted to be both the young master's wife and his personal maid. She was carefully offering a peeled, translucent grape to William's lips, her movements natural and smooth, with a closeness that left no room for refusal. Her heterochromatic eyes, beneath lowered eyelids, clearly reflected William's figure, filled with open love and satisfaction. The faint scent of roses around her made the enclosed carriage feel especially rich and fragrant. "Young master, try this. It's very sweet." Sasha's voice was gentle, with a hint of sweetness. William instinctively opened his mouth to take the grape. Its sweet juice melted in his mouth, but it didn't dispel his inner gloom. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the front of the carriage. Lisa, his aunt, was sitting there. She was dressed in a practical dark red mage's robe, well cut to outline her tall, curvy figure, especially the proud outline of her chest, which was faintly visible beneath the robe. Slightly taller than William, she was now turned slightly toward them, her long red hair casually draped over her shoulders, a few strands brushing her fair neck. Her bright red eyes gaze out the window at the passing scenery, her expression somewhat vacant, as if her soul has drifted far away. The fresh scent of cedar on her body contrasts sharply with Sashia's rose fragrance, yet quietly intertwines in the small space. Since that dinner party, Lisa seems to have changed. She is still the sharp and efficient aunt, planning schedules and routes, with a cold presence that keeps others at a distance. But when she faces William, the warmth, the teasing that carried a hint of maternal and sibling affection, and even the subtle charm she sometimes showed in private, all disappear. In their place is a deliberate, almost polite distance. She is no longer the Aunt Lisa who lounges lazily on the sofa, dressed casually, commanding William to pour her tea. William clearly remembers that just yesterday morning, before they left, He instinctively wanted to pat Lisa's shoulder, joking to ease the farewell, as he had done many times before. But before his hand even reached her coat, Lisa, startled, slightly shifted her body backward. Her bright red eyes quickly flicked to him with a hint of panic and deliberate avoidance, then returned to a calm, distant expression. "Aunt, is there anything else we need to prepare for the trip?" William asked awkwardly, pulling his hand back as if nothing had happened. "Everything is ready, William," Lisa replied simply and calmly, without using formal language, but the natural warmth was gone. She called him William, not Little William or any teasing nickname. Now, in the carriage, the same silence persisted. Aside from necessary travel and safety talks, Lisa hardly spoke. William tried to lighten the mood with stories, like the time she accidentally almost set the kitchen on fire while helping him roast sweet potatoes with a fireball spell, or teasing about the arrogant noble mages they might meet in the capital. Lisa would either respond with a simple, or turn her head, her calm red eyes fixed on him until he awkwardly stopped. It felt as if an invisible wall of ice suddenly rose between them. William felt frustrated. He understood why Lisa was distant. Sasha's presence, especially the fact that they had become partners, made Lisa's maternal and sisterly care turn into a need to keep her distance. William nervously scratched his head. He had lived twice, with a mature mind, but when it came to handling delicate and complex feelings, he was still slow and clumsy, like a rookie. He didn't want to lose Lisa, as a family member, as someone who had watched him grow up, cared for him deeply, and risked everything to save him when he was taken away. He didn't want to see her become lonely and sad because of him. "Chelsia," William suddenly spoke, his voice soft and hesitant. Chelsia immediately responded, leaning slightly forward, her unusual colored eyes focused on him, waiting for his instructions or sharing. William glanced at Lisa's silent side profile, then lowered his voice and leaned close to Chelsia's ear. "What should I say to my aunt? She's like that. I always feel so anxious inside." His tone carried rare confusion and worry. Chelsia's pink left eye flickered subtly. She could clearly see William's concern for Lisa and their pure family bond. This eased her small possessive feelings a little. She gently brushed William's messy hair with her cool fingers, her movements tender and intimate. "Young master," she whispered softly, soothingly, "Miss Lisa. She needs time. She's strong and knows how to adjust herself. If you push too hard, it might make her feel even more uncomfortable." She paused, glancing at Lisa's stiff back, then continued, "Maybe, once you're in the capital and settled, you could find a private moment, just the two of you, and be more direct. Sincerity is always the best key." She offered a suggestion fitting her clever persona. Though deep inside, she had an instinctive desire to monopolize William's attention. She understood Lisa's importance in William's heart and the possible consequences of damaging their family bond. Maintaining harmony would help her strengthen her position in the young master's heart. William nodded thoughtfully, feeling a bit calmer after Chelsia's words. Yes, Lisa hated beating around the bush. Maybe once in the capital, he could find a chance to be bold again, like before, and cling stubbornly. As he was lost in thought, the carriage suddenly jolted sharply as if it ran over a large stone. "Careful," Lisa's cold voice sounded almost simultaneously. She didn't know exactly when she had turned around. Her movements were as quick as lightning. One hand steadied herself by gripping the wall of the carriage, while the other instinctively reached forward, as if trying to hold William, who was leaning forward due to inertia. However, her hand stopped midair, her fingertips only a few inches from William's arm. Her bright red eyes met William's gaze, a flash of concern flickering inside, but it was quickly hidden by her usual calm. She casually withdrew her hand, sat back properly, and looked out the window again, as if that instinctive reaction just now had never happened. But William saw it clearly. That moment of concern, that hand reaching out then pulling back, like a faint light piercing through in an ice wall. A warm feeling stirred in his heart, and his irritation eased a little. It seemed that his aunt still cared about him. She just needed time and the right moment. He secretly made up his mind that once they reached the capital, he would resolve this emotional barrier. Although there hasn't been much romantic content these days, I hope my brothers won't abandon me. I'll try to finish this part quickly. T to the power of T. As William's carriage left the Ashes City, and the scenery along the Royal Road gradually gave way to dense forests on the same afternoon, the back door of the Ashes City Count's residence quietly opened. Norse Groach changed into a practical dark gray leather travel outfit, covered by an unremarkable cloak with the hood pulled low, hiding his distinctive blonde hair and amber eyes. He still stood tall and straight like a pine tree, but a heavy sense of seriousness shadowed his brow. Doreen Hella stood beside him, also dressed plainly in dark clothes. Under her wide cloak, only her smooth chin and tightly pressed lips were visible. The lively, spirited aura she usually had was gone, replaced by an almost tangible cold vigilance. Her obsidian-like eyes shone with icy light, and even the faint scent of cedar seemed frozen, carrying a deadly aura. They did not bring any servants, nor did they ride luxurious carriages. Two black shadow steeds, known for their endurance and speed, quietly waited outside the door. Their saddlebags held only essential dry food, water, a map, and a dark cloth bag containing William's escape device, which he had hurriedly given them before departure. Norse took one last look at the house he had lived in for many years. A flicker of reluctance crossed his amber eyes. Then he became firm and determined. He turned his horse smoothly, moving with the calm confidence of a seventh-level warrior. "Let's go, Doreen," he said in a deep, strong voice. Doreen softly responded with and gracefully jumped onto another horse. She didn't look back, her black hair slightly swaying under her hood. The two of them pressed their horses together and quietly rode into the narrow path leading to the Shadow Mountains outside the city. They needed to leave Ash City quickly, away from any place that might reveal their location. The shadow of the evil god church was like a parasite, and Doreen, who had once escaped, was a sacred object that the church would do anything to recover. Their destination was the Elven Empire. Soon, the entrance to the Shadow Mountains appeared. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, their thick canopies turning the bright afternoon sunlight into scattered patches of light on the ground, covered with fallen leaves and moss. The light quickly dimmed here, as if entering an early evening. Norse and Doreen slowed their horses and looked around carefully. The horses' hooves pressed into the thick layer of decayed leaves and moss, making muffled thuds that sounded especially loud in the quiet surroundings. As they moved deeper into the mountains, passing through a valley filled with jagged rocks and very dark light, buzz. Without warning, a dark purple energy shield, thick as tar and emitting a disgusting smell of decay, suddenly rose from the sides of the mountain walls and behind the giant stones ahead. It looked like a huge upside-down bowl, completely covering the valley and Norse and Doreen inside. The moment the barrier formed, the air seemed to freeze, and the light was swallowed up entirely, leaving only the eerie purple glow of the barrier itself. "Be careful," Norse shouted sharply, reacting instantly. He pulled the reins, causing his horse to rear up and neigh in alarm. At the same time, he shot out of the saddle like an arrow, drawing his sword from his waist in a flash. A sharp, golden sword energy streak shot out, slashing fiercely at the nearest part of the energy wall. Clang! The sword energy clashed with the purple barrier, producing a loud ringing sound, like metal striking metal, sparks flying everywhere. But the sticky energy wall only trembled violently and caved inward slightly, without breaking. Almost at the same time as the barrier rose, Doreen's figure moved. She didn't try to break the barrier directly like North did. Instead, she suddenly floated down from her horse, landing softly. As soon as she touched the ground, her hands formed a strange, complex hand sign in front of her chest. Her young face was cold as ice, and her black eyes seemed to have a swirling abyss. A cold, silent, and endless dark magic burst out from her, centered around her. "Touch of darkness," Doreen shouted sharply, pushing her hands forward. Countless dark energy tendrils, like octopus arms made of pure black magic, shot out with a hissing sound, aiming at the barrier wall and the suspicious rocks and shadows nearby. This was her special magic, which contained strong corrosive and destructive power, capable of breaking through energy shields and hiding tricks. Shoo. The dark tendrils hit the barrier wall, making a harsh, corrosive sound. The dark purple energy wall boiled violently, and its color faded a little. At the same time, several rocks and shadows suddenly burst out with hurried sword flashes and magic light, accompanied by muffled groans. 3 figures dressed in black robes embroidered with twisted heart patterns were forced out of hiding. Their bodies showed signs of being corroded by dark magic, looking very ragged. They seemed to be around level 6 in strength. Humph, so you are just a bunch of dirty rats. Doreen's eyes were sharp as knives, and her voice was cold and emotionless. The scent of cedar seemed to turn into a winter wind. But the real threat had not yet appeared. Just as Doreen forced out a few low-level enemies, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. It was like 2 invisible mountains pressing hard from both sides, squeezing her and North. On the left side, at the top of a huge rock, the space twisted like water ripples. An old man, gaunt and dressed in an even more luxurious black robe with gold trim, appeared out of nowhere. His face was deeply wrinkled, like carved by a knife, with deep-set eyes burning with 2 green flames of the soul. He held a bone staff topped with a pale skull, and his dry fingers lightly pointed. Death's wrath, with his hoarse, piercing voice, countless white bone claws, made of pure death energy, emerged from the ground like ghostly hands reaching out from. Bone Claw, with its bone-chilling cold and desperate screams, reached out toward North and Doreen's feet. The air suddenly grew colder, and a layer of frost formed on the ground. On the right side, on another large rock, a tall, muscular figure appeared. He was dressed in a black robe with gold trim, just like the others. He wore a fierce demon mask made of metal, revealing only a pair of blood-red, savage eyes. He had no weapons, just a low growl, clenched fists, and bulging muscles. Blood rage, mountain collapse strike. He suddenly punched the ground. Boom. A terrifying dark red sword energy erupted like a volcano, forming a giant, blood fire-burning fist shadow. With the power to shake mountains and split the earth, it tore through the air and crashed down on North, who had just landed. The violent shockwave instantly cleared the ground of dead leaves and broken stones, creating a vacuum zone. 2 8th-rank experts. The evil god Church sent 2 top fighters at once to hunt Doreen. They worked together smoothly, launching deadly attacks immediately. It was clear they had planned this for a long time, aiming to trap and kill them inside this barrier. North, Doreen shouted sharply, her voice filled with urgency. Facing the deadly threat from both sides, her eyes flashed with fierce determination. Her hand signs changed rapidly, moving so fast they left afterimages. Dark Abyss Shield. She instantly summoned thick, ink-black dark magic, forming a spinning black vortex shield that tightly wrapped around her. At the same time, she focused her mind, pointing her left hand at the skeletal claws reaching for North. Shadow Decay. A thin, hair-like black ray shot out from her fingertip with extreme precision, striking the white skeletal claws. The ray hit the claws like a nemesis, causing them to lose their luster, emit a sizzling sound, and decay rapidly, crumbling into ash in an instant. This gave North a brief chance to breathe. At the moment the skeletal claws weakened, North also unleashed all his strength as a peak 7th-rank warrior. His muscles bulged, and golden sword energy burst out like burning flames, illuminating the dark barrier. Instead of hardening himself against the incoming, unstoppable blood-red giant fist from the sky, he pushed his agility to the limit. His figure became blurry, like a flying dragon weaving through raging waves, narrowly avoiding the edge of a blood-red giant fist. The fierce wind from his punch tore at his cloak, making a loud rustling sound. But he managed to dodge the most powerful impact. Even so, the shockwave still made his blood surge and his throat feel sweet. Trying to die, the 8th-level warrior wearing a demon mask saw his attack miss. His red eyes shone with fierce light, and his huge body leapt down from the rocks like a cannonball. Dark red sword energy formed a wild hurricane around him. His fists struck like pile drivers, creating a storm of blood-colored fists that crashed down on North. Each punch carried terrifying power that could split mountains and break stones. The air exploded with thunderous booms. North's pupils shrank suddenly. He swung his long sword to form a tight wall of golden sword energy. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of heavy impacts rang out like rain. North was like a small boat in a furious sea. His sword skills were excellent, and his sword energy was sharp, but the difference in strength was huge. Every block made his arms tremble violently. His grip cracked, blood stained the sword handle, and the solid rocks beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. He kept retreating. He clenched his teeth, his amber eyes burning with unyielding fire. But his disadvantage was clear. Defeat was only a matter of time. On the other side, a thin, undead-type 8th-level mage let out a creepy laugh and waved his skeleton staff again. "Undead disaster," he croaked. The ground trembled violently. More white bones and claws burst out of the earth. At the same time, several space cracks opened behind him, from which skeleton knights and a huge bone dragon crawled out. Their hollow eye sockets flickered with ghostly green flames, and they roared silently, crazily biting and smashing against Doreen's abyss shield. The bone dragon's sharp claws struck repeatedly, causing the dark vortex to shake violently, flickering with uncertain light. Doreen fought two enemies alone, relying on powerful dark magic to hold on. But her magic drained very quickly, and her face turned slightly pale. The thin mage's undead spells seemed to have some kind of restraint on her dark magic, and the bone dragon's physical attacks were extremely strong. Cracks began to appear on her abyss shield. "Ha ha ha! Hellas Sanctus, give up your resistance. Return to my lord's embrace. It is your greatest honor." The thin, withered mage let out a harsh laugh, his green flames flickering more fiercely in his eyes. "And Count North, why die for a vessel that is destined to belong to my lord? Surrender, and I might spare your life. After all, you and His Majesty the Emperor are close friends. We don't want to cause too much conflict with the Empire." North was struck by the furious attacks of the masked warrior, blood spraying from his mouth. His left shoulder was hit hard, bones cracking with a sharp sound. But he roared loudly, and golden sword energy erupted again, forcing his opponent to retreat half a step. His bloodied face was full of determined madness. "If you want to hurt my wife, you'll have to step over my dead body." Hearing North's angry shout, Doreen felt a sharp pain in her heart, but her expression grew colder and more resolute. She looked at the cracks on her shield, watched North fighting fiercely, then glanced at the evil cultists surrounding them, all eyes filled with greed. A wave of despair began to spread. Could it really be that today was their end? She wasn't afraid of death, but she couldn't bear to leave North, nor William far away in the capital. Just when all seemed lost, with North and Doreen about to be completely overwhelmed and captured, a clear, melodious sword sound suddenly pierced through the dark purple death barrier, as if capable of cleansing all filth in the world. It came unexpectedly, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. Next, a huge silver sword energy, brighter than moonlight and colder than ice, descended from the sky like the Milky Way, with a sharp, divine aura capable of cutting through everything, striking down from above the barrier. The dark purple barrier, built by two 8th-rank cultists and incredibly tough, shattered like fragile glass in front of this stunning silver sword energy. Countless purple energy fragments scattered like a rain of violet light. As the barrier broke, the dark valley seemed to be struck by a sun. Blinding silver light dispersed all gloom and deathly aura. A figure descended from the sky, surrounded by falling silver sparks, like a fairy under the moon. She landed steadily in front of North and Doreen, perfectly blocking the path between the gaunt, undead mage and the furious masked warrior. She has a tall, graceful figure, wearing a pure blue and white elf gown. The hem of her dress sways gently as she lands, outlining stunning curves and radiating a strange charm that combines holiness and allure. Her long silver hair flows like shining moonlight behind her. She wears a blue and white thorn crown on her head, adding a sense of dignity and invincibility to her beautiful face. The most striking feature is her eyes, bright red like burning rubies. At this moment, they burn with cold anger, fixed firmly on the two 8th-level cultists. A vast, pure, and powerful aura surrounds her, instantly dispersing the strong smell of death and blood in the valley. Instead, a fresh, mountain snow-like pressure fills the air. The person is Alice Freya. The withered undead mage's ghostly green soul fire suddenly shrinks, and he screams in shock and disbelief. "Is it you? Alice Freya, the vessel chosen during the previous Blood Moon era. You're still alive?" And you've escaped our Lord's influence? Impossible. His thin, trembling fingers point at Alice, as if seeing the most unbelievable ghost. The warrior with a demonic mask and crimson eyes also flashes a terrifying light. His attack pauses, and he stares fiercely at Alice, growling like a beast. Alice's red pupils are cold, like eternal winter ice. Her long sword, glowing like moonlight, points at the cultists. Her cold voice sounds like icy beads falling on jade, carrying a penetrating power. Dog of the evil god, after thousands of years, you are still like a maggot in the bone, disgusting. Today, old grudges and new scores will be settled together. Her words are like sparks falling into boiling oil. The undead mage's shock quickly turns into a twisted obsession and greed. Good. Very good. Haha. I didn't expect it. Truly blessed be my church. Today, not only can we bring back Saint Hela, but we can also capture you, the escaped Saint Freya. With two saints returning at once, our Lord will be overjoyed. This is the greatest achievement. Attack. No matter the cost, capture them. He wildly swings his bone staff, commanding all undead creatures and the masked warrior to attack Alice, Norse, and Doreen. Dolan looked at Alice blocking in front of her, her eyes very complicated. She didn't expect that this elf-crowned prince, who was betrayed and even poisoned by William, would come to save them at their most dangerous moment. Was it because of William? Or was it because of shared suffering, both being vessels of evil gods? But now is not the time to think. Alice's appearance was like a lifeline thrown into despair. Dolan's eyes flashed with cold light, and while the barrier was broken and the enemies were distracted, she quickly clapped her hands together. Dark abyss, ring of devouring destruction, centered on her. A huge dark ring over 10 meters in diameter spun rapidly and suddenly expanded. Wherever the ring passed, space seemed to be swallowed and twisted. Skeleton knights, bone claws, and even a huge bone dragon rushed forward. The moment they touched the edge of the ring, as if thrown into strong acid, they let out shrill screams. Their large bodies quickly dissolved and collapsed, turning into primal death energy, which was instead absorbed and swallowed by the dark ring. The undead army summoned by the withered mage was instantly cleared out. Dolan's face also turned paler. Clearly this move consumed a lot. Alice moved even faster. As the withered mage gave the order, her figure turned into a silver streak, actively rushing toward the masked warrior, who wore a ghostly mask and looked like a beast. Her swordsmanship was elegant and deadly. With each strike, cold moonlight and biting cold accompanied her, precisely targeting weak points in the warrior's sword energy and joints. Her speed was astonishing. The silver figure moved swiftly around the burly warrior, leaving afterimages behind. Clang, clang, clang. The masked warrior's furious punches clashed fiercely with Alice's cold sword light, producing a rain of sharp sounds. Silver and blood-colored energy fragments flew everywhere. The masked warrior roared repeatedly. His strength was definitely superior to Alice's, but her swordsmanship was exquisite, and her agility was light and elusive. She always managed to deflect his wild attacks with minimal effort, and the extreme cold in her moonlight sword energy kept eroding his sword energy and muscles, making his movements stiff and slow. For a moment, this warrior, known for his strength, was tightly entangled by Alice's skill and speed, unable to break free. North seized this precious chance to breathe and immediately took out a bottle of sacred healing essence, given by William from his space ring. Without hesitation, he drank it all. The cool and powerful medicine instantly flowed through his body, healing the tiny cracks in his left shoulder bones. His surging blood and energy quickly stabilized, and the sword energy he had used was rapidly restored. He felt a surge of confidence. His amber eyes locked onto the withered undead mage. This was the greatest threat. He growled loudly, ignoring his injuries. His whole body ignited with unprecedented golden sword energy, like a golden meteor streaking across the sky, leaving a long tail of flames. With a fierce momentum, he aimed straight at the mage's heart. As his sword cut through the air, the surrounding space tore apart with a sharp scream. "Old Bones, your opponent is me," North's roar echoed through the valley. The withered mage looked at North's desperate attack. then at the masked warrior entangled with Alice, and at Doreen, who was advancing step by step with a terrifying dark aura. For the first time, panic appeared in his eyes. The combined attack of 3 8th-rank fighters, Doreen, Alice, and the desperate North, made him feel a deadly threat. Especially Alice, the princess of the elves, whose swordsmanship and strength seemed to counteract the undead magic. "No, great lord, grant me strength," the withered mage shouted desperately and madly. He suddenly raised his skeleton staff, and the green soul fire in his eyes burned to the extreme, even showing hints of blood. He made a cruel decision. Using the end of his bone staff, he fiercely stabbed into the heart of a nearby 6th-rank cultist who was helping with magic. Puff! The cultist didn't even have time to scream before his body shriveled instantly, and all his life force and soul were greedily devoured by the skull on the staff's tip. But that wasn't enough. The withered mage's eyes flashed with resolute madness. He suddenly turned his head and roared at the demon-faced warrior fighting Alice, who was gradually losing ground. "Haruk, for the glory of the Lord, sacrifice yourself." The masked warrior named Haruk's crimson eyes flickered with struggle, but it was quickly replaced by fanaticism. He let out a deafening roar and completely abandoned his defenses, bravely enduring Alice's sword toward his throat with his chest. Puff! The moonlight longsword pierced his left chest, but he didn't care. He suddenly grabbed the sword blade stabbed into his chest, holding Alice's long sword tightly. At the same time, the dark red blood energy burning through his body surged like a returning tide, wildly rushing toward the withered mage. "Using my flesh and soul as a sacrifice. Welcome the divine power of our Lord." Haruk's voice was hoarse and wild, filled with final madness. The withered mage recited an ancient, evil spell. The skull at the top of his bone staff emitted a blinding blood-red light. He used Haruk's willing sacrifice of life force, soul essence, and the huge sword energy as a trigger to forcibly communicate with the dark god's will, summoning a terrifying power. Boom! A dark red energy beam, full of chaos, madness, blood, and destruction, suddenly descended like a claw from the 9 hells, enveloping the withered mage completely. His shriveled body swelled like a balloon. Under his dry skin, veins bulged like worms, and his eyes turned into 2 boiling blood pools. The energy fluctuations from his body rapidly increased, breaking through the limit of the 8th rank and reaching a terrifying level between the peak of the 8th rank and the 9th rank. Half a step into the 9th rank. Roar! The withered mage let out a beast-like roar, like a solid hammer smashing into the hearts of Norris, Doreen, and Alice. All 3 of them groaned simultaneously, blood spilling from their mouths, and their attack momentum was instantly interrupted. Especially Norris, who was closest to him. His desperate sword was halted mid-swing by the terrifying sound wave and sudden pressure, almost extinguishing his golden sword energy. He was thrown backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a large stone, debris flying, blood spraying wildly. Doreen's ring of devouring was also shaken violently by this terrifying force, its light dimming and almost dissipating. Her pretty face turned deathly white, and she struggled to maintain her magic, eyes filled with horror. Alice's long sword was still tightly gripped by Haruk, who had already died from sacrifice, but his corpse still held the sword stiffly. She tried to draw her sword, but the monster mage's blood-red eyes, locked onto her, made her hesitate. He casually lifted his arm, wrapped in dark red energy and unusually thick, and punched her from a distance. There was no grand, earth-shaking noise, only a thin, intense red energy beam that seemed to pierce through emptiness. The speed was so fast it surpassed Alice's perception. Alice barely managed to turn her body aside before the terrifying beam pierced her left shoulder. A large blood hole the size of a bowl appeared instantly, and hot blood sprayed out. The intense pain and the energy filled with wild willpower made her grunt, her face turning pale as paper. She staggered backward, dropping her long moonlight sword onto Haruk's corpse. Just half a step into the 9th rank. With a single strike, she was heavily wounded. Ha ha ha, ants. Feel the vast power of my master god. The monster, whose strength had surged, let out a hoarse, crazy laugh. Its blood-red eyes swept over the badly injured North, the nearly exhausted Doris, and Alice, who had her shoulder pierced, like watching three lambs ready for slaughter. It raised its hand again, this time targeting North, who was in the worst shape and struggling to get up. A destructive red beam gathered at its fingertips again. The shadow of death had never been so thick. The hope that had just ignited was instantly crushed by this half-step, ninth-rank terror. At this critical moment, North, battered and bleeding from his nose and mouth, struggled to lift his head. His amber eyes, filled with pain and anger, were bloodshot, but his gaze was unusually clear. He saw the destructive light gathering at the monster's fingertips, saw Doris's madness. She seemed about to use a desperate forbidden technique, and saw Alice, clutching her bloodied shoulder wound, staggering as she tried to gather magic again. Life. William's words thundered in his mind like a lightning strike. Living was the most important. Without hesitation, North used his last bit of strength to quickly grab a talisman from his space ring. Exactly the one William had given him, drawn on special silver paper, radiating strong spatial fluctuations, a large teleportation talisman. He tore it open without hesitation. At the same time, he roared with all his might toward Doris and Alice. Doris. Talisman. Doris reacted incredibly fast. As soon as she heard North's roar, she remembered the treasure her son had just given her, and immediately interrupted her preparations to activate a forbidden technique. He also took out a silver talisman from his space ring and handed one to Alice. Although badly injured, Alice understood immediately when she heard the word talisman in her red eyes, showing clarity and decisiveness. The three of them moved almost at the same time. Three faint tearing sounds almost at once. Just before the monster's withered mage's destructive beam was about to shoot out from his fingertips. Buzz. Three dazzling silver space lights suddenly burst out, instantly enveloping North, Doreen, and Alice. The powerful force of space magic twisted the light, making their figures quickly become blurry and transparent in the silver glow. No, the injured monster roared loudly with anger and unwillingness as his power surged. His destructive beam finally erupted, transforming into a thick, dark red beam that fiercely struck the spot where the three had disappeared. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire valley. The huge boulder North had hit, and the ground within dozens of meters around were completely turned to dust. A massive crater, nearly covering half of the Shadow Mountain range, appeared at the site. At the bottom of the crater, remnants of destructive dark red energy crackled, emitting a burnt and sulfurous smell. However, no one was there anymore. Only the lingering silver ripples of space in the air and the withered mage standing at the edge of the crater, staring at the empty explosion center, let out a furious roar of helpless rage. His forcibly increased strength receded like a tide, and his body quickly shriveled, even more gaunt than before. His aura dropped back to the 8th rank and was extremely unstable, clearly having paid a huge price. The Count and Countess of Ash City, along with Princess Alice, the Elf King's heir, escaped from the deadly blood trap circle using William's remaining large teleportation talisman, disappearing into the depths of the Shadow Mountain range. Only the last 8th rank expert of the evil god church remained, roaring with violence and unwillingness in the dim, empty world, his voice echoing for a long time. The carriage moved along the official road leading to the capital, the sound of wheels rolling over gravel monotonous and steady. William sat against the soft interior of the carriage, frowning slightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping the window frame. Cecilia quietly knelt on a soft cushion beside him, gently pressing her slender fingers on his calf muscles to help ease his fatigue from days of travel. She slightly tilted her head, her now strange eyes focused intently on William's profile, deep love shining in her gaze. Lisa sat across from them, her back straight. Her long red hair was neatly tied behind her head. Her crimson eyes looked out the window at the rapidly passing scenery, deliberately avoiding the tense atmosphere inside the carriage. Since William publicly announced his relationship with Cecilia, her secret feelings had turned into a bitter tide, constantly reminding her to keep her distance. The cold scent of cedar on her body contrasted sharply with Cecilia's rose fragrance. Inside the carriage, Only the sound of wheels rolling and hooves pounding could be heard. Suddenly, a sharp, urgent buzzing shattered the calm. The silver-gray bracelet on Lisa's wrist vibrated violently. Lisa raised her hand to activate the bracelet. A tiny magical projection appeared instantly, showing Count North's face, smudged with dust and a trace of dried blood, but still handsome and resolute. His amber eyes were full of urgency and seriousness. "Lisa, listen to me." North's voice came through the bracelet, strained with restrained breath. "We just escaped from the church's goons, but Doreen the Saint has been fully exposed. The church will not give up easily. Their current target might be William. They may try to force Doreen to reveal herself by capturing William." The air inside the carriage froze instantly. William's fingers on the window frame stiffened, Cecilia's massage stopped, and her unusual pink and black eyes shrank sharply, her sharp gaze fixed on the projection. "You're in great danger now." North's voice was rapid. "You know the methods of the evil god church. They will try everything to attack before you reach the capital. The royal forces there will deter them, so they won't act openly. But on the way, listen immediately. Full speed to the capital. Don't stop. Protect William. We're safe for now, but the journey has just begun. We can't contact you for now. Remember, be careful. Safety in reaching the capital is the top priority." The projection flickered violently, then disappeared, leaving only North's figure on the bracelet, still humming with a red glow. A deathly silence fell over the carriage. Once sitting in the driver's seat, Sheila heard the sounds through the partition, her hands gripping the reins with prominent veins. William's usually lazy eyes sharpened like a hawk, staring intently at Lisa. "Escape? What do you mean? Who's chasing them? Dad is a 7th-level warrior, and Mom is no pushover." His speech quickened, his heart pounding uncontrollably. His past experiences told him that if his parents chose to run away, it was definitely a serious matter. Lisa took a deep breath, forcing herself to pull away from her shock and worry, returning to her usual decisive attitude. Doreen. Her true identity is the former saintess of the evil god church, a vessel secretly cultivated by the church. Lisa's voice was very low, carrying the weight of revealing a shocking secret. "Back then, she and I escaped from the church together. We met North, and the rest of what happened, you already know." She quickly summarized North's message, along with the real reason why North and his wife left Ashen City: to distract the church's main forces and protect William and everyone else. "We don't have time to hesitate. Sheila, full speed." Lisa's command was not fully spoken when, bang, a pillar of dark energy, impossible to describe in speed and power, tore through the sky like a doomsday spear, striking the moving carriage with perfect precision. Time seemed to stretch and freeze at that moment. The sturdy carriage shattered instantly like a paper toy, groaning with twisted metal. Expensive wood and metal parts were torn apart and vaporized by the violent energy. The two horses pulling the carriage, unable to even neigh, turned into splashes of blood mist in the black light. A terrifying shockwave, like a tangible tsunami, swept out with deadly fragments and energy, covering dozens of meters around. "Master." Chelsia instinctively unleashed her strength at the moment of the explosion, rushing forward to William, trying to block the destructive force with her body. "William." Lisa reacted just as quickly, her crimson eyes suddenly blazing with fiery magic light. A huge diamond-shaped shield, formed from pure fire magic and flowing with countless mysterious runes on its surface, instantly appeared in front of her, barely covering William, Chelsia, Sheila, and herself. Boom. A black energy pillar forcefully crashes into the flame shield. A loud, piercing explosion echoes across the area. The shield's surface trembles violently, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. It can only hold for less than half a second before shattering like fragile glass. Splash. Lisa is struck hard in the chest, as if hit by a massive hammer. A mouthful of hot blood spurts out, staining her front clothes red. She falls backward like a broken kite, crashing into the wreckage where the carriage once was. The sound of bones breaking is clear. She struggles to lift her hand, but cannot move even a finger. Her consciousness quickly fades. Only her bright red eyes stare stubbornly at William, full of anger and despair. At the moment the shield breaks, Chelsia is also thrown back by the remaining shockwave, falling heavily onto the muddy roadside. Her maid outfit is torn in many places, revealing her pale skin with fierce scratches and bruises. More seriously, internal shock causes her to curl up, coughing violently, each cough bringing up blood foam. The space behind her twists slightly, as if invisible wings and a thin tail are struggling painfully to appear, but she forces them down. She tries to lift her head, her strange pink-black eyes locking onto William with terror and heart-wrenching pain. At the position of the coachman, Shira is the most miserable. As a third-rank warrior, his fragile body is no match for a seventh-rank expert's casual strike. The violent energy tears through his leather armor, leaving a deep, terrifying wound on his slim waist, blood pouring out like a spring. If Lisa's flame shield hadn't weakened most of the impact at the critical moment, he would have already turned to dust. Even so, he completely loses consciousness, collapsing like a lump of rotten mud beside the broken carriage, breathing faintly. Smoke and dust fill the air, along with a strong smell of blood and burnt flesh. Only William stands at the center of the explosion. His clothes are fluttering from the shockwave, dust on his face, yet he remains completely unharmed. He is like the only still point in the eye of a storm. The terrifying energy capable of tearing steel and destroying life, before touching his body, seems to be blocked and distorted by an invisible barrier, ultimately harmlessly sliding away. This is not luck, but a stark declaration. He is the prey, a precious bait that must be captured alive. William's gaze was sharp and cold, like a frozen blade, quickly sweeping over the chaotic scene. Sheila, badly injured and unconscious. Chelsia, curled up on the ground, coughing blood, her eyes only on his safety. Lisa, lying among the ruins, with broken bones but still warning him with her eyes. Finally, his eyes suddenly lifted and looked up into the sky. The dust and smoke slowly cleared, revealing a figure floating in midair. It was a person cloaked in a large black robe, with the shadow of the hood almost completely hiding his face. Only a faint glimpse of a pale, gaunt chin visible. He was surrounded by a suffocating, thick black aura, like ink, which made the air around him cold and heavy, as if it was being swallowed by darkness. The pressure from a seventh-level expert was like a solid mountain, weighing heavily on every survivor's heart. Below the black-robed figure, 6 silent figures emerged from the shadows of the trees along the roadside. They were dressed in black armor bearing the secret insignia of the evil god Church, with metal masks covering their faces, only their eyes visible. They moved quickly and silently, like hunting dogs emerging from the shadows, instantly spreading out to form a circle that surrounded William and the others. All 6 radiated the aura of 6th-level cultivators. Seeing the situation clearly, even William, who had lived 2 lives, felt a cold shiver run from his feet to the top of his head, and his scalp tingled. 1 7th level, 6 6th levels. The evil god Church had gone to such lengths to catch him. This scene alone could easily destroy a medium-sized town. Ha ha ha, came the hoarse, harsh laughter of the black-robed man from above, like rusty metal scraping. Little brat of the Grokui family, you are lucky to have me personally intervene. Give up your pointless struggle and come quietly with me. As for the others, his cold gaze swept over the badly injured Chelsia, Lisa, and Sheila. Waste or worthless, the encircling circle was tightening. The 6 6th-level cultists looked coldly at their targets, like lambs awaiting slaughter, their weapons, curved blades, poisoned daggers, short staffs embedded with skulls, glinting with ominous cold light. Their orders were clear. Kill everyone except William. Cough, cough, cough. Cecilia let out a violent cough, then vomited a small amount of fresh blood. Her long eyelashes trembled, and her dark, unusual eyes looked at William with pain and worry. Young master, please, go. Her voice was faint and weak. Lisa struggled to breathe, trying to summon the remaining magic inside her. Even if she could just cast one more fireball, it would be good. But the intense pain made her vision black out. Sheila was silent, with only faint breathing showing she was still alive. William's mind was racing. There was a teleportation talisman in his space ring. It was enough to instantly get all of them out of danger. But Lisa and Sheila didn't have teleportation talismans, and Sheila was badly injured and unable to use any spells herself. Moreover, that old monster in the sky. It was circling like a vulture, its cold eyes fixed on the ground below. William had no doubt that if he even slightly tried to use a spell, or if any magic wave was detected, a deadly attack would come instantly. Last time, his mother and others managed to escape because they caught the enemy off guard, and Alice helped share the pressure. Now, this 7th-level expert had clearly learned from that, and was on high alert the whole time. They wouldn't get a second chance. What should they do? William clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood seeping out. They couldn't run. If they escaped, Auntie and Sheila would definitely die. They couldn't just give up. If they fell into the hands of the evil god church, it would be worse than death, and they might become bargaining chips to threaten their parents. Just as the 6th-level cultists sneered and prepared to attack, a flash of determination appeared in William's eyes. It was as calm as a frozen lake, with no ripples, only pure killing intent and resolve. Want to take me? Then come and take my life in exchange. William's shout was like a thunderclap. He suddenly swung his right hand. Buzz! The glow of his space ring flashed brightly. A set of dark, matte, sleek, and powerful-looking light armor parts appeared out of nowhere. Chest plate, arm guards, leg armor, shin guards. The parts seemed to be magnetically attracted or controlled by invisible threads. With a dazzling sound, they instantly snapped into place and locked onto William's body. The whole process was so fast it was over in the blink of an eye. This set of dark light armor covers most of his vital areas except for the joints. The armor plates are not smooth. Instead, they are covered with pattern lines that seem to flow with a faint glow, like living creatures. The helmet is fully enclosed, revealing only a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. At the moment the last faceplate clicks into place, boom, a powerful, chaotic energy wave filled with a metallic, killing aura suddenly erupts from William. It's like a volcano that has been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupting. His originally weak magic fluctuation, at only 2nd level, skyrocketed at an incredible speed as if launched by a rocket. 3rd level, 4th level, 5th level. Finally, it stabilized at the 6th level. This force feels rough and unstable, like a flood forcibly poured into his body and armor, roaring and surging, with a risk of losing control and backlash at any moment. But right now, this power is enough to match the 6th-level enemies in front of him. Their eyes show shock that cannot be hidden. How is this possible? According to the intelligence, the target was just a useless 2nd level. And this armor was created by William after he was easily captured by Alice last time, to avoid being powerless against strong enemies again. He has studied it day and night, pouring his heart into it, but it's only a semi-finished product for now. The armor combines techniques from the cultivation world's puppet arts and alchemy, with complex energy guiding and amplification arrays engraved inside. The cost is a large amount of magic crystals, or is formed from condensed magic energy, and a certain mental strength requirement for the user. The benefit is that it allows him to gain combat power across several levels in a short time without damaging his foundation. Although the time is short, and he can only reach the 6th level at this moment, it is his only hope to break the deadlock. This sudden, completely illogical change in aura caused the 5 6th-level cultists rushing forward to momentarily freeze in action. What the heck is that? One 6th-level cultist, wielding a curved blade, stopped in doubt, eyes behind the mask fixed on the ominous armor. The others also showed serious expressions. The sudden surge of power from William made them feel threatened. Petty tricks. The person in the black robe in the sky let out a disdainful snort, but the eyes hidden beneath the hood's shadow slightly squinted, showing a hint of interest in William's sudden change. He did not rush to attack, but floated calmly, as if watching a fight between trapped beasts. Play with this kid a little. Let me see the strength of the Saintess's child. With permission granted, the 6th 7th Order followers' eyes gleamed with fierce light. Since the master wanted to watch a show, they would quickly deal with this kid wearing a turtle shell. Kill. The leading assassin, holding a poison-tipped dagger and moving like a ghost, growled and launched his attack first. His figure blurred instantly, as if merging into the air. In the next moment, a cold killing intent appeared on William's left side. A dagger with a faint green poison glow silently stabbed toward the joint of William's armor. Almost simultaneously, another undead mage follower raised a skull-shaped staff, chanting words. The ground suddenly cracked open, and 3 skeleton warriors, about 10 meters tall and assembled from white bones, burst out. They swung rusty, giant-boned swords, exuding a strong death aura, rushing toward William. Another warrior follower, wielding a heavy 2-handed sword, roared and charged. The sword, wrapped in hot black flames, swung down directly at William. There was also insidious curse energy, like snakes, wrapping around William's leg armor, preventing him from escaping. The attacks came from all directions, fast, fierce, and well-coordinated, cutting off all of William's escape routes instantly. Faced with this deadly siege, a faint smile appeared at the corner of William's mouth beneath his cold helmet, reminiscent of a sword immortal looking down on the world. A fight? He was a sword immortal. Form the array. William suddenly threw several pre-prepared, intricately carved metal discs with complex runes toward the injured Chelsia, Lisa, and Sheila. As the discs hit the ground, a humming sound filled the air. A semi-spherical, semi-transparent golden energy shield instantly rose, enclosing the 3 tightly inside. Runes flickered on the shield's surface, giving off a resilient and solid aura. Stay inside the array. Take your medicine. Rest. William's voice came through his helmet, firm and commanding. At the same time, he precisely threw a potion glowing with vibrant green life energy into the shield, landing near Chelsia. After finishing all this, William didn't even look back to see if the shield was working. His entire focus was on the incoming attack. Just as the assassin on the left was about to stab his joint with a dagger, William's body twisted suddenly at an almost impossible, twisted angle. He didn't retreat, but charged forward boldly. His right arm, covered in dark armor, swung out as fast as lightning, holding a long sword with a simple, old-fashioned style, but its blade shimmered with a cold, iron-like glow. Clang! The sword's edge precisely struck the side of the assassin's dagger, where it was weakest. A powerful force surged along the sword's blade. The assassin, a follower of dark magic, felt an irresistible force hit him. His dagger almost slipped from his hand, and his entire arm went numb instantly. His pride in his speed and stealth seemed foolish under William's seemingly premonitory reaction and perfectly accurate strike. His eyes widened in shock, and he quickly stepped back. But William's target was not him. Knocking away the dagger was just a side effect. Using the recoil from that strike, William's forward rush sped up by another third, like a cannonball shot from a gun, heading straight for the necromancer summoning the skeleton warriors. "Stop him!" The heavy sword warrior shouted angrily, swinging his great sword in a sweeping motion to cut William in half. Cursed energy also wrapped around him like maggots on a carcass. William's eyes flashed with cold light. Facing the sweeping great sword, he didn't dodge or evade. He suddenly stomped his foot, causing the ground to. His body was forcibly raised half a foot, and his waist bent backward with incredible flexibility. The huge blade, accompanied by a sharp wind scream, nearly brushed along the edge of his armor. At the same time, William's bent body, like a compressed spring, suddenly straightened. With this rebound, his long sword transformed into a streak of black lightning tearing through the air. Swish! The sword's light precisely pierced the eye socket of a skeleton that had just crawled out of the ground and was still unsteady, instantly destroying its fragile soul fire. The skeleton's movements stopped abruptly, and it clattered to the ground. The sword's momentum did not stop. Like a venomous snake spitting venom, it struck toward the neck joint of another nearby skeleton. The second skeleton's head fell with a snap. All this happened in the blink of an eye. When the great sword of the heavy sword warrior swept through the air, the necromancer cultist angrily prepared to cast a spell again. William had already moved like a ghost, passing through the skeleton remains. His sword, with a sharp, piercing scream, aimed straight at the necromancer cultist's throat. The sword's blade was infused with power, amplified by a 6th-tier armor enhancement, making it a simple slash with extraordinary strength. The necromancer cultist's soul was frightened, and he hurriedly raised his skeleton staff to block. Clang! A deafening clash of metal sounded. A terrifying force came from the skeleton staff. William felt his grip weaken, his arm throbbing with pain and numbness. The staff almost slipped from his hand. He staggered backward, his chest heaving with exertion, and his face beneath the mask turned pale. The power from William's sword was far greater than he had expected. His strength is strange, the necromancer shouted in shock. William struck successfully and did not hesitate to fight further. His steps moved like a butterfly dancing among flowers, sliding along a mysterious path. He narrowly avoided a corrosive shadow arrow shot from the side and a thorn vine wrapping around his ankle. His movements were simple and efficient, with no unnecessary flair. Every step and sword swing was driven by battle instincts refined over 1,000 battles, maximizing speed and strength with the armor's support. He looked like a black whirlwind dancing on the edge of a blade, dodging the relentless attacks of 6 sixth-tier cultists. Bright sparks burst from his dark armor, marks left by swords and magic strikes. But the armor's material and internal buffer formation were extremely tough, enduring most of the damage. Only a few tricky attacks left shallow white scars at the joints. William's fighting style was fierce and clever. He never fought head-on with the strongest heavy sword warriors. Instead, he used speed and prediction to constantly harass spellcasters and assassins. His sword was like the Grim Reaper's sickle, each swing targeting the enemy's weakest and most deadly spots: throat, chest, joints, temple. A muffled sound. A cultist trying to sneak attack William from behind was stabbed through the wrist with a reverse sword strike, screaming as he retreated. Clang. Another cultist's curved dagger was blocked by William, and the force shook his arm numb. Boom. A fireball exploded on the ground behind him as William sidestepped, creating a large crater. The battle was extremely fierce, with the glow of fighting energy, magical light, the clash of weapons, and the groans of the wounded all blending together. William relied on the strength and speed of his armor, as well as the extraordinary battle awareness of his past life as a sword immortal. Despite being surrounded by 6 opponents of the same level, he managed to hold his ground and even seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Under his sword, one cultist had already fallen, pierced through the heart. Another cultist, whose arm had been cut off, lost his fighting ability and was lying in a pool of blood, groaning. Inside the shield, Chelsia struggled to sit up. Ignoring her injuries, she tremblingly picked up the life potion William had thrown her. Without hesitation, she uncorked the bottle and carefully fed some of the potion to Shelsia, who was unconscious. As the potion entered her mouth, the terrible wound on Shelsia's body visibly began to move, stop bleeding, and scab over. Her faint breath also steadied somewhat. Chelsia quickly crawled over to Lisa and fed the remaining potion to her, whose consciousness was fading. Lisa drank the potion, coughing violently and spitting out some blood clots. Finally, her eyes regained a hint of clarity. She looked at the black figure outside the shield, fighting fiercely amidst the blades and swords, like a war god. Her red eyes were filled with shock, pain, and an indescribable pride. She clenched her teeth, forced herself to focus, and used the warmth brought by the potion to slowly guide her remaining magic, beginning to repair her broken bones and internal injuries. She knew that every bit of recovery would lessen William's burden. "Master, you must hold on." Chelsia tightly gripped the empty potion bottle, her dark and pale eyes fixed on William's battle, her nails digging into her palms. She thought that her level, already at the 4th stage, could help her master, but reality gave her a harsh slap. She hated her helplessness, hated that she could only watch from here. The only thing she could do now was pray that her master would stay safe and recover as quickly as possible. The black-robed man in the sky furrowed his brows more tightly under his hood. He had thought this was a game of cat and mouse, but unexpectedly, the mouse had suddenly turned into a spiny porcupine, even biting and killing some of the cats that were hunters. William's combat skills and sense of timing were so seasoned that he seemed less like a young man and more like a battle-hardened butcher. There was also that long sword, seemingly capable of cutting through anything, and the strange armor, which made him feel uneasy. When William had defeated all but one 6th-level cultist, the black-robed man could no longer hold back. "A bunch of useless fools." The black-robed man's hoarse voice carried a cold anger, like a cold wind sweeping across the battlefield. Can't even take down a kid who relies on external power to reach 6th level. You've brought shame to the church. His patience finally ran out. The figure floating in the air slowly descended a bit. A darker, more condensed aura of darkness began to gather on his withered hand. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, the light dimmed further, and a suffocating, deathly pressure enveloped the entire battlefield. "Kid, the game is over," the black-robed man said coldly, like a verdict. "Your little tricks end here." Feeling the solid, 7th-level pressure locking onto him, William's heart sank sharply. He had just forced back a stubborn assassin with a sword, but his body inside the armor was trembling slightly from intense battle and overexertion. Sweat soaked his inner lining, sticking uncomfortably to his skin. His magic power was like a bursting flood, being consumed wildly. The enhanced armor was powerful, but it demanded endless magic. Its remaining magic was rapidly running out. The real test was just beginning. William suddenly turned around. His body, wrapped in dark armor, stood straight like a spear. His long sword pointed diagonally at the ground, a drop of enemy blood slowly dripping from the tip. Under the mask, his cold eyes faced the shadowy, abyss-like gaze in the sky without fear. "Trying to catch me?" William's voice, muffled through the mask, had a metallic grind but conveyed unwavering resolve. "Come down and try yourself. Let's see if your old bones can handle the fight." The black-robed man's voice was like icy wind sweeping across the battlefield, filled with irritation from being provoked by a mere ant. "Kid, the game is over. Your little tricks end here." As he finished speaking, the dark energy gathered on his withered hands suddenly collapsed, transforming into a huge spear made entirely of shadows, with ominous runes flowing across its surface. The tip of the gun locked onto William from afar. Just the pressure it emitted caused William's dark armor to creak under the strain, and the ground beneath him silently cracked and spiderwebbed outward. "Trying to catch me?" William's voice, muffled through his helmet, sounded cold and metallic, yet clearly showed his defiance. "Then come down and try yourself. Let's see if this old body can handle the challenge." This taunt, familiar from William's past life, now felt like hot oil poured onto the already burning anger of the black-robed man. "Arrogant," the black-robed man sneered in rage, then suddenly vanished from his spot. It wasn't teleportation, but incredible speed, leaving behind a blurry afterimage in the air. In the next moment, he appeared like a ghost less than 10 meters above William, wielding a dark spear that carried a silent, deadly aura, striking down like divine punishment. The spear's tip tore through the air with a piercing scream, as if space itself was twisting. This was the true power of the 7th rank, overwhelming and unstoppable. Inside the shield, Chelsia's pupils, one black and one purple, shrank in extreme fear. She screamed, "Young master!" Lisa struggled to stand, her crimson eyes nearly bleeding, and she let out an unconscious roar. She tried to gather her magic power desperately, but despair overtook her. She was too late. Faced with a capable of wiping him and his armor away completely, William's eyes beneath his helmet suddenly became deep and cold, like two frozen lakes that had lasted for thousands of years. There was no fear, only a near-cold, absolute focus and resolve. "Now is the time," he whispered in his heart, and all the magic power remaining within him surged like a bursting dam, pouring into his dark armor without hesitation. The mysterious patterns on the armor's surface instantly shone brightly, emitting a high-pitched hum, as if about to shatter. Hum! An indescribable, strange wave of energy suddenly spread out from William, expanding rapidly. This wave wasn't an energy blast, but carried a twisted will that distorted rules and froze everything in its path. It ignored space and distance, sweeping across the entire battlefield in an instant. Time seemed to press pause at this moment. The drifting dust froze midair, holding the shape from the previous moment. Chelsia's terrified expression was frozen on her face, a tear hanging at the corner of her eye. Lisa struggled to lift her fingertips, and the faint sparks of fire stopped moving. Even the dark spear, which carried a sense of destruction, hovered strangely in midair, its tip less than 3 inches from William's helmet. The shadowed hood of the black-robed man still revealed eyes filled with cruel pleasure. The whole world fell into a strange silence. Only William was still moving. Die. William roared like a beast, a mix of blood and sweet scent in his voice. His right arm's muscles bulged under his armor, with veins twisting like dragons. The ancient sword in his hand shone with an unprecedented bright light, fueled by his sword intent and the power of his past life's sword immortal path. This sword didn't use fancy tricks or mysterious changes. It was pure destruction, cutting through everything that touched the blade. The sword light tore through the frozen air and even broke the brief pause of time. Under the cruel gaze of the black-robed man, like the first dawn breaking the eternal night, William's sword aimed precisely at his slightly leaning neck, exposed by his attack. Clang! The sound of the blade slicing through flesh and bone was sharp and clear in the silent battlefield. The effect of time stopping disappeared. The black-robed man's pupils widened to the limit, filled with shock, fear, and a strange sense of absurdity. He, a top-tier 7th-level shadow judge, had inexplicably died at the hands of a young boy who had forcibly reached the 6th level with armor enhancement. The dark spear lost its master's power and dissolved into swirling black mist. The black fog quickly faded like a retreating tide, leaving only a spinning energy vortex and a silent battlefield. William knelt on the cracked, blackened ground. His dark light armor, which once gave him 6th-level strength, was now completely useless. His chest armor was covered with web-like cracks, twisted and deformed, emitting faint smoke. His arm and leg armor had shattered, revealing scorched, bloody flesh underneath. His broken helmet had fallen off, exposing his pale, blood-stained, dirt-covered face. The intense backlash felt like countless glowing red needles stabbing wildly inside him. Every heartbeat brought a sharp, soul-wrenching pain. His vision blurred, and the edges of his sight kept shrinking. He clenched his teeth tightly, bleeding from his gums, using his remaining willpower to stay conscious and not pass out completely. He held tightly to the hilt of his sword, which had lost its blade. Cough, cough. He coughed violently, each time bringing up dark red blood foam. His body trembled uncontrollably. His magic power was completely drained. His meridians looked like dry, cracked riverbeds. It was too risky to force himself into a fight with a 7th-tier opponent now. He couldn't even move a finger easily, let alone fight. William only ever fights at peak level. Young master. Hold on. We're leaving right away. Chelsia's voice came with tears and urgent worry as she rushed to William. She knelt beside him, her delicate fingers trembling. She wanted to help him, but was afraid of touching the terrible wounds beneath his armor. Her usually gentle, loving face was now pale and covered in dust and tears. Her black eyes were full of panic, pain, and helplessness. She hurriedly searched her storage bracelet for high-level healing potions. Bottles clinked loudly and nervously. Lisa was in slightly better shape, but still looked very battered. She endured the pain from broken ribs and displaced organs, quickly dragging the unconscious Shala to William's side, so he could lean against a relatively flat piece of broken stone. Her red eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, checking for safety, but her nerves were still extremely tense. William's earth-shaking attack and the fall of a 7th-tier expert would cause huge energy waves. The pursuers from the evil god church could arrive at any moment. Young master, here, drink this medicine. Chelsia handed William a bottle of vibrant green potion filled with life energy. William struggled to open his mouth and let the bitter but powerful potion flow down his throat. A warm current temporarily eased some of the terrible pain, making his blurry vision a little clearer. He saw tears welling in Chelsia's eyes, saw Lisa's forced calm face hiding her anxiety, and also saw Sheila's furrowed brow, still in pain despite being unconscious nearby. Run. You must. Leave immediately. William's voice was hoarse and weak, each word like it was squeezed from a broken bellows. In this brief and deadly moment of breath, about 50 meters away, behind a pile of wrecked carts overturned by the aftershock of the battle, a figure suddenly stood up. It was one of the 2 6th-tier cultists who had been killed by William earlier and had been paralyzed by fear after the leader's death. His metal mask was crooked, revealing half of his face twisted with extreme fear. At this moment, that twisted face burned with a madness called desperation. He was the only fire mage among the 6. He saw William's weakness, saw that the powerful female mage was also badly hurt. He saw the little demon Ly looking after William, turned away from him. This was his last chance. To kill that demon-like boy, or at least severely wound him, might be the only way to buy a chance for survival from the approaching church fighters. Fear had reached its limit and turned into frantic madness. Die. The fire cultist let out a beast-like roar, regardless of everything, squeezing the remaining magic power within him, even burning part of his life force. His hands, like glowing red-hot irons, crazily sketched and compressed in front of his chest. An extremely unstable fireball, glowing with bright white flames inside and rolling with intense heat, formed in an instant, faster than he had ever managed before. The fireball was only the size of a fist, but it radiated a terrifying heat and destructive aura, causing the surrounding air to twist and distort from the scorching. Blazing explosion, the cultist used all his strength, hurling this large, despair-fueled, explosive fireball fiercely toward William, who was kneeling and defenseless. The fireball trailed a long yellow tail, moving as fast as lightning. "Watch out," Lisa was the first to notice. Her crimson eyes shrank to pinpoints, and she suddenly turned her head, instinctively pointing her staff toward the incoming fireball. But her magic had not yet recovered, and in her haste, she could only conjure a thin fire shield. This fire shield was fragile, like paper, against the raging, burning fireball filled with madness and life force. Bang! The fire shield shattered instantly. The fireball's speed was barely affected, and with a deadly scream, it shot straight toward William. Time seemed to stretch endlessly at this moment. William felt the terrifying heat and destructive aura rushing from behind him. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. He wanted to run, but his body felt as heavy as it was filled with lead. He wanted to defend himself, but he couldn't even lift his arms. His pupils dilated as death approached, and his mind went blank. Only one thought remained. It's over. Just at this critical moment. "Young master," a piercing scream, sharp enough to break the sound barrier, tore through the frozen air. That was Chelsia's voice, filled with unprecedented fear and determination. She was kneeling beside William, frantically searching for medicine. At the moment the destructive fireball appeared, her body was driven by primal fear and instinct. She revealed her demon form, spread her wings, and burst forward at an incredible speed. She didn't think or weigh her options. In that split second, her mind held only one thought, a deep-seated obsession engraved in her soul: protect him. With everything she had, she wanted to shield him. She absolutely could not let that flame touch him even a little. Ignoring the terrifying fireball that could turn her to ash, her slender body, like a brave yet fragile moth, charged toward the deadly white light without hesitation. She opened her arms, trying to cover and block the fireball with her body. Her goal was, before the fireball reached William, to explode it with her own body. Her movements were so fast that only a blurry afterimage remained. In one moment, she was beside William. In the next, she was completely between him and the destructive fireball. There was still some distance behind William's back. In William's blurry vision, he saw that familiar figure, carrying a sweet rose scent, with a resolute, almost tragic determination he had never seen before, rushing behind him. She spread her arms, turned her back to him, and faced the destructive white light directly. He could even smell her flying black hair, instantly scorched by the hot air. And then boom! A deafening explosion erupted just inches behind William. Blinding white light instantly swallowed Chelsia's figure whole. There was no impact, only a slight shockwave that hit William. Because of that destructive power, even before touching William, it was completely blocked by that slender figure with her own flesh and blood. The terrifying heat and destructive energy erupted fully in front of Cecilia's body. Her once tattered Maid outfit and her fair skin beneath were instantly reduced to ashes, like thin paper thrown into a furnace, disappearing silently. Her body was consumed in white flames hot enough to melt metal. Ugh! Cecilia barely managed a faint, almost inaudible groan, but her voice was drowned out by the fierce explosion of flames. William suddenly turned around. All he saw was a blinding, swirling sea of white fire. Cecilia's figure was at the very center of that fire, like a snowflake thrown into boiling water, vanishing instantly without a trace. No debris remained, no signs left behind. It was as if she had never existed. Only the scorching heat wave left behind by the raging flames battered William's face and body fiercely. Cecilia, William's scream was painfully sharp, almost like no human voice. It was filled with heartbreaking pain, disbelief, and a hollow despair, as if a piece of his soul had been forcibly torn away. He watched helplessly as she, for his sake, used her body as a shield before touching that deadly magic, only to be completely consumed and erased by the destructive flames. Not even a speck of ash was left. His outstretched hand futilely reached for the swirling fire, but only grasped hot air and emptiness. No, Lisa witnessed the instant of her destruction with her own eyes. Her bright red eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, like burning blood diamonds. An endless rage and murderous intent erupted within her like a volcano. She suddenly turned her head, her gaze as cold as a sharp blade, locking onto the kneeling, exhausted cultist who had just released the final. "I will make your soul fly away." Lisa's figure transformed into a streak of fiery red revenge, rushing instantly toward the cultist. At the tip of her staff, no longer was a fireball, but a spear made entirely of highly compressed, dark red to black flames. The sharp temperature of the spear made the surrounding space emit unbearable groans. The devotee desperately looked at the fiery spear, which was close at hand and radiated a deadly aura, with eyes full of extreme fear and pleading. No, sizzle. The fiery spear pierced through like a red-hot iron rod into butter, passing through the devotee's chest without resistance. The terrifying heat instantly vaporized his heart and internal organs. He didn't even have time to scream. His whole body, like a straw figure set on fire, burned fiercely from inside out. Dark red flames wildly licked at his flesh and bones, making sizzling, frightening sounds. In just 2 seconds, a living 6th-level mage was completely burned under Lisa's furious flames, leaving not a single trace of ashes. All that remained was a blackened human-shaped mark and rising smoke. William staggered toward the explosion's center, rushing to the place where Sasha had disappeared. His blood-red eyes stared fixedly at the scorched ground, still emitting high heat and distorting the air. His voice trembled with unprecedented fear and helplessness, shouting repeatedly, as if calling back the vanished figure. "Sasha? Sasha, answer me. Sasha!" But all he got in response was the howling wind across the wasteland and the thick, unbreakable smell of blood and burnt flesh in the air, along with a faint scent of roses that seemed impossible to ever fade away. "Hey!" Temporarily suspended. William's roar was like the last cry of a wounded wolf, echoing across the desolate hills, filled with soul-piercing despair. He watched helplessly as the blazing flames consuming Sasha gradually faded, leaving only blackened, cracked ground still smoking. The strong smell of burnt flesh mixed with that faint, almost stabbing rose scent, forming the cruelest irony. At that moment, sharp sounds of breaking the air came from the distant sky. Several powerful, cold energy waves were rushing toward them at an astonishing speed. The pursuers from the evil god church had arrived. The threat of death, like a cold tide, instantly drowned Lisa's sorrow. She suddenly shivered. As a 6th-level mage who had escaped death many times, her deep-seated caution and survival instinct instantly overwhelmed her grief. She looked at William, who was near collapse and acting wildly, and then at Sheila, still unconscious but breathing. "No, William, wake up!" Lisa's voice was firm and commanding, with a hint of trembling she couldn't hide. She forced herself to suppress her rising emotions, her eyes sharp as a blade. She quickly rushed to William's side, moving as fast as lightning, without hesitation. "We have to go? Now," she growled, opening her arms and suddenly wrapping William's trembling body in her embrace. William, at this moment, looked like a broken doll, devoid of soul, tightly held by her. Lisa could clearly feel his cold body, uncontrollable tremors, and the hot tears soaking her shoulder cloth. "Cecilia." William didn't resist, but his voice was broken and filled with heavy crying. I know. Lisa's voice also carried a tearful tone, but her actions remained firm. Holding William tightly, so he couldn't break free, she quickly half-squatted, grabbing Sheila's belt with her free hand and lifting his heavy body. Sheila's sturdy body was like a heavy sack of sand. "Live, William, for Cecilia, and for yourself," Lisa shouted into William's ear, like a heavy hammer striking his confused mind. Cecilia's last look of longing and release seemed to flash in the void. "Live, for her." William's struggling momentarily paused, his hollow eyes replaced by sharp light. Everything could still be saved. Lisa seized this fleeting moment. She hugged William, dragged Sheila, and with all her strength, staggering but determined, rushed toward the faintly glowing golden shield that protected them from the aftershock. That was the defensive formation William had set up earlier, now their only temporary refuge. The moment they burst into the shield, Lisa immediately threw Sheila at her feet. She freed one hand, trembling as she carefully pulled out a large teleportation talisman emitting gentle waves of space energy from her damaged storage bag. This talisman was a backup she had received from Sasha earlier. "Hold me tight," Lisa commanded William, who was still dazed but no longer resisting fiercely. Without hesitation, she poured her remaining magic, just recovered, and the last bit of life force she could squeeze out into the large teleportation talisman in her hand. Buzz! Golden runes suddenly lit up with blinding light. Mysterious space patterns flowed like living creatures, quickly enveloping Lisa, William, and the unconscious Sheila beneath them. Just as the space light was about to swallow the three completely, Lisa cast a final glance at the scorched ground. Her crimson eyes filled with deep hatred and endless sorrow. She bit her lip so hard it almost bled. Whoosh! A dazzling golden light shot upward, shrinking into a tiny point of light before vanishing completely. Only a rapidly dispersing energy vortex, a chaotic battlefield, and an atmosphere filled with a mixture of blood, burnt smell, and a faint scent of roses, an aura of despair that seemed impossible to dispel, remained. Meanwhile, far to the south, beyond endless treacherous mountains, deep within the vast demon territory, a huge castle made of black lava and shadow crystals stood tall, like a beast lurking in the shadows. This was the heart of the Demon Queen's palace, the Eternal Night Fortress. Deep inside the castle, in the luxurious chamber of Princess Sasha Astaroth, a massive obsidian dome, embedded with glowing blue magic crystals, resembled a suspended starry sky. The floor was covered with thick, soft abyss nightmare beast fur. The air was filled with a lazy, sweet, and slightly intoxicating demon scent. Suddenly, above the enormous soft bed in the center of the chamber, as if torn by a sharp blade, a long, narrow appeared in the space. It was dark and deep, with unstable purple arcs flickering along its edges, emanating a chaotic and unsettling aura. Then, a slender figure, as if guided by invisible threads, gently emerged from the. A figure streaked across the air in a faint arc, then landed steadily and evenly in the center of a soft bed covered with deep purple silk. This slender figure is Sasha. She has her eyes tightly closed, long eyelashes casting shadows on her pale cheeks, as if she is in the deepest sleep. Her torn, black-made outfit has disappeared, replaced by a sleek black chiffon dress made entirely of shadow magic, fitting her body perfectly. It covers her, but does not diminish her breathtaking beauty in sleep. Her breathing is calm and steady. There are no wounds on her, not even a speck of dust. Her eyes are completely closed now. Her long black hair flows like fine silk, spread out on the deep purple silk pillow. Just as Sasha falls onto the bed, boom. Deep beneath the Eternal Night Fortress, in a grand hall supported by massive pillars of flowing dark red lava, the figure sitting upright on a huge obsidian throne suddenly opens her eyes. What kind of eyes are those? Like the finest pink diamonds cut with precision, sharp, deep, filled with enchanting magic capable of making any creature fall, yet also radiating absolute authority and coldness, as if overlooking all beings. The owner of these eyes is the ruler of the Demon Queen's court, a 9th-level Grand Mage, Queen Lilith Astaroth. She has long, flowing black hair as dark as ink, cascading like a waterfall, and a face strikingly similar to Sasha's but infused with danger and extreme beauty. Her tight, red dress, like flowing lava, perfectly outlines her stunning, proud curves. The hem of her dress drapes naturally over her long, crossed legs, adding a touch of seductive grace. Behind her, enormous bat-like wings, as dark as the night itself, fold majestically. Every inch of their skin seems formed from pure darkness. She sits lazily yet with full control, her posture relaxed. Her feet are in delicate high heels that shimmer with a cold, eerie light. In this hall filled with red shadows, solemnity, and magic power, she embodies mystery and strength. Just now, she had been sleeping on her throne like an ancient statue. However, a deep stirring from within her bloodline, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, suddenly woke her up. In Lilith's captivating pink eyes, first there was a flash of extreme surprise, then it was replaced by incredible joy and deep affection. Her perfect lips slowly curved into a gentle smile that could outshine the stars. Her deep, magnetic voice softly echoed in the silent hall, with a slight trembling. "My dear Sasha, it seems you have returned." Her gaze seemed to pierce through layers of heavy rocks and barriers, resting on the soft, large bed in the palace. "I wonder how she has spent these 10 years. Before she finished speaking, her figure on the throne suddenly became blurry. No intense space ripples, no dazzling light. Lilith's figure seemed to melt into shadows like ink, silently disappearing from the throne. In the next moment, she appeared in the center of Sasha's luxurious bedroom, right in front of the big, soft bed. Her large black wings had already folded behind her, and the hem of her crimson dress swayed gently as she landed gracefully. The terrifying pressure and abyssal aura that once made the air freeze around the queen were now carefully contained, leaving only tenderness in her eyes. She slowly approached the bed, as if afraid to disturb the most precious dream, her pink eyes fixed steadily on the sleeping girl. Her gaze carefully traced over Sasha's pale cheeks, closed eyes, scattered black hair, and the shadowy magic gathered into her sheer dress. When her probing reached Sasha's heterochromatic eyes, one black, one pink, deep within her pupils, a strong surprise and curiosity flashed, but it was quickly covered by even stronger affection. Lilith gently reached out, her long, white fingers softly brushing aside a few stray strands of hair on Sasha's forehead, then carefully and tenderly caressed her cold cheek. That gentle movement was full of care and endless love. "My little Sasha, my sister." Lilith's voice was soft as a whisper, carrying a longing and tenderness that crossed time, gently echoing in the silent palace. Finally, she was willing to come home. Inside the royal city, in a castle belonging to the Groch family. The heavy stone walls block out the noise from outside, but they can't stop the feeling of heaviness and sadness that fills the air. It has been 2 days since that terrible attack. Outside William's bedroom on the top floor of the castle, Lisa leans against the cold stone wall. Her long red hair is usually styled up, but today she wears it loose over her shoulders. A few strands fall near her tired but still beautiful face. She has changed out of her torn battle clothes and now wears a well-fitted dark purple dress. It shows off her proud figure, but her face is clouded with sadness and worry. Her bright red eyes stare at the closed wooden door, as if trying to see inside and understand what's happening. Shelsia stands a few steps away, leaning against the opposite wall. His short brown hair looks a bit messy. His strong body is still straight, but his face, usually full of a carefree smile, now looks serious and sad. His blue eyes are not as lively as before, looking dull. His gaze is also fixed on the closed door. He wears clean leather armor now. Thanks to William's high-level healing potions and Lisa's ongoing treatment, the deep, bone-visible wound on his waist has healed and scabbed over. Though he moves stiffly, he is no longer in danger of dying. Inside the room, everything is silent. Since 2 days ago, after they clumsily used a teleportation spell to quickly reach the family's castle in the capital, William has not left this room. Most of the food and water they sent in are untouched and taken back out. There are no tears, no angry shouts, only a suffocating silence, deep as the ocean. Sigh. Shelsia lets out a long breath, breaking the tense silence in the corridor. He nervously scratches his short hair, his voice low and hoarse like never before. It's been 2 days. The young master hasn't said a word, not even a sound. And Sasha, when he mentions that name, his voice catches. A deep pain flashes in his blue eyes. He presses his lips tightly, then continues. I usually joke about her, say she's clingy. But she's really a good girl. The young master. He must be going crazy, right? He can imagine William's final, heart-wrenching scream and the look of hollow despair in his eyes. Lisa did not answer immediately. She crossed her arms and unconsciously pinched her own arm with her fingertips. The cold scent of cedar seemed to carry a hint of bitterness. Lisa's gaze remained fixed on the door, her deep red eyes swirling with complex emotions. Great sorrow over Chelsia's passing, worried concern for William's current state, intense hatred for the evil church, and a faint, uncomfortable feeling of bitterness that even she didn't want to explore, especially at such a heavy moment. Lisa forced herself to suppress all these unwelcome feelings. She took a deep breath, her voice deliberately calm but tinged with exhaustion and worry. Mad? No, William won't go mad. Her voice was soft, as if speaking to Sheila or trying to convince herself. He is more resilient than we think. But this was too hard. Chelsia meant everything to him. Lisa paused, searching for the right words, then softly added, she was too important. He needs time, Sheila. We all need time. Time? Sheila chuckled bitterly, with a tone full of self-mockery and a deep understanding of life and death. People like us lack time the most, and we fear death the least. On the battlefield, brothers who drank and joked together yesterday could become cold corpses today. Sad. Yes. But those who survive must keep moving forward, right? He patted his side where a faint pain lingered, his eyes sharpening again. The resilience of a warrior took over once more. I'm just worried about the young master. He used to smile so much, be witty and humorous. Now, I fear he's suffocating himself, or maybe he's stuck in a dead end and can't get out. Lisa nodded silently. Sheila's words, though blunt and even harsh, were true. She had survived the persecution of the evil church and lived for a long time, witnessing many farewells and deaths. Sadness is natural, but dwelling in it only leads the living toward destruction. She understood William's feelings for Chelsia even better than Sheila did, which made her more worried. She was afraid William would fall into despair, and that behind that door was a soul completely shattered by grief. Not all succubi are promiscuous. Some focus only on their loved ones, which makes their desires very strong. Carat omega carat. However, the situation inside the room was very different from Lisa and Sheila's gloomy expectations. Thick curtains were pulled tightly, letting in only a few faint rays of light, casting the spacious, luxurious bedroom into darkness. The air smelled faintly of medicine and a unique scent belonging to William, but the familiar sweet rose fragrance was gone. William was not lying on the bed. He faced away from the door, standing quietly in the middle of the room in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window. His figure looked lonely in the dim light, yet like a silent rock, showing a strange coldness and toughness. He wore only a thin black silk robe, slightly open at the collar, revealing his collarbone and part of his chest wrapped in clean bandages. The hem of the robe hung down, and faintly, you could see bandaged wounds on his legs. His face was still pale, showing signs of weakness from his injuries, but his eyes, those eyes were not empty or hopelessly dead. At this moment, they shone brightly in the darkness. The left eye was deep black like the night, while the right eye, originally Chelsia's pink magic eye, was emitting a faint, steady pink glow. The glow was not dazzling but had a strange coldness, like flames burning in a freezing place. William raised his right hand, gently touching his right eyelid with his fingertips. He could clearly sense the presence of this magic eye. Contract broken. Ability enhancement gone. William's voice echoed in the silent room, deep and hoarse, yet calm and clear as if freezing his soul, completely unlike someone overwhelmed with grief. Only this magic eye remains. Proof that she once lived. Was he sad? Of course he was. It was a pain like having a piece of his heart forcibly torn out, empty and bloody. Chelsia's final, resolute, and loving look when she rushed into the fire was deeply engraved in his soul, and every time he remembered it, it brought suffocating pain. But his strong will, forged through countless life and death trials as a sword immortal in his past life, now ignited like a furnace, erupted with unprecedented strength. This willpower forcibly suppressed grief, transforming all pain, anger, and hatred into a cold, burning drive to succeed. Despair? Gloom? No. That would be the greatest insult to Celia's sacrifice. As long as I am still alive. William's fingertips left his eyelids, slowly clenched into a fist, and the joints made a faint cracking sound from overuse. Blue veins bulged on the pale back of his hand. His right eye, glowing with a pinkish hue, seemed to have cold flames flickering deep within the pupil. As long as I can return to my peak from the past life. His gaze pierced through the heavy curtains, as if he saw the endless river of time connecting the past and future. In his previous life as a sword immortal, reversing time and space, retrieving a specific soul from the long flow of time required an unimaginable cost for ordinary strong people. But that soul was not his own. The river of time. I can save her. This thought exploded like thunder in his mind, bringing unprecedented hope and determination. This hope was not a false illusion, but a clear goal based on his understanding of his potential and his past life. Sadness. Now is not the time. Despair? That is pointless. What he needed now was power. Absolute power capable of shaking the rules, breaking through the river of time, and crushing all obstacles. A cold, piercing, killing intent, filled with the fury of burning heaven, slowly awakened and gathered within William like a dormant volcano. This killing intent was no longer as wild and obvious as before, but became more restrained and profound, like ice tempered through countless trials, emanating a dangerous aura that made the heart race. The cult of the evil god. William's voice was like a whisper from the depths of, each word soaked with deep hatred and a resolute will to kill. And those so-called gods, he slowly turned around, his cold gaze sweeping over the corner of the room where a set of dark, battered armor with cracks and scorch marks hung on a coat rack. That armor had once been his reliance against high-level powers, but in the end, it was just an external object. True strength came from within himself. He walked to the desk, picked up a plain longsword. Nothing special, just standard equipment for castle guards. His eyes shifted slightly, focusing on a dagger on his left. The dagger was marked with a tiny, ominous tattoo, a blood-dripping dagger piercing a heart. It was the symbol of the evil god church. William looked at the tattoo, and the glow in his right eye seemed to grow colder and sharper. He slowly raised his right hand and gripped his sword. There was no angry roar or burst of power, only a suffocating calm, as quiet as before a storm. "Wait for me," he whispered softly, so quietly it was almost inaudible. It sounded like a promise to the evil god, a vow to a fading shadow in the void, or a pledge to himself. That I will become strong enough to bring you back, strong enough to crush those pests into dust. In the darkness, his figure holding the sword stood straight like a pine tree. The pink magic eye flickered faintly, cold and firm, burning with a resolve to burn everything away. The worries and sadness outside the door were cut off at this moment. Inside, a soul burning with the desire to save a loved one and seek revenge was quietly awakening, ready to walk a treacherous, bloody path to become stronger by any means necessary. The heavy oak door creaked loudly, breaking the suffocating silence in the corridor outside. Lisa and Sheila's red and blue eyes focused on the slowly opening in the door. A yellowish light spilled out from inside, casting a narrow of glow on the carpet. William appeared in the doorway. He was not as exhausted as Lisa expected, nor was he as frantic as Sheila feared. He wore a slightly loose silk nightrobe. His face was still pale, but his eyes, faintly shining with a very weak yet steady cold light. He stood straight like a silent pine in a snowstorm, surrounded by an indescribable cold and tough aura, very different from the young man on the scorched earth 2 days ago. William's calm gaze swept over the tents two outside the door. A tiny, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, forming a faint, almost non-existent smile. That smile had no mischief or warmth from the past, only a nearly frozen calm. "Why are you all blocking the door?" William's voice sounded deep and hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. It had a grainy quality, but was very clear, with no trembling or choking. "I'm fine." Lisa's heart suddenly clenched tightly. These two words, "I'm fine," stabbed into her ears like an ice pick. She instinctively took a half step forward, her bright red eyes fixed on William's face, trying to find it in his calm, expressionless face. "Young master." "You." Sheila also hurriedly spoke. His short brown hair was a bit messy, and his fit waist looked stiff because of his abdominal injury. But his blue eyes were full of worry and a hint of hidden fear. He was afraid William was numb from excessive sadness. William raised one hand steadily, interrupting Sheila's words. That hand was pale, with visible bones and joints, and faint scars and bulging veins from past fights on the back. "I said, I'm fine." His tone was calm and firm, not allowing any doubt. His right eye's pink glow flickered slightly as he spoke. "Right now, I only think about one thing, getting stronger." The words, "getting stronger," came from his mouth with a cold, decisive weight. Lisa keenly sensed something beneath his calm words, something forcibly suppressed, like molten lava boiling inside. She looked into his mismatched eyes, feeling a shiver run down her spine. This was definitely not the look of someone who was fine. It was a kind of inhuman calm, forged after pouring all emotions into a cold furnace. She and Sheila exchanged quick glances, both seeing deep suspicion and worry in each other's eyes. Sheila's throat moved as if he wanted to say something. Perhaps, "Young master, don't do this." Or, "Cecilia." But when the words reached his lips, seeing William's icy pink pupils and his expressionless face, Sheila felt a coldness clog his throat. He opened his mouth but said nothing, only clenching his lips tightly. A flicker of pain and helplessness flashed in his blue eyes. He dared not mention that name. Cecilia, the one who brought endless sorrow. He was afraid that any syllable of her name would be the last straw crushing the seemingly calm, but truly fragile young master before him. Lisa felt the same. The look in Cecilia's eyes when she last threw herself into the fire, full of attachment and resolve, was her eternal pain, and also an unhealed wound in William's heart. Her deep red eyes swirled with complex emotions, pity for Sasha, concern for William's current situation, and a bitter, ill-timed sadness that couldn't be fully erased. She forced herself to suppress these feelings. The air in the corridor grew cold again, leaving only the three of them breathing heavily in silence. Lisa took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound steadier, attempting to break the suffocating silence and change the subject. Her tone was subtly tense. "William," she began, "the second prince of the capital, His Highness Ares, will hold his birthday party at his residence tomorrow night." She paused, watching William's reaction. William continued to look at her quietly, with no visible emotion on his face. "He sent an invitation," Lisa said, pulling out a beautiful card edged in gold, stamped with the royal crest from her deep purple uniform pocket. "Right now? It seems the exact situation of your parents hasn't been widely known. Only the battle involving high-level fighters outside Ash City has been reported, which has destroyed half of the Shadow Forest land. The people in the capital seem to believe that North and your sister simply followed some secret order from His Majesty and went to a hidden base before the fight started, so they can't be contacted." She explained, her voice deliberately calm. "And the second prince probably heard you arrived in the capital and planned to take the entrance exam for the Bright Academy. So, he wants to use this opportunity to gain influence over the Groach family, which is why he sent the invitation." She extended the invitation forward, her crimson eyes fixed on William. "Will you attend?" Her voice carried a hint of hesitation and caution. The invitation was sudden, and at this moment, she wasn't sure if William still had the energy to deal with such superficial noble socializing. The cold stone walls of the corridor radiated a chilling aura. William was silent for a few seconds. He slowly raised his hand and took the heavy invitation. His fingertips brushed the gilded crest, feeling a faint coolness. His gaze fell on the ornate calligraphy on the card. There was no excitement or interest in his eyes, only a cold, hunter-like assessment, as if scrutinizing a trap. "Second prince. Birthday party." Nobles gathered. All kinds of forces converged. On the surface, it was a gathering of toasts and entertainment, but secretly, it was an excellent place for exchanging intelligence and information. Although tensions among the princes run deep, he needs to gather more information and form more alliances. Any opportunity to gain power or intelligence must not be missed. He also wants to understand the true intentions of His Majesty the Emperor. It seems he knows the real situation of his parents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have that so-called order. Being able to attend the prince's birthday banquet, William finally spoke. His voice was calm and steady, with no ups and downs, but it carried a cool sense of insight into the world. It sounds like a good chance to gather intelligence. He closed the invitation card, holding it in his hand. His movements were casual, but showed a clear sense of control. He looked up again, his gaze shifting to Lisa and Sheila. Tomorrow night, I will go. The next morning, in front of the stone steps on the royal city's commercial street, a large carriage bearing the crest of the Groach family was already parked. The door opened, and William was the first to jump out. He changed into a well-fitted dark gray suit. Sunlight fell on his face, revealing his ordinary young features, with a faint, lazy smile that seemed like he had just woken up. Yawn, he exaggeratedly stretched, his bones making soft cracking sounds, as if deliberately relaxing. The air in the capital is SOSO. The scent of roses isn't as strong as in Ash City, he said cheerfully, as if the cold vow he made in the dark room yesterday was just a fleeting illusion. However, in the depths of his right eye, a faint, almost imperceptible pink glow flickered briefly, like an eternal flame beneath ice. Lisa followed closely behind, dressed in a deep purple professional outfit that outlined her tall, curvy figure. Her crimson hair was neatly tied back, revealing her long, white neck. Her red eyes, like the purest rubies, looked at William with a hint of subtle worry. She keenly sensed the subtle disconnect between William's relaxed appearance and the cold, rigid aura that seemed to freeze the air around him. She said nothing, only habitually crossed her arms over her chest, emphasizing her already impressive figure. Finally, Sheila was the last to step down. His movements caused a slight twinge in his waist and abdomen, clearly indicating that his wound had not fully healed. However, he forced a familiar, slightly flirtatious smile onto his face, though a shadow of yesterday's gloom still lingered deep in his eyes. The young master is right. The Rose of Ash City is truly a marvel of the Empire, he said, trying to liven the mood with a loud voice. He exaggeratedly sniffed the air, saying, still, Lisa's scent is more refreshing and invigorating. He winked playfully at Lisa. Lisa shot him a cold glare. Her crimson eyes were calm and untroubled. She simply snorted a short sound through her nose. Shut up, Sheila. Her gaze quickly shifted back to William, and her brow furrowed slightly, almost unnoticed. The scent of cedar seemed to ripple slightly, influenced by her mood. William appeared not to hear Sheila's teasing or notice Lisa's scrutiny. He stood casually with his hands in his pockets, gazing at the grand building before him. It was a massive stone structure occupying a prime spot in the royal capital, with a prominent sign hanging above the large archway. A giant rose, outlined in mithril and embedded with tiny magic crystals, bloomed vividly. Above the entrance, for golden characters shone brightly, Rose Guild. Let's go. I'll take you somewhere, William said casually, stepping toward the impressive gate. Sheila hesitated briefly before catching up. Young master, what are we doing at the Rose Guild? Buying supplies? Or, do you know the manager here? His blue eyes were full of curiosity. The Rose Guild was one of the fastest-growing merchant groups in the Empire in recent years, known for high-quality magical materials and training supplies. Its background was mysterious, and its strength formidable. All factions in the royal capital wanted to establish connections with it. In the past, Sheila had seen the guild's transport teams from afar during guard missions. Their grandeur and style left a deep impression on him. William kept walking without turning back, casually waving his hand, just knowing someone in charge. Lisa remained silent, quietly following half a step behind William. Her long crimson hair swayed gently with her steps. Her expression was calm and steady, showing no surprise at their destination. When William had confided his secret to her at the Land of the Dead, he had also revealed that the Rose Guild was a business he and Sasha had built and controlled together. Thinking of that name, Lisa's chest felt a sudden tight pain, and her arms instinctively tightened around herself. As the three of them stepped onto the shiny marble stairs outside the guild hall, The heavy copper-inlaid door silently slid open from inside. Two guards, dressed in matching dark blue leather armor, with swords at their waists and sharp eyes, stood straight on either side of the door. Their gazes swept over William's somewhat young face, then suddenly tensed. They clenched their fists and struck their hands firmly on their chests, in a neat and respectful manner, showing sincere reverence and seriousness. "Sir," the two guards spoke in deep, strong voices, echoing softly in the spacious, tall hall. They did not use any specific titles, which showed they were well-trained and cautious. William nodded casually, without stopping, and walked straight through the door. Shala followed behind, looking a bit confused as he glanced at the respectful but vague saluting guards, then at William. He whispered, "Sir? Young master, you seem pretty important. The guild guards are so respectful to you." He only thought William knew the guild's high-ups. In response to Shala's confusion, William did not answer. He simply kept walking forward. Lisa glanced at Shala, but remained silent. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a dark gray robe, with a delicate silver rose badge on his chest, hurried over. He looked respectful, walking with good training and composure. He approached William, slightly bowed, and said politely, "Sir, you are here. Lady Lu Mei is waiting on the top floor." His gaze was lowered, humble, and he did not use any specific titles. "All right, lead the way," William said, his smile fading slightly, returning to his calm, distant demeanor. "Yes, please follow me." The steward turned and led the three of them deeper into the hall. Instead of taking the wide spiral staircase, they turned into a quieter corner. Here stood a frame carved from a single piece of smooth white jade, engraved with complex and stable magic circuits on its surface. Inside the frame was a room big enough for more than 10 people, with the floor also marked with magic symbols. This was an extremely expensive magical elevator. The steward respectfully pressed a button embedded in the wall beside him, set with pure magic crystals. The smooth, mirror-like metal door inside the elevator silently slid open to both sides. William was the first to step inside, casually leaning against the cool, smooth metal wall. Lisa followed closely, standing beside him to protect him at any moment. Shala entered with a sense of wonder, like a visitor exploring a grand garden for the first time. Carefully, she reached out and touched the smooth surface of the wall, exclaiming in amazement, "Wow, how much do you think this costs?" The Rose Guild really has deep pockets. The steward was the last to enter. He gently pressed a button on the control panel inside, selecting a rune mark at the top floor. The door closed silently. A slight feeling of weightlessness came over them, and the elevator smoothly and quickly rose upward, only the low hum of the magic core running filling the small space. Shala looked at the glowing rune above the metal door, which flickered with the floor number, her blue eyes full of awe. William closed his eyes to rest. Lisa's gaze stayed fixed on William. The elevator moved very fast. Soon, with a soft ding, the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, and the door silently opened again. Outside was a wide corridor, covered with a thick, deep red velvet carpet that muffled footsteps. The walls were warm oak-colored wood, with valuable landscape paintings hanging at intervals. On both sides of the corridor were heavy wooden doors with brass handles. The signs on the doors read, "Chief Financial Officer, Operations Manager, Magic Materials Department," indicating this was the core decision-making area of the guild. The steward respectfully led the three of them toward the largest, most solid double doors at the end of the corridor. The doors had no labels, only two large dark gold rose reliefs, giving off a restrained sense of authority. He stopped in front of the doors, slightly bowing. "My lord, Lord Lu Mei is inside. I will take my leave." After saying this, he bowed again and quietly turned to leave. William did not immediately push the door. He stood in front of it, his gaze fixed on the two dark gold rose reliefs. For a moment, his eyes seemed distant, as if lost in thought. Deep inside his pink right eye, beneath the frozen surface of a lake, there seemed to be a dark current flowing. His hand, tucked in his pocket, clenched slightly, almost imperceptibly. Shula stood behind him, curious as she looked around the environment. She quietly said to Lisa, "Miss Lisa, this place is really impressive, even more elegant than the Count's mansion in Ashen City." "Who is Lord Lu Mei?" "The head of the Merchant Guild," She clearly hadn't yet realized what was coming. Lisa didn't answer. She just stood quietly on William's other side, her bright red eyes showing a faint, barely noticeable worry. A few seconds later, William took a deep breath. The slight, forced relaxation on his face disappeared completely, leaving only a calm, almost indifferent silence. He reached out and pushed open the heavy door in front of him. Inside was a very spacious office with a wide view. A large floor-to-ceiling window covered the entire wall, giving a clear view of the busy city streets. In the distance, the palace's spire was visible in the morning light. Sunlight streamed through the clean glass, filling the room. The furniture was simple yet luxurious. An expensive magic sandalwood bookshelf against the wall, filled with thick ledgers and documents, several comfortable leather sofas around low tables, and a few landscape paintings with deep meaning on the walls, showing an Eastern style. In the center of the office was a huge desk made from a single piece of dark, expensive magic-patterned wood. Its surface was shiny and reflective, with intricate vine and rose carvings along the edges, symbolizing power and nobility. However, behind this symbol of authority, the large, cushioned-back chair was empty. To the right of the main desk, on a slightly smaller space, was another well-designed desk, noticeably smaller. At this moment, a woman was sitting behind this desk, busy writing. She had long, black hair neatly styled into a smooth, rounded bun fixed with a simple jade hairpin. She wore a fitted, light blue, high-collared, asymmetric silk top with a matte finish. Silver thread embroidered delicate cloud patterns on the cuffs and collar, giving her an elegant, Eastern look. Her appearance was gentle and calm, like a noble lady from ancient scrolls. She slightly lowered her head, revealing a smooth forehead and a small part of her fair neck, with soft, focused side profile. This was Aunt Lou. Hearing the door open, Aunt Lou paused her feather pen and looked up. This is a gentle, well-maintained face with subtle signs of age at the corners of her eyes. Her gaze is clear and calm, like a deep autumn pond. But when her eyes fall on William as he enters, a complex mix of emotions quickly stirs in her quiet eyes. Genuine respect, hidden sadness, and a hint of worry. Aunt Lou immediately stands up smoothly and quietly, without making a sound. She quickly walks around her desk to meet William. Her steps remain graceful, but Sheila notices that the hands hanging by her sides are slightly curled, as if she is trying hard to hold back something. President. Aunt Lou stops in front of William, her voice soft with a faint tremor, bowing deeply in respect. Her attitude is more humble and sincere than the guards at the door. President. Sheila follows behind William, stopping suddenly. His eyes widen in shock, and his mouth opens wide, almost dropping to the thick carpet. He looks at the gentle-looking woman who is bowing so respectfully to their young master, then at William's ordinary-looking back. His blue eyes are full of amazement and confusion, as if he's heard something unbelievable. Young master? She just called you, President. His voice changes tone, sharp with disbelief, sounding especially loud in the quiet office. William finally stops and turns to the side. The lazy expression he was holding disappears completely, replaced by calm indifference. His right eye, pink in color, reflects the bright indoor light, appearing colder and more restrained. He looks at Sheila, who is frozen in shock, then calmly shifts his gaze to Aunt Lou. Aunt Lou, get up. From now on, in front of our people, just call him young master. His voice is quiet but clear, emphasizing our people, and his eyes sweep over Lisa and Sheila, finally resting on Sheila's shocked face. These simple words clearly place Sheila in the most trusted and core circle. Aunt Lou immediately straightens and respectfully responds, "Yes, young master." Her gaze then shifts to Lisa behind William, and she nods slightly. "Miss Lisa." Lisa also responds with a gentle nod. Aunt Lou's gaze shifted to Sheila, who looked utterly shocked and frightened, and she looked at her with a hint of curiosity. When Sheila met her eyes and heard William call them, "Our people," his words left her completely stunned. She felt a mix of shock, confusion, and a dizzying sense of being trusted deeply. She swallowed hard, her throat moving as she tried to calm her turbulent feelings, and nervously introduced herself. "Hello, ma'am. I am young master's guard, Sheila." Her voice was still dry, but her eyes showed not only shock, but also a hint of excitement and seriousness from being recognized. Aunt Lu nodded gently and said, "Hello, Mr. Shala." Her gaze quickly returned to William, as if seeking approval. William looked away from her and walked to the large main table. He didn't sit in the seat symbolizing supreme power, but leaned casually on the edge of the wide table, hands back in his pockets. His posture was relaxed but carried an invisible pressure. His right eye, a soft pink, calmly swept across the room and finally settled on Aunt Lu. "How is the guild doing?" William asked, his voice calm and steady, as if he was just inquiring about a routine matter. Aunt Lu immediately suppressed all visible emotions and became professional. She stood slightly in front of William, maintaining a respectful distance, and reported clearly, "Yes, young master. Everything is running smoothly. The branch in the capital benefits from previous planning and connections. All operations are on track, and last week's profits exceeded expectations by 3%. The rare magic crystals shipped from the Ash City warehouse arrived safely yesterday and are being counted and sorted. Also, following your previous instructions, the sale of luxury beauty potions has begun, and the profits are currently very substantial." Her report was well organized, showing her high professionalism and thorough understanding of the guild's affairs. William listened quietly, with little expression on his face, occasionally nodding. His gaze seemed to rest on Aunt Lu, yet also seemed to pierce through her, focusing on a point in the void. His pink right eye, like a cold censer, calmly reflected everything around him. Shala stood a little farther away, feeling her heart pounding wildly. The guild master? The young master is the president of the Rose Guild, one of the most mysterious and wealthiest guilds in the empire. This information exploded in his mind like a thunderclap, making his eardrums hum loudly. But William's words, "our people," like a strong shot of adrenaline, pulled him out of pure shock. He was no longer the naive outsider he once was. After the huge shock, a strong sense of belonging and trust in his mission naturally grew inside him. He listened to Aunt Lu talk about those large numbers and complex business names, then looked at the luxurious office in front of him, and at the gentle yet commanding woman who managed such a big business empire and respectfully treated the young master. Finally, his gaze settled on the seemingly lazy but secretly controlling figure of the young master's back. He swallowed silently with effort, straightening his sharp body. The shock on his face was gradually replaced by a seriousness he had never felt before. He quietly moved closer to William and Lisa, trying to stand guard like a core protector. Lisa noticed his approach and change. Her bright red eyes paused on him for a moment, showing a faint, hard-to-see doubt. But soon her gaze returned to William. Aunt Lu finished her report, and the office fell into brief silence. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling window, casting long shadows on the carpet. The only sound was the soft noise of a feather pen being gently placed back on the pen holder. Aunt Lu looked at William, at the calm, almost cold mask on his face, and at his pink magical eye that belonged to Sasha but now radiated a different feeling. Deep inside her gentle eyes, the suppressed sadness and pain that she couldn't hold back surged uncontrollably. She lowered her head slightly, her voice trembling with a hint of sobbing and deep helplessness. "Young master, last night I received news." She took a deep breath, trying to calm her turbulent emotions, her fingers gripping the light blue silk collar tightly, her knuckles turning white. "But it's my fault. I couldn't help you against those evil church and business forces." Her voice grew softer, filled with guilt and pain. No matter how rich or influential the Rose Chamber of Commerce was, it still seemed so small and powerless before such a huge force as the evil church. William stiffened for a moment, leaning against the desk. His hand in his pocket clenched tightly under the fabric, his nails almost digging into his palm. William's pupils suddenly contracted, and deep inside his eyes, a cold flame seemed to be poured into boiling oil, causing it to jump violently for a moment. An extremely subtle yet chilling sense of coldness spread instantly around him, making Aunt Lu nearby, and Lisa, and Sheila a few steps away, feel their skin tighten. But this coldness came quickly and went just as fast. William slowly, very slowly, loosened his tight grip. He looked up, his gaze calm as he looked at Aunt Lu. The indifferent mask on his face seemed to open slightly, revealing deep exhaustion and a cold, iron-like determination beneath. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying an undeniable tone. Aunt Lu. The guild is very important. Now, the owner of the guild is only me. Do what you need to do. I will handle the rest. His voice was not loud, but like cold iron hitting the ground. Each word carried heavy weight. His right eye, pink in color, quietly watched Aunt Lu. There was no comfort, no sadness, only a nearly cruel clarity and a heavy sense of responsibility for bearing everything. Aunt Lu trembled, raised her head, and met William's mismatched eyes. In those eyes, she saw deep pain, but also a stronger, almost destructive willpower that could burn everything. Tears finally slipped down her face uncontrollably, but she forcefully sniffed, quickly and gracefully wiped away her tears. Then she straightened her back, and the resilience and loyalty of a professional woman returned to her face. She bowed deeply and solemnly to William. Her voice, still a little hoarse, was unusually firm. Yes, young master. Lu Mei understands. Rose Guild will always be loyal to you. The office fell silent again. Sheila looked at Aunt Lu's heartfelt vow of loyalty and at William's mountain-like figure. The turbulent waves in her heart gradually calmed, settling into a heavy sense of determination. She pressed her lips tightly, and her blue eyes only reflected pure loyalty and a resolve to protect. She silently and firmly took half a step forward, standing behind William in the most standard guard stance, silently watching over him. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the noise of the capital city was swallowed by thick glass, leaving only a heavy silence in the office. Aunt Lu stood quietly to the side, her gentle face like finely crafted white porcelain, trying to maintain a calm, professional demeanor. Only a few curled fingers revealed her inner tension. Sunlight slanted through the glass, casting long shadows on the carpet, highlighting Lisa's tall figure and Sheila's sharp waistline behind William. Aunt Lu, William's voice sounded, soft but like a block of ice falling into a deep pond, instantly breaking the stillness. He took out his right hand from his pocket, holding an old-fashioned, magic-free space ring. The direction of the guild needs to be adjusted, he said, lifting his eyes. His pink right eye reflected a cold, restrained glow in the bright light, like an unquenchable flame deep inside ice. Aunt Lu immediately bowed slightly, respectful as always. Please, young master, give your instructions. William didn't answer right away. He raised his index finger and gently tapped the smooth table. Tap, tap, tap. The steady sound echoed loudly in the empty space, pounding in everyone's hearts. First, the tapping stopped. William's gaze fixed on Aunt Lu's face. Give this to the core leader of the research department. He pushed the old-fashioned ring to the edge of the table. Inside are the full design plans and initial test data for the Eternal Knight armor. His voice was calm and steady. I want you to personally select the most reliable person to create a new, completely secret department within the guild. Its only mission is to research, improve, and optimize without regard for cost or risk, following my orders. He paused slightly, his eyes narrowing as he looked over the heavy magic wood bookshelves behind Aunt Lu, as if he could see through the wood and understand the guild's vast power. The initial goal is to produce a high-level armor prototype capable of matching 6th-tier combat power, and ensure it can briefly unleash destructive force comparable to 7th tier in overload mode, he said, his gaze returning to Aunt Lu's face. An invisible pressure spread out. And secrecy. Aunt Lu, this is a lifeline. If the guild is discovered by the Empire's upper levels to possess such power that could upset the balance. The consequences, I believe, you understand better than I do. Aunt Lu reached out both hands, carefully holding the ring. In the depths of her gentle eyes, a hint of seriousness flashed, but she showed no hesitation. She took a deep breath and spoke calmly and professionally. Yes, young master. I will oversee this personally to ensure everything goes smoothly. All participants must be carefully selected core members bound by a sole contract. The research process will be physically isolated and communication completely cut off. She clearly outlined the plan, as if she had handled countless difficult business negotiations. William nodded in approval. He reached into his pocket again and took out a smaller, more intricate ring, with complex dark patterns that seemed to contain silent spirits. Inside this, his voice remained steady, but like a sharp ice needle, it pierced straight to the point, is a special pill. Everyone entering this new department, whether they are researchers, craftsmen, logistics staff, or even the cleaning crew, must take one before they access the core of the project. The air seemed to freeze instantly. Lu Ying took the smaller ring without trembling. She looked into William's mismatched eyes, and in the cold, faint glow, she saw unwavering determination and a deep, chilling coldness that made her heartbeat quicken. But her gentle face showed no surprise or doubt, only a calm understanding. Her methods of control? Having managed the Rose Chamber of Commerce for many years, from the bustling capital to the dark currents of Ashen City, she had seen all kinds of dirty deals and ruthless struggles. To protect the legacy left by little Chelsia, and to fulfill the unfulfilled wishes of the young lady, she had wielded even harsher measures without hesitation. This pill was just a safeguard to make sure the plan would succeed, an insurance she found reasonable, even somewhat gentle. As long as it could help her avenge the girl who gave her new life, any cost was worth it. Second, William continued in a steady tone. All the existing industries of the chamber must operate efficiently. The markets for medicinal cultivation, luxury beauty potions, and high-end equipment, these core areas, must continue to strengthen and grow steadily. We need to ensure a stable, large flow of funds. The new department will be a money-eating beast. Money is its lifeline. Yes, young master. Aunt Lu's voice returned to its usual calm and confident tone. The slight tension from before disappeared completely. I will ensure that current operations are not disturbed, while also managing expenses carefully. All resources will be prioritized for Eternal Night. The financial chain will never break. William finally looked away from Aunt Lu and gazed out the window at the distant spires of the palace. His eyes shimmered with a mysterious light under the sunlight. Third thing, he said slowly, with a hint of sharp focus like a hunter locking onto prey. Use all the connections of the Merchant Guild to gather information. Not just within the capital, but across the entire empire, even the whole continent, about saints above the 7th rank. Saints? Aunt Lu looked genuinely surprised this time, her gentle eyes showing a hint of confusion. Saints? Those are beings beyond the clouds. No matter how tight the guild's intelligence network, reaching this level is like searching for a specific speck of dust in the starry sea. Yes, saints, William confirmed firmly. He slightly turned his head, locking his pink right eye onto Aunt Lu. I don't want their secrets or weaknesses. That's meaningless. I only want to know about those who are near death, whose lifespans are about to end. A faint, cold smile appeared on his lips, without a trace of warmth. These old relics usually hide deep, like ancient trees about to rot completely. But as long as they are alive, they leave traces. Serious illness, magic decline, disappearance, frantic attempts to extend life. Any clue, even the most absurd rumor, must not be ignored. His voice grew colder, calm in a way that sent chills to the bone. The key is those who are dying soon. I need to know who they are, where they hide, and how much time they have left, young master. Aunt Lu's voice carried a professional confusion, a natural reaction for an intelligence analyst facing vague targets. What exactly do you plan to do with this information? William did not answer. He simply looked at her calmly, with no explanation in his eyes, only an unspoken command. Act. Aunt Lu met his gaze, and her mind instantly cleared. The goal was clear, to create a force capable of shaking the Empire, the Eternal Night Armor, to ensure endless blood supply, the Merchant Guild's funds. Now, the target was directly at the top of the power pyramid, the dying. The first two goals were obvious. Revenge. Raise the banner against the evil god cult. Regarding the terrifying purpose of the third plan, she temporarily suppressed the waves of shock in her heart and focused on the task at hand. No matter what the young master wanted to do, she would pave the way for him, willing to do anything. Behind William, Lisa and Sheila were experiencing very different inner storms. Sheila's blue eyes were wide open, and his mouth slightly parted. The knight armor. Only after waking up did he realize that the young master was wearing that half-finished armor, which, as a second tier, had forcibly beheaded a 7th-tier black-robed person. It was an incredible, almost unbelievable weapon. And now, The young master wanted to mass-produce it and improve it to briefly rival 7th-tier power? If an army wore this armor? Sheila shivered suddenly, afraid to think further. A cold chill ran down his spine, but then came an almost fanatical excitement. He looked at William straight back, and in his blue pupils, only pure awe and a blazing loyalty remained. The young master truly is the son of the Earl. Just a slight move could cause a shockwave. Lisa's reaction was completely different. Her arms, crossed over her chest, unconsciously tightened. The deep purple fabric of her professional outfit was creased deeply, making her stunning curves even more prominent. Deep within her crimson eyes, intense pain and a tangible sense of guilt surged, almost drowning her. She looked at William's straight, mountain-like back, at his cold, strange-colored eyes, and at his emotionless commands. Her heart was clenched tightly by an invisible hand, hurting so much she could hardly breathe. Was he no longer the playful, teasing William who blushed when she dressed sloppily? It was all her fault. If only she could be stronger, possess 7th tier or even higher power to protect everyone in that desperate moment, instead of being struck down and nearly dying. Could her William not be forced to evolve so quickly and become so cold? Could he not bear the burden of this deep-seated hatred alone, or even touch those dangerous beings at the top of power? A strong sense of helplessness and heart-wrenching guilt seized her. The scent of cedar grew richer and more bitter with her intense emotions, silently filling the air. Her crimson eyes fixed tightly on William's back, her teeth clenched her lower lip, and a deep bite mark was left on her pale lips. She must become stronger. To truly protect him, she had to become stronger. This thought was like a burning mark, more unforgettable than ever. William seemed unaware of the two intense gazes behind him. He slightly lowered his head, his eyes fixed on his pale hands. His gaze was downward, with thick eyelashes casting small shadows on his eyelids, hiding the cold whirlpool beneath that could swallow everything. Aunt Lou took a deep breath, her breath heavy like lead. She closed her eyes tightly, then opened them again. All unnecessary emotions had been stripped from her gentle eyes, leaving only firm determination like a rock. She clenched 2 cold rings tightly in her palm. She bowed deeply and solemnly toward William, like a loyal knight offering allegiance to a ruler. Young master, her voice was clear and firm, each word coming out strongly from her chest. Lume will perfectly complete everything you command. The Eternal Night plan starts immediately. I will personally select the loyal followers to ensure nothing is missed. The business alliance must operate as steadily as a mountain, providing continuous support. As for the sage's intelligence, she straightened up, her gentle face now showing pure, almost cold resolve. Even if I have to search the depths of the sea or dig 3 feet underground, Lume will find your traces. Her vow was like a heavy stone thrown into a still pond, causing silent ripples in the luxurious, cold office. William slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Aunt Lou. He said nothing, only nodded very slightly. William leaned against the cold, rune-engraved wooden desk, unconsciously rubbing the intricate rose carvings along its edge. Aunt Lou, William's voice remained flat, like a polished stone. He looked up, his pink right eye reflecting a calm light in the glow. There's one more thing. Please give your instructions, young master. Aunt Lou slightly bowed, respectful. William didn't speak immediately. Instead, he pulled out his left hand from his pocket. His fingertips lightly brushed the air, a nearly invisible flow of magic flickered, and a piece of paper appeared as if by magic between his fingers. He handed the paper to Aunt Lou. Prepare the medicinal ingredients listed here with the highest quality, double the amount. The warehouse should have them. Yes, young master. I will have someone go get them right away. Aunt Lou took the list with both hands. She didn't look at the details closely, but simply folded it neatly and put it away. Then she called a maid to fetch the items. Also, there should be a separate alchemy room inside the guild, right? Arrange one for me. No one is allowed near or disturb me without my permission. Yes, young master. Aunt Lou replied immediately without hesitation. William nodded in agreement. Aunt Lou's efficiency was astonishing. In less than half an hour, a detailed list of herbs was delivered to William. All the herbs on the list were packed in 2 special silver boxes that could block energy loss. William took the silver boxes and told Lisa, and the others to wait where they were. Then he followed the maid to the alchemy room. The alchemy room was much larger than William expected. The ceiling was high and wide, made of pure magic crystal, emitting a soft, steady white light that lit the whole space as bright as daytime. On the left wall was a huge temperature-controlled herb cabinet that almost reached the ceiling. It was divided into countless small compartments, each holding different raw materials that emitted fresh, strong, or strange herbal scents. On the right wall hung many alchemy tools that shimmered with magic light, from basic crystal mortar and star-patterned funnels to precise magic carving knives and element extractors. Every item was well maintained. In the center of the room was a large experiment table made of polished anti-magic obsidian. The surface was smooth like a mirror, etched with complex magic flow circuits, glowing with a gentle white light. Around the table were several small workstations and magic amplifiers, each with different functions. William looked around at everything. He walked straight to the large obsidian table and placed the 2 heavy silver boxes on it. He didn't touch the many high-level alchemy tools. His gaze paused on a relatively open space beside the table. It was wide enough and the floor was flat. Next, William didn't chant any spells or draw any magic circles. He simply raised his right hand slightly, spread his fingers, and pressed toward the empty space. Buzz! A deep hum suddenly sounded in the air. Countless strands of visible magic threads, glowing faint gold, burst out from his fingertips. These silk threads are not randomly tangled, but are controlled with an indescribable skill, like the most clever weaver weaving and shaping in midair. Almost instantly, a large, semi-transparent illusion of a magic furnace made entirely of pure magic appeared above the open space. William's movements did not pause at all. He didn't even look. His left hand reached out precisely and opened 2 mithril boxes. Inside, carefully sorted and wrapped precious herbs, William threw them all into the floating illusion of the magic furnace in a specific order and ratio. As soon as the herbs entered the misty cloud, they were wrapped and broken down by invisible forces. Tough roots turned into fine, even brown powder. Delicate petals melted into bright gold liquid. Crystals containing wild energy were instantly purified, leaving only the purest energy core. The whole process was so fast it was dazzling, yet it flowed smoothly like a gentle stream. William stood still, his right hand maintaining a gentle press, releasing a faint golden magic to keep the large, complex illusion of the furnace stable. His face showed no strain, only focus. His eyes watched calmly as the mist inside the furnace boiled and the herb's essence was continuously broken down, purified, and automatically combined. Time passed quietly. In the alchemy room, only the faint hum of the silk threads and the soft rustling sounds of herbs being broken down and fused by invisible forces could be heard. After a while, the door to the office silently opened again. William appeared at the door. His face looked even paler than before, with a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, but his unusual eyes looked energetic and sharp. He held 2 test tubes, each filled with a different colored liquid that radiated strong life energy. Each liquid was pure, without any impurities. The powerful energy was perfectly sealed inside the tubes, and even through the crystal walls, one could feel the intense vitality. This was no ordinary medicine. The purity of the energy contained was enough to drive any high-level healer or alchemy master crazy. William looked over at Lisa and Sheila. He spoke with a hint of barely noticeable tiredness in his voice, but remained calm. Your wounds, which haven't fully healed, need to be taken care of first. Each of you will have one of these potions. He didn't explain where the potion came from or boast about his alchemy skills. It seemed that creating such a high-level potion, powerful enough to cause chaos outside, was just as natural to him as eating or drinking. He picked up a dark red test tube and handed it to Sheila. William didn't stay long. He turned and walked toward Lisa, handing her a milky white potion. He stood in front of Lisa, needing to slightly tilt his head to look into her deep red eyes. The scent of cedar seemed stronger. Aunt, his voice was softer, your body has been affected by dark energy. Although the surface wounds are controlled, there are still hidden dangers. This potion will help fix the corruption inside you. His gaze fell on Lisa's crossed arms, as if he could see through her clothes to her injuries. Lisa's deep red eyes looked intently at William's face, watching his pale complexion, the tiny beads of sweat on his forehead, and the valuable top-tier potion in his hand, so precious that many high-level mages would fight over it. In the end, she said nothing. She took the potion and asked Aunt Lou to arrange 2 secret rooms so she and Sheila could recover quickly.